Liu Chan perished while saving others and found himself traversing into the desolate realm of the undead, transforming into the most feeble and ordinary little skeleton. Fortunately, he activated a remarkable talent, infinite gold attributes. With each ascension in rank, he would acquire new golden attributes. 0 rank, infinite plunder. By vanquishing foes, one can seize attribute points, skills, and talents. First rank, ultimate evolution. By defeating enemies, one can plunder essence of evolution, enabling infinite evolution of the race. Second rank, boundless longevity. By slaying adversaries, one can seize the life force stored in souls, achieving immortality. I am Ning Xiwei, affectionately referred to as the flower of the slums. A month prior, I awakened to the exceedingly rare profession of spirit contracting master. I have the ability to enter the legendary ancestral lands, summon ancient beings, share life and death, and grow together. In gratitude for the school's nurturing, I promised the principal to publicly demonstrate my spirit contracting. However, the entity I summoned turned out to be an unremarkable little skeleton, so frail that a mere gust of wind could reduce it to bone fragments. In that moment, I was engulfed in despair. Chapter 1. The frigid beauty of the school flower and the principal's shock. At the martial arts square, in the heart of the venue, a breathtaking young lady with cascading black hair and eyes like morning stars sat cross-legged. With her eyes closed in concentration, she radiated a faint glow. This was the omen of an exceedingly rare spirit contracting master initiating a spirit contract. The glow intensified, rendering the exquisite young lady akin to a celestial goddess. Spectators gathered in increasing numbers from 100 meters away. Is this the slum school flower Ning Xiwei from Qian No. 1 High School? She is stunning, like a fallen immortal. Not only is she extraordinarily beautiful, but she has also awakened the exceedingly rare profession of spirit contracting master. Truly, she embodies both beauty and strength. If I could wed her, I would willingly sacrifice 30 years of my life. Get lost. You aren't even worthy to carry her shoes. Once she successfully contracts a spirit, her power will soar like a rocket, and she will only associate with prodigies from now on. Spirit contracting masters and my summoning masters differ by just one word, yet I can only summon ordinary beings while others can directly summon ancient creatures. It is utterly enviable. Indeed, I heard that 2 years ago, a prodigy from the imperial capital also awakened as a spirit contracting master and publicly contracted a fiery flame flood dragon. This year, he has already secured a title. Moreover, it is infuriating that spirit contracting masters can merge with their summons, achieving unparalleled combat prowess, capable of battling across ranks. The principal of Qian No. 1 High School must be reaping great rewards. Convincing Ning Xiwei to publicly contract a spirit has likely made the school's name renowned throughout the empire. Just look at that balding fellow up there. His face is beaming. In the crowd, various factions whispered among themselves. The square continued to fill, now completely packed without a single gap. As time passed, on the white jade platform, the radiance of Ning Xiwei's spirit contracting grew increasingly dazzling, drawing closer to the completion of the spirit contracting passage. The principal, Lu Huifeng, seated in the esteemed VIP section, gazed upon the resplendent Ning Xiwei, his eyes brimming with excitement. I shall not regret the cultivation I bestowed upon Ning, for she now publicly reveals her contract spirit. Let us see who dares to claim that Qian No. 1 High School is not deserving of its reputation. The principals of No. 2, No. 3, and No. 7 high schools, seated beside him, gazed enviously at Ning Xiwei, who radiated a fierce brilliance at the center of the square, wishing fervently to exchange identities with the loathed bald man they typically despised. The nearly overflowing expressions of envy from his old friends only served to amplify Lu Huifeng's smile. At that moment, the 3 prominent figures in the VIP seats fixated intently on Ning Xiwei, showing no sign of relaxation. As the admissions directors of the 3 premier academies of the empire, they were compelled to ascertain Ning Xiwei's potential as a contract spirit at the earliest opportunity and to secure this extraordinary young lady with the most suitable contract. Buzz! Ning Xiwei's brilliance suddenly soared, transforming into a crystalline pillar of light that pierced through the layers of clouds above. The clouds erupted, creating a magnificent spectacle. Countless rainbows subsequently materialized in midair, swirling around Ning Xiwei. The entire assembly stood in stunned silence. The clouds above have been pierced, and rainbows are born alongside it. My heavens, is the spectacle of a contract spirit truly this grand? The admissions directors from the 3 premier academies exchanged glances, their faces awash with astonishment. This is the second time I have witnessed a contract spirit master open the contract spirit passage. This scene truly is a wonder of the world. This student, Ning Xiwei, has been reserved by our War God Academy. Your War God Academy is still ranked behind our War Academy. Suddenly, the rainbows encircling Ning Xiwei dimmed abruptly, followed by their disappearance, as a vivid scarlet hue emerged in the sky. This crimson apparition caused even the light to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the entire city seemed to be shrouded in darkness. The crimson hue expanded, ultimately growing as vast as an abyss. The youngest among the 3 admissions directors widened her beautiful eyes in shock, trembling. What is this? Could it be? The tall man among the admissions directors spoke with a quivering voice, pointing at the crimson abyss in the sky, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, it is the legendary Necromancer's Abyss, the supreme realm in the hearts of all summoners and necromantic beings. The most composed elder among the 3 was now filled with astonishment. He unsteadily rose to his feet, fixated on the crimson abyss above, unwilling to blink even once. He was fortunate enough to witness a legend firsthand. Why is a legend? Because the Necromancer's Abyss is a domain that only kings may enter, and only emperors may survive. It can be said that any being born within the Necromancer's Abyss will naturally acquire the essence of a king and an emperor. Once the essence of royalty is released, the strength of opposing beings will plummet, and the weaker ones may even be frightened to death on the spot. The 3 of them focused on the entrance of the Crimson Abyss, their gazes fixed upon the closed eyes of Ning Xiwei. This Ning Xiwei is truly full of surprises. Not only has she awakened as an exceedingly rare contract spirit master, but she can also form a contract within the Necromancer's Abyss. At this moment, they regarded Ning Xiwei as a precious treasure. Regardless of the circumstances, they must ensure Ning Xiwei's admission. The 3 of them almost simultaneously dialed their superiors. Principal, we will convey the utmost sincerity to Ning Xiwei. What do you mean, not the utmost? Do you understand the significance of the Necromancer's Abyss? Old principal, hurry, hurry, hurry. See what treasures we have in the academy and bring them all out. Why? The Necromancer's Abyss has emerged. Meanwhile, Lu Huifeng, principal of Qiang No. 1 High School, even pulled another handful of hair from his thinning scalp, slapping his thigh in laughter. Aha! Qiang No. 1 High School has birthed a dragon. The name of Qiang No. 1 High School shall surely echo throughout the entire empire. In the eye of the storm, Ning Xiwei remained blissfully unaware, tirelessly maintaining the contract spirit passage. Suddenly, she felt her soul ascend, transforming into a spiritual entity that entered another realm. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a sight of overwhelming crimson and darkness, utterly bizarre. An intangible sense of oppression enveloped her, and she realized that had she not been the master of the contract spirit passage, she would have been obliterated upon entering this world. What realm is this? Why is there no trace of it in historical records? The invisible pressure intensified, seeking to expel her from this realm. Persevere. Ning Xiwei clenched her teeth, encouraging herself. Born into poverty and having been alone since childhood, her beauty was coveted by many. If she did not wish to be treated as a plaything, she must become stronger. No matter where this is, I must succeed in forming a contract. Battling against the invisible oppression, Ning Xiwei felt a splitting headache, yet continued to maneuver her spiritual form deeper into the abyss. The deeper she ventured, the more formidable the pressure became, nearly coalescing into a tangible form. In a daze, Ning Xiwei spotted a small hill 100 meters away, where a purple gold pillar of light connected heaven and earth, strikingly conspicuous. Simultaneously, within her brow, the source point belonging to contract spirit masters throbbed violently. That must be it. There's a being causing my contract spirit source point to resonate so fiercely. An instinctive understanding guided her. This was her destined contract being. Ning Xiwei, overcoming the pressure, surged forth from the nearly tangible will of the world, halting before the purple gold pillar. She clasped her hands before her chest, and a brilliant light emanated from her brow. Contract. As her words fell, she gradually lost consciousness, and for a brief moment, she could only catch a fleeting glimpse. She seemed to see a diminutive being caressing its smooth, bare skull. Chapter 2. System Activation, Unveiling the Talent. Infinite Gold Attributes. Lu Chen was merely an ordinary worker, a cog in the relentless machinery of society. When he witnessed a young girl fall into the water, he instinctively leaped in to save her. The girl survived. He did not. As a solitary individual with nothing to hold on to, Lu Chen had no regrets. However, upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself in a world drenched in a crimson, grim ambience. Surrounding him were grotesque, variously sized skeletons, each exuding a terrifying aura, akin to kings among the dead. One skeleton, towering at 30 meters, merely took a step, and Lu Chen crumbled into dust. It was only then that Lu Chen realized he too was a skeleton, albeit a diminutive one compared to the others. He was exceedingly frail. The mere movement of the surrounding skeletons threatened to shatter his fragile form. With each subsequent fracture, his consciousness would plunge into darkness. Yet, the overwhelming necromantic energy of this world was so potent that he would often find himself resurrected within 3 seconds, enveloped by an intense surge of deathly energy. Thus, Lu Chen was trapped in a cycle of death and rebirth until, at last, an announcement echoed. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's death count has accumulated to 100,000 times. System activation complete, talent unveiled, infinite gold attributes. Immediately, Lu Chen examined his status panel. Name, Lu Chen. Race, small skeleton. Level, 0 tier, 0. Exclusive talent, infinite gold attributes. Note, each time the host's level increases, they may acquire a gold attribute. Gold attributes affect the host directly, and the host may choose to activate or deactivate them at will. Current gold attributes. 1. Attribute library. Infinite plunder. Activate, deactivate. Infinite plunder. Upon defeating any creature, there is a chance to seize a portion of their attributes, skills, or talents. After reviewing the panel, Lu Chen lamented that the system was indeed formidable, yet it held little practical value for him at present. In this world, there was not a single being he could hope to vanquish. Instead, he was doomed to perpetually oscillate between death and revival. One day, Lu Chen noticed a towering pillar of purple gold light stretching into the heavens, a place where no formidable creature dared to linger. It was a paradise. After a century spent in the cycle of death and rebirth, he finally reached the purple gold pillar, escaping the torturous existence he had endured. As time flowed on, his thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Until, a contract. Will you heed my call and engage in battle alongside me, sharing life and death? In the hollow sockets of his eyes, flames, akin to green beans, ignited into a vivid scarlet. I am willing. He laughed heartily. Finally, I can leave this accursed place. Meanwhile, 2 hours had quietly elapsed since Ning Xiwei opened the spirit contract channel. The crowd in the plaza grew impatient, their murmurs increasing in volume. Other spirit masters have completed their contracts in under an hour. Why is this Ning Xiwei taking so long? As if you've encountered many spirit masters. Quiet down. Can't you see the dignitaries in the VIP section remain silent? The discussions in the plaza reached the ears of the mentors from the 3 supreme academies. Unable to contain their curiosity, they inquired of the composed elder, Gua Yuqing, from the Shenlong Academy. Teacher Gua, is there a chance that Ning's spirit contract ceremony might encounter a mishap? Have you ever heard of a spirit master failing their contract? No. Then, why is the ceremony still ongoing? Ning is still selecting her spirit. Gua Yuqing nodded with a smile, praising. Ning's unwavering will has allowed her to endure in the realm of the dead for a full 2 hours. Such tenacity undoubtedly surpasses that of her peers. With that, Gua Yuqing gazed at the furrowed brows of Ning Xiwei, growing more expectant of what legendary creature this remarkably determined student would summon from the realm of the dead. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. They understood they were about to witness a living legend. Suddenly, the crimson abyss appeared to ignite. In an instant, it shrank to a tiny black dot, and then erupted into a magnificent purple-gold pillar. The purple-gold light pierced the heavens and the earth. Such an extraordinary phenomenon could surely be seen for miles around. Look at Ning Xiwei. She is bathed in the purple-gold light, resembling a supreme deity. Oh, my legs feel weak. What should I do? I will kneel in reverence. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Incredible, unbelievable. Elder Gua Yuqing stood up in shock. It's purple gold. The legendary hue. The other mentors from the Supreme Academies exchanged astonished glances, their expressions growing increasingly grave. They recalled the words of an extraordinary being. Among the legendary summoning worlds, the most esteemed color is purple gold. It must not be desecrated, life and death intertwined. And now, the very purple gold hue spoken of by that extraordinary being was manifesting before their eyes. What merit had they to witness such an unprecedented spectacle? The mentors from the 3 Supreme Academies exchanged determined glances, their resolve solidified. They could not allow such a prodigy to enroll in any other Supreme Academy. Otherwise, the 3 academies would be rendered obsolete. Hey, Principal, I don't care what methods you use. Get to Chiang City immediately and bring the only S-class contract. Principal, the most esteemed purple gold hue has appeared. Hurry, bring the S-class contract and all our academy's assets. Old Zhou, we must go all in this time. Without Ning, our Shenlong Academy will surely lose its prestigious standing next year. The admissions mentors immediately called upon the principal. Faced with the esteemed purple gold hue, they felt unworthy to discuss enrollment conditions with Ning Xiwei. Gazing at her radiant eyes emerging from the purple gold pillar, their admiration deepened, as did their visions of surpassing the other two supreme academies. Moreover, they envisioned the opportunity to become mentors to this extraordinary talent. Just imagine, when asked about the students they had taught, replying, only the strongest in the empire would be such a source of pride. Their gazes toward Ning Xiwei grew ever more fervent. As the purple gold pillar gradually dissipated after several seconds, revealing its occupant, the crowd craned their necks, eager to glimpse the legendary being who radiated such a magnificent aura. First to emerge was Ning Xiwei. Though her complexion was pale and the ethereal glow surrounding her had faded, she remained strikingly elegant, evoking a sense of sympathy. Beside her stood a diminutive gray-white skeleton. A small gray-white skeleton. Is this the legendary life form? How does it resemble the ordinary skeletons summoned by necromancers? Can't comprehend. Are all legendary beings so unassuming? Chapter 3. Incredulity. The legendary life form is so weak. Amidst the crowd's discussions, a necromancer publicly summoned. With a whoosh, a small skeleton tumbled from the air and stood behind its master. The surrounding crowd stepped back, allowing everyone to clearly see the necromancer's small skeleton alongside the one summoned by Ning Xiwei from the realm of the dead. Countless gazes flitted between the two, and they discovered the skeletal figure of the necromancer's minion and that of Ning Xiwei's little skeleton are nearly indistinguishable. Both are diminutive in stature, their grayish-white bones appearing rather frail, with minute fissures gracing their delicate ribs. Remarkably, the necromancer's minion exudes a presence that is 30% more potent. However, such nuances in aura are discernible only to the most formidable of beings. Is this truly just a trivial skeleton summoned at the necromancer's whim? What an extravagant display. With public spirit contracts, the realm of the undead, and the resplendent purple gold pillar culminating in this, it seems some individuals are destined for embarrassment. The esteemed guests in the VIP section of the academy, sensing the feeble essence of Lu Chen, nearly succumbed to a state of disbelief. Are there truly ordinary skeletons within the realm of the undead? One of the instructors gasped in incredulity. Was it not said that within the realm of the undead, only kings or emperors reside? How could a mere skeleton exist? Numerous instructors felt their worldview shatter, for the chronicles penned by countless predecessors could not possibly be erroneous. Yet, the evidence lay starkly before them. The mentors from the War God Academy and the War Academy turned their gazes towards Gui Yuqing of the Divine Dragon Academy. Even Principal Lu Huifeng from Chiang No. 1 High School looked on with rapt attention. I cannot ascertain the truth, but I am certain that all historical documents assert the realm of the undead as the pinnacle for summoners, where all beings possess royal or imperial aura. Gui Yuqing, equally taken aback, resolved to approach for a closer inspection. He soared through the air and soon stood before Ning Xiwei. At that moment, Ning Xiwei's mind was in a whirl. She vividly recalled the suffocating, eerie world teeming with overwhelming creatures. The being within the purple gold pillar had caused her spirit source to pulsate erratically. Under the constraints of the situation, even if her contracted being was not the mightiest in this realm, it should at least be above average. She scrutinized Lu Chen, striving to discern the truth. Indeed, it was nothing more than an ordinary zero-level creature. In fact, it seemed exceedingly frail among zero-level beings, as though a mere gust of wind could topple it. The sound of derisive laughter grew increasingly louder in her ears. Ning Xiwei's complexion paled further. Ning, would you mind if I conducted a test on your contracted spirit? The elder Gui Yuqing inquired with a smile. All right, sure, Ning Xiwei responded, regaining her composure. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the elder, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Perhaps the little skeleton harbored some hidden talent that she had overlooked. Upon receiving her affirmative, Gui Yuqing summoned a fiery blaze in his right hand and cautiously approached the little skeleton, Lu Chen. His intention was to evoke the unique royal aura characteristic of the realm of the undead. However, as he drew near, the little skeleton audibly shattered before the eyes of the onlookers. Not only was there no royal aura to speak of, but this undead creature was on the verge of being scorched to death by the residual heat of the flames. Ning, I apologize, it was not my intention. Gui Yuqing exclaimed hurriedly, casting a green light over the shattered remains of Lu Chen. In an instant, the little skeleton reassembled, with even the cracks in its delicate ribs diminished. This is too amusing. Our campus Belle took 2 hours to contract a little skeleton, easily summoned by a necromancer. The laughter echoed, a joke that would linger for a century. At that moment, the mentors from the 3 esteemed academies in the VIP section shook their heads in unison. Their journey from astonishment to shock, then to disbelief, and ultimately to disappointment transpired within mere 2 hours. Such a grand spectacle had culminated in a dismal conclusion. Who could have known that ordinary skeletons still existed within the realm of the undead, and that one had been contracted by an exceedingly rare summoner? What an eye-opener. Phew. One can only be grateful that no contracts were signed in advance. Whoever would have signed a student with this ordinary little skeleton would surely see their institution plummet from its esteemed position the very next day. Indeed, no esteemed academy could afford such disgrace. Yet at that moment, Lu Huifeng, who had vanished since the appearance of the little skeleton, suddenly emerged. He bore the only talent detection device in Qiyang City and approached Ning Xiwei. Old Gua, this talent detection machine is the latest model from the Empire. Perhaps this little skeleton possesses some hidden talent. Lu Huifeng urged eagerly. His motive for having Ning Xiwei publicly contract her spirit was to elevate Qiang No, one high school's reputation throughout the Empire, rather than to tarnish it. Even if Ning Xiwei's little skeleton had been nearly condemned to death, he wished to try. Ning, have your little skeleton place its hand on the machine, Lu Huifeng instructed. Ning Xiwei, clinging to her last shred of hope, promptly commanded her little skeleton to comply. However, the little skeleton stood there, seemingly devoid of any semblance of sentience. Reluctantly, Ning Xiwei grasped Lu Chen's hand and placed it upon the talent detection device. Detection successful. The screen of the device illuminated with data. Race, ordinary little skeleton. Level 0. Talent, none. All hope dissipated completely. At that moment, in the VIP box, phones rang incessantly. Haha, I have gathered all the treasures of our academy and am ready to depart. Let that super genius wait a moment. I shall arrive in half an hour. One principal exclaimed. Depart for what? To greet our academy's genius? What genius? You mean the summoner who contracted a 0-level, 0-talent little skeleton from the realm of the undead? Don't come. We can't afford to associate with that. The enrollment mentors from the esteemed academies gradually hung up their phones and departed. Beside Ning Xiwei, Guo Yuqing shook his head and dialed the principal's number. Old Zhou, don't waste any more time. Even I, this old fellow, have misjudged this one, he lamented. Before soaring into the air, glancing back at the despondent Ning Xiwei, he murmured, what a pity, such a promising candidate, possessing unparalleled willpower among her peers. Yet it is not enough to gain entry to the Divine Dragon Academy. The crowd dispersed amidst waves of laughter. As Lu Huifeng departed, he did not cast another glance at Ning Xiwei. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly regained consciousness. The prolonged state of muddled awareness, coupled with traversing 2 realms, had finally allowed his consciousness to return to his corporeal form. Breathing in the fresh air, he realized the oppressive presence of the thick energy of the undead had vanished. The formidable beings that would occasionally grace his vision were also gone. He was free. Crackling sounds echoed as Lu Chen moved his skeletal frame, red flames igniting in the depths of his eye sockets. Turning, he caught sight of an exquisitely beautiful girl. Is this his summoner? Hearing the mocking laughter of the retreating crowd, Lu Chen instantly understood the situation. With a crack of his jawbone, he declared, Fear not, my beloved summoner. For I am now more powerful than ever. Chapter 4. Absurdity. This little skeleton can actually refuse summoning. Lu Chen turned to face Ning Xiwei, who appeared utterly despondent. Her starry eyes seemingly devoid of their luster. She squatted on the ground, delicate hands cradling her cheeks, gazing vacantly into the distant sky for an extended period. Hey, beautiful. Do not despair. Ning Xiwei, viewed as a mere joke by all, was inextricably linked to him. Lu Chen was about to offer her some words of comfort, but found himself utterly voiceless, with only the sound of his jaw bones clattering together. Clack, clack, clack. Rubbing his forehead, Lu Chen realized that he was, after all, merely a little skeleton, devoid of vocal cords. How could he possibly produce sound? It was rather peculiar that, although he could not comprehend the written language of this world, he was able to understand spoken words. It seemed that communication was currently impossible. He could only rely on body language. The crimson flames flickering within his eye sockets swayed gently. At that moment, Xiwei, Ning Xiwei, I have arrived. A striking figure clad in fiery red emerged from the dispersing crowd, flowing against the tide. Fei Fei. Ning Xiwei lowered her gaze and softly called out. Xiwei, I understand everything now. I do not blame you. Sun Fei Fei gently embraced Ning Xiwei's shoulders, giving them a light pat. Turning to Lu Chen, she remarked, So, this is the little skeleton that has caused Xiwei such embarrassment? Quite ordinary indeed. Noticing Sun Fei Fei's scrutiny, Ning Xiwei quickly interjected, Fei Fei, please do not blame him. From Lu Chen, she sensed a warm familiarity, akin to that of a true kin. After all, He was the creature that had reacted so intensely at her contract's source point. He was the fated being she had recognized. Thus, even if the world mocked her, she had no regrets. Since she could not rely on her summoned creature, she would grow stronger on her own. Ning Xiwei, you can do it. She clenched her fist, bolstering her resolve. Observing the girl's resilient and spirited demeanor, Chen couldn't help but nod his smooth skeletal head. His jawbones trembled slightly, producing a friendly clattering sound. Xiwei, look, your little skeleton is laughing at you. Sun Fei, noticing Chen's movements, quickly chimed in. My little skeleton looks so silly, it wouldn't laugh at anyone. Ning Xiwei felt helpless. Her friend's playful banter was rather nonsensical. Hee. Sun Fei chuckled, then took Ning Xiwei's hand, whispering in her ear, Are you feeling better, Xiwei? Ning Xiwei felt warmth envelop her ears and her heart. Realizing that her dear friend's earlier antics were merely to cheer her up, she nodded earnestly yes, and gripped Sun Fei's hand tightly. Let us go for a feast, it's on me. Sun Fei patted her chest confidently. No, I will treat you, Fei. Ning Xiwei shook her head in refusal. No way. It's because I delayed my time in the secret realm that I couldn't be by your side during your most crucial moment. I feel I haven't been a good friend, so let me treat you to a grand meal as an apology. Ning Xiwei's expression wavered. If you refuse again, I might get angry. Sun Fei placed her hands on her hips. Ning Xiwei pouted and nodded. All right then. Hooray. Sun Fei cheered, glancing at Chen. Xiwei, summon your little skeleton back now. Ning Xiwei nodded and smiled at Chen. Regardless of whether you can understand, we are heading out to eat. So I must ask you to return to the summoning space for now. With that, she traced a circle in the air with her finger. A shadowy, dim space appeared beneath Chen's feet. This was the exclusive summoning space of a contract spirit master, capable of swiftly restoring the summoned creature's stamina and injuries. Suddenly, a pulling force emanated from the dark space, as if invisible hands were gripping Chen's ankles, attempting to draw him down. Peering down, Chen noted that this murky space was not vast, reminiscent of the purple gold prison in the land of the dead. Captivity again? No way. The little flames in his eye sockets flickered in protest as he resisted the pull, his entire skeletal form hovering above the shadowy space. How slow, Xiwei. Why don't you hurry and retrieve your little skeleton? Sun Fei grumbled impatiently. Ning Xiwei gritted her teeth, exerting more force. Yet Chen remained steadfastly suspended above the dark space. She could distinctly sense a repelling force at play. It dawned on her. The little skeleton did not wish to return. Your little skeleton is merely a summoned creature. Xiwei, don't pamper him too much. We can't possibly take him along to dine. That would be quite a downer. Hurry, retrieve him. Sun Fei glared at Chen. I can't do it. I cannot summon back the little skeleton. Ning Xiwei began to doubt herself, wondering if she lacked the ability to reclaim her summoned creature. You signed a master-servant contract with the little skeleton, didn't you? Sun Fei suddenly inquired. Indeed, Ning Xiwei affirmed, her mind still illuminated by the memory of the master-servant contract. The master-servant contract was the most potent type of contract. It was absurd for an ordinary little skeleton to resist the summons of such a contract. Sun Fei was thoroughly baffled. Master-servant contract, master-servant contract. Never has a servant defied their master's commands. Not to mention that the commands issued through the contract possess a coercive and absolute nature. Taking 1,000 steps back, should a servant disobey, the consequences could range from severe injury to death. Yet this seemingly unremarkable little skeleton remains unscathed. Truly outrageous. Unless, Sun Fei whispered, her eyes widening in astonishment, her voice quaking. Unless he is of royal blood. A royal. Only those of royal lineage among the higher races could resist the constraints of the master-servant contract, making the contract's backlash akin to vanishing. Gulp. Good heavens. Could this little skeleton be a skeleton king, or perhaps a skeleton emperor? Sun Fei found it difficult to breathe. If he were not of royal lineage, the little skeleton's refusal to be summoned could not be explained. Yet if he truly were of royal blood, that would be even more ludicrous. Had the mentors of the Supreme Academy completely overlooked this? Sun Fei found it hard to accept this outcome. Enough with the Skeleton King and Skeleton Emperor. Principal Liu has already tested him with the talent detection device, and he is just an ordinary little skeleton. Could the latest model of the talent detection device be mistaken? Ning Xiwei said helplessly to Sun Fei, then turned to Chen gently. If you don't wish to return, you are welcome to follow us. With that, she took Sun Fei's hand and walked towards the plaza's exit, gesturing for Chen to follow. On the second floor of the restaurant, Ning Xiwei noticed Sun Fei ordering a multitude of dishes, including rare magical beast meat, and quickly exclaimed, Fei, that's enough. We want to be able to finish it all. Don't be modest with your sister. Sun Fei waved her hand, handing the menu to the waiter, then turned back, clutching her purse with a pained expression. However, when she faced Ning Xiwei again, her smile was radiant. All of this unfolded before Lu Chen's eyes, prompting him to nod appreciatively. This girl was certainly delightful. Following this, the little skeleton Lu Chen boldly seated himself between the two girls. Chapter 5. As I said, he is undoubtedly the Skeleton King. Due to the size of the table, there was a gap of one seat between Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei. Lu Chen, who followed closely behind Ning Xiwei, naturally settled into the adjacent seat, pulling the chair back and plopping down, his bony fingers interlaced, resting on the table like a monk in meditation. Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei exchanged glances. Hey, how come this skeleton looks so human-like? Xiwei, have you noticed that your little skeleton is quite clever? His sitting posture rivals mine. Sun Feifei mused, harboring suspicions that Lu Chen might indeed be a skeleton king. Thus, one is constantly observing Lu Chen's movements. The little skeleton merely shakes its head and flails its hands, presenting an appearance of clumsiness. Ning Xiwei scrutinizes Lu Chen from head to toe, while Lu Chen tilts his head to regard her. Small flames flicker within his eye sockets. The young girl appears endearingly foolish. At this moment, the restaurant's servers begin to bring forth the dishes, with the final offering, the braised devil meat rabbit, being delivered by 5 servers in unison. Xiwei, do try the flavor. Sun Feifei tears off a piece of rabbit meat and chews vigorously, mumbling indistinctly. I suffered greatly from this devil meat rabbit in the secret realm. Just look at my revenge now. In contrast to Sun Feifei's brutish manner of eating, Ning Xiwei savors her food delicately. Xiwei, these dishes represent our troubles. Let us devour them all. Sun Feifei shouts boisterously while holding up a chicken leg. Ning Xiwei, chewing on a small piece of chicken, bursts into laughter at Sun Feifei's lack of decorum. She glances at the little skeleton closely attached to her, and a wave of warmth surges within her heart. All discontent seems to have quietly dissipated in that instant. Thank you, Feifei, and thank you to you too. Ning Xiwei expresses her gratitude earnestly to both Sun Feifei and Lu Chen. Observing Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei enjoying their meal with gusto, Lu Chen feels a pang of desire. He has spent several centuries in the realm of the undead, mostly lying lifeless within a 100-meter radius of a purple-gold pillar of light, never having tasted a morsel of meat. Although the little skeleton is merely a frame of grayish-white bones, lacking a digestive system and even a sense of taste, it does not imply that he cannot partake in food. It is simply that thoughts become actions. The centuries of existence in the realm of the undead have rendered Lu Chen unrestrained. Extending his bony fingers, he picks up a chicken leg. The chicken leg, golden and glistening, appears delectable. Bringing it to his mouth, he gnashes his gray-white teeth, crunching down on the chicken leg. The two girls engaged in conversation abruptly halt, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if their worldview has shattered in that moment. What am I seeing? A skeleton is gnawing on a chicken leg. Since when can the undead consume blood food? They ponder. Where does the chicken leg go once swallowed by the little skeleton? Following Lu Chen's chewing and swallowing, they peer down his spine. The shredded chicken meat passes through his sparse ribs and through his hollow lumbar vertebrae. With a plop, as expected, it falls onto the cushion of the chair. Then, under the astonished gazes of the two girls, Lu Chen continues to munch on the chicken leg with one hand, while pointing to the lone remaining chicken leg on the plate with the other, gazing at Ning Xiwei. Goodness! Xiwei, Sun Feifei's voice rises. He wants you to eat the last chicken leg. Ning Xiwei stares at the flickering flame in Lu Chen's eye sockets, unable to restrain her curiosity. Is that so? Lu Chen nods. Ning Xiwei is taken aback. He understood what I said. It is well known that undead creatures cannot comprehend human language. In fact, they lack hearing altogether. Those who command the undead do so through contractual connections to relay commands, allowing the undead to act. Yet, this little skeleton must possess hearing, as he reacted to her words. Xiwei, he heard us. He comprehends our speech. Incredible. Xiwei, your little skeleton is indeed extraordinary. He possesses the capability of hearing. Sun Feifei exclaims, even more excited than Ning Xiwei. Little skeleton, here has something for you. Sun Feifei offers the half-eaten chicken leg to Lu Chen. The small flame in Lu Chen's eye sockets flickers momentarily, ignoring Sun Feifei's gesture. At this moment, it is evident that the little skeleton is disdainful of the chicken leg that Sun Feifei has already bitten into. Lu Chen continues to chew on the chicken leg. This act of chewing imparts to him a feeling of revival, which he thoroughly enjoys. Moreover, to speak truthfully, the presentation of this chicken leg is impeccable, appealing in both aroma and appearance. Good food, naturally, deserves to be shared with his summoner. Lu Chen promptly presents the plate containing the last chicken leg to Ning Xiwei. Accustomed to the sluggish actions of undead beings, the sudden behavior of this ordinary undead, mirroring that of a living person, leaves Sun Feifei's perception utterly transformed. Wow, how marvelous! Sun Feifei leaps to Ning Xiwei's side and embraces her tightly. Xiwei, Your little skeleton is definitely not ordinary, comparable to human intelligence. It is the hallmark of high-level undead beings. What does this imply? The more Sun Feifei contemplates, the more exhilarated she becomes for her friend. The creature contracted by her friend is not merely an ordinary undead being. It is of the skeleton royal lineage. This little skeleton is undoubtedly a skeleton king, and Sun Feifei would stake her life on it. Xiwei, let us go? We must venture into the secret realm now. Your little skeleton is absolutely invincible. We need to fully develop its potential and make those who look down upon us deeply regret it. Without further ado, Sun Feifei seizes Ning Xiwei and rushes towards the entrance of the secret realm. In Qiang City, there are two major secret realms, the Beast Paradise, open during the day, and the Nightmare Forest, open at night. Presently, the three of them arrive at the entrance of the Beast Paradise. Xiwei, let me tell you, the most annoying creatures in the outskirts of the Beast Paradise are the groundhogs. Though they are merely mid-tier zero-stage creatures, they burrow underground and are elusive, suddenly popping up to bite you. It's quite painful. Sun Feifei informs Ning Xiwei about the various situations within the Beast Paradise. Although they are contemporaries, Ning Xiwei has been delayed in awakening her summoning spirit due to Principal Lu Huifeng's insistence on repaying the school, resulting in her falling behind her peers in strength. After all, only upon completing the summoning spirit can one achieve occupational awakening, leading to a notable enhancement in power. Consequently, Sun Feifei is already at the second stage of the first tier, while Ning Xiwei is merely at the seventh stage of the zero tier. Furthermore, Sun Feifei has entered the secret realm several times, while Ning Xiwei has yet to set foot in one. Upon reaching the gatekeeper of the secret realm, as they pass through the protective barrier, Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei's tier information appears before the gatekeeper. He speaks, for first-tier beings. The admission fee is 3 first-tier spirit crystals. For zero-tier beings, the fee is 1 first-tier spirit crystal. Oh, you are newcomers. You are permitted to enter the secret realm for free once. Sun Feifei digs 3 first-tier spirit crystals from her wallet and hands them to the gatekeeper, her expression pained. These are my last 3 spirit crystals. If I cannot gather 3 spirit crystals in the secret realm, I won't even be able to enter next time. Then, Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei link arms and step into the green vortex before them. As this is Ning Xiwei's first entry into a secret realm, she feels a twinge of nervousness, glancing back at the little skeleton closely following her, her anxious heart gradually settling. The connection from the contract at her brow reassures her. She relishes this sensation. Though Sun Feifei repeatedly asserts that the little skeleton belongs to the royal undead lineage and is immensely powerful, she has witnessed the little skeleton being obliterated by the blazing flames of a prestigious Academy's mentor. So she does not wish for the little skeleton to be put in danger. She holds the little skeleton's bony fingers tightly, silently assuring, "Do not worry. I will protect you." Chapter 6. First Kill, Frenzied Attribute Points, and Talent. As if piercing through a thin membrane, Ning Xiwei surveyed her surroundings. The Beast Paradise was not as ominous and terrifying as she had imagined. Instead, it was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant scent of blooming flowers. Surrounded by dense shrubs, grass, and woods, Lu Chen twirled a glistening skull, scanning the area. The air was remarkably fresh. Yet within that freshness lingered a faint hint of blood. Simultaneously, she could occasionally sense a thread of hostility from nearby, particularly from the depths of the distant forest, where the animosity was palpable, like needles pricking her skin. However, compared to the pitch-black realm of the undead, this place felt like paradise. Ning Xiwei, destined to awaken as a spirit summoner, possessed an extraordinary talent. Although it was her first venture into the secret realm, she could vaguely sense the overwhelming hostility surrounding her. Instinctively, she positioned herself in front of Lu Chen. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, and a delicate figure of a young girl emerged before her. The girl was nimble and sharp-eyed, constantly vigilant of her surroundings, clearly protecting him. Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart. When Sun Feifei noticed how Ning Xiwei was shielding Lu Chen so resolutely, she couldn't help but cover her forehead, exclaiming, Hey, Xiwei. Who exactly is the master here, and who is the summoned entity? Besides, with me, a first-tier expert, in the vicinity, the outskirts of the Beast Paradise are absolutely safe." Her teasing tone made Ning Xiwei's ears turn crimson. She retreated to Lu Chen's left side, yet her soft form remained close to him. She cast a glance at Lu Chen, lowered her head, her charming face instantly flushed, and whispered, "Of course, I am the master." "Well, that's hopeless. You've really taken your little skeleton for a treasure." Sun Feifei looked at Lu Chen, her expression growing serious. "Little skeleton, look at your adorable and soft master. Always standing in front of you, ready to protect you. How noble and kind. You must remember her goodness. Do you understand?" The flickering flames in Lu Chen's eyes reflected Ning Xiwei's blushing face. The flames represented the bond of their contract, linking the two. Through this connection, Lu Chun could vaguely perceive the girl's complex emotions, closeness, warmth, and attachment. He sensed her loneliness and strength, her fear of losing herself, and her belief that he was weak, despite her own fragility. Yet, she wanted to protect him. Silly girl. A tender feeling blossomed in Lu Chen's heart. Although he was merely a skeletal frame at that moment, both Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei seemed to sense the complexity of Lu Chen's emotions. They also felt that his connection to this world had deepened. All right, we've reached the secret realm. Various signs indicated that Xiwei, your little skeleton, is undoubtedly extraordinary, very likely the Skeleton King. Lu Chen's series of actions convinced Sun Feifei more than ever that he was indeed the Skeleton King. Her mind was filled with visions of Lu Chen dominating his enemies, with all beasts bowing before him. Ha ha ha, with Xiwei's little skeleton around, I need no longer worry about entering the secret realm without ticket money. The more Sun Feifei thought about it, the more excited she became, immediately setting out to meticulously track the monsters. She aimed to lure a creature before the little skeleton, igniting the opportunity for him to transform. In that moment, Sun Feifei felt honored to draw the monsters for Lu Chun. Over there, demon goat, let's see where you run. Soon, Sun Feifei drove a goat, half her height, with a pure white body and pure black limbs, its horns on the forehead sharp as daggers, towards them. Skeleton King, your awakening moment has arrived. The excitement in Sun Feifei's eyes was nearly overwhelming. Ning Xiwei fixated on the demon goat's horns, which gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sun, exceedingly sharp. Then she glanced at Lu Chun, whose skeletal frame appeared frail and grayish. Unlike Sun Feifei's confidence in Lu Chun, she did not wish for the little skeleton to take any risks. Sensing Ning Xiwei's concern, Sun Feifei tapped her staff on the ground, summoning a blue light as a conjuration circle rapidly appeared. A large, striped tiger emerged from the circle, fully extending its body, nearly 3 meters long. Rest assured, my little tiger is a first stage, absolutely capable of crushing a 0-tier, 5th stage demon goat. The striped tiger raised its tail high and roared, its powerful presence causing the demon goat to paw anxiously at the ground, its demeanor restless. It had clearly lost the will to fight. Lu Chun could see that the demon goat had become akin to a lamb waiting for slaughter. With a simple thrust of a bony finger, he could end its life. He immediately glanced at the system panel. Infinite plunder. When you kill any creature, there is a chance to plunder some of their attributes, skills, or talents. This demon goat was the stepping stone to the peak. Lu Chun took a step towards the demon goat, his flickering flames fixated on its vital artery. Go for it, Skeleton King. Sun Feifei envisioned the moment Lu Chun shed his ordinary form and transformed into a king. She could almost see a grand Skeleton King, transcending the heavens and the earth. Behind him, however, Ning Xiwei beside him clenched her fists, her expression filled with worry. He was getting too close to the demon goat. With his fingers poised like a blade, Lu Chun thrust towards the demon goat's artery. Bah! The demon goat reacted violently, its hind legs kicking at Lu Chun. He felt an overwhelming force approaching. Crack! Lu Chun's tailbone shattered, and his entire skeleton fell apart. What? Sun Feifei was momentarily stunned. Where's the Skeleton King? That invincible, transcendent Skeleton King? How could he be shattered by a 0-tier monster's mere touch? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a lie. My spirit crystals, my ticket. Sun Feifei began to sob sorrowfully. It was only at this moment that she realized the instructors of the Supreme Academy had not erred. The latest talent detection device had not malfunctioned. Sun Feifei swore to believe in science from now on and never again trust that an ordinary little skeleton could be the hidden Skeleton King. On the other side, upon witnessing Lu Chen's disintegration, Ning Xiwei's heart trembled. Bastard! Filled with rage, Ning Xiwei leaped forward. She tensed her right leg, aiming for the demon goat's neck, striking down like a graceful battle axe. Boom! The demon goat's head was smashed into the ground, crimson blood oozing from its neck. Are you all right? Ning Xiwei turned and hurriedly assisted Lu Chun in reassembling his skeletal frame. Lu Chun moved his joints, feeling somewhat speechless, having resided in the undead realm for so long. This body was exceedingly weak. It was one thing to be blown apart by the formidable creatures of the undead realm. Now he had been shattered by a 0-tier monster. Infuriating. Seeing the demon goat on the brink of death, Lu Chun stepped forward, aiming for its gaping artery. With a swift motion, he delivered the final blow. Infinite plunder activated. Strength 1. Agility 2. Acquisition of talent. Tough skin and sturdy flesh. Chapter 7. Attribute point surge. Power transforms dramatically. A surge of warmth materialized out of thin air, flooding Lu Chun's skeletal frame, filling the gaps within his bones. In an instant, Lu Chun felt his strength multiply several times over, and his agility saw a considerable enhancement. He promptly accessed the system panel, which indeed displayed his attribute data. Name: Lu Chen. Race: Little Skeleton. Level: 0 Stage, Segment 1. Strength: 121. Agility: 222. Constitution: 02. Mentality: 521. Talent: Tough Skin and Sturdy Flesh. Tough Skin and Sturdy Flesh. Your skin and skeletal defense increase by 10. Exclusive talent: Infinite Golden Attributes. Note: the host gains 1 golden attribute for each advancement in rank, which applies to the host itself. Current golden attributes: 1. Attribute Library, Infinite Plunder. Infinite Plunder. When you slay any creature, there is a chance to acquire a portion of their attributes, skills, and talents. No wonder he felt such a tremendous increase in strength and agility. It turned out that his original strength, agility, and constitution were all at a mere 02. It was no surprise that the monsters in the Necromancer's Abyss could easily disperse him with a single breath. And even the weaker creatures in the secret realm could shatter him with a kick. Lu Chen's expression darkened. However, his mentality at a remarkable 521 was exceptionally commendable. It made sense, after all, given that he had lingered in the Necromancer's Abyss for at least several centuries. Yet, at this moment, his mentality seemed to lack practical application. As for the rather pedestrian talent of Tough Skin and Sturdy Flesh, a mere 10-point increase in defense was somewhat inadequate. Upon further contemplation of the attribute panel, Lu Chen experienced a moment of clarity. The 4-dimensional attributes of an average adult typically fluctuate around 1 point. He flexed his finger bones, fixating his gaze on the now motionless demon goat. A single creature had yielded him 3 attribute points and 1 talent. It seemed the trigger probability for this infinite plunder was rather high. Lu Chen scanned his surroundings. The thickets and woods concealed a plethora of monsters. They were all resources for his growth. Observing Lu Chen standing over the demon goat's corpse, Sun Feifei couldn't help but stick her tongue out at Ning Xiwei. Xiwei, I've noticed your little skeleton harbors a grudge. The demon goat kicked him, and he retaliated by slitting its throat. It had it coming for kicking a skeleton. Ning Xiwei huffed in indignation. Were it not for her quick reflexes, Lu Chen might have been severely injured. Sun Feifei remained silent, giving Ning Xiwei a thumbs up. At that moment, a brilliant surge of spiritual energy erupted from the lifeless demon goat, splitting into 3 streams that entered the bodies of the 3 individuals. Sun Feifei, feeling her strength increase, beamed with delight. This is the beauty of the secret realm. When monsters die, spiritual energy materializes, and it actively enters nearby beings, elevating their realms. This is far swifter than our own cultivation. However, absorbing spiritual energy to transform it into strength still relies on talent. Sun Feifei pouted. Among the 3 of us, that genius, despite having ventured into the secret realm about the same number of times and slaying a similar quantity of monsters, has already reached Stage 1, Segment 5. While I'm still at Stage 1, Segment 2. Ning Xiwei resonated deeply with her sentiment. She sensed that after the spiritual energy entered her body, only a small fraction transformed into strength, while the majority dissipated. As for Lu Chen, upon sensing the spiritual energy infiltrate his skeletal frame, it directly permeated his bones. And then, it vanished. Goodness. His talent for converting spiritual energy was maxed out. Delightful. The faster he leveled up, the quicker he could unlock new golden attributes. Infinite Plunder was paving Lu Chen's path to godlike attributes. What would the next golden attribute be? Lu Chen's jaw clicked as he chuckled. I'll continue to lure monsters. Let us aim to gather enough for our next secret realm ticket. Sun Feifei commanded her vibrant tiger to leap forth. From the underbrush, a wolf-like creature, similar in size to the demon goat, emerged, its entire body a shade of brown with blood-red eyes. It was a soil-burrowing wolf. Little tiger, attack it. The soil-burrowing wolf twisted midair to evade the vibrant tiger's pounce, diving into a burrow, only to re-emerge from the grass behind Sun Feifei. Don't come near me. Sun Feifei, whose abilities primarily lay in summoning, found herself lacking in strength and could not match the 0 stage, Segment 7 soil-burrowing wolf in close combat. Bang! Ning Xiwei leaped into the air, her long right leg tensed, and swiftly shattered the soil-burrowing wolf's throat. The creature fell to the ground, breathing heavily, its life ebbing away. Lu Chen, observing the soil-burrowing wolf's impending demise, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. Attribute points were incoming. With an agility of 22, Lu Chen darted ahead of Sun Feifei to slice through the wolf's carotid artery with his finger bone. The slight increase of 1 point in strength made this task significantly easier than when he had dealt with the demon goat. Infinite Plunder triggered successfully. Strength, 2. Acquired skill, Pounce. At that moment, Lu Chen's strength, 322. His strength had doubled once again. Similarly, a stream of spiritual energy floated from the soil-burrowing wolf's carcass, entering the 3 individuals. Well, it seems he enjoys delivering the finishing blow, Sun Feifei remarked, lowering her staff that she had aimed at the wolf's head. Casting a curious glance at Lu Chun, Ning Xiwei shifted her gaze back to Lu Chun. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, she felt her little skeleton had indeed grown a bit stronger. She smiled at Sun Feifei, saying, "Let him have his fun with the finishing blows." Subsequently, the two girls left all the final strikes to Lu Chun. Strength, 1. Strength, 5. Constitution, 2. Agility, 7. Acquired skill, Blink. Acquired talent, Blade Fong. Acquired skill, Heavy Strike. 3 hours later, Lu Chun had delivered over 100 finishing blows. The two girls, panting heavily, paused to recuperate their energy. Lu Chun opened his panel. Name, Lu Chun. Race, Little Skeleton. Level, 0 stage, segment 5. Strength, 151. Agility, 98. Constitution, 101. Mentality, 66. Talent, Tough Skin and Sturdy Flesh, Blade Fong, Iron Armor. Skills, Pounce, Blink. Heavy Strike, Charge, Charge Slash, Horn Strike. Exclusive Talent, Infinite Golden Attributes, Current Golden Attributes, 1. Attribute Library, Infinite Plunder. At this moment, the panel was resplendent. Even his realm had ascended to segment 5, drawing him closer to the next new attribute. Compared to his initial panel, the transformation was nothing short of monumental. However, the increase in his mental attribute points was somewhat sluggish. Lu Chun pondered. It appeared that the mental attribute was comparatively rarer than the other 3 dimensions. The newly acquired talents and skills from Plunder were quite ordinary. After all, this was the periphery of the secret realm, which was understandable. In Lu Chun's perception, an array of vital presences suddenly emerged around him. They were the creatures of the secret realm, born autonomously from the depths of the secret domain. Yet their rate of emergence far exceeded the ordinary. Feifei. With her keen senses, Ning Xiwei sprang to her feet, her expression wary. They were surrounded by numerous monsters. We are encircled. Sun Feifei's delicate face turned pale as she hurriedly summoned her vibrant striped tiger to shield the group. Little skeleton, come here. Ning Xiwei called out to Lu Chun. What is she planning? Although Lu Chun was perplexed, he complied and approached her. Just as he stood beside Ning Xiwei, he witnessed the girl turn around, positioning her body alongside Sun Feifei and the striped tiger, forming a protective triangle around him. This little girl is once again intent on safeguarding him. How endearing. Lu Chun smiled. However, this time, it shall be I who protects you. Chapter 8. The Little Skeleton. Why so strong as a demon god? This was clearly the periphery of the secret realm. How could there be more monsters than in the core area? Look over there at the edge of the woods. There are at least 7 or 8 horned wolves of 0 stage, 9th rank. Monsters of 7th rank or higher have never appeared in the secret realm's outskirts. What on earth is happening? The two girls surveyed the densely packed secret realm creatures, feeling a chill run down their spines. Feifei, there must have been some changes in the secret realm that we are unaware of. We are not far from the exit. We will surely make it out alive. Ning Xiwei's gaze was resolute. Though Sun Feifei's rank surpassed Ning Xiwei's by several tiers, the worry in her eyes was palpable. Ning Xiwei patted Sun Feifei's shoulder and glanced back at Lu Chun. She then looked at the striped tiger summoned by Sun Feifei, a flicker of determination shining in her eyes. She spoke to Lu Chun. We are surrounded by formidable monsters. I should return you to the summoning space. Her steadfast gaze wavered, tinged with affection. If I cannot escape the secret realm, I will dissolve the contract at the last moment, granting you your freedom. You will return to your birthplace. After saying this, she gazed longingly at Lu Chun and opened the contract spirit space. From the deepest recesses of the contract link, Ning Xiwei's affection and reluctance nearly enveloped Lu Chun. What a strong and kind-hearted little girl. Waves of tenderness surged within Lu Chun. He shook his notably sturdier skeletal head. Compared to the last time, the contract spirit space could slightly limit Lu Chun's movements. After a surge in attribute points, the constraints of the contract spirit space were virtually negligible for Lu Chun. With just a couple of strides, he stepped beyond the confines of the contract spirit space, approaching Ning Xiwei and patting her delicate shoulder. In those 3 hours of combat training, Lu Chun had subtly gauged his physical prowess against the creatures of the secret realm. For instance, the 0 stage, 7th rank groundhog had an average physicality, agility, and strength not exceeding 50 points. Yet now, his attributes were around 100, with strength surpassing 150. To slay a wolf, he needed but a finger. Lu Chun wished to convey to Ning Xiwei that she need not fear. Alas, he could not articulate his thoughts, leaving the two girls to their trepidation. The flickering crimson flames within his deep-set eyes mirrored the howling and roaring monsters of the secret realm surrounding them. They were merely resources for his growth. Xiwei, your little skeleton is quite loyal. Standing shoulder to shoulder with her best friend, Sun Feifei was no longer as fearful as before. Ning Xiwei smiled, radiant as a blooming begonia. She whispered in Lu Chen's ear, "Thank you. Be careful, Xiwei." Just then, a horned wolf charged forward. "Little tiger, go!" Sun Feifei's vibrant striped tiger, with its strength at 0 stage, 1st rank, was more than capable of handling the 0 stage, 9th rank horned wolf. However, the sheer number of monsters closing in was overwhelming. The striped tiger managed to fend off 3 horned wolves that came at them in succession. 3 0 stage, 8th rank rat dogs then surrounded them. At that moment, the striped tiger had no capacity left to intercept. Sun Feifei gritted her teeth and summoned a 0 stage, 9th rank cat-shaped creature, but due to its small size, it could only block 1 rat dog. She herself wielded her staff against another rat dog. As the last rat dog lunged towards Ning Xiwei, who was merely at 0 stage, 7th rank, Lu Chun prepared to intervene. Ning Xiwei sensed his intent. She extended her delicate, snow-white hand to stop him, whispering, "This creature is only slightly stronger than a demon goat. Let me test my skills first. And then you can handle the subsequent monsters, alright?" This little girl was clearly implying that since she couldn't even defeat the demon goat, he should refrain from intervening. Nonetheless, her words afforded him sufficient dignity. Very well, he decided to hold back for the moment. During his training, Lu Chun had observed Ning Xiwei's prowess. Although her rank was low, at 0 stage, 7th rank, her agility and skill were remarkably adept, with an advantage of even a small rank. She could certainly contend with 0 stage, 8th rank foes. The 2 girls and the tiger engaged fiercely with their respective adversaries. Moments later, the vibrant striped tiger was the first to tear apart the neck of 3 horned wolves. Following its master's command, it remained vigilant and did not rush to assist. Next, Sun Feifei's 0 stage, 9th rank summoning creature severed the neck of a rat dog. Then Ning Xiwei seized an opportunity to eliminate a rat dog with a decisive strike. And lastly, Sun Feifei crushed the skull of another rat dog. After the intense battle, the 2 girls and the tiger were utterly exhausted. Let us retreat slowly. Ning Xiwei decided upon noticing that the surrounding monsters had halted their advance. Thus, the 3 of them, along with the tiger, began to backtrack towards the entrance of the secret realm, facing countless pairs of crimson eyes. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the 2 girls. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the woods. Following that, as if the earth itself trembled, several towering figures hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Lu Chun and the others, rearing up on their hind legs. It was the serpent-faced bear. Ning Xiwei discerned the approaching creatures, which were black-furred bears standing a staggering 4 meters tall, their heads flat like snakes, with dark tongues drooping from their mouths to their necks, and foul, black saliva dripping from their lips, sizzling as it hit the ground. The serpent-faced bear, 1st stage, 3rd rank. Sun Feifei's complexion instantly paled. Her mightiest striped tiger, facing several serpent-faced bears, shrank back, emitting a low warning growl. "Xiwei, we are doomed." Gazing into the menacing green eyes of the bears, despair enveloped her. The serpent-faced bear relished devouring its prey alive. It would consume us piece by piece, sobbing. The mere thought of her body being devoured sent Sun Feifei into a fit of despair, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Is this where it ends? How disheartening. Especially now that she has a family. Ning Xiwei looked at Lu Chun beside her, at his skeletal form, her eyes filled with regret. Tears began to cascade silently from her eyes. Yet, she smiled at Lu Chun, as if wishing to imprint her most beautiful visage within the flickering flames of his essence. She softly asked, "May I return to the contract spirit space?" Her tear-filled gaze and delicate demeanor made her utterly endearing. Lu Chun felt a pang of heartache and slowly shook his head. Just then, the lead serpent-faced bear, nearly 5 meters tall, opened its flat mouth, its tongue flicking, and then lunged forward. The 2 bear paws, one targeting Ning Xiwei and the other aimed at Sun Feifei, poised menacingly. As the creature lunged forward, it merely grazed the colorful fierce tiger, causing Sun Feifei's most formidable summoned beast to dissipate into energy midair. In the blink of an eye, the snake-faced bear closed in, saliva dripping from its maw onto the ground at the feet of the 3. Hiss! The wild grass rapidly melted away beneath its drool. The colossal paw of the bear swung toward them. Why must I face the snake-faced bear? No, I refuse to die. Xiwei, hold on, don't die. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Sun Feifei nearly lost her sanity and surrendered all resistance. Ning Xiwei shut her eyes, murmuring, "It's over." Yet, the anticipated agony never arrived. Slowly, she opened her eyes to witness an unforgettable scene. A petite skeleton had extended a skeletal hand, pressing against the leg of the snake-faced bear, which was many times larger than itself. The powerful secret realm creature was rendered immobile, pinned in place. Was this her little skeleton? Ning Xiwei could hardly believe her eyes. Beside her, Sun Feifei's pupils dilated to the utmost. That tiny figure was capable of resisting the onslaught of a tempest with a mere hand. Incredible. Utterly astonishing. Merely 3 hours had passed, and this little skeleton had grown as formidable as a demigod. Chapter 9. The spiritual energy surged into her body in waves. A skeleton, its bones loose and frail, barely reaching the thigh of the snake-faced bear, was somehow capable of restraining the colossal beast with just one bony hand. She was certain that just a second ago, she would have been utterly incapacitated by the bear's paw, watching helplessly alongside her dearest friend as the creature devoured her piece by piece. A true descent into hell. However, this diminutive figure had pulled her back from the brink of despair. In that moment, the small skeletal form was indelibly etched into her heart. In that moment, it became the deity of her soul. Suddenly, a surge of exhilaration filled her heart. It turned out that the mentors of the Supreme Academy were all blind. That so-called latest model of the talent testing machine was nothing but a malfunctioning fool. Of course, I am one too. Sun Feifei beamed with joy. She slowly approached Ning Xiwei, grasping her friend's small hand, and sincerely offered her congratulations. Xiwei, congratulations. Ning Xiwei's eyes, once filled with disbelief toward the tiny figure, gradually softened as she graciously accepted her friend's blessing. Then, her gaze fixated on the small form that stood defiantly against the snake-faced bear. Though diminutive, it seemed to occupy her entire field of vision. At this moment, Chen seized the knee of the snake-faced bear, countering its ferocious assault. Feeling the strain between his fingers, he thought, this strength? At the first rank, third tier, is this all it possesses? Chen exerted merely 50% of his strength and successfully held back the bear's onslaught. Calculating, its power attribute seemed to hover around 80 points. It seemed this creature had taken a special interest in him. After a few roars, it attempted to grapple with him once more. However, as Chen increased his strength to 55%, the snake-faced bear finally reached its limit. Was that it? After nearly losing his voice, it could only muster 7 or 8 points of strength. Pathetic. With a push from his toes, Chen's skeletal frame launched into the air, soaring 4 meters high. He aimed at the bear's flat maw and shouted, "Heavy strike," with a swift downward motion of his index and middle fingers. A resounding crack echoed as the mountain-like snake-faced bear was riddled with cracks, blood splattering everywhere. Infinite plunder successful. Power 6. Acquired talent, corrosion. Corrosion, your strength carries a slight corrosive effect. Chen landed gracefully. As he turned, the snake-faced bear shattered behind him with a thunderous crash. How magnificent. Xiwei, your little skeleton is simply incredible. Sun Feifei leaped in celebration. The moment he turned, witnessing the enemy's disintegration, pierced Sun Feifei's heart with exhilaration. This was no ordinary little skeleton. It was a transcendent infernal deity. Even its kills exuded an aura of coolness. With sparkling eyes, she glanced at Chen, filled with envy for her best friend, then pouted her lips. At that moment, Ning Xiwei too was deeply impressed by the scene of Chen's transformation and the enemy's obliteration, engraving it firmly in her memory. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming pride that this skeleton, akin to family, had finally radiated its own brilliance, and a profound sense of gratitude washed over her. Grateful that she had heeded her heart's calling and forged a pact with Chen, the pent-up frustration that had lingered deep within her heart finally found release. Chen returned to Ning Xiwei's side, noticing the young girl gazing at him with wide eyes, seemingly entranced. What? Is there a flower on my face? Or perhaps I'm smeared with the blood and flesh of that beast? No, that creature's flesh was foul and must not cling to my skeletal frame. After checking each of his bones and finding them immaculate and smooth, he felt relieved. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found her still staring at him, seemingly lost in thought. How endearing. Unable to resist, Chen waved his skeletal hand before her eyes. As she beheld the stark whiteness of his finger bones, Ning Xiwei suddenly realized the impropriety of her actions. How rude of me to fixate on someone else's bones. He is so clever. Surely he must think I am foolish. Ning Xiwei lowered her head, her earlobes flushed crimson, spreading warmth across her entire face, awkwardly rubbing her big toe against the sole of her shoe. You two are just like a pair of lovebirds. Sun Feifei, having witnessed the entire exchange, couldn't he help but tease. You stop talking nonsense. Ning Xiwei rushed to cover Sun Feifei's mouth, feeling as if her head might burst into flames. Yet she couldn't resist glancing at Chen. What would he think? Moreover, being teased by Feifei, she felt a strange sense of warmth in her heart, perhaps not entirely displeased. Ning Xiwei's thoughts drifted far away. Meanwhile, the blood rain from the snake-faced bear had finally incited the surrounding secret realm creatures into a frenzy. Stirring restlessly, As for the spiritual energy coalesced from the snake-faced bear's death, it was indeed far more robust than that of the Angle wolves. However, the moment it appeared, it split into hundreds of strands, penetrating the bodies of nearby creatures within 100 meters. The other two snake-faced bears could no longer contain themselves. Although they feared the sudden demise of their leader, they failed to sense any aura that would evoke their fear, gradually shifting their gaze toward the two girls exuding a tantalizing scent of humanity. As for Lu Chen, a seemingly ordinary skeleton, they had encountered many like it. The tender human flesh, once devoured, left behind such remnants. Roar! The two snake-faced bears charged forward. Be careful, Ning Xiwei warned. Sun Feifei cast a glance at Lu Chen, her heart instantly settling, yet she remained vigilant. In a blink, Lu Chen's figure materialized before the two-headed serpent-faced bear. Concurrently, he sensed a slight depletion of his mental attributes. Upon discovering that a skeletal framework obstructed his path, the two-headed serpent-faced bear paid it no heed and charged forward. Very well, if it relished the collision. Lu Chen unleashed his skill, transforming into a mere afterimage as he collided with one of the serpent-faced bears. Bang! The beast disintegrated into a mist of crimson. The other bear, seized by fright, stiffened in place, its formidable body collapsing straight down, carving a 10-meter-long furrow through the underbrush. With a decisive strike, Lu Chen once again became a flurry of gray afterimages, slicing through the fallen serpent-faced bear with lethal precision. The creature was cleaved in two, letting out a couple of mournful howls before succumbing to silence. Two strands of spiritual energy, as thick as ropes, emanated from the corpses, dividing into hundreds of tendrils that infiltrated Lu Chen and his companions, as well as the surrounding creatures of the secret realm. Infinite plunder successful. Agility 2. Constitution 3. The demise of the three-headed serpent-faced bears instilled sheer terror in the nearby creatures of the secret realm, compelling them to flee the scene. Thinking of escape? Lu Chen had no intention of letting these bountiful resources slip away. He transformed into a relentless butcher. Blink. Charge. Devastating strike. What exhilaration. How utterly delightful. Is this the sensation of being carried along by a powerhouse? Wow. Sun Feifei had never witnessed such a spectacle. The secret realm, in a frenzy, was indiscriminately spawning monsters, which often perished within a heartbeat at the hands of a diminutive figure. Each fallen creature heralded the birth of a wisp of spiritual energy. Corpses littered the ground, and spiritual energy, ripe for elevation, was abundant. Often, before one wisp could be fully absorbed, several others would line up to invade her body. Truly, this was beyond absurd. Ning Xiwei and her companion exchanged a glance, lamenting their lack of sufficient bodies. One body was simply inadequate to digest the overwhelming spiritual energy that was readily available. Chapter 10. Even in heaps, one must elevate their cultivation to unparalleled heights. This was a banquet for ascension, due to Lu Chen's rapid slaughter. The spiritual energy capable of enhancing strength and elevating realms was as plentiful as cabbages in the market, available in abundance. Both Ning Xiwei and her companion recognized the rarity of this opportunity. The secret realm had unexpectedly gone haywire, desperately refreshing its monsters. And they just so happened to have a teammate who dispatched first-tier secret realm creatures with the ease of quenching thirst. They had all the advantages: timing, location, and synergy. Trusting in Lu Chen's strength, Ning Xiwei and her companion promptly shut off their senses, closed their eyes, and sat cross-legged, fully engrossed in the conversion of the spiritual energy pouring in. From a distance, it appeared as though a mist enveloped Ning Xiwei and her companion. The white fog swirled, obscuring their figures, and this very mist was composed entirely of tantalizing spiritual energy. Breathe. Inhale. Transform. Yes, I have broken through. I am now at the first tier. Third stage. Haha, I have broken through again. I am at the first tier, fourth stage. Sun Feifei shrieked in delight, her eyes shut tight. The density of the spiritual energy was overwhelming. Even if the majority of it stemmed from zero-tier secret realm creatures, the sheer volume was irresistible. This allowed Sun Feifei, at her first-tier level, to achieve successive breakthroughs. I am at the fifth stage now. At that moment, the rate of monster spawns in the vicinity of the secret realm had drastically slowed. Only an occasional creature would materialize, and all were below the seventh stage. It appeared that the secret realm was returning to normalcy. Lu Chen ceased his slaughter and rotated his arm bones. The power surging between his bones had become even more formidable, stronger by several folds compared to when he had slain the serpent-faced bears. In the span of a mere hour, at least 1,000 secret realm creatures had perished at his hands. Lu Chen opened his status panel. Name: Lu Chen. Race: Little Skeleton. Level: 0 tier, 9th stage. Strength: 951. Agility: 920. Constitution: 1001. Mental: 93. Talents: Tough skin, sword teeth, iron armor, corrosion, steel bones, hand blade, dense fur. Skills: pounce, blink, devastating strike, charge, charge slash, horn strike. Rapid impact, back kick, fireball technique. Fireball technique consumes mental energy to launch a fireball. Exclusive talent, infinite gold attributes, current gold attribute, 1. Attribute repository, infinite plunder. When you slay any creature, there is a chance to plunder a portion of their attributes, skills, and talents. His constitution had surpassed 1,000. Indeed, Lu Chen felt his bones becoming increasingly solid, the edges sharper, akin to divine weaponry. The ordinary talents and skills he possessed were now numerous and diverse. The talents and skills of nearby secret realm creatures had been almost entirely plundered by him. Yet, despite the slaughter of over 1,000 secret realm monsters and the absorption of vast amounts of spiritual energy, Lu Chen found himself stymied at 0 tier, 9th stage. While Sun Feifei had ascended to the 5th stage of the 1st tier. What was the reason behind this? Perplexed, Lu Chen glanced toward Sun Feifei. Enveloped in the mist of spiritual energy, and carefully sensed the amount of spiritual energy within her. It was vastly inferior to his own, almost akin to the difference between a basin and a swimming pool. However, regrettably, her lesser spiritual energy equated to a bona fide 1st tier. 5th stage. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained at 0 tier, 9th stage. After some contemplation, he ultimately understood. It was my constitution that was too formidable. Sigh. Lu Chen felt the power coursing through his bones, capable of shattering air, yet it was frustratingly impeding his speed in unlocking new attributes. Moreover, with monsters no longer spawning, where could he swiftly level up? Lu Chen extended his senses. In the haze, he detected the presence of secret realm monsters 10 miles away, densely clustered as before. Excellent. A pathway to rapid advancement had emerged. Lu Chen cracked his jaw with a chuckle, glancing at Ning Xiwei and her companion, who were still engrossed in their meditation. Very well, let us wait for these adorably naive little companions. There is no rush to level up. Minutes passed. The spiritual energy mist enveloping Ning Xiwei and her companion eventually dissipated. Haha, I am at the 1st tier, 6th stage. My cultivation has surpassed that of the genius among us 3. Thank you, Brother Skeleton, for aiding my advancement. Sun Feifei opened her eyes and immediately expressed her gratitude to Lu Chen. Then, brimming with excitement, she turned to Ning Xiwei and asked, Xiwei, what tier are you at now? In Sun Feifei's mind, if she could elevate from the 2nd stage of the 1st tier to the 6th stage, then Ning Xiwei, who had originally been at 0 tier, 7th stage, and possessed the potential to awaken as a spirit conduit, must be far superior. With nearly identical accumulations of spiritual energy, surely she must be at the 4th or 5th stage of the 1st tier, perhaps even surpassing her. She was genuinely thrilled for her friend. Ning Xiwei lowered her head. Her complexion somewhat pallid, yet she whispered, 0 stage, 9th tier. What? 0 stage, 9th tier? My heavens, Xiwei, you are truly a genius. I am utterly astounded. It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over Sun Feifei, her previously exuberant expression instantly chilling. How could this be? How could you only be at 0 stage, 9th tier? Yet she believed that Ning Xiwei would not jest about such matters. Xiwei, as for my spiritual power, I can only retain a minuscule portion. The majority has dissipated. Ning Xiwei embraced her knees, her delicate chin resting upon them, her demeanor somber and despondent. She even felt as if she were losing face for her little skeleton. Am I truly so useless? Xiwei is extraordinary. She managed to cultivate to 0 stage, 7th tier by her own efforts. Were it not for my visits to the secret realms, I fear I would only be at 0 stage, 4th tier. Sun Feifei drew closer to Ning Xiwei, their bodies pressed together. In that moment, Sun Feifei comprehended. There exist 2 types of geniuses in the world. One type transforms spiritual power, and such individuals see their cultivation soar boundlessly as long as they have access to the spiritual power yielded by secret realms. The other type consists of those who excel in cultivation. They can more efficiently absorb the spiritual energy that permeates the air for their training. However, the advancement of the 2nd type is noticeably slower than that of the 1st. Ning Xiwei, indeed, belonged to the latter category, yet her path seemed nearly obstructed. However, from the corner of Sun Feifei's eye, a small figure appeared. Xiwei, you still have your little skeleton. You've witnessed how formidable it is. It simply wreaks havoc upon monsters. Even if your transformation of spiritual power is limited, your rate of advancement still surpasses those so-called geniuses of spiritual power transformation. Sun Feifei shifted her gaze from Lu Chen, who was an extraordinary anomaly. Despite being at 0 stage, he effortlessly dispatched monsters of the 1st stage as if he were merely slicing through vegetables. Not human. Lu Chen discerned the self-doubt reflected in Ning Xiwei's timid expression. Even her typically resolute and radiant eyes had dimmed with dejection. This simply would not do. He preferred the confident and resilient girl she was. In an instant, Lu Chen met her gaze with the fiery crimson spark flickering in his eyes. Even if it takes effort, I will elevate your realm to unparalleled heights. Lu Chen harbored this conviction and possessed the strength to achieve it. He stepped forward and gently patted Ning Xiwei's drooping head. Then, he pointed towards a cluster of secret realm monsters gathered 10 miles away. Lu Chen took a few steps forward, gesturing for the two girls to follow. Ahead lies the starting point for you, my dear girl, to attain unparalleled realms. Come. Chapter 11. Unfair. You two are cheating together. Xiwei, hurry up. Your little skeleton is eager to help you vanquish monsters. Sun Feifei urged, pulling the despondent Ning Xiwei along in her wake to catch up with Lu Chen. Along the way, they encountered only a few scattered secret realm monsters. With a glance, Lu Chen noted that the realms of these creatures were merely 0 stage, 5th tier. The realm was too low, and the probability of triggering the infinite plunder of golden text was exceedingly slim. This was knowledge gained from countless encounters. Thus, Lu Chen deemed it unworthy of his time. Suddenly, Lu Chen halted. In the left thicket lurked a rabbit the height of a human thigh, its fur a mottled gray-yellow. Yet its short forelimbs and muscular, twisted hind legs were explosive in strength. Lu Chen observed it, and thought it resembled a diminutive kangaroo. Before he could attempt to launch a fireball, Sun Feifei suddenly exclaimed, "Devil Muscle Rabbit." Her eyes instantly reddened as if she had encountered a sworn enemy. "Feifei, let me tell you, I shall slay it. It was this creature that ambushed me last time, kicking me and causing my aunt to arrive early." Sun Feifei clenched her teeth. Uffed. The previously somber Ning Xiwei burst into laughter, casting a furtive glance at Sun Feifei. Is it truly appropriate to laugh at others? But I simply cannot help myself. Apologies, Fei. Ning Xiwei began to apologize, but Sun Feifei was already charging forward, brandishing her staff. Come forth, little tiger. The vibrant tiger re-emerged. After the summoner's beast was slain, the summoner must expend a considerable amount of spiritual power to revive the beast in the summoning space. However, thanks to Lu Chen's guidance, the once low-tier summoner had now elevated her beast to the 1st stage, 4th tier. The devil muscle rabbit, however, typically resided at 1st stage, 1st tier. Rend it to pieces. The vibrant tiger roared forward, striking the devil muscle rabbit's head with a single paw, shattering it. As spiritual energy erupted from its lifeless form. I want to devour your flesh. Sun Feifei glared as she approached the devil muscle rabbit. She watched as its corpse swiftly dissipated among the grass with the final wisp of spiritual energy, as if it had never existed. Sun Feifei shook her head. What bad luck. Indeed, the monsters in the secret realm are not considered true life forms. However, due to the rules of the secret realm, they sometimes drop corresponding meat or spiritual crystals. Thus, even the meat of a 1st stage, 1st tier devil muscle rabbit is exceedingly valuable. Upon realizing this, Sun Feifei cast a glance at Lu Chen, then jogged over to Ning Xiwei, whispering, "Xiwei, could you perhaps have a word with your little skeleton and ask it to be gentler when it dispatches secret realm monsters next time? It has slain hundreds of 1st stage monsters, yet all the spiritual crystals were obliterated. Those are worth a fortune." Upon hearing this, Ning Xiwei, who hailed from humble beginnings and was accustomed to frugality, could not help but look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, perceptive as ever, understood her thoughts clearly and nodded at Ning Xiwei. "Fear not. It's merely a matter of holding back. I will be mindful. 10 miles is neither an excruciatingly long distance nor a trivial one. With Lu Chen's nearly 1,000 points in agility, if he were to sprint at full speed, he could likely reach their destination in less than 3 minutes. However, considering the need to attend to his adorably naive contract spirit master, they took a full half-hour to arrive nearby. So many secret realm monsters. Sun Feifei exclaimed, gazing at the serpentine faces of bears peeking through the foliage and the ground-dwelling prairie dogs emerging from beneath the earth. These all represent spiritual energy. The mere thought of it filled her with excitement. Meanwhile, Ning Xiwei looked to Lu Chen, astonished that he could sense her from 10 miles away. Through the depths of their contract, she could distinctly perceive that both she and Lu Chen were at 0 stage, 9th tier. Yet he could effortlessly dispatch beings of the 1st stage. He no longer required her protection. Would he still need her? Ning Xiwei bit her lower lip, her delicate thumb unconsciously fidgeting with her index finger. In Lu Chen's mind, the emotions of loss and helplessness occasionally rippled through the bond he shared with Ning Xiwei. Were the girl's thoughts truly so intricate? This little lady had begun to overthink again. Since Lu Chen's strength has surged dramatically, Ning Xiwei's delicate and melancholic thoughts have surged in waves, particularly when she realized that her talent for converting spiritual energy was far inferior to that of Sun Feifei. Her feelings reached a climax. Lu Chen would not abandon her. Yet, he remained oblivious to the written language of this world, relying solely on body language, which was utterly inadequate for expression. Indeed, the sudden disparity in their strengths caused the young girl to be overwhelmed with insecurities. Lu Chen could comprehend this, and he felt a profound sympathy for this lonely and sensitive girl. Thus, Lu Chen suppressed the urge to relentlessly clear the densely populated monster spawn points. He approached the girl and, mimicking her previous stance, shielded her behind him. He then imitated her former vigilance, glancing around and frequently checking on her condition. After this display of mimicry, Lu Chen focused on her, the flicker of flames in his eyes suddenly intensifying, and he tapped his ribs with his finger bones, producing a series of cracking sounds. The girl understood. He would protect her just as she had protected him. A smile illuminated her face, her eyes narrowing like the crescent moon on the horizon. However, clear, crystalline tears slipped down her cheek, falling with a soft plop onto the grass, vanishing without a trace. "Thank you, little skeleton. Having you around is truly wonderful." The girl embraced Lu Chen, gently patting his back. Her warmth was soft and delicate. It was all too sudden. Lu Chen's skeletal frame felt somewhat stiff. How utterly mushy. Sun Feifei scoffed from the side. Ning Xiwei quickly recoiled, her cheeks flushed. Lu Chen then dashed into a throng of monsters within the secret realm. The densely packed creatures scattered like schools of fish upon his arrival. Tendrils of spiritual energy coalesced again into a white mist, enveloping Ning Xiwei and her companion. The melodious sound of rising attribute points filled the air. Strength 4. Constitution 3. Spirit 02. Acquired. When the refresh rate of the secret realm monsters came to a standstill, the spiritual energy accumulated within Lu Chen erupted violently, shooting skyward. He had broken through. At last, he had reached the first tier, 0 segment. A new golden attribute was upon him. Lu Chen was elated. Simultaneously, Ning Xiwei emitted a soft hum, her aura surging. The atmosphere of her breakthrough was unmistakable. Sun Feifei suddenly awakened, sensing the peak aura of Ning Xiwei at the first tier, and she was left dumbfounded. "Xiwei, just how many segments are you at now in the first tier?" "First tier, 9th segment," Ning Xiwei replied in a daze, feeling as though she were in a dream. A beautiful dream. If she remembered correctly, she had been at the 0 tier, 9th segment half an hour ago. Now, she had ascended to the first tier, 9th segment. A direct leap of an entire tier. The speed of such an ascent was simply astonishing. From the deep recesses of her mind, the sense of contract resonated, and she immediately understood that this remarkable breakthrough was a response to Lu Chen's ascension to the first tier. The feedback was so immense that it catapulted her from the zenith of the 0 tier to the peak of the first tier. Gazing at Lu Chen, who was bathed in the radiance of his breakthrough, a swell of pride surged within her. Observing her best friend's expression, Sun Feifei quickly realized that this unprecedented cross-tier leap was indeed the handiwork of Lu Chen. Why was such a formidable contract not hers? A pang of bitterness filled Sun Feifei's heart, causing her teeth to ache and her stomach to churn. It was painfully unfair. These two had conspired to cheat. Chapter 12. New Golden Attribute, Ultimate Evolution. This little skeleton was truly extraordinary. While Sun Feifei felt a mix of bitterness, she could not help but admire Lu Chen's actions. Since childhood, her father had taught her that cultivation required a grounded approach. No one could ascend to greatness in a single bound. Her father was the principal of Qiyang Third School and a top-tier powerhouse in Qiyang City. She held his words as gospel. Indeed, it was true. Everyone around her, including her father, advanced in small increments, 1 tier at a time. Even the secret realm's spiritual energy that facilitated rapid advancement merely accelerated the pace between each minor segment. All records, including those she had perused, clearly indicated that ascension could only occur 1 segment at a time. This was an axiom. Yet, her best friend, Ning Xiwei, had transcended from the 0 tier, 9th segment to the first tier, 9th segment, in an instant. An elevation of an entire tier. What difference was that from leaping to the heavens? Her worldview shattered. It turned out that even her powerful father could be mistaken. Even historical documents could not be fully trusted. Her best friend, Ning Xiwei, possessed only the talent for cultivation but lacked the aptitude for spiritual energy conversion. She was deeply concerned and sought every means to help her friend overcome her despondency. Yet, with the presence of such a formidable entity as the little skeleton, who needed the aptitude for spiritual energy conversion, no. What further talent was required? One could simply lie back and relax. After all, no matter how quickly any prodigy advanced, it could not compare to the fraction of a feedback response from the little skeleton. She ought to be happy for her friend and extend her blessings. But why did she feel like crying? Why could she not summon a little skeleton like Lu Chen? Oh, how she yearned for it. As she looked at Ning Xiwei, envy glimmered in her eyes, like droplets of water ready to spill. At this moment, Lu Chen returned from his breakthrough, opening his attribute panel. Name, Lu Chen. Race, little skeleton. Level, first tier, 0 segment. Strength, 1506. Agility, 1400. Constitution, 1601. Mentality, 123. Racial value, 0-100. Talent, tough skin, mighty strength. Skills, pounce, flickering fireball technique, explosive flame, water spray. Exclusive talent, infinite golden attributes, current golden attributes, 2. Attribute library, infinite plunder. Ultimate evolution. Ultimate evolution. When you slay any life form, you will absorb a portion of their evolutionary essence, converting it into racial value. Consuming racial value will initiate evolution. This time, the attribute points did not double, but rather increased by several hundred points each. TSK. It seemed that slaying monsters whose realms were comparable to his own yielded limited attribute points and talent skills. As for the new golden attribute, ultimate evolution, consuming racial value to evolve. Did that mean one could continually evolve as long as they possessed racial value? No wonder this new golden attribute was named ultimate evolution. As long as evolution persisted, one would eventually reach the ultimate state. Excellent. Chen was immensely satisfied with his new golden attributes, infinite plunder and ultimate evolution. Each was remarkably powerful. Closing the panel with a sense of fulfillment, he approached Ning Xiwei and her companion, who were still reeling from the shock of their tier advancement. Chen cracked a smile, his jaw creaking, amused by their wide-eyed astonishment. His adorably foolish little master was, after all, a spirit contract master. The rarity of a spirit contract master as a profession can be attributed to several reasons, one of which is that once their companions break through their own realms, they bestow energy back to their masters. Naturally, the amount of energy returned is contingent upon the strength of the companion. At the time when Chen was still at the 0 stage, the energy he harbored far exceeded that of Sun Feifei, who was at the 1st stage. The disparity between the two was as vast as the sky and the earth. Consequently, once Chen breaks through, the energy he bestows upon Ning Xiwei will undoubtedly be beyond imagination. What is there to be astonished about? Such occurrences will become commonplace in the future. As a summoner, she should grow accustomed to this sooner rather than later. Chen's skeletal frame swayed slightly. He had yet to experiment with the effects of the new golden attribute. Just then, he sensed another area 3 miles away where creatures were densely respawning. He waved his bony hand in front of the two girls, signaling them to follow. Ning Xiwei snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed. Ever since she had cradled Chen's skeletal form, the sense of distance between them had significantly diminished. And her complex feelings had also lessened considerably. Xiwei, the little skeleton seems to be suggesting that we are unworldly, Sun Feifei speculated. Then, she stuck out her tongue, adding, anyone who encountered this situation would also appear unworldly, wouldn't they? Ning Xiwei nodded in agreement. She stepped into the skeletal footprints left by Chen, stretching her limbs. The power coursing through her bones and muscles was at least 10 times stronger than before her breakthrough. Even though she had not learned many melee skills, she was certain that now, she could pierce through the skull of a serpent-faced bear with just a finger. How formidable. She even found it somewhat difficult to control her body. If she wasn't careful, she would leave deep impressions in the grass, nearly sinking into the ground. This left her in a state of both amusement and frustration. Each time she found herself stuck in the earth, it was Sun Feifei who pulled her back up. Due to the significant increase in their powers, the three of them reached the spot 3 miles away in just over 5 minutes. Gazing at the plethora of mystical realm creatures, all of which were above the 1st stage, Sun Feifei waved her staff excitedly, exclaiming, Xiwei, I am now at the 1st stage, 6th tier, and you are at the 1st stage, 9th tier. Our power has explosively increased. We will no longer be mere background characters for the little skeleton while it slays monsters. Ning Xiwei nodded in agreement. Reflecting on their journey back, Sun Feifei lamented. And the monster meat and spirit crystals were all destroyed by your extravagant little skeleton. She added with a pained expression, this time, we must seize a few mystical realm creatures from the little skeleton. Otherwise, next time, we might not even be able to enter the mystical realm. Chen's expression darkened upon hearing this. He truly did not intend to destroy the monster meat and spirit crystals. It was the fault of the mystical realm creatures for being too weak. He did not exert much effort, and those creatures dissolved upon contact. It was not his fault. Ning Xiwei's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Chen beside her, no longer expecting him to hold back. She clenched her small fist, affirming, yes, we are strong too. The little skeleton will inevitably encounter times when it cannot prevail, and then we shall showcase our abilities. Oh, such confidence? Chen chuckled, charging into the horde of monsters. Feifei, hurry, let us go. Ning Xiwei planned to snatch some creatures. The two immediately confronted a giant wolf clad in bony armor. At that moment, they noticed a fireball the size of a fist igniting on Chen's finger bone. It was the fireball spell. The two girls relaxed upon seeing this. A mage's fireball spell could only strike one target at a time and required charging and aiming, which was quite time-consuming. However, the next second, whoosh. 5 fireballs ignited on the bones of Lu Chen's right hand, followed by 5 more on his left. Subsequently, flames erupted from every protruding bone, and from a distance. Lu Chen appeared to be enveloped in blazing infernos. What was he planning to do? As Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei exchanged puzzled glances, countless fireballs shot forth, akin to meteors streaking through the sky, striking all the surrounding mystical realm creatures with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. In the blink of an eye, all the mystical realm creatures were vanquished, including the bony, armored giant wolf before Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei. A fist-sized fireball suddenly surged forth, colliding with the wolf's side. With a thunderous explosion, half of the giant wolf was obliterated into a mist of blood. The wolf did not even have time to howl in despair before a surge of spiritual power erupted from its body, fracturing into 3 streams that entered Lu Chen and the 2 girls' bodies. In an instant, the giant wolf's corpse dissipated into energy. Even the first-stage spirit crystal that exploded from the wolf's death shattered into powder, converting into pure energy that returned to the mystical realm itself. The mystical realm creatures before them simply vanished. The remaining creatures in the vicinity were also cleared away by Lu Chen's fireball spell in a single strike. There were no cries of anguish from the mystical realm creatures, only the emergence of countless streams of spiritual power from every corner, converging and enveloping Lu Chen and the 2 girls in a misty cocoon. Through the ethereal spiritual energy, Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. This can't be real. Could this be the fireball spell of a mage? Yet, the flames on Lu Chen's finger bones indeed resembled that of a mage's fireball spell. Only, Lu Chen had activated significantly more fireballs simultaneously. Yes, just a few hundred more fireballs than any other mage. This was the amplification brought about by his high mental attribute. After all, every segment of Lu Chen's bones had ignited a fireball. How monstrous! Sun Feifei was utterly astonished that Lu Chen could manifest such a spectacle from a single fireball spell. For others, a fireball spell was merely that. Yet for Lu Chen, it had transformed into a blazing skeleton. Observing her best friend's bewildered expression, Ning Xiwei smiled gently, then composed herself to begin converting the spiritual power. Although her talent for converting spiritual power was far inferior to Sun Feifei's, she did not wish to waste the effort Lu Chen had expended to generate this energy. Meanwhile, Lu Chen took a gentle breath, allowing the layers of ethereal ribbons of spiritual power to merge with his skeletal frame. In the blink of an eye, all the spiritual power was completely transformed. His cultivation level rose. Realm, first stage, 0 tier to first stage, first tier. As expected, the energy that could elevate Sun Feifei, who was at the first stage, 6th tier, by several tiers could merely allow Lu Chen to advance by a small tier. Lu Chen heard the melodious chimes announcing his progress. Plunder successful. Strength 3. Constitution 5. Strength 1. Agility 10. Acquired talent. Armor transformation. Acquired skill. Evolution essence conversion successful. Base stats, 603. Lu Chen glanced at his status panel. Base stats, 603-1000. Full. Initiate evolution. Base stats, 100. Race, enhanced little skeleton. All attributes 1. Race value, 503,200. Continue. Race value 200. Race, enhanced minor skeleton elite skeleton soldier. All attributes 5. Race value, 303,300. Must it evolve twice to reach all attributes 6? Lu Chen is somewhat dissatisfied. Continue with the evolution. Race value 300. Race, elite skeleton soldier captain. All attributes 10. Acquired racial talent, Boneblade. Boneblade. You can condense the power of bones into any skeletal weapon. Race value, 3,500. With all attributes at 16. For Lu Chen, whose various attributes are nearing the monumental threshold of 2,000, the enhancement is virtually negligible. Only upon evolving into a skeleton captain did Lu Chen distinctly perceive changes within his body. Although his overall physique remained unchanged, the bones appeared to have brightened several shades. And upon closer inspection, they even exhibited a slight sheen. Simultaneously, as Lu Chen clenched his fist, the sound of cracking echoed as his bones collided, indicating a marked increase in hardness. The hardness had improved by approximately 30. This pleased Lu Chen immensely. His ability to infinitely plunder swiftly elevated his four-dimensional attributes, enhancing his offensive capabilities. Regrettably, his defense, primarily dictated by the quality of his skeletal structure, saw little improvement. His physical attribute was already approaching 2,000 points, equivalent to nearly 2,000 times that of an ordinary human. Yet, the physical attribute seemed more akin to stamina. Indeed, While the physical attribute does confer some defensive fortification to his skeletal framework, the nearly 2,000 points in physical attributes merely augmented the defensive capabilities of his skeleton by nearly tenfold. Nevertheless, a skeleton is ultimately a skeleton. Much like a tenfold compressed foam cannot rival the sturdiness of a wooden board. However, the evolution of his race brought a remarkable transformation. Upon evolving into a skeleton captain, the quality of his skeletal structure saw a direct enhancement of 30%. Moreover, this defensive improvement was not merely a simplistic 30% increase, but a multiplication of several times. After all, tenfold compressed foam is far more fragile than tenfold compressed wood. The multiplied defense did not merely reflect a few hundred points of physical effects, but rather a state achievable only with thousands of points in physical attributes. Converted, 500 points of race value yielded benefits amounting to thousands of points in physical attributes. Delightful. Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. And there was more. With a mere thought, Chen caused his entire skeletal structure to shed a modicum of bone powder, which flowed like a stream of white spring into the palm of his right hand. In his mind, Chen envisioned a straight sword. The pale hilt materialized from nothingness, gripped firmly in his palm. Then, white granules, akin to sand art, flowed from the hilt forward, coalescing into the blade itself at a distance of half a meter. The entire straight sword was a stark white, with a simple structure. The spine was thick and dull, while the tip was sharp, gleaming with a chilling light. Chen grasped the hilt and tossed the white-boned sword into his left hand. He practiced throwing it repeatedly before delivering a powerful downward strike. A resounding crash echoed, as if a bolt of white lightning had struck the ground. The earth fissured over 100 meters away. The crack was unfathomably deep. At Chen's feet, the fissure was merely the width of a finger, yet it extended 100 meters, with the crack reaching 10 meters deep. Quite handy indeed. With another thought, the white-boned sword dissipated, merging back into his skeletal form. With another mental command, the white-boned sword reappeared as if conjured from sand art. After exploring his newfound abilities, the misty spiritual energy enveloping the two women became transparent before vanishing. Haha, I'm now at the 8th stage of the first tier. Sun Feifei exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Ning Xiwei exhaled a breath. Indeed, she had no talent for spiritual energy conversion. She remained stagnant at the 9th stage of the first tier. Sun Feifei turned to Ning Xiwei, bowing solemnly. Xiwei, thank you. If not for you, I would still be a mere first tier, first stage novice. What are you doing? The sudden bow left Ning Xiwei flustered, hurriedly helping her friend up, her expression a bit awkward. I didn't do much. It was all the little skeleton. Both women turned their gazes toward Chen. Oh, the little skeleton seems to have turned a bit whiter. Whiter is prettier. Lord Zhang, there's a monster spawn point ahead. Shall we proceed that way? Let on. The student from Qiyang No. 1 High School, Shen Feichen, a prize pupil of Principal Lu Huifeng, took the lead. Along the way, he cast a glance back at the middle-aged man clad in exquisite leather armor, and behind him, the terrifying aura of an otherworldly beast. The beast lurked in the shadows, its form obscured, yet the chilling aura it exuded made Shen Feichen tremble. As if standing at the gates of hell, it felt as if any slight movement would plunge him into an endless abyss, never to return. Chapter 14, Second-Tier Spectral Beasts. Unrivaled among their rank. Lord Zhang, what is that behind you? Shen Feichen glanced back, losing the courage to look again. Observing the timid students ahead, Lord Zhang scoffed. Originally, bringing this fellow along was a thankless task assigned by the master, but exchanging a few words could alleviate the boredom. Let me broaden your horizons. Listen closely. That is a spectral beast. Spectral beast? Not even aware of what a spectral beast is, truly a sheltered bumpkin. Lord Zhang's eyes were filled with disdain. You are right. I am but a country bumpkin. I would appreciate it if Lord Zhang could enlighten me further. Shen Feichen sought to ingratiate himself. To put it plainly, spectral beasts are invincible among their ranks. Invincible among their rank. Indeed, no living being can defeat a spectral beast of the same tier. How is that possible? Lord Zhang, that seems a bit exaggerated. I've heard that contract spirit masters can fight across tiers. Could it be that spectral beasts are even a match for them? Huh, ignorant. Let me tell you, 2 years ago, that contract spirit master awakened. Yes. The one with the contract spirit of the fiery serpent dragon. Do you know of him? Yes. I've heard he has already earned a title. That's him. 2 years ago, he awakened his contract spirit of the fiery serpent dragon and swiftly reached the 2nd tier. At that time, he could even spar with lower tier, 3rd tier experts. He became overconfident. Having heard that spectral beasts are invincible among their ranks, he didn't believe it and sought to challenge a 3rd tier spectral beast. In a single encounter, he was gravely injured and near death. Once he recovered, he dared to challenge a 2nd tier spectral beast, but could not withstand 10 moves before being gravely injured again. This is the reality of spectral beasts. Lord Zhang expressed his disdain for that arrogant contract spirit master who dared to challenge a spectral beast. These spectral beasts are truly formidable. Even a rare contract spirit master cannot contend with them. What then is Lord Zhang, who commands such spectral beasts? Shen Feichen further diminished his own stature. Lord Zhang, we have arrived. Indeed, Lord Zhang had sensed the dense aura of secret realm monsters. Lord Zhang, this is a second-tier monster spawn point. Not far ahead, there is also a second-tier boss spawn point. Shen Feichen hastily informed. Good, and also, keep hold of the purple core I gave you. Don't drop it. Spectral beasts recognize cores, not people. If a spectral beast truly sets its sights on you, I want to be able to save you. Upon hearing this, Shen Feichen hurriedly clutched the purple object resembling a walnut close to him. At this moment, Lord Zhang retrieved a purple jade tablet, infusing a trace of energy into it to emit a purple glow. He commanded, go. The shadow behind him flickered. A 2-meter-tall, 5-meter-long, jet-black feline creature leapt forth, its sleek form adorned with dense, ancient runes. Slay them all, commanded Lord Zhang. The feline specter threw back its head and roared. Yet no sound emerged. Instead, an intangible wave of dark purple energy radiated outward. Shen Feichen felt as though he were encased in ice, his heart halting until he grasped the warmth of the violet core in his bosom, allowing his body to regain control. Meanwhile, the hundreds of second-tier creatures in the vicinity appeared to be frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, just as his vision blurred for an instant, all those second-tier entities erupted into a mist of blood. This sanguine haze, imbued with spiritual energy, was promptly consumed by the specter. With a single strike, it had annihilated 100 foes of equal rank. This was the power of the specter. So formidable. Was this what it meant to be invincible among peers? Shen Feichen swallowed hard, standing beside the specter, acutely aware of the peril to his life. He cast a tentative glance at Lord Zhang. My lord, can the violet core truly safeguard my life? Rest assured, the specter will not attack beings carrying the violet core, Lord Zhang replied, somewhat dismissively. You are quite timid. Lead us to the boss respawn point. In the brief span of mere sentences, the specter had decimated nearly 1,000 creatures of the same tier at the respawn point. This way, please, Shen Feichen said, bending slightly to take the lead. Haha, laughed Lu Chun as he guided Ning Xiwei and a few others to additional spawn points. Under the influx of spiritual energy, Sun Feifei's level had risen to second tier 4. Meanwhile, Ning Xiwei remained at first tier 9. The resistance to Ning Xiwei's breakthrough had grown increasingly formidable due to her profession as a spirit contract master and the influence of Lu Chen. Although she had not managed to break through, her combat prowess continued to steadily ascend, albeit far behind Lu Chen's rapid advancement. Name: Lu Chen. Race: Skeleton Captain. Level: First Tier 6. Strength: 2733. Agility: 2550. Constitution: 3003. Mentality: 306. Racial value: 9621000. Racial talent: Boneblade. Talent: Tough Skin. Skills: Pounce, Flickering Swordlight, Fiery Critical Hit. Exclusive talent: Infinite Gold Attribute, Current Gold Attribute, 2. Attribute Library: Infinite Plunder, Ultimate Evolution. Constitution has surpassed 3,000. Xiwei, how strange. We've been in the secret realm for nearly 10 hours. It was afternoon when we entered. Why is it still light in here? Sun Feifei inquired, perplexed. Ning Xiwei nodded in agreement. She had a fair understanding of this secret realm, known as the Beast Paradise. The cycle of day and night in the realm was supposed to align with the outside world, and logically, it should have turned dark by now. The Beast Paradise had a peculiar rule. Once night fell, it would instantly teleport all adventurers out. Consequently, few ever left the realm voluntarily. They were invariably expelled by the realm itself. Whatever, as long as it doesn't get dark, I'm not leaving, Sun Feifei declared gleefully, relishing the rapid ascension in her cultivation while chatting with her friend. Once they exited the realm, such swift upgrades would be impossible to find. Feifei, is that the most renowned boss of the Beast Paradise? Ning Xiwei pointed to a shimmering 5-colored deer drinking from a stream adorned with wildflowers. So beautiful. Yet this creature is infamous. Ning Xiwei recalled Sun Feifei's countless complaints about the bosses in the Beast Paradise, particularly this 5-colored deer boss, the second-tier 9-tiered king of Elk. This creature boasted astonishing defense, often withstanding attacks from even 3rd-tier professionals. It held grudges and would relentlessly pursue any who provoked it. Yet, its attacks were feeble. To inflict greater damage, the king of Elk would only strike at its enemy's lower regions. Thus, it was notoriously infamous. Unbelievable, the king of Elk has spawned. We should change locations, Sun Feifei suggested. Ning Xiwei agreed. Despite Lu Chen's remarkable strength in dispatching creatures instantaneously, the foes they had encountered thus far had not exceeded second tier 5. The The King of Elk was a second-tier boss with formidable defenses, requiring a third-tier powerhouse to confront. Their little skeleton was still at first tier, 2 tiers away from third tier. Little skeleton, let us depart. At that moment, a dark creature radiating dark purple light abruptly appeared beside the King of Elk. With a soft slap of its paw, it shattered the King of Elk, whose defense was akin to that of a mid-tier third-tier entity, into a million shards, as if it were glass. Chapter 15. Who says a first tier cannot challenge a third tier? At this juncture, from the blood mist left in the wake of the King of Elk, tendrils of spiritual energy began to emerge. According to the rules of the secret realm, this vast reservoir of spiritual energy would typically be evenly distributed among all beings present. However, the creature voraciously consumed it all. Even the primordial energy that coalesced as the King of Elk's blood mist dissipated was entirely plundered by this beast in an instant. How terrifying. This was a realm boss. Only the most elite warriors of Qiyang City could challenge such a formidable entity, yet it had been dispatched with such ease. Moreover, this creature was entirely unknown to them as natives of Qiyang City. Even more unsettling was the beast's blatant disregard for the realm's energy distribution rules. It had completely usurped the primordial energy without a trace of it escaping. What on earth was this creature? A wave of panic surged within Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei. Their fear of the unknown was compounded by the terror of confronting a being that surpassed the mightiest forces of Qiyang City. At that moment, the creature, known as the Spectre, cast a cold gaze, as if emanating from the depths of hell. In an instant, Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei felt as though an enormous, mountainous guillotine was poised at their throats. A surge of primal fear coursed through them, their instincts screaming a warning, unbeatable. Flee, run. Sun Feifei even burst into tears. Ning Xiwei's delicate, pale face had drained of all color. Let us go quickly. Little skeleton, we must leave. Even in this dire moment, Ning Xiwei did not forget about Lu Chen. Yet, enveloped in an icy despair, her voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. She tugged at Lu Chen, only to find she could not budge him. In her frenzied state, Sun Feifei glanced over, whispering through her tears, the little skeleton may be terrified. Quickly return him to the spirit contract space so we can escape. Feeling the faint battle intent emanating from the depths of her mind, Ning Xiwei froze. He wants to fight. What? Sun Feifei gasped, her face pale with shock. Little skeleton, be reasonable. The creature before them possessed strength at least at the peak of the third tier, a level that represented the utmost combat prowess of Qiyang City. Little skeleton, you are merely at the first tier. Although you can effortlessly slay second-tier monsters, the third tier is an entirely different realm. While a first-tier being can vanquish a second-tier foe, the prospect of a first tier defeating a third tier is utterly impossible, not only in our empire, but across the entire territory, even in the legendary tomes of various nations. There are no recorded instances of someone successfully overcoming a foe 2 tiers above themselves. Let us depart, shall we? Xiwei, please dissuade him. Sun Feifei stamped her foot in frustration. Though she yearned to escape alone, she owed her life to Little Skeleton, and her best friend had not fled. She could not bring herself to abandon them. Ning Xiwei concurred with Sun Feifei's perspective. After all, engaging in combat across 2 tiers and achieving victory is nothing short of a fantasy. In a hushed voice, Ning Xiwei urged, Little Skeleton, we are merely executing a strategic retreat. Just then, Shen Feichen and the elegantly clad Lord Zhang emerged from the thicket, witnessing the spectral beast obliterate the boss. The Elk King, into mere ashes, Shen Feichen's consciousness nearly stagnated. The Elk King was renowned within Qiyang City, possessing second-tier offensive capabilities and mid-third-tier defensive prowess. Thus, nearly all teams capable of challenging the Elk King were comprised of the city's top-tier combatants. He had once had the fortune of joining his mentor, Principal Lu Huifeng, in a raid against the Elk King. Those advanced instructors at the first and third segments of the third tier could not breach the Elk King's defenses. Ultimately, it took the efforts of the principal at the 7th segment of the third tier 3 arduous hours to bring down the Elk King. If such a formidable team struggled against the Elk King, one can only imagine the difficulty of facing him. Yet, this notoriously troublesome Elk King was vanquished in an instant by the spectral beast. It was critical to note that the spectral beast before them was merely at the 2nd tier, a 2nd-tier creature effortlessly dispatching another of the same tier. No wonder it was invincible among its peers. For the first time, Shen Feichen firmly etched the concept of the spectral beast's invincibility into his mind. How astonishing, he mused. His astonishment evident to Lord Zhang, who regarded him with disdain. Nearly everyone who grasped the invincibility of the spectral beast displayed such reactions. He had witnessed it far too often. While the spectral beasts belonged to their master, he was the one presently commanding this 2nd-tier invincible creature. Pride brimmed in his eyes. Ah, my lord, over there are people. Shin Feichen exclaimed, spotting 3 figures 100 meters away. And what of it? The secret realm has long been sealed. They deserve their fate. Lord Zhang harbored no pity for the commoners of these border towns. Those akin to ants, who fell victim to the Master-S spectral beast, deserved their demise. If they were to blame anyone, it was their own misfortune. He cast a glance at Shin Feichen, who was no more than an ant himself, and scoffed. What? Do you wish to rescue them? Shin Feichen chuckled awkwardly. Oh no, they are indeed at fault for crossing paths with the Master's spectral beast. Their deaths are not to be lamented. Although he possessed a purple core, he too feared the spectral beast's wrath. He couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the 3 figures. Wait, that silhouette looks familiar. Shin Feichen squinted, recognition dawning upon him. Is that not Ning Xiwei? Indeed, it was none other than the illustrious campus belle of Qianghai, Ning Xiwei. Her delicate and graceful figure, along with her ethereal and elegant visage, was the very embodiment of beauty he had longed for. Alas, she was now locked in the beast's deadly embrace. They were doomed. No, wait. If he could save her from this life and death situation, she would undoubtedly be immensely grateful, and he could seize the opportunity to win her heart and, ultimately, possess her. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. Gripping the purple core tightly, he felt emboldened, believing it would prevent the spectral beast from attacking him. Turning to Lord Zhang, he implored, My lord, those are my classmates. I beseech you to spare them. Lord Zhang contemplated for a moment, recalling how this individual had lavished him with compliments throughout their journey, which left him feeling quite pleased. Reluctantly, he nodded, Very well. I shall command the spectral beast to return. No, my lord, instruct the beast to slow its advance. I shall go rescue them. Shin Feichen raised the purple core in declaration. Seeking to be the hero? Very well, I shall assist you this once. Lord Zhang begrudgingly found a flicker of interest in the unfolding drama, retrieving a jade talisman to command the spectral beast to reduce its aggressive pace. Shin Feichen tightened his grip on the purple core and dashed towards the confrontation between Lu Chen, the 3 companions, and the spectral beast. His mind was already filled with visions of Ning Xiwei, throwing herself into his arms. Ha! Ning Xiwei, I am coming. Shin Feichen trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, the spectral beast obeyed Lord Zhang's orders, slowly advancing towards Lu Chen and the others. With each step it took, Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei felt as though an immense weight was pressing down upon their shoulders. Little skeleton, I implore you, let us go. A first-tier strength cannot possibly contend with a third-tier opponent. Woe is me, Xiwei, please persuade him. Sun Feifei cried, tears streaming down her face. As the spectral beast drew ever closer, the despair in Ning Xiwei's eyes deepened, and she grasped Lu Chun's hand tightly. Little skeleton at that moment. Lu Chen grasped Ning Xiwei's delicate hand firmly. Who says a first tier cannot defy a third tier? Then he acted. In his right hand, he conjured a white bone dagger, its blade pale and gleaming. With a swift motion, he brought it down. Chapter 16. What invincibility among peers. One strike is all it takes. A straight, elongated beam of bone-white light descended from the heavens, dazzling and resplendent. The onlookers felt as though they were witnessing the breathtaking tail of a comet, fleetingly flashing across the sky. The previously gentle breeze that occasionally stirred within the secret realm, rustling the leaves and berries, came to an abrupt halt. The wind ceased, and the leaves fell silent. Even the air itself seemed to congeal. Everyone felt as though they were suffocating, desperately wanting to scream, yet found themselves utterly voiceless. As if a colossal hand was tightly gripping their throats. They were engulfed in a sensation of asphyxiation and bewilderment. Until crack, a faint yet crisp sound echoed. As if the world had been pressed back into motion. The wind resumed its gentle caress, and the leaves and berries quivered slightly. The air began to flow once more, and everyone gasped for breath, inhaling the fresh air. Yet, in their peripheral vision, the once mighty spectral beast, which had effortlessly slain the secret realm's boss, was now cleft in twain. With a resounding crash, the evenly severed halves of its body toppled to the left and right. The spectral beast was dead. It was slain in a single stroke by Lu Chen. Did that creature just perish? Sun Feifei could hardly believe her eyes at this astonishing spectacle. A first-tier little skeleton had just annihilated a creature that could defeat the pinnacle of Qiyang City's bosses in an instant. Was this truly happening? How could this be? A first-tier little skeleton, successfully defying the might of a third-tier elite. This cannot be real. It cannot be. Sun Feifei felt her understanding of the world collapse in an instant. A first-tier triumphing over a third-tier. Unprecedented. No one shall follow after. It was as if torn from the pages of a horror tale. Sun Feifei bit down on her lower lip until it bled, the crimson droplets cascading down her trembling lips to the grass below. She had long since elevated Lu Chun's prowess to unimaginable heights in her mind. She believed her speculations about his strength had surpassed the limits of reason. Who could have imagined that her understanding of Lu Chen was merely the tip of the iceberg? Suddenly, she recalled the grandeur of her best friend's spirit contract. The Dead Spirit Abyss. A towering pillar of purple gold light reaching to the heavens. This was the true supremacy of the purple gold standard. Those narrow-minded, elitist academies must be regretting their judgments now. They remain oblivious to the fact that what they considered an ordinary skeleton can now defy a third-tier opponent. And that principal of the first high school, little does he know that Ning Xiwei is a dragon, a true dragon. The ignorant and myopic dignitaries should brace themselves for the explosive revelation that Xiwei is about to unleash. Embracing Lu Chen's extraordinary combat prowess. Only the wild laughter could gradually release the shock that resided within her heart. Ning Xiwei allowed Lu Chen to hold her delicate hand. At that moment, she was utterly paralyzed, her whole being stiffened. The boss-level beast, the Stag King, was dispatched as easily as one would kill a chicken. In the blink of an eye, the little skeleton severed it in two. When the beast approached, she was engulfed by the dark aura emanating from it, rendering her utterly immobile. Even though she had ascended from 0 to the pinnacle of the first tier, absorbing a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, her strength was magnitudes greater than it had been at the time of awakening. Yet, in the face of that monstrous beast, she felt as though death was imminent. Had she still been the solitary version of herself from before, she might have welcomed death as a form of liberation. However, the present her was intertwined with Lu Chen. Her heart brimmed with warmth, care, and indelible emotions, no longer solitary. Thus, she now feared death, terrified of reverting to a state of utter isolation. With bonds and attachments binding her, she could only tremble before the formidable beast, feeling helpless and engulfed in fear. Despair enveloped her completely. Her existence had plunged into the darkest abyss of coldness. Yet, at that very moment, a skeletal hand gently grasped hers. Then, with a swift stroke, it shattered the darkness that encompassed her world. The dawn's light was crystalline and resplendent. Truly, it inspired trust. Ning Xiwei turned to Lu Chen, her face radiant with the most enchanting smile. Lu Chen responded with a hearty chuckle. Meanwhile, Chen Feichen, rushing towards them, was fixated on that strikingly graceful figure, his blood surging with excitement. In his grasp was the purple core, the key to his heroic rescue. Just as he neared the beast, he beheld a flash of pale light descending. Then, indelibly etched in his mind, the once indomitable beast was cleaved in half. He clutched the purple core as if it were his very life, utterly horrified. The orchestrator of this spectacle was none other than an exceedingly ordinary little skeleton. A mere skeleton that a necromancer could summon with ease had annihilated a beast of its tier in a single blow. What had become of this world? Spirit contract masters were exalted beings, capable of transcending tiers through their bonds. He accepted that. He also accepted that spirit contract masters were no match for beasts of the same level. But for a beast to fall before an ordinary little skeleton? How could he fathom that? No, this cannot be real. Surely, a monstrous force has ensnared me in an illusion. Release me, free me. He crouched, clutching his head, his complexion pale. Yet, even more distraught was Lord Zhang. At the moment the beast was cleaved in two, he screamed in disbelief. Impossible. How could the beast die? He possessed the strength of a high-tier third level and knew he would be slain in a single strike before this second-tier beast. Not to mention those 3 insignificant ants. He had even discerned Lu Chen and his companions before Chen Feichen, recognizing them as mere first- and second-tier weaklings, easily disposed of. However, upon witnessing the two halves of the beast's corpse fall lightly to the grass, especially the peculiar, smoky purple blood soaking into the ground, Lord Zhang felt as though his head might explode. His heart pounded violently, sending tremors throughout his entire being. He tried to convince himself that it was all a mirage. He was poisoned, or trapped in an illusion, or perhaps this was merely a dream. But he could not convince himself. The jade talisman controlling the beast shattered into countless pieces at the moment of its demise. The beast had perished. The invincible beast of the same tier was slain by an ordinary first-tier skeleton in a single stroke. The beast hadn't even managed a proper counterattack. What nonsense about invincibility at the same tier, what drivel about transcending levels, what absurdity regarding beasts. It couldn't even react to a first-tier skeleton's attack. Trash. Ridiculous. Lord Zhang oscillated between fits of laughter and tears, his mind unraveling. The beast was dead, and he had thwarted his master's plans. He knew he was doomed. At that moment, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy, mingled with an unknown grayish energy, erupted from the beast's corpse. Ignoring the rules of equitable distribution within the secret realm, it surged directly into Lu Chen's body. In Lu Chen's ears, a continuous chime resounded. Plunder successful. Strength 100. Constitution 101. Agility 91. Chapter 17. Evolution again, Skeleton Commander. Acquired skill, Heart-Crushing Claw, Instant Flash. Acquired talent, Spirit Mark. Evolution Essence Transformation Successful. Racial Value, 2111. Good gracious. What a tremendous explosion. This was Lu Chun's first encounter with such a high rate of return. Not only did he receive all kinds of attribute points, but he also gained talents and skills, two at once. Moreover, his racial value surged directly to 2,000, reaching its maximum. Let me evolve. Racial value 1,000. Race, Skeleton Soldier. Skeleton Captain. All attributes 50. Racial value, 2326-2000. His bones solidified once more. Continue. Racial value, 2,000. Race, Skeleton Captain, Skeleton Commander. All attributes 100. Acquired racial talent, Undead Pressure. Undead Pressure. You can release an aura that intimidates and compels lower-tier undead creatures. Racial value, 326-5000. The evolution was instantaneous. Lu Chun felt that his skeletal frame had grown significantly stronger, at least double what it had been at the outset. Simultaneously, an elusive power arose from his bones. Imbued with a fierce aggression. Once unleashed, this force could undoubtedly ravage the soul flames within other undead beings. This was the power of Undead Pressure. It was no wonder it could intimidate and command the undead. Concurrently, the mixed energies within his spiritual power were entirely absorbed by Lu Chun. He glanced at the panel before him. Name: Lu Chun. Race: Skeleton Commander. Level: First Order, 6th segment to First Order, 8th segment. Strength: 3601. Agility: 3339. Constitution: 3522. Mentality: 411. Racial value: 362-5000. Racial talent: Bone Blade, Undead Pressure. Talent: Spiritual Pattern, Tough Skin. Spiritual Pattern. You can channel the spiritual power within you to inscribe patterns on your surface, activating them to enhance speed by 30. Skills: Heart-Crushing Claw, Instant Flash, Pounce. Flickering Sword Light, Blazing Critical Hit. Exclusive Talent: Infinite Golden Attributes, Current Golden Attributes, 2. Attribute Library, Infinite Plunder, Ultimate Evolution. His realm had ascended 2 entire segments. Lu Chun was somewhat elated. With the slaying of countless secret realm monsters, his formidable 4-dimensional attributes had amassed, rendering his body increasingly powerful. Naturally, the spiritual power required for advancement was immense. The spiritual power obtained from defeating those first and second order secret realm monsters was akin to a drop in the bucket for Lu Chun's cultivation progress. To his astonishment, merely vanquishing a dark beast had elevated him by 2 segments. Splendid. Lu Chun couldn't help but feel thrilled. He should hunt a few more of these beasts. A new golden attribute awaited. He immediately glanced towards Chen Feichen and the other individual nearby. These two seemed to have some connection to the beast and might know the whereabouts of other creatures. At that moment, Lord Zhang tightened his exquisite orange-yellow leather armor, regaining his composure. So what if he could slay a spectral beast? His master was a young lord of celestial stature. He was but a personal guard to the young lord. These petty citizens of a border town wouldn't dare harbor ill intentions towards him, even if they had 10 times the audacity. Passing by the distraught Chen Feichen, Zhang approached Lu Chun and the other two. He looked down at Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei with an air of superiority, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Chun, instinctively stepping aside to distance himself from the skeleton. As the two girls showed signs of confusion, Zhang spoke. The spectral beast you killed is a second-order spectral beast. Oh, so that oddly shaped creature is called a spectral beast. Sun Feifei nodded in agreement. However, Ning Xiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "You mean that spectral beast is only second order?" "Second order," Sun Feifei exclaimed. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting shock. The spectral beast was merely second order. It had effortlessly slain the third-order defensive boss, the Elk King. The combat prowess of this spectral beast was simply monstrous. Zhang was quite pleased with their reaction and continued, "This spectral beast is a collector of secret realm energy sent by my young master. Even your little city lord has been diligently assisting my young master in collecting secret realm energy." At that moment, Zhang raised the shattered jade token, showcasing his connection to the spectral beast. "My young master has sent out a total of 9 spectral beasts to gather secret realm energy, and now one of them has been slain by you. You have thwarted my young master's grand endeavor." Zhang's eyes bulged. "You have committed a grave offense." Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei were suddenly alarmed. Such a formidable spectral beast, and there were 9 in total. Moreover, they were merely tools for collecting secret realm energy. The extraction of secret realm energy would cause irreparable damage. Given the circumstances, it was evident that the young master held tremendous power. They had truly landed themselves in a dire predicament. Instantly, even Ning Xiwei couldn't suppress her panic. Although Lu Chun was strong, He had not fully matured yet. What should they do? The two girls' frantic expressions did not go unnoticed by Zhang. While that ordinary skeleton could slay the spectral beast, its summoner was far too weak. Just like that? Initially, Zhang had worried that these ignorant peasants might disregard him and attack. However, just a few words had left them visibly shaken. This pitiful display of cowardice was easy for him to manipulate. Although the tall girl's beauty was indeed rare, even in the imperial capital, Zhang maintained an aloof demeanor, arrogantly declaring, "You, and you, come with me to see my young master and await his judgment. Bring these two girls and that ordinary skeleton with you. I trust my master will show them mercy." Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. "Are you not coming with me?" Zhang barked. "Do I need to invite you?" His voice was sharp, and he was confident that nothing would go awry, nor would there be any danger to their lives. He had them firmly in his grasp. "Come here," he shouted once more, his tone dripping with arrogance. Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei shivered. Lu Chen observed the scene. This fellow was quite boastful. 9 spectral beasts were formidable? Merely 9 strokes, really. In fact, if the 9 spectral beasts were to line up, it could all be resolved in one stroke. What was there to be so arrogant about? Since he was aware of the whereabouts of the other spectral beasts, keeping him around was of no consequence. Suddenly, Zhang heard a strange sound. He turned to find that the little skeleton's cervical vertebrae had made a noise. Observing the two girls, who resembled quails, he scoffed, "Just a lowly undead creature. Does it dare to threaten me? Your master fears me like a specter. No matter how formidable you are merely a futile manifestation of rage." As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson flame flickering deep within Lu Chen's eye sockets surged violently. An invisible wave enveloped Zhang. Undead pressure. Zhang felt as though the world around him had shifted, plunging him into a hellish nightmare. A skeletal hand gripped his throat, prying open his mouth and dragging out his tongue. "Ah, this little skeleton has intelligence. It truly dares to kill me." Zhang's heart was instantly overwhelmed with boundless terror. Chapter 18. Fear him as one would a vengeful spirit. The young lord's status was supremely exalted. Even in the imperial capital, he stood above all, and no one dared to offend him. Therefore, as the personal guard of the young lord, Zhang had never faced a life-or-death crisis. Now, with merely the brush of Lu Chen's undead pressure, he felt as though he had plunged into hell. Experiencing the bone-chilling intent to kill, it was as if he were walking a precarious tightrope over an abyss, swaying dangerously, with a single misstep leading to certain death. He trembled uncontrollably. On the exquisitely crafted leather greaves, a viscous orange liquid trickled down. "Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me." His eyes rolled back in terror. The little skeleton was poised to strike, leaving him with no glimmer of hope. Thud, thud, thud. He bowed his head repeatedly, pleading for mercy. "Spare me, I beseech you. Spare me." A glance at the supplicant on the ground revealed a pool of orange liquid. TCH. Lu Chen expressed his disdain. However, he lacked a sense of smell, so the sensation was somewhat muted. Beside him, Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei pinched their delicate noses in disgust. Who would have thought that a figure of such arrogance just moments ago would now be a supplicant? Lu Chen would not show mercy simply because the enemy begged for his life. This individual had ties to the spectral beasts and had allowed them to commit atrocities. He deserved nothing less than death. Lu Chen raised his bone knife, ready to strike down. "Stop." Ning Xiwei grasped Lu Chen's arm, shaking her head. This man had powerful allies behind him. Ning Xiwei was reluctant to forge further enmity. Perhaps there could be an explanation for the accidental killing of a spectral beast. However, if the man's underlings continued to attack after kneeling in supplication, it would turn into an irreconcilable enmity. Observing Lu Chen indeed halting his attack, Ning Xiwei felt a surge of relief. "Quick, while the little skeleton hasn't changed its mind, let us leave," she urged the guard, Zhang. Without a word, Zhang scrambled to his feet and fled. He dashed past Chen Feichen, who was frothing at the mouth, without pausing, heading toward the entrance of the secret realm. He needed to deliver the news. He must inform the young master of everything. Lu Chen paid no mind to the half-conscious Chen Feichen. Ning Xiwei recognized him and shook her head. "Let us go?" That plan of the young master to harness the energy of the secret realm may not be entirely detrimental. At least it significantly increases the efficiency of monster slaying. Sun Feifei maintained an optimistic outlook. Lu Chen nodded at his skeletal head. He had already taken note. There were still 8 spectral beasts within the secret realm, although it became increasingly challenging for him to elevate his rank. Slaughtering these 8 spectral beasts would at least allow him to ascend to the 2nd tier. At that point, it would herald a new golden opportunity. Excitement filled him. At the entrance of the Beast Paradise secret realm, in the conference hall, the ceiling was adorned with a dragon-shaped magical crystal chandelier. The light was soft yet bright. Beneath the chandelier stood a grand oval conference table. At one end sat a pale-faced, effeminate young man, his eyes closed in deep contemplation. Behind him stood two middle-aged men clad in finely crafted leather armor, their expressions vigilant. At the shallower arc of the oval table, the prominent figures of Qiyang City were assembled. At the center was Chen Xiwei, the city lord, flanked by Lu Huifeng, principal of the first high school, Sun Qihai, principal of the third high school, as well as Zhang Qi, leader of the first adventurers guild, the Red Star, the deputy city lord, and other influential elites. I say, city lord, don't be too distressed. Although young Master Yi allows the spectral beasts to absorb the energy of the secret realm, he has also provided us ample compensation. Lu Huifeng spoke softly to Chen Xiwei. What young Master Yi has offered could very well allow you to make significant strides on the path to the fourth tier. The stronger you become, city lord, the more beneficial it will be for Qiyang City. Chen Xiwei remained silent, a hint of unwillingness flickering in his eyes. It was not he who contributed significantly to Qiyang City's prosperity, but rather the secret realm. The secret realm was the key to his city's strength. He had calculated that allowing young Master Yi to wreak havoc with 9 spectral beasts would likely result in at least a 30% loss of the secret realm's essence. Yet what could he do? That individual was someone capable of summoning 9 second-tier spectral beasts in one go. Even if he provided compensation to these high-ranking officials, the city lord himself would have to endure. The spectral beasts represented the core power of the empire. City lord, you are well versed in knowledge. Are the spectral beasts truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? Claiming to be invincible among the same tier. How absurd. Chen Xiwei took a deep breath and replied slowly. Let me explain something to you. The strength of US professionals can indeed be categorized by attributes. We predominantly possess 4 attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and mental power, with the latter being a rare attribute. We use the average adult as a measurement unit, where each of the 4 attributes equals 1 point. For instance, the total attributes of a 0-tier individual amount to 110 points, while first-tier totals around 20,100 points, and second-tier approximately 200,100 points. This is the general pattern. This explanation was somewhat understood by the others. Indeed, according to this pattern, excluding innate skills, the increase in combat power provided a clear comparison of each individual's strength. Taking my guard captain as an example, he is at the pinnacle of the second tier, level 9, with a total attribute of around 900 points. Very close to the 1,000-point peak. I have tested his mental power, which is just above 10 points, while his other attributes, strength, agility, and constitution, hover around 300. This exemplifies the pinnacle of human second-tier strength. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. They were familiar with the city lord's captain, a prodigy of recent years in Qiyang City who awakened a rare profession, which justified Chen Xiwei's promotion of him to captain. However, second-tier spectral beasts possess 1,000 points in all attributes besides mental power. In other words, the utmost limit for humans is a total of 1,000 points, while spectral beasts reach their pinnacle in just one attribute. Impossible. If spectral beasts possess 1,000 points in a single attribute, they should be third tier, not second tier. Several of Qiyang City's elites stood in excitement. Chen Xiwei shot them a sidelong glance. According to the testing conducted by major imperial institutions, spectral beasts with 1,000 points in a single attribute are classified as second tier. The empire is deceiving us. This revelation was too shocking. The elites simply did not believe it. The machinations within the core circles of the empire were too convoluted. Chen Xiwei chuckled at their ignorance. You are aware that the nightmare forest in our city restricts the entry of any individual above the second tier, correct? Of course. Many among them were third-tier professionals who had secretly attempted to enter the nightmare forest. Yet, the rules of the secret realm imposed such limitations. These third-tier professionals had never succeeded. Young Master Yi previously sent spectral beasts into the nightmare forest for a reconnaissance mission, but found the energy insufficient, which is why he chose the Beast Paradise secret realm. As Chen Xiwei's words echoed, the expressions of the crowd turned grave. Spectral beasts with 1,000 points in a single attribute were indeed merely second tier. After all, the rules of the secret realm could not err. A single attribute of 1,000 points directly translated to 3 times the human limit. Who could possibly contend with the spectral beasts? It was no wonder they were invincible among their peers. And to casually command 9 spectral beasts, young Master Yi's background must be extraordinarily formidable. Report. The third spectral beast has matured. Chapter 19. Imperial Prodigy, killing spectral beasts in half an hour, unbelievably powerful. The third spectral beast has matured? The announcement from outside the hall left City Lord Chen Xiwei and the others perplexed. Young Master Yi, the third spectral beast is here. A guard led a leopard-like creature, dark and emanating a purple aura, into the conference hall. Its deep, pitch-black, and ferocious presence enveloped the entire hall. Suddenly, around the conference table, with the exception of Knight Xiao, all stood up, including the city Lord Chen. They were drenched in cold sweat, startled by the ferocious aura of the spectral beast. What an overwhelming presence. It was hard to believe it was merely a second-tier creature. With my third-tier, 8th-stage cultivation, had it not been for my colleague's presence, my legs would have given way. One among them spoke, trembling. Just then, Knight Xiao slowly rose, casting a glance at the spectral beast. Report to Knight Xiao that the third spectral beast has slaughtered over 1,000 third-tier monsters, more than 10,000 second-tier monsters, and countless first-tier creatures. Its energy fully replenished. Knight Xiao nodded indifferently, commanding in a low, unyielding voice, kneel. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the once proud spectral beast slowly lowered its forelegs, prostrating itself before Knight Xiao. This left everyone wide-eyed. Subsequently, they beheld Knight Xiao draw a gleaming blade radiating a ghostly blue light from a scabbard encrusted with various gemstones. The blade's surface shimmered like ancient ice, exuding a chilling aura. Crack! Knight Xiao swung the blade toward the beast's head. Several strands of dark, purple energy burst forth. Why was this happening? The crowd was increasingly baffled by Knight Xiao's actions. Humph! How astonishing! Knight Xiao's guard scoffed at the onlookers, his demeanor dripping with disdain. To you insignificant country folk, the spectral beast is indeed a formidable force. But to us, Knight Xiao, it is merely a supplement. Supplement? You place value on the spectral beast's unparalleled combat strength among its tier and its ability to effortlessly slay foes across tiers. However, we, Knight Xiao, value the beast's nearly 100% energy conversion efficiency. The spectral beast, upon vanquishing monsters, not only completely absorbs their spiritual energy, but also the energy from the realm itself. Once the spectral beast has stored all this energy, Knight Xiao will then slay it. Thus, all the energy stored within the beast will be infused into Knight Xiao, allowing for a seamless elevation in cultivation. The guard's words were soft. Yet to the esteemed core elite of Qiang City, it struck like a bolt from the blue. An invincible spectral beast was merely a supplement for Knight Xiao, just a conduit for energy absorption. This was simply inconceivable. The high-ranking officials were so astonished that they struggled to articulate coherent thoughts. They had anticipated that the one who could fully control the spectral beast, Knight Xiao, would undoubtedly be a pivotal figure in the empire. Even such a figure would surely treasure the spectral beast as a precious asset. Yet, to their astonishment, it was something he could casually dispose of. The attitude towards the spectral beast was akin to how one would regard mere poultry. One could only imagine the celestial stature of Knight Xiao's background. With this realization, the gaze of the high-ranking officials towards Knight Xiao grew increasingly deferential. This scene did not escape Knight Xiao's notice, leaving him somewhat surprised. The act of slaying an energy-laden spectral beast to enhance one's cultivation was merely routine for the core offspring of the imperial capital. It was astonishing that Qiang City was unaware of such a fundamental concept. Truly, it was an uncultured provincial town. Clearly, bestowing upon them was nothing short of a generous gift. Regaining his focus, Knight Xiao continued to strike at the prostrate spectral beast with each swing of his blade. The dark aura splattered in all directions. Yet thus far, not a single hair of the second-tier beast had been harmed. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the blade striking the beast echoed within the vast conference hall of the secret realm. Knight Xiao seemed only to possess a high second-tier cultivation. Indeed, each attribute of a second-tier spectral beast boasts 1,000 points. For Knight Xiao to slay it seemed highly improbable. I too believed so. After all, the pinnacle of human potential is a total of 1,000 attribute points. Even if Knight Xiao were to approach the human limit, the disparity of over 300 points compared to the beast's 1,000 was still vast. Even a single point of attribute difference is glaringly evident. For instance, an additional point in agility translates to increased speed. No matter how hard one tries, one cannot overcome that single point of agility. Furthermore, the attribute gap between Knight Xiao and the spectral beast reached 600 to 700 points. Unless Knight Xiao possessed extraordinary talent or skills, there seemed to be little hope. The high-ranking officials of Qiang City whispered among themselves. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a piece of the spectral beast's dark purple hide flew into the air. The defenses were breached. My heavens! To be honest, even with my third-tier, 8th-stage prowess, I would not dare claim to break through the spectral beast's defenses. Yet Knight Xiao had accomplished it. In their eyes, disbelief was palpable. Observing the unmasked shock among the high-ranking officials of Qiang City, Knight Xiao's disdain deepened. Such naive provincial folk. This was not his first encounter with slaying a spectral beast. With this thought, Knight Xiao swung his blade with increasing ferocity. Indeed, the ultimate sum of human attributes is 1,000 points. Even the Knight family could not transcend this limit. However, their talents and skills far exceeded the imagination of these peasants. For instance, the technique he currently employed, the myriad juncture strike, allowed him to amplify each swing's might exponentially. With his innate talent, he could already stack it to 100-fold. Another strike descended, the power amplified to 15 times. One strike followed another. Nearly half an hour elapsed. The power had cumulatively reached 100-fold. Boom. With that strike, half of the spectral beast's skull shattered. I can't hold on. Knight Xiao felt the myriad-year-cold ice blade growing heavier in his hand. He had no choice but to abandon the current strike. The next 100-fold strike would surely claim the beast's life. However, with the next swing, he surpassed himself. 108 times. Boom. Knight Xiao cleaved through the spectral beast's head. The beast lay on the brink of death, yet its aura remained formidable. Knight Xiao stepped forward, struggling to crush the beast's brain. The spectral beast finally succumbed. Instantly, a surge of mixed energies flooded into Knight Xiao. How is this possible? Knight Xiao had slain a spectral beast in merely half an hour. To be frank, even with my 3rd tier, 9th stage strength, I could hardly achieve such a feat of breaking the beast's defenses within half an hour. After all, the attributes of the spectral beast were explosively formidable. The comprehensive enhancements brought by such explosive attributes were unparalleled. Even at their 3rd tier peak, their attributes barely approached those of the spectral beast. Moreover, the beast's talents and physique were vastly superior. They pondered that even if the spectral beast stood still for them to strike, they would not measure up to Knight Xiao. Knight Xiao was undeniably strong, possessing only a high 2nd tier cultivation, yet managing to slay an invincible 2nd tier spectral beast in a mere half hour. Was this the prowess of a 2nd tier prodigy from the imperial capital? They who wielded 3rd tier, high stage cultivation felt utterly eclipsed by a mere 2nd tier prodigy. Decades of painstaking cultivation seemed to have been in vain. In an instant, those standing at the pinnacle of Qiyang City felt a profound sense of sorrow quietly blossom within their hearts. Indeed, those hailing from humble origins were vastly inferior in vision, talent, and understanding compared to the core elite of the imperial capital. They had lost from the very start. In this moment, they etched this scene into their memories. In the imperial capital, a 2nd tier prodigy triumphs, vanquishing an invincible spectral beast within a mere half hour. Such strength is utterly astonishing. Chapter 20. With a single stroke, the audience is left in awe. Witnessing his own success in slaying the spectral beast in just half an hour, Knight Xiao's eyes gleam with uncontainable joy. Indeed, it took him only 30 minutes. His brother, a 3rd tier warrior, would typically require at least that much time to defeat a spectral beast. Yet here he stands, at the 2nd tier level, rivaling his brother's prowess. His formidable Wanjun slash has reached a staggering 108 times its original power, allowing him to inflict grievous wounds upon the beast, delivering a lethal blow. He is a prodigy, a superlative talent capable of slaying a spectral beast in just 30 minutes. Once the news of his remarkable feat reaches the family, the entire clan will be stirred with excitement. I, Yilingxing, shall not be outdone by any prodigy of the imperial capital. My father will undoubtedly allocate all resources in my favor. The fervor within Knight Xiao, Yilingxing, swells as he casts a glance at the utterly astonished higher-ups of Qiyang City. A flicker of softness appears in his gaze. These commoners are fortunate to witness a moment of his transcendent self. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of modeled spiritual energy courses through his being. Yilingxing calms himself, swiftly absorbing and refining the vast amounts of spiritual energy. An hour later, a radiant light of breakthrough illuminates the space. Knight Xiao has ascended to the 3rd tier. In the span of a single hour, he has not only reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, but has also shattered the barriers to ascend to the 3rd tier. These eminent figures possess not only extraordinary talent, but also an abundance of resources. The 2nd tier invincible spectral beast is regarded as the peak combat power in Qiyang City, serving as a defense against crises. Yet, in Yilingxing's hands, it is merely a stepping stone to elevate his own realm. The higher-ups of Qiyang City, having witnessed Knight Xiao's prowess, feel their worldview irrevocably altered. With a deep breath, Yilingxing opens his eyes, a glimmer of joy sparkling within. This time, leveraging the opportunity of a skill breakthrough, he has expended merely 70% of his energy. 8 spectral beasts remain, and I am firmly poised at the high tier of the 3rd level. Excellent. A most delightful surprise. Report. Knight Xiao, it's bad. A figure rolls in from the hallway. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor permeates the air. What is that smell? So pungent. The assembly within the conference hall instinctively holds their breath. Upon recognizing the intruder as his subordinate, a guard named Zhang, Yilingxing's expression turns frigid as he barks. You imbecile, remove the odor. Yes. A water mage among the guards steps forward, waving his hand to summon a cascade of water from above, enveloping guard Zhang. A gust of wind sweeps through, carrying the water away before it can touch Yilingxing. You had better pray that what you say next can spare your life. Yi Lingxing's eyes brim with murderous intent. Guard Zhang trembles like a quail, curling up on the ground. Night Xiao, the number 6 spectral beast has been slain. What? Floods of wrath surge in Yi Lingxing's eyes. Who dares to kill his spectral beast, disrupting his plans to absorb the energies of the secret realm? Such audacity. To thwart Night Xiao's schemes, how many heads must roll? In an instant, his icy gaze sweeps across Chen Xiwei and his entourage, a smirk curling upon his lips. Initially, he presumed these rustic commoners to be meek, yet among them, one has dared to display the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. That city lord. Inform all the commoners of the 4th tier and above within the city to gather here within 10 minutes. Be late, and you shall die. Yi Lingxing understands better than Chen Xiwei the formidable nature of the spectral beasts. Naturally, he directly orders a meeting with all 4th tier experts in the city. The culprit must undoubtedly be among them. This is beyond doubt. His words send waves of terror through the city's elite. They can only look up to Night Xiao, who perceives them merely as slightly more powerful ants. Should Night Xiao's fury unleash, they would likely be crushed without a second thought. To think, someone has dared to sabotage Night Xiao's plans. This could lead to their own doom. Who is it? The higher-ups of Qiyang City are thrown into a state of panic. Who the hell is so bold as to provoke Night Xiao? They are truly courting disaster. City Lord, you are most aware of the city's foundations. Quickly, summon the sinner who has offended Night Xiao to meet his demise. They plead with the City Lord, please. Do not delay. If we are late, Night Xiao will surely take his vengeance upon us. Our frail bodies cannot withstand his wrath. The once proud and lofty higher-ups of Qiyang City now resemble ants on a hot stove, surrounding City Lord Chen Xiwei as they whirl about in distress. They would even gladly push someone forward to bear the brunt of Night Xiao's fury. After a moment of silence, Chen Xiwei steps half a pace toward Night Lingxing, sighing. Night Xiao, all the 4th tier warriors in Qiyang City have gathered. Yi Lingxing's cold gaze flickers. Who? Chen Xiwei closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, then states. In all of Qiyang City, I alone possess the strength of the 4th tier. What? The higher-ups of Qiyang City are struck with shock. At this moment, among the core elite of Qiyang City, it is indeed only the city lord who stands at the 4th tier. Yet, with a population of tens of thousands, not a single hidden 4th tier expert can be found. It would be one thing if this were a regular occurrence, but now is precisely when Night Xiao is demanding answers. This is dire. How noble and principled. Yi Lingxing rises, bellowing. Do you truly believe I, Yi Lingxing, would hesitate to unleash a massacre? Night Xiao, please temper your fury. The esteemed city lord Chen Xiwei lowers his noble head. His once proud posture now bends slightly. I dare not conceal anything. The foundation of Qiyang City is indeed weak. And I am the only 4th tier warrior. Such eloquence. Yi Lingxing turns to glare at Guard Zhang, who is prostrated on the ground like a dead dog, coldly commanding, speak. Describe the appearance of that person clearly. I want the city lord of Qiyang City to understand fully. Guard Zhang trembles under Yi Lingxing's icy tone. Struggling to catch his breath before stammering, the one who killed the spectral beast was not a human. It was a little skeleton. He nearly weeps as he adds, just an ordinary little skeleton of the 1st tier. That 1st tier little skeleton merely slashed once, cleaving the spectral beast in two. The spectral beast perished on the spot. A 1st tier little skeleton, with a single slash. An invincible 2nd tier spectral beast, instantly severed in two? Preposterous. A colossal farce. Yi Lingxing's rage surpasses even the indignation at discovering that in all of Qiyang City, only Chen Xiwei stands at the 4th tier. You claim a 4th tier expert used all their might to finally slay a 2nd tier spectral beast? You would believe that. But to say a 1st tier little skeleton could slay a spectral beast with a single stroke? He truly regarded Yi Lingxing as a complete fool. As a distinguished prodigy of the imperial capital, even after transcending his own limits, it took him a full half-hour to vanquish an utterly defenseless spectral beast. Yet, a mere 1st tier skeleton managed to slay a spectral beast with a single strike. Humph, what a grand deception. It is clearly a pretext to cover his own blunder. Die. Yi Lingxing swung his blade towards Guard Zhang. Young master, it's a grave misunderstanding. I have evidence. It's recorded on the jade talisman. Guard Zhang hastily produced half a jade talisman from his pocket and crushed it. A wisp of purple smoke ascended into the air, forming a vivid image. Within the scene, everyone caught sight of an unremarkable little skeleton, whose skeletal blade cleaved through the air, leaving a pale gleam that struck the ground. The audacious spectral beast had barely registered its presence before it was cleaved in two. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Chapter 21. I regret it. My heart and soul are filled with regret. The jade talisman originated from the Yi family, and it indeed possessed the ability to record images. Although the footage could not precisely discern the realm of that little skeleton, the quality of energy it released, faintly recorded in the shattered purple smoke, was evidently low, far from the refinement of a second-tier spectral beast. This indicated that the little skeleton's realm was certainly no more than that of a second-tier spectral beast, perhaps even merely first-tier. Moreover, the appearance of the little skeleton was distinctly captured, its stark white bones, diminutive stature, and loose, frail frame all pointed to it being an ordinary skeleton soldier summoned carelessly by a common necromancer. Such an unimaginably ordinary skeleton had astonishingly slain a second-tier spectral beast. Even witnessing it firsthand through the Jade Talisman, Yi Lingxing still found it hard to believe. That blade's radiance must have been struck by someone beyond the frame. Otherwise, he could not explain this outrageous spectacle. In his life within the imperial capital, there was no absurdity he had not witnessed. First tier overpowering second tier annihilating third tier effortlessly defeating fourth tier. Such prodigies were plentiful in the capital. However, if the opponent were a spectral beast, any prodigy, remember, any prodigy, even the exceedingly rare contract spirit master, or even the legendary sword saint, who surpassed even the rarest contract spirit masters, would be rendered powerless. Spectral beasts stood as insurmountable mountains before all prodigies of the imperial capital. Yet, right before his eyes, a feeble little skeleton had slain one. Absolutely impossible. If he were to acknowledge what he saw as truth, then what did it mean for his half-hour endeavor to slay a defenseless spectral beast? A colossal joke. Yi Lingxing's eyes burned crimson. His teeth gritted in fury as he glared at the ground where Garjong lay. Speak. Reveal the mastermind behind the little skeleton's triumph over the spectral beast. Should you dare to conceal even a fraction, you shall have no burial place. Young master, I bear no concealment. When the little skeleton vanquished the spectral beast, there were only 2 weak commoners of the second tier nearby, and I detected the little skeleton. According to the methods passed down in the manor, indeed appears to be merely of the first tier, around 7 or 8 segments. I have wronged you, young master, and I am deserving of 1,000 deaths. I shall bear all responsibility. This display of resolve and sincerity was surely meant to move the young master and spare his life, Garjong thought, as he bowed his head more fervently. Thud, 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 he incessantly knocked his head against the ground, desperate to convey his sincerity and earn a reprieve. Then, you shall meet your end. Yi Lingxing's blade fell decisively. Thud. Garjang's head rolled away, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, dying with them wide open. Yi Lingxing's expression darkened. His once grand feat of slaying a spectral beast in half an hour had been the pride of his entire clan. Yet, in light of the shocking news of the little skeleton's triumph, it had become a humiliation, like a maggot gnawing at his bones. His eyes glinted with malice, and the sound of the head rolling on the ground sent chills through the higher-ups of Qiyang City. Instantly, their brows furrowed, resembling quail. Yet, the image presented by the purple smoke was indelibly etched into their minds. What a remarkable little skeleton to have slain a spectral beast with a single blow. That little skeleton looked remarkably familiar. Where had they seen it before? The dignitaries present at Ning Xiwei's public contract summoning pondered deeply. Lord Chen Shuyi was the first to recall. His heart, which had been suppressed by Yi Lingxing, suddenly leaped. A wave of exhilaration surged through him. It was her. It was the little skeleton that had returned from the necromancer's abyss. He had not attended Ning Xiwei's public contract summoning due to accompanying Yi Lingxing. However, he had been inundated with reports from his subordinates, tales of a genius, 1 in 10,000 from the necromancer's abyss, tales of the unparalleled purple-gold beam of light. Yet, the contract spirit turned out to be a frail little skeleton. Not only had he received news, but there were also images, vividly conveying the event. This absurd contract summoning had left a deep impression on him. Therefore, the instant that little skeleton appeared in the purple smoke image, he recognized it swiftly. Although that little skeleton's bones had turned significantly whiter, he was certain it was the same unexpectedly weak little skeleton. Indeed, contract spirit masters are prodigies. And that Ning Xiwei is the prodigy among prodigies. This little skeleton from the necromancer's abyss, illuminated by the purple gold beam, is truly remarkable. The Supreme Academy had all been blind, and the latest talent detection machine he had introduced from the imperial capital was utterly worthless. In just a few hours of growth, it could slay a second-tier spectral beast. Such a defiance of nature. This power left him in awe. Then came the overwhelming joy. Finally, a true dragon had emerged from Qiyang City. Yet, Chen Shuyi discreetly observed Yi Lingxing's expression, filled with hatred and malevolence. It was evident he intended to kill. This cannot stand. He must ensure their safety before Ning Xiwei matures. Chen Shuyi's eyes flickered as he desperately pondered a way to preserve Ning Xiwei and the others' lives. At that moment, Principal Lu Huifeng of Qiyang No. 1 High School suddenly recalled the origins of the little skeleton in the purple smoke image. Wasn't he that Ning Xiwei's little skeleton? But wasn't he that little skeleton exceedingly weak? It couldn't he even withstand the scorching heat of the Divine Dragon Academy's mentor, being reduced to fragments in an instant. Moreover, even the Empire's latest talent detection machine could not detect any extraordinary talents. Yet now, after just a few hours of growth, it had slain a spectral beast. Was this not terrifying? Lu Huifeng struggled to believe it. Yet the purple smoke image had recorded it clearly, leaving him no choice but to accept. It was too powerful. Even he, at the 3rd tier and 9th segment, would not dare assert he could defeat the current little skeleton. What a pity, what a pity. In the beginning, when the little skeleton was belittled by everyone, and when Ning Xiwei became the subject of mockery, he turned away without a trace of lingering attachment. Deep within, he felt an overwhelming resentment towards Ning Xiwei, viewing her as a source of humiliation that tarnished his reputation at Qiyang No. 1 High School. He even went so far as to shift all the blame onto her in front of his colleagues, completely severing any ties with her. If only none of this had transpired. When the little skeleton was scorned by all, he stood up. When Ning Xiwei was ridiculed, he chastised everyone. When his colleagues slandered Ning Xiwei, he staunchly defended her. Had that been the case, would Ning Xiwei have embraced the little skeleton and wholeheartedly returned to him in Qiyang No. 1 High School? Undoubtedly. In that moment, his school would have gained renown across all empires, and his name would be immortalized in historical records. His legacy would be destined to endure through the ages. Regret. How he lamented his past choices. Lu Huifeng was engulfed in an endless sea of remorse. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. How he wished he could turn back time. Lu Huifeng clutched his head, emitting a silent scream of despair. Why? Why must your little skeleton defy the heavens so? Why couldn't it simply be an ordinary, unremarkable little skeleton, just as everyone else had mocked? That would have been splendid. It would have brought joy to all. Thankfully, you have stirred the ire of young Master Yi. Lu Huifeng also caught a glimpse of the murderous intent lurking in Yi Lingxing's eyes. Kill. Annihilate both Ning Xiwei and the little skeleton entirely. A ghastly smile crept across Lu Huifeng's face. Provoking young Master Yi meant certain death for Ning Xiwei and the little skeleton. Chapter 22. 2 spectral beasts frightened to death on the spot. At this moment, the principal of the 3rd middle school, Sun Shihai, who happened to be Sun Feifei's father, also recognized the little skeleton. Its master was Ning Xiwei. Wasn't she the close friend of his beloved daughter? Due to his daughter's connection, Sun Shihai had some awareness of Ning Xiwei's background. Born into poverty, her cultivation talent, though high, was not exceptional. In truth, he had reservations about his daughter associating with such a destitute prodigy. He had encountered many talented individuals from the slums, often sensitive, insecure, and greedy, draining strength from all their friends to grow stronger. He had vehemently opposed his daughter forming a bond with Ning Xiwei, secretly exerting considerable effort to sever their friendship. Yet now, he found himself grateful that all his attempts had failed. The two girls remained inseparable friends. The little skeleton had undergone a remarkable transformation in just a few hours, becoming exceedingly powerful. In the future, its strength would surpass all imaginations. At that time, Ning Xiwei would certainly not forget the daughter who had accompanied her rise from obscurity. Any advantage that fell from the fingers of a transcendent being would undoubtedly benefit his daughter immensely. What keen insight! Truly, she was deserving of being Sun Qihai's daughter. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming pride. Who would have thought that a humble principal from a small city could one day be linked to a peerless genius who could reshape the world's fate? However, he also noted the murderous intent in Yi Lingxing's gaze directed at the little skeleton. This was troubling. A dragon soaring to the heavens. If they could surpass this challenge, they would stir the winds and clouds of the realm. If not, they would face certain doom. He wondered if Feifei was with Ning Xiwei. Elation began to be replaced by anxiety. Sun Qihai clenched his jaw, vowing silently to act with prudence. If he could assist, he would. If not, he must distance himself at the first opportunity. The sentiments of the other nobles mirrored those of Lu Huifeng. They were deeply astonished by the little skeleton's prowess. However, upon realizing that the little skeleton was about to face young Master Yi's pursuit, they could not help but revel in the misfortune. Such a talent, if unutilized by them, would be better off dead. Having come to this conclusion, one noble could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, I know whose little skeleton just annihilated a spectral beast. It belongs to the spirit master Ning Xiwei, who is publicly recognized in our city." Young Master Yi's expression darkened. Annihilating a spectral beast. It was better left unmentioned, yet now it was brought to light. He recalled the scene where he had slain a spectral beast in half an hour, witnessed by these very people. Now, The mention of the spectral beast being obliterated by the little skeleton was akin to pouring salt in his wounds. Commoners. A glimmer of bloodlust ignited in Yi Lingxing's eyes. With a swift motion of his icy blade, he unleashed 3 slashes of power upon the nobles. "Ah, young Master Yi, spare us!" cried some as their left hands were severed, while others were disemboweled. One noble, close to Lu Huifeng, had his throat cleanly cut. The high-ranking officials were left stunned by Yi Lingxing's actions, yet none dared to utter a word. Yi Lingxing surveyed the gathered nobility of Qiyang City with a chilling gaze. Not a single person, including the city lord, dared to meet his eyes. In light of this, Yi Lingxing turned aside and commanded, "Bring forth a third-tier spectral beast." "Yes," replied a guard who had awakened his mage profession, bowing in acknowledgement. He then retrieved a golden-threaded pouch from his waist and poured its contents onto the ground. A deep purple crystal orb, the size of an infant's fist, rolled into his hands. He presented it reverently to Yi Lingxing. Yi Lingxing seized it and cast it to the ground while intoning, "Release." The deep purple crystal orb instantly transformed into a dense purple smoke. From that smoke emerged a feline creature towering 3 meters tall and stretching nearly 7 meters in length, a magnified version of a second-tier spectral beast. As it appeared, a chilling, oppressive aura enveloped the entire conference hall. In that moment, despair surged within the hearts of all present in Qiyang City. The sense of hopelessness intensified, coalescing into a tangible weight that suffocated every pore of their bodies. Hissing, several nobles at the mid-tier third rank clutched their throats and slowly sank to their knees, their hands reaching out toward Yi Lingxing, their eyes rolling back, pleading for mercy. Just then, a report rang out from outside the hall. The second-tier spectral beasts. Numbers 2 and 9 have matured. 2 second-tier spectral beasts entered the hall, standing before the third-tier spectral beast like mere kittens. With a disdainful growl, the third-tier spectral beast dismissed the 2 second-tier beasts, and a formidable aura encircled them. They whimpered twice, only to be terrified to death by the overwhelming presence of the third-tier spectral beast. This third-tier spectral beast had merely made its entrance. Not only did it use its formidable aura to frighten several high-ranking officials of Qiyang City to death, but it also terrified 2 second-tier spectral beasts into lifelessness. Instantly, a massive surge of spiritual energy flooded into the body of the third-tier spectral beast. Whoever slayed the spectral beast would claim the entirety of the energy it absorbed. Chen Shui and the others gazed in terror at the overwhelmingly powerful third-tier spectral beast, their throats parched with fear. It was simply too formidable. The second-tier spectral beasts possessed a single attribute of 1,000, while the third-tier beasts boasted an astonishing 10,000. This represented a staggering tenfold increase over their second-tier counterparts. With a single breath, it could obliterate an invincible second-tier beast. Yi Lingxing rose from the conference hall, gently stroking the fur on the neck of the third-tier beast. His voice icy as he commanded, "Enter the secret realm and eliminate everyone." Chen Shui was taken aback. This third-tier beast intended to enter the secret realm. Just 9 second-tier beasts had already wreaked havoc within his beast paradise secret realm, leaving it in tatters. From the information transmitted by the core of the secret realm nestled in his bosom, he understood that the origin of the beast paradise secret realm had already suffered a loss of a full 20%. If this third-tier beast entered the secret realm, the beast paradise would surely be annihilated. This was the very foundation of Qiyang City. Young Master Yi, the beast paradise may not withstand the devastation of a third-tier beast. Is it possible? Chen Shui mustered the courage to speak, but Yi Lingxing swiftly turned, his gaze as cold as that directed at a corpse. He partially drew the legendary frostblade, asking, "Do you intend to obstruct me?" "Absolutely not." Chen Shui bowed his head, his anger quelled. "Humph." Yi Lingxing spun around, striding directly towards the entrance of the beast paradise. Deep within the secret realm of the beast paradise, ancient inscriptions began to manifest upon the ribs of Lu Chen. These were the innate spiritual patterns of the spectral beasts. Suddenly, the inscriptions glowed with a ghostly light. In an instant, Lu Chen's figure vanished, only to reappear amidst a throng of third-tier secret realm monsters. Multiple slashes. In that fleeting moment, a blinding white light of the blade wreaked havoc across the battlefield. Plunder successful. Strength, 36. Agility, 22. Agility, 69. Skill acquired. Race, 1006. The attribute points dropped by the third-tier secret realm monsters were indeed more abundant. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. It was high time to charge deeper into the secret realm. The power coursing through him grew ever more potent. However, while the spiritual energy provided by the third-tier monsters was plentiful, it was but a mere drop in the ocean for Lu Chen's increasingly formidable body. The prospect of advancement seemed a distant dream. At that moment, a flash of purple caught Lu Chen's eye from afar. It was a spectral beast. Lu Chen's heart soared with delight. He had finally found an experienced treasure. Chapter 23. A miracle? No, this is the norm. In a blink, Lu Chen's figure became clear once more, now hovering above the spectral beast. Who goes there? The guard tending to the beast sensed Lu Chen's presence and immediately assumed a defensive stance. However, upon recognizing Lu Chen's form, he scoffed. A little skeleton? A teleporting little skeleton? How rare. Kill it. Disdain flickered in his eyes. How dare this insignificant creature approach the spectral beast? It was evident that it had no grasp of the concept of death. He grasped a jade talisman and commanded the second-tier beast. In his eyes, Lu Chen was merely a dead skeleton. Humph. Arrogant. Lu Chen lifted his jaw defiantly. In response, the spectral beast obeyed the order. Its right paw was raised high. A swirling purple aura swelling. In the blink of an eye, the claw-shaped purple energy expanded to a size 3 times larger than its entire body. Heart-crushing claw? Heart-crushing claw? I can do that too. Lu Chen lowered the bone knife in his right hand while his left hand transformed into a claw, the ethereal energy surging forth. Unlike the deep purple aura of the spectral beast, Lu Chen gathered a chilling, stark white energy. In an instant, the frigid, white bone claw surged to a height of 100 meters. What? The guard was struck with horror. The same heart-crushing claw, the third-tier beast, a creature of invincibility, could only condense a claw 3 meters in size. Yet here was this unremarkable little skeleton, conjuring one that towered to 100 meters. The disparity was stark. No. As terror constricted his pupils to pinpricks, the chilling white heart-crushing claw suddenly expanded. Boom. The entire sky seemed to be torn apart by the blinding white radiance. Both the spectral beast and the guard were reduced to ashes beneath Lu Chen's colossal heart-crushing claw. Not only them, but even the multitude of secret realm monsters nearby were pulverized by the residual force of the massive attack. Alas, the spiritual crystals and monster meat dissipated into nothingness. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Surely, he would face the ire of the young lady later. Yet, even as the spectral beast was reduced to dust, the chaotic spiritual energy within it surged forth from its remains and flooded into Lu Chen's body. In an instant, Lu Chen sensed that the concentration of this spiritual energy was far greater than that obtained from slaughtering 1,000 third-tier secret realm monsters. Delight surged within him. Advancement was within reach. New golden attributes. Here I come. Lu Chen chuckled with glee, then focused on converting this immense spiritual energy. Inhale. Exhale. Realm, first stage, 8th segment. First stage, 9th segment. Not merely first stage, 9th segment, but the pinnacle of the 9th segment. The leap to the second stage was tantalizingly close. Whoosh. Lu Chen vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Ning Xiwei and her companion. The little skeleton seemed to have sneaked off to slay monsters. Oh, this fellow is about to ascend. Sun Feifei sensed Lu Chen's aura and couldn't help but exclaim, clearly, the little skeleton's aura hasn't even reached the second stage. Yet the quantity is simply overwhelming. As a second stage, 6th segment master, she felt like a leaf adrift in the vast ocean when faced with Lu Chen's burgeoning strength. So powerful. While Sun Feifei rejoiced for her friend's triumph, she simultaneously felt a pang of envy. Listening to Sun Feifei's admiration for Lu Chen's might, Ning Xiwei felt sweetness envelop her heart, akin to tasting honey. Equally, she perceived the envy shining in Sun Feifei's eyes. After all, the envy was so intense it threatened to coalesce into tears. Were it anyone else, Ning Xiwei would have willingly shared her good fortune with her dear friend. But Lu Chen was different. He was someone she would protect with her very life. Little skeleton, are you on the verge of breaking through to the second stage? Lu Chen's oceanic aura was palpable, even to Sun Feifei, who felt the barriers of her own realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded his smooth, white skull. Instantly, Sun Feifei felt as though she had consumed an entire box of sour plums, the acidity overwhelming her senses. If Lu Chen were to break through, then her friend would also experience a significant surge in her own realm due to Lu Chen's elevation. Presently, her friend remained at first stage, 9th segment, while she herself was at second stage, 6th segment, having only gained a lead of a mere 3 hours. She was about to be surpassed in an instant by her friend. Sighing, she inquired, Xiwei, do you think the little skeleton's breakthrough will allow you to leap an entire stage? Ning Xiwei pondered for a moment before responding. That is unlikely. Last time, I was merely at 0 stage, 9th segment, and the energy required for a breakthrough was minimal. Now, I am at first stage, 9th segment. The ascension from the first tier 9th rank to the second tier 9th rank is a formidable challenge. One that entails an astronomical amount of spiritual energy, an amount that surpasses the cumulative sum of all prior stages. Moreover, with my significantly enhanced physique, the energy required has increased even further. Naturally, Ning Xiwei yearns for such an elevation. However, one must also be mindful of reality. Having achieved a complete rank elevation once already, a feat unprecedented in history, the likelihood of replicating that miracle seems utterly implausible. Sun Feifei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that miracles are deemed miraculous precisely because they occur but once. I too believe that the possibility of experiencing another complete rank elevation is remote. Nevertheless, Xiwei, I find myself envious of your extraordinary experience. Sun Feifei gently embraced Ning Xiwei. Ning Xiwei's face flushed slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. The impact of a complete rank elevation is profoundly astonishing. Having achieved it once, it is an indelible memory. Lu Chen truly is the beacon illuminating all shadows in her life. At this moment, the surrounding mystical creatures had just respawned. With a swift flick of his blade, Lu Chen unleashed a flash of light. Before the newly spawned creatures could even touch the ground, they transformed into pure spiritual energy, which was then evenly divided into 3 portions. The final push had arrived. Lu Chen spread his arms wide, embracing the influx of spiritual energy. The energy within him surged violently, akin to boiling water, causing tremors throughout his being. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated from within Lu Chen. The barrier at the peak of the first tier shattered. He had ascended to the second tier. Simultaneously, an unimaginably vast energy emerged from the depths of Ning Xiwei's consciousness. Materializing from her contract. Boom. Embraced by her best friend, Ning Xiwei felt as though her realm had catapulted into the heavens. The barrier at the peak of the first tier was breached in an instant, without any hindrance. The momentum of the energy was unstoppable. The torrent of energy within Ning Xiwei startled Sun Feifei, who quickly stepped back, her gaze fixated on Ning Xiwei as she continuously broke through her boundaries. Second tier. First segment, broken. Second tier, second segment, broken. Second tier, 7th segment, broken. Second tier, 8th segment, broken. Second tier, 9th segment, broken. In the blink of an eye, the energy Lu Chen had bestowed upon her elevated Ning Xiwei to the peak of the second tier. Ning Xiwei extended her arms, dazedly sensing the surging spiritual energy within her. With great effort, she lifted her head and softly uttered in disbelief, Feifei, I am now at the second tier 9th segment. Boom. Sun Feifei felt as if her mind had exploded, leaving her in a stunned silence. Wasn't a complete rank elevation a miracle? Wasn't it said that such feats were without precedent? It seems that your little skeleton treats miracles as commonplace. True, it is unprecedented. But the subsequent arrivals are all your own doing. Sun Feifei felt a pang of sadness. She had just witnessed yet another miracle. Yet her heart ached with the desire to weep. Chapter 24. New Attribute, Eternal Life. At the moment of harvest, it had arrived. The arduous battle against monsters had culminated in this very moment. Come forth, new attribute. Lu Chen eagerly anticipated, opening his attribute panel. Name, Lu Chen. Race, Skeleton Commander. Level, second tier, 0 segment. Strength, 18675. Agility, 17339. Constitution, 21662. Mentality, 3106. Racial value, 1217750000. Vitality, 0. Racial talent, Bone Blade, Undead Pressure. Talent, Spiritual Patterns, Armor Break. Armor Break. Your attacks can ignore armor, inflicting damage. Skills, Heart Crushing Claw, Multi-Slash Flame Crit. Multi-Slash. You can simultaneously execute slashes in all directions. Exclusive Talent, Infinite Gold Attribute, Current Gold Attributes. 3. Attribute Library, Infinite Plunder, Ultimate Evolution, Eternal Life. Eternal Life. When you slay any being, you will absorb a portion of their soul, converting it into stored vitality. By consuming vitality, you can heal any being's injuries. Note: 1 point of vitality can restore an ordinary adult from the brink of death to optimal condition. All attributes have approximately multiplied 7-fold. The Constitution attribute has even surpassed 20,000. How formidable! Indeed, the rewards from slaying third-tier mystical creatures are substantial. Thousands of third-tier mystical creatures have yielded a staggering 50,000 points in attributes, along with numerous new skills and several new talents. The new attribute, Eternal Life. The ability to absorb others' souls and convert them into stored vitality to heal any injuries. While the boost to attack power is modest, the enhancement to sustainability is nothing short of a leap forward. As long as enough vitality is amassed, Lu Chen shall achieve immortality. No poison, curse, fate, causality, or even the passage of time shall affect him. Likewise, he can bestow eternal life upon others. From another perspective, possessing eternal life makes Lu Chen akin to a deity. Excellent. Marvelous. Lu Chen was overwhelmed with joy. The combination of infinite plunder, ultimate evolution, and eternal life is destined to propel him to the throne of divinity. Infinite Plunder leans toward endless enhancement of offensive capabilities. Ultimate Evolution focuses on ceaseless strengthening of defensive abilities. Eternal Life ensures that he will not falter on his ascent to the divine throne, and he shall eternally wield power. After meticulously analyzing his abilities, Liu Chen couldn't suppress a chuckle. Infinite Plunder allows him to seize the attributes, skills, and talents of the souls he vanquishes. Ultimate Evolution does not spare even the life essence of the fallen. It ensures that he extracts their essence as evolution energy. Now, with the newly acquired Eternal Life, he intends to leave no soul unaccounted for. Should a soul attempt to depart, it must first contribute a portion of its essence to Liu Chen's vitality storage. Truly, even in death, they are compelled to labor for him. Capitalists would weep at this thought. In this contemplative moment, a colossal creature with the body of a bull and the limbs of a horse appeared before Liu Chen. He deftly swung his bone blade, and the third-tier 7th segment ferocious beast dissipated into ethereal smoke, returning to the realm of the mystical. Strength, 70. Racial value, 16. After a prolonged wait, Liu Chen was disappointed not to hear an increase in vitality. Upon reflection, mystical creatures are crafted from the essence of the realm itself, devoid of souls. Thus, there was no soul to convert into vitality. Liu Chen shook his skeletal head, dismissing the matter. He glanced at his racial value. Racial value, 1219350000. Evolution, racial value, 5000. Race, skeleton commander, skeleton overlord. All attributes, 500. Acquired racial talent, seal of leadership, seal of command. You may summon a seal uniquely yours, containing a cubic space of 10, capable of storing lifeless entities or undead beings. Race value, 7193200000. Suddenly, a surge of formidable, refined energy emerged from the void, igniting the very skeletal frame of Liu Chen in an instant. It was as if his bones had been cast into a forge, undergoing relentless refinement. Sparks erupted between the bones, illuminating the surroundings. Even though Liu Chen's skeletal form shattered into countless fragments, he felt no pain whatsoever. Remarkably, a slight sting penetrated his consciousness this time. Truly astonishing. Moments later, the sparks dissipated entirely. Each bone became increasingly solidified. The color of the bones remained unchanged, yet they now glimmered with a crystalline sheen. Upon reflection, Liu Chen realized that his defensive capabilities had once again doubled. This enhancement was tantamount to a complete doubling of his physical attributes. He now possessed a physique attribute of 20,000. This effectively granted him an additional 20,000 points of vitality from thin air. However, before Liu Chen could indulge in elation, he was struck by the peculiar realization that his stature had diminished slightly. To the eyes of others, he might now appear less formidable than a mere skeleton summoned by an ordinary necromancer. There might even be someone to quip, "Brother, is your little skeleton malnourished?" The thought left Liu Chen both amused and exasperated. With a casual gesture, he summoned forth a stark white seal, emblazoned with a skull, which materialized abruptly at the center of his skeletal hand. The seal of command. Immersing his consciousness within the seal, he found himself momentarily transported to a grayish-white expanse, roughly 2 meters in length, width, and height, beyond which lay a shrouded mist. As Liu Chen's consciousness drifted toward the mist, a piercing sensation surged forth, intensifying with each step he took into the obscurity. Reluctantly, Liu Chen chose to retreat. Then, with a flicker of thought, the small blades of grass at his feet vanished, reappearing within the confines of the seal's space. With another thought, the grass returned to his feet once more. Amused, Liu Chen repeated this action dozens of times, only to discern a minuscule drain on his mental energy. Had he not been so keenly aware, he might have overlooked this slight expenditure. Oh, so it requires mental energy to store items. He glanced at his lowest attribute, mental, 3606. To his surprise, as he scrutinized the panel, all his expended mental energy replenished itself automatically. Subsequently, Liu Chen observed the numerous pieces of monster meat and the spirit crystals bound by vines hanging from his skeletal form. Alas, he had slain far too many creatures in the secret realm. Even though the majority had been reduced to ash, some remnants remained intact, yielding both monster meat and spirit crystals. After all, the sheer number of monsters he had vanquished was vast, resulting in a considerable bounty of spoils. Not only did Liu Chen's skeletal frame bear the trophies of monster meat and spirit crystals, but so did Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei. This was the outcome of their careful selection, for with 3 pairs of hands, they had even used Liu Chen's skeleton as a makeshift shelf. Thus, they were unable to carry much loot. However, the situation had now changed. Liu Chen chuckled. His skeletal form was no longer a mere shelf for carrying goods. With a thought, he sent all the monster meat and spirit crystal strings from his skeleton into the seal of command. Turning around, he found his skeletal frame once again devoid of any encumbrance. At that moment, Sun Feifei awoke from her envious reverie, fiddling with the spirit crystal strings around her neck for solace. When she looked up, she saw Lu Chen's clean skeletal frame, now reduced to a mere collection of bones. Rubbing her eyes, she instinctively asked, "Little skeleton, where's the monster meat and spirit crystals you had?" In an instant, her heart ached as if pierced by a dagger, prompting her to hastily complain to Ning Xiwei. "Xiwei, look at your extravagant skeleton." Chapter 25. Delight, the giant experience baby. What extravagant skeleton? Ning Xiwei turned, puzzled. The spirit crystal necklaces around her neck clinked melodically. "Look, just look." Sun Feifei's expression was one of anguish, as she pointed at Lu Chen's pristine, unblemished skeleton. "Your extravagant little skeleton discarded all our treasures." As she spoke, she gestured emphatically at the spirit crystal necklaces around her neck and the monster meat coiled around her waist. It's really gone. Wasn't the little skeleton quite cooperative before? It even willingly donned the spirit crystal necklaces and monster meat on its frame. Now it's vanished? Ning Xiwei was taken aback, her expression filled with confusion. She could hardly believe that the little skeleton would abandon their belongings, unless there was a compelling reason. Haha. The silly little girl must be quite bewildered. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He strolled over leisurely. Sun Feifei, in a huff, turned her face away. Ning Xiwei's large, sparkling eyes twinkled with curiosity. Then, Lu Chen pinched a string of spirit crystals from around Ning Xiwei's neck. Whoosh! It disappeared. Ning Xiwei was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend. The 3 or 4 strings of spirit crystals adorning her neck vanished from Lu Chen's grasp. Next, the 2 pieces of monster meat resting on her small shoulder also vanished without a trace. What? Ning Xiwei's mind struggled to catch up. "Why you?" Sun Feifei pointed at Lu Chen, at a loss for words. Lu Chen cast a glance at her. With a flick of his hand, the strings of spirit crystals around Sun Feifei's neck and the monster meat encircling her waist vanished in an instant. Where did they go? Those were all our treasures. Sun Feifei wished to question Lu Chen, yet she was daunted by his prowess. Ning Xiwei, equally bewildered, gazed at Lu Chen, her large eyes blinking in astonishment. Truly adorable. Lu Chen chuckled, his jaw moving as he grinned. With a wave of his skeletal hand, 3 strings of spirit crystals appeared. With another wave, 7 or 8 pieces of monster meat manifested. With yet another wave, 5 strings of spirit crystals materialized atop the monster meat. What? Sun Feifei gasped, retreating several steps. Ning Xiwei felt as if her eyes had been illuminated. She recalled her textbooks describing the phenomenon of objects appearing and disappearing suddenly. Yes, a spatial artifact. Little skeleton, you possess a spatial artifact. Ning Xiwei remembered the textbook's description of spatial artifacts as exceedingly rare treasures exclusive to the imperial royal family. To her astonishment, her little skeleton had acquired one. It was truly remarkable. In that moment, the little skeleton was nothing short of omnipotent in her eyes. Lu Chen gently tapped his gleaming skull. Now, the little lady no longer needs to bear the cold, blood-stained monster meat on her shoulder. It carries quite the odor. Ning Xiwei's eyes sparkled with delight as she exchanged a glance with her dear companion, both of them radiating joy. Wait for me. Ning Xiwei flashed a sweet smile at Lu Chen before dashing off with Sun Feifei towards a nearby spot. There, they found the precious remains of defeated magical beasts and several gleaming spirit crystals. Soon, the two returned to the little skeleton, arms laden with their bounty, presenting the magical beast meat and the resplendent spirit crystals before Lu Chen. With a swift motion, Lu Chen absorbed their spoils into the command seal, the 10-cubic space accommodating a significant amount of treasures. Sun Feifei clapped her empty hands together, casting an envious glance at Ning Xiwei. "Xiwei, your little skeleton is simply remarkable. Not only is it immensely powerful, but it also assists us in leveling up and battling, and now it even handles the aftermath of our victories." Ning Xiwei chuckled softly, her brilliant eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Lu Chen led the 2 girls onward, continuing the pursuit of densely populated monster spawning locations. Without any hesitation, he pressed forward, aware that the secret realm was in turmoil and the frequency of monster spawns was increasing. This rare opportunity to earn a vast number of attribute points was one he could not afford to miss. As Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei followed, they whispered sweet nothings to each other, their cheeks flushed with mirth as they engaged in playful banter, the atmosphere brimming with joy. However, in that very moment, a deafening roar akin to thunder erupted from the peak of the secret realm. Suddenly, the previously serene sky, adorned with fluffy clouds and bright sunshine, was torn asunder, revealing a jagged fissure that widened ominously. With a resounding rip, the heavens split in two, and a leopard-like creature, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, plummeted from above. It crashed to the ground like a shooting star, sending debris and dust flying in all directions. It was a spectral beast. A spectral beast far larger than the previous one. Ning Xiwei and her companion felt as if they were but lambs caught in a tempest, vulnerable to being swept away at any moment. As the third-tier spectral beast landed, figures like Yi Lingxing and Chen Shui approached from the distance. The beast roared, its deep, shadowy purple smoke swirling like a tornado before dissipating, enveloping the area for a mile around. Lu Chen's crimson eyes flickered with excitement. A colossal experience treasure. How delightful. He felt an irresistible urge to engage. A single minor experience treasure could yield the equivalent of 1,000 secret realm monsters. This gigantic experience treasure must be worth at least 6 or 7,000. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him. Yet, just as he reveled in his good fortune, Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei succumbed to the overwhelming aura of the third-tier spectral beast, slipping into unconsciousness. Lu Chun, bewildered, released his necromantic pressure the moment the beast appeared, attempting to shield them from its ferocious presence. While he could not entirely block it, he managed to suppress the majority of its overwhelming energy, allowing only a fraction to seep through. Sighing, Lu Chun lamented the fact that his little master could not withstand even a hint of the beast's ferocity. She needed training. He could not permit her to remain idle. Once their expedition in the secret realm concluded, he would have to intensify her training. Otherwise, in the face of even slightly stronger opponents, she might be the first to faint. Did he not care for his own reputation? The unconscious state of the two girls caught the attention of Yi Lingxing and his entourage. Isn't that Ning Xiwei from Qiang No. 1 High School? They murmured amongst themselves. The little skeleton was indeed the one Ning Xiwei had summoned from the abyss of the undead. High-ranking officials of Qiang City exchanged hushed discussions, while Sun Qihai, the principal of Qiang No. 3 High School, instantly recognized his dear daughter. She had evidently become entangled with Ning Xiwei. Standing against a third-tier spectral beast was a reckless endeavor. The sheer strength of such a beast could obliterate any second-tier beast in a single breath. How dare they confront it head-on? Sun Qihai sighed in relief upon realizing that his daughter was merely unconscious and still had a chance of survival. He needed to distance himself from this situation immediately. Casting a wary glance at the grim-faced Yi Lingxing, he deliberated for a moment before speaking. Young Master Yi, that girl is my daughter, and she has no connection with the little skeleton. Please, show mercy. As he spoke, he prostrated himself, willing to sacrifice his dignity for his daughter's life. Yi Lingxing turned, a cold smile gracing his lips. You want me to spare your daughter? His disdain was palpable. Sun Qihai bowed his head in submission. I assure you, I have severed all ties with her. I wish nothing more than her demise. Silence. The blade glinted as Yi Lingxing drew it, his voice low and menacing. Do you take me for a fool? You shall perish. With a swift motion, he slashed down, the icy blade severing Sun Qihai's right arm before plunging through his chest, blood gushing forth as his insides were mercilessly crushed. Sun Qihai collapsed, gasping for breath, his vision fading. And you? Yi Lingxing's blade now targeted Lu Huifeng. Your association with Ning Xiwei seals your fate. Young master, please, I am innocent. I have already distanced myself from her. I detest her. Lu Huifeng pleaded desperately, but the cold retribution was unyielding. Die. The blade swept through, severing Lu Huifeng's arms before delivering a lethal blow to his chest, shattering ribs and internal organs. Blood sprayed as he fell, teetering on the brink of death. Such ruthlessness. The execution was swift and merciless, leaving no room for reprieve. The high-ranking officials of Qiang City watched in horror as Sun Qihai and Lu Huifeng lay in ruin, nearly cleaved in half, their lives ebbing away with each labored breath. The severity of their former comrade's fate sent shivers through their hearts. Chen Shui felt a profound sorrow. For though he held the title of City Lord, he could do nothing but witness the downfall of his colleagues under the mysterious young master's oppressive might. Even the talented individuals capable of slaying spectral beasts were beyond his protection. He observed the little skeleton, extraordinary and unyielding, standing its ground against the third-tier beast without faltering. Despite its own second-tier status, he perceived the unmistakable aura of one who had just broken through. It seemed that the claims made by the young master's guards were indeed true. The little skeleton had only been a first-tier entity when it had dispatched the second-tier spectral beast. This was nothing short of miraculous. Chen Shui was astonished by Lu Chen's prowess and elated at the prospect of true talent emerging from Qiang City. However, in the face of the third-tier spectral beast, an insurmountable threat, even true dragons were rendered powerless. He could only watch helplessly as his prodigy faced annihilation. Despair gripped him. He could not allow such a fate to befall his talented student. But where could a path to salvation be found? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Gripping the secret realm key tightly, he realized he held the power to control the secret realm of the Beast Paradise. He could accelerate the respawn rate of monsters and designate specific locations. His target was clear: the vicinity of the third-tier spectral beast. Top-tier power of the secret realm, third-tier bosses. Come forth. The mystical energy infused into the key of the secret realm, issuing commands. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, countless towering figures, akin to falling stars, brilliantly materialized, encircling the third-tier ghost beasts. They were the third-tier bosses: the mighty Ape King, the conical Crane King, the Mountain King, the Ice Beast King, the Dog King, and the Rabbit King. Good heavens, so many third-tier bosses. What has transpired in this secret realm? The leader of the first adventure group of Qiyang City, Zhang Qi, and his companions exclaimed in astonishment. They had clashed with the third-tier bosses in the secret realm countless times and recognized these bosses at a glance. Despite all being of the formidable third tier, the reason these entities are designated as bosses is due to their unparalleled strength within the same tier. For the first group of Qiyang City, toppling a single third-tier boss required meticulous preparations and the deployment of their elite forces to have any chance of victory. In the past, a single third-tier boss was the focal point of contention among various factions. Yet now, third-tier bosses appeared as numerous as tadpoles. The overwhelming aura emanating from these bosses soared to the heavens, dispersing much of the purple energy that blanketed the area of the third-tier ghost beasts. In a subtle yet profound way, countless third-tier bosses and third-tier ghost beasts stood in opposition to each other. Now is the moment. Chen Shuyi's eyes sparkled with determination. Little skeleton, I shall create an opportunity for you. Quickly take your master and flee from this place. At that moment, Knight Lingxing turned to Chen Shuyi, a cold smile gracing his lips, demanding an explanation. Chen Shuyi, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, replied, Young Master Yi, the might of the third-tier ghost beasts is too formidable. The secret realm cannot withstand it, triggering its self-preservation mechanism. Childish. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate how your petty schemes are laughably ignorant in the face of third-tier ghost beasts. Knight Lingxing scoffed, issuing a fierce command, kill. With Knight Lingxing's order, the third-tier ghost beasts surged forward. Their claws, akin to short swords, swiftly protruded. Then, they remained motionless, exerting force with their forehooves. The ground, unable to bear the impending fury of the third-tier ghost beasts, suddenly sank. Grass and soil erupted, but as soon as they exploded, they were reduced to powder by the breath of the third-tier ghost beasts. White smoke enveloped the area. Next, everyone witnessed the third-tier ghost beasts gently exhaling a breath. A whirlwind of air dispersing the smoke that was a mixture of grass and dirt, spreading outward like a bowl-shaped vortex. This bowl-shaped whirlwind swept past the 10-meter-tall mighty Ape King, whose body was harder than rock. With a crack, the third-tier boss, the mighty Ape King, was covered in fissures. In the next instant, like a porcelain doll, it shattered into countless pieces, crashing to the ground and releasing white smoke. Another colossal beast boss, encased in rock and towering at 20 meters, was caught in the whirlwind of white smoke. Boom! The 20-meter beast boss disintegrated into yellow smoke. Increasing numbers of third-tier bosses were engulfed by the swirling breath of the third-tier ghost beasts. In that fleeting moment of contact, these third-tier bosses, who had dominated the Beast Paradise for decades, were reduced to ashes. Subsequently, they transformed into a cascade of spiritual energy, all consumed by the third-tier ghost beasts. The third-tier ghost beasts merely exhaled a breath. Countless third-tier bosses turned to dust. Silence. Utter stillness. Chen Shuyi's throat felt parched beyond measure. How is this possible? Chen Shuyi had already regarded the third-tier ghost beasts with considerable esteem. Yet, he had still underestimated them. He had exhausted a full 20% of the secret realm's energy he could command, only for it to result in the third-tier ghost beasts merely exhaling a breath. Powerless. An overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed Chen Shuyi as he collapsed to the ground. He had believed that this trump card would surely provide Little Skeleton with a glimmer of hope. Yet now, it appeared nothing more than a farcical joke. The might of the third-tier ghost beasts was truly terrifying to the point of despair. With no plan, no escape route, he could only watch helplessly as his prodigy was slaughtered. A solitary tear rolled down from his aged eyes. It was his failure as the city lord. Even a true dragon could not be protected. The leader of the Qiyang group, Zhang Qi, and the other high-ranking members trembled in fear under the breath of the third-tier ghost beasts. For decades to come, until death, this heart-stopping scene would undoubtedly be etched into their minds, never to be forgotten. They witnessed the panic-stricken expressions of everyone around them. Knight Lingxing laughed derisively. The lowly peasants tremble under the might of these third-tier ghost beasts. Alas, the energy of the secret realm has been devoured by the third-tier ghost beasts. If only he could slay the third-tier ghost beasts, this surge of secret realm energy might elevate his realm to the fourth tier. What a pity. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could not breach the defenses of the third-tier ghost beasts. Should a powerful ally assist him, granting him the opportunity to deliver the final blow, then upon the death of the third-tier ghost beast, nearly all the energy would instead flow into that ally's body. A losing proposition. No longer dwelling on these thoughts. Now, he would shatter that detestable little skeleton into a myriad of pieces. Smash every inch of its bones. The ferocity of the third-tier ghost beasts only intensified. Little skeleton, oh little skeleton, are you not capable? Can you not annihilate a second-tier ghost beast? Knight Lingxing laughed maniacally. Filled with arrogance, he looked down upon Lu Chen. Come on, show me you can kill a third-tier ghost beast. Chapter 27. Supreme between heaven and earth. I still strike down in a single blow. Knight Lingxing's arrogance filled Chen Xiwei and the others with profound sorrow. Being able to slay a second-tier ghost beast was already a monumental miracle. And now, the third-tier ghost beasts, as powerful as demigods. Their debut had already caused several high-ranking members of Qiyang to suffocate and perish, even frightening two second-tier ghost beasts to death. Now, merely exhaling a breath had obliterated countless third-tier secret realm bosses. With such power, who could stand in their way? Who could possibly resist? Knight Lingxing flashed a wicked smile, commanding the third-tier ghost beasts, act. I want every one of his bones to be pulverized. Roar. The third-tier ghost beast charged. It galloped towards Lu Chen, shaking the very earth. Its claws ignited with a dark purple aura, forming massive claws hundreds of meters high. The heart-rending claw. An overwhelming energy surged forth from the purple claws, tearing even the fabric of the secret realm asunder. This is bad. The secret realm is about to shatter. The secret realm simply cannot withstand the tumult of the third-tier ghost beasts. The might of these third-tier ghost beasts truly instills a sense of despair. Chen Xiwei and the others felt the secret realm space around them, now as fragile as thin paper, being influenced by the third-tier ghost beasts. Ha! The little skeleton that shamed him is about to meet its end beneath the paw of the third-tier ghost beast. Knight Lingxing reveled in delight. The little skeleton is doomed. He is the genius who killed a second-tier ghost beast in half an hour. Die. Knight Lingxing's eyes widened in anticipation. He yearned to witness Lu Chen's demise with his own eyes. Oh, Lu Chen cast a glance at the ominous, overshadowing heart-devouring claw. Quite intriguing. The formidable experienced beast was indeed powerful. The intensity of its attribute points felt almost equivalent to half of his own. Not bad. However, Lu Chen, with a flicker of crimson flame, glanced at the nearby Yi Lingxing. Do you wish to kill me? Do you believe victory is assured? Have you already counted on my downfall? Heh. Lu Chen retracted the heart-devouring claw marks on his left hand. Very well. Allow me to give you a modest shock. Within his right palm, a snow-white bone blade was conjured like a sand painting. Lu Chen grasped the bone knife and swung it. The pale blade's radiance plummeted like a meteor to the ground. In that instant, the entire secret realm seemed to plunge into darkness. Then, a brilliant white blade light suddenly illuminated the space. Thus, in everyone's eyes, the world lost its color, leaving only the stark white gleam of the blade. The blade's light was hauntingly beautiful, yet overwhelmingly radiant, surpassing even the crimson sun on the horizon. A faint sound of whoosh. The pale blade light struck the ground of the secret realm. Boom. In that moment, the entire secret realm could no longer withstand the force and shattered with a deafening crash. Like a mirror, it fractured into countless pieces. The remaining energy of the secret realm erupted at that moment, sending forth a cascade of vibrant energies into the sky. Arcs of colors spanned the horizon, resplendent yet resolute. Finally, the dazzling energy of the secret realm returned to the heavens and the earth. In the entirety of the Beast Paradise secret realm, only the 2-mile radius around Lu Chen remained intact. Fortunately, everyone was within this radius, thus avoiding being obliterated alongside the Beast Paradise. Lu Chen sheathed his knife. Before him, a 3-tiered spectral beast, standing 3 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long, lay split in two. Its death was identical to the scene depicted by the onlookers in purple smoke. It was dead. The 3-tiered spectral beast had perished, just like the 2-tiered spectral beasts. Lu Chen had delivered a single blow, one strike, and it was cleaved in twain. The shock of it was indescribable. Chen Xiwei felt as if thunder was reverberating in his mind, like a string of firecrackers ignited and stuffed into his skull. All his knowledge, all his perceptions, all his thoughts were reduced to chaos beneath that strike. Even the secret realm crumbled under that blow. It felt as if, even if he were not a 4th-tier master, not a city lord, or even not human, witnessing this moment made his life feel worthwhile. It seemed his very existence was to witness the culmination of this instant. After this moment, he would die without regret. He had once thought the spectral beasts were the pinnacle of power in the world. Now he realized it was Lu Chen who truly embodied that essence. Chen Shiyi's fists clenched tightly, filled with unbridled passion. This is the true dragon of my Qiang city. The genuine dragon soaring, invincible and unassailable. Even the unrivaled spectral beasts of the same tier are mere stepping stones. At this moment, Chen Shiyi felt a surge of pride. Even the regret of the secret realm's destruction seemed to fade away. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi and the other dignitaries stood in stunned silence beneath Lu Chen's blade. They had deeply etched the imposing image of the three-tiered spectral beast, supreme in the world, into their minds. They were convinced that for decades to come, even unto death, this moment would be unforgettable. Yet that thought barely lingered in their minds for a minute. The formidable beast, once deemed invincible, was cleaved in half by a single blade of light, instantaneously slain. And the one who executed this feat was merely an unremarkable, seemingly feeble little skeleton. The very skeleton they had mocked as the joke of Qiang City. One strike, and the three-tiered spectral beast was vanquished. They had indeed mistaken the true dragon for an insignificant insect. In that instant, they felt a deep-seated disdain for themselves. An impulse surged within them to atone to Lu Chen with their lives. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Yi Lingxing's pale face lost its last trace of color. He stumbled back a few steps, staring blankly at the bisected body of the three-tiered spectral beast in a daze. A three-tiered spectral beast. He had never even contemplated breaching the defenses of a three-tiered spectral beast in his mind, for he knew it was impossible. Even his fourth-tier brothers could not achieve such a feat. How could anyone surpass the spectral beasts? How could such an outrageous reality exist? Qiang City was merely a border town, a rural backwater. The common folk here were trash, devoid of talent, resources, or connections, impoverished and wretched. In such a filthy place forsaken by the imperial capital, how could an aberrant monster possibly emerge? A mere second tier, yet it had slain a three-tiered spectral beast in an instant. He was a young master from the imperial capital. His connections were vast. He had seen the world. But he had never encountered such an absurd little skeleton. Impossible. Impossible. Yi Lingxing clutched his head and screamed, like a dog abandoned by its master. His family's glory and strength had instilled in him the belief that they were the future rulers of the empire, that emotions should remain hidden, merely the foundation of an heir's duty. Yet, that pale blade light descending had utterly shattered his faith, his upbringing, his pride. All his self-respect was stripped bare by that single blow, crumpled into a ball and trampled underfoot. No, everyone who witnessed my disgrace must die. Yi Lingxing's face contorted in horror, his voice cold as a viper. Die? I want all of you dead. Yi Lingxing rose, his expression fierce, surveying the crowd. His gaze finally landed on Chen Shiyi. You, it starts with you. His finger traced over Chen Shiyi, Zhang Qi, the deputy city lord, and the patriarchs of prominent families. You shall all commit seppuku in succession to atone. The crowd erupted in chaos. Yi Lingxing's control over the three-tiered spectral beast still loomed large, instilling fear that left them unable to resist. They could only contemplate self-termination. They found it impossible. Chapter 28. Who dares to kill me? I dare. The upper echelons of Qiang exchanged glances, each seeing the fear mirrored in the other's eyes. Self-termination. They were unwilling. Resistance. They dared not. Thus, their gazes fell upon Chen Shiyi, whispering, City Lord, what should we do? We will follow your lead. Before Chen Shiyi could respond, Yi Lingxing's expression turned cold, and he barked, Are you receiving a face? You are the City Lord, so you shall start. Commit seppuku. Yi Lingxing's eyes glinted icily, fixating on Chen Shiyi. Behind him, fourth-tier mages and several third-tier guards eyed Chen Shiyi with predatory intent. How domineering. These young masters of noble families regarded human life as mere fodder. He was the appointed city lord of the empire, yet he spoke of killing as if it were nothing. Chen Shiyi's fury ignited within him. The third-tier shadow beast lay lifeless. How dare a mere fourth-tier mage act with such audacity? This ignorant child. Chen Shiyi's countenance remained as frigid as ever, and he clasped his hands together, stating, I cannot comply with your request. I implore you, young Master Yi, to temper your ambitions. The remains of the third-tier shadow beast have yet to cool. You dare to threaten me? This band of lowly commoners has overstepped their bounds. Yi Lingxing's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid as he issued a direct command. Eliminate them all. His guards, led by a fourth-tier mage, surged forward, with the remaining third-tier guards flanking them, simultaneously engaging Chen Shiyi and his companions. Humph. Chen Shiyi snorted coldly. To endure such humiliation without resistance would be tantamount to inviting one's own demise. Without hesitation, he retaliated. Zhang Qi and the upper echelon of Qiang were not the type to remain passive. They had already resolved in their hearts. Deprived of their shadow beast ally, They were not without the means to fight back. Regardless of your noble lineage or the influence you wield in the imperial capital, should you seek their lives, they could just as easily claim yours. At worst, they would flee. The number of Qiang's upper echelon far exceeded that of Yi Lingxing's guards. In a brief moment, the Qiang leaders paid with a few lives, annihilating all of Yi Lingxing's third-tier guards. The fourth-tier mage was gravely injured, taking a protective stance before Yi Lingxing. Engage. The upper echelon of Qiang were not entirely ineffectual. They understood that there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. They could only drive Yi Lingxing and his subordinates to their utter extinction. In the face of this onslaught, Yi Lingxing remained unfazed. The sword energy unleashed by Zhang Qi was mere moments from striking Yi Lingxing's visage. Halt! Do you comprehend who young Master Yi is? Should he sustain even the slightest injury, the entire city shall pay the price in blood. Young Master Yi is the seventh son of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, the Empire's Chancellor, Yi Zhetian, a legendary figure of unparalleled intellect and might. Countless small nations have perished at his hands. Even the neighboring Tianyi Empire has suffered significant losses under the Prime Minister's prowess. He is the idol of the Empire's elite, revered by the populace, feared by all officials. Even the Emperor must respectfully address the Prime Minister as teacher. He stands one step beneath the Emperor, yet towers above all others. His power is unmatched, and his influence unparalleled. This young Master Yi is, in fact, the beloved youngest son of the Prime Minister. Such status is likely more esteemed than that of a prince. Who would dare lay a hand on him? As that mage guard had stated, should young Master Yi be harmed, the Prime Minister's wrath would be unparalleled. In his fury, 1,000,000 would fall. A mere Qiang city could be obliterated with a flick of his wrist. And for those in the upper echelons of Qiang, no matter where they fled, they could never escape the Prime Minister's pursuit, even if they forsook their homeland and sought refuge in a neighboring country. The neighboring monarch would likely fear the Prime Minister's power and hand them over to him for punishment. The Prime Minister's weight in the empire was too formidable. As Zhang Qi beheld his sword energy poised to strike Yi Lingxing, panic seized him. He abruptly reversed his attack, absorbing the immense backlash of his own energy. Cough. He spat blood, collapsing to his knees. Chen Shuyi and the others followed suit, sinking to their knees. Those of feeble heart trembled as if caught in a tempest. It was inconceivable. They had presumed him merely a young noble from the capital. Little did they know he stood among the very apex of the entire empire, having unwittingly stirred a catastrophic calamity. Yet their spirits were burdened with indignation, weighed down by a heavy gloom. Clearly, they were the victims, yet here they were, pleading for mercy, having offended young Master Yi, a crime deserving of death. Yi Lingxing remained silent, brooding. Were it not for his father's name, he would have been slain by this band of commoners. An immense humiliation washed over him like a tidal wave. Curse you! Why do you lowly commoners not take your own lives in atonement? Why do you dare to resist? Yi Lingxing kicked Zhang Qi over, his eyes ablaze with rage as he interrogated him. Weren't you so eager to kill me? I dare not. Zhang Qi, bloodied, clutched his chest. He longed to see young Master Yi torn to shreds, yet he could not act, fearing for his siblings' lives and their fate. And you? Weren't you also intent on killing me? And you, the city lord, fixated on me with murderous intent. Yi Lingxing seized Chen Shuyi by the throat, lifting him. Go ahead. Make your move. Chen Shuyi's eyes burned with unyielding hatred, yet he spoke words that betrayed his true feelings. I dare not. He was the city lord. He could die, but he could not endanger the entire city. How he wished to be unencumbered, to slay the Prime Minister's youngest son without a second thought. Alas, he could only endure. The moment the Prime Minister's son was revealed, the courage to act evaporated from every heart. None could bear the weight of slaying the Prime Minister's progeny. Ha ha. A band of lowly commoners. Yi Lingxing paced amongst the kneeling upper echelon of Qiyang, occasionally kicking one down. You all wish to kill me. Yet you are powerless to act. I shall return with powerful allies from my clan. He pointed at Chen Shuyi and the others, declaring, I will ensure your complete annihilation. Your loved ones, your parents, your siblings, one by one, I shall execute before your very eyes. You scoundrel, you shall pay for this. The upper echelon of Qiyang glared with eyes aflame, wishing to flay Yi Lingxing alive, to rend him into pieces. Yi Lingxing seized a blade from one of them, placing it in his hand. Simultaneously, he presented his own neck before the man. The individual, trembling with rage, brandished the blade at Yi Lingxing's carotid artery, hesitating to deliver the fatal blow after multiple attempts. You are worthless. Yi Lingxing reclaimed the blade, severing the man's left hand with a single stroke. A bunch of good-for-nothings. You wish to kill me, yet lack the resolve to act. But I am determined to slay each and every one of you, including all your kin. I am not like you. I speak and act with conviction. I find great amusement in your futile attempts to eliminate me while being utterly powerless to do so. Like a dying wild dog, pathetic and sorrowful. With these words, Yi Lingxing felt a rush of exhilaration. What of the humiliation? They would perish. What of the monstrous beings that defy fate? Once they were dead, they would cease to exist. He relished in wielding power over others. He delighted in witnessing these individuals humiliated to the point of death, too afraid to rise in rebellion. Who dares to kill me? Ha ha. Yi Lingxing laughed maniacally. But at that moment, a flash of pallid blade light erupted, aimed directly at his forehead, descending upon him. How bothersome. Lu Chen's bone blade dissipated into sand. Chapter 29. The Prime Minister's young son, dead. Who dares to strike at the Prime Minister's offspring? They shall suffer. No. Chen Xiwei and the others were utterly horrified. They sprang to their feet, desperate to shield the Prime Minister's son from the blade. How ironic. They all longed to see the Prime Minister's son flayed alive. However, driven by deep-seated emotions, one is willing to sacrifice their life to shield their adversary from harm. How tragically noble. It is the little skeleton. The very same that can vanquish third-tier spectral beasts in an instant. They recognized that ghastly, pallid blade of light. Initially, due to Ning Xiwei's unconscious state, they had presumed the little skeleton had entered a standby mode. Its ability to annihilate third-tier spectral beasts was merely an automatic counterattack. Yet, unexpectedly, even with Ning Xiwei still in a state of unconsciousness, the little skeleton was capable of taking the initiative to strike, aiming to cleave Yi Lingxing in two. How utterly absurd. And such a horrifying action. Should the little skeleton succeed, the entire city would meet its doom. However, Lu Chen's blade was too swift. They barely perceived the flash of the blade before that chilling, stark white light descended upon Yi Lingxing's face. How could this be? These lowly commoners dare to kill me. He recognized that this strike was one capable of instantaneously slaying a third-tier spectral beast. Under such a blow, he would undoubtedly perish. No. I do not wish to die. In that instant, Yi Lingxing was consumed by terror and despair. As the esteemed son of the imperial minister, his status rivaled that of a prince, and yet he was to perish in this humble little town. He felt he had not yet lived enough. He trembled, akin to the pitiful, insignificant commoners in his eyes. Spare me. Yi Lingxing screamed inwardly. Bang. Young master. His mage protector melted away in the aftermath of the blade's power. Yi Lingxing was flung 100 meters away by the ghastly white light. He crashed into a small hillside, which crumbled to dust. I'm not dead. Yi Lingxing, bewildered, patted his body, discovering himself unscathed. He noticed the dragon-shaped pendant on his chest emanating a gentle glow. The light expanded, forming an orange shield that enveloped Yi Lingxing. It was the jade pendant bestowed upon him by his father. My father's methods are inscrutable. How could a mere little skeleton breach my protective barrier? Filled with joy, Yi Lingxing turned to Chen Xiwei and the others, wiping his neck with a hand, revealing a menacing expression. He would flee. He vowed to return with a grand army and massacre the city. Yi Lingxing's intentions were all too clear to Chen Xiwei. They were mistaken. They believed that by sparing Yi Lingxing, their families would have a chance to survive. No. To a demon, there would be no mercy. Kill. Exchanging glances, Chen Xiwei gathered the remaining high-ranking members of Qiyang, surrounding Yi Lingxing, and together they struck at the orange shield. Clang, clang. The orange barrier encasing Yi Lingxing absorbed hundreds of blows, only causing slight ripples. Did they realize that it was a fight to the death? Too late. Begone. Yi Lingxing kicked over a noble and charged through the encirclement. Lu Chen caught sight of the orange shield hurtling away. With a flash, Lu Chen appeared beside Chen Xiwei and the others. The sudden appearance of the skeletal figure caused their assault to falter. Gulp. Before them stood the little skeleton that could annihilate third-tier spectral beasts. Including Chen Xiwei, they instinctively made way for Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at Yi Lingxing. How intriguing. This fellow's aura felt significantly weaker than that of a second-tier spectral beast. With a single strike, even third-tier beasts would perish. Yet this fellow remained entirely unscathed. The defensive power of this orange shield is quite impressive. Unable to resist, Lu Chen reached out to tap the orange barrier. It felt as if he struck resilient tendon. Yet, this action caused Yi Lingxing within the shield to tremble in fear. Seeing the defense intact, Yi Lingxing exhaled a sigh of relief and declared with a fierce tone. Ignorant little skeleton, my father's methods are beyond your comprehension. Just wait. I shall dismantle your bones and use your skull as a night pot. After uttering such threats, fearing Lu Chen might pursue, Yi Lingxing fled with renewed speed. A flicker of crimson flame dimmed in Lu Chen's eyes. This fellow had already chosen his path to demise. Lu Chen leapt into the air, appearing before Yi Lingxing in an instant. He swung his blade. Crack! The orange shield caved in, its edges nearly collapsing onto Yi Lingxing's face. How could this be? Is it reaching its limit? Yi Lingxing's expression turned horrified, panic overwhelming him. Until the protective barrier restored itself, at which point he finally sighed in relief from Lu Chen's single strike. He dared not utter further threats, but steadied himself and began to flee. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one landing upon the same spot of the protective barrier. The ground lay ravaged beneath Lu Chen's relentless blade light. Though Yi Lingxing clung to the orange shield, he felt like a frail boat amidst a tempest, yet he persevered steadfastly. How could this be? Even under such a torrential assault, he remained unharmed. Chen Shui and the others turned pale. Lu Chen's attacks were terrifyingly powerful. With each strike, the earth could scarcely endure. The air was filled with slashing blade energy. Each blow left behind unfathomable chasms. Yet, despite this, it remained ineffective against Yi Lingxing. It's over. If they could slay Yi Lingxing on the spot, they would have time to prepare. However, should he escape, their doom would be imminent. Even the little skeleton that could slay third-tier spectral beasts was unable to handle Yi Lingxing. What use were they? Awaiting death. The moment of darkness before the city's annihilation was nigh. Lu Chen ceased his onslaught. After several strikes, Lu Chen finally sensed the shield beginning to weaken. What a tortoiseshell. That imperial minister is indeed formidable. The protective measures prepared for his offspring could withstand his nearly 30,000 attributes, enduring a barrage of strikes. After a moment of analysis, Lu Chen deduced that with another 100 strikes, the orange shield would undoubtedly break. But 100 strikes? Too laborious. Suddenly, Lu Chen recalled a mundane talent. Armor break. Your 3 attack can ignore armor to inflict damage. This ordinary talent had always been deactivated for Lu Chen. Such talents seemed of little use and could alter one's appearance. For instance, an ordinary talent called Sharp Fangs would transform Lu Chen's front teeth into 2 rabbit-like protrusions. Thus, Lu Chen typically activated only special talents or those of higher tiers. However, in this moment, the mundane armor break talent proved its worth. 3 attack points to bypass armor? How much could that amount to? One would need to test it. With the bone blade in hand, he struck down. The stark white blade light surged once more. Yi Lingxing merely glanced at it. Having been struck multiple times by the ghastly white light, he had gained experience. There was no need to pay it any mind. In fact, he could even use the force to flee faster. With a single slash, Lu Chen no longer regarded Yi Lingxing. He turned, heading toward Ning Xiwei's unconscious form. Chen Shui and the others appeared ashen. Had even the little skeleton given up? Let destruction come. Pop. A miraculous scene unfolded. A glimmer of pale blade light penetrated the orange protective barrier. What? Yi Lingxing's expression turned to one of sheer terror. How could this be? No. The aura of death had completely ensnared Yi Lingxing. Chapter 30. Racial Advancement. The Skeleton Lord. No. You cannot kill me. You will regret this. Father, avenge me, annihilate them all. Confronted with the pale blade light, even a mere trace of it allowed Yi Lingxing to sense the overwhelming energy within. What imperial prodigy, before this insignificant skeleton, was nothing but a farce. I should not have come. A sliver of pale blade light effortlessly pierced through his heart. A profound humiliation. To die in the realm of commoners. G.U.H. His heart was shattered into mere pulp by the blade light. Coughing. Fragments of his innards, accompanied by torrents of foul blood, erupted from his mouth. Little skeleton, do not be arrogant. My father will kill you. My father will tear you to shreds. A glimmer of hatred flickered in his eyes, revealing the last vestige of regret. Hatred. His eyes lost all color. The son of the Imperial Envoy dead. The once indomitable son of the Imperial Envoy has perished. Chen Shui and the others stood in a daze. This demon has finally met his end. In their hearts, the pent-up resentment dissipated, akin to a rebirth. And all of this was thanks to Ning Xiwei's little skeleton. Gazing at the little skeleton and Ning Xiwei, everyone simultaneously expressed their gratitude. Upon glancing back at Yi Lingxing's corpse, they noted that the orange protective barrier remained unwaveringly radiant. Truly astonishing. Even in death, the protective barrier still shone brightly, showing no signs of waning. The means of the Imperial Envoy are indeed unfathomable. Yet, the little skeleton, having struck a blow, departed. One strike pierced through the Imperial Envoy's blockade, directly claiming Yi Lingxing's life. Engaging the Imperial Envoy from afar, the little skeleton emerged victorious. In an instant, the oppressive weight of the city's demise lifted from their shoulders. In the tension of the moment, many high-ranking members of Qiyang wept openly. They would not have to face immediate death. However, the crises to come would be even more severe. Chen Shui's gaze flickered, searching for the final glimmer of hope. At this juncture, Lu Chen compared the rewards from slaying the third-tier ghost beast to those from defeating Yi Lingxing. The rewards for killing the third-tier ghost beast included Strength 967, Constitution 1201. Agility 1000. Spirit 22. Acquired talent. Purple Realm. Purple Realm. Converts spiritual energy into mist, intimidating enemies and invading their minds. Evolution essence conversion successful. Racial value 19996. Soul absorption successful. Vitality 10,000. Whereas the rewards for slaying Yi Lingxing were Strength 33. Spirit 11. Acquired skill Wanjun Slash. Wanjun Slash. By stacking Blade Force, you can amplify its power up to 108 times. Essence conversion successful. Racial value 500. Soul absorption successful. Vitality 106. The attributes dropped by the third-tier Ghost Beast were particularly noteworthy. The Vitality alone directly stored 10,000 points. 10,000 points of Vitality could sustain 10,000 lives. Furthermore, the immense spiritual power released upon the death of the third-tier Ghost Beast was completely absorbed by Lu Chen. His realm surged up 2 tiers. From the first tier, 0 stage, to the second tier, 2 stage. The ascent of realms had become increasingly arduous. Only Ghost Beasts, these experience-rich creatures, could expedite such advancements. Casting a glance at Yi Lingxing's lifeless form ensnared within the barrier, Lu Chen shook his head. What a pity. The source of the Ghost Beasts has perished. The spiritual energy contained within the third-tier Ghost Beasts was sufficient to elevate Lu Chen from the first tier, 0 stage, to the first tier, 9 stage. Now, combined with the cumulative spiritual energy from previously slaying countless secret realm monsters, he had barely managed to break through to the second tier, 2 stage. TSK. In comparison to the third-tier Ghost Beasts, the attributes released by the illustrious son of the Imperial Envoy were simply paltry. However, this skill, 100-fold increase. Lu Chen was overjoyed. 30,000 strength, multiplied by 100, yields 3 million. Hiss. Lu Chen immediately began stacking blades. 1 strike, 1x. 2 strikes, 11x. 3 strikes, 12x. 90 strikes, 26x. 100 strikes, 3x. 101 strikes, 3x. No further increase could be attained. Wasn't it supposed to be 100-fold increase? Is this all? The blade halted. The residual force pierced the earth, creating a bottomless chasm. The bone blade in his hand dissipated like sand art. It seemed the 100-fold increase was applicable only to Yi Lingxing. When applied to him, it peaked at 3 times. The excessive attributes were to blame, Lu Chen mused. Nevertheless, a 3-fold increase in power was still commendable. 3-fold. With a single strike, that equated to an explosive force of 100,000 in strength attributes. With another strike, the third-tier Ghost Beast would not merely be cleaved in 2, but obliterated to dust. His racial value was once again at its limit. Evolution. Racial value, 20,000. Race, Skeleton Commander, Skeleton Lord. All attributes, 1,500. Acquired racial talent, Bone Shield. Bone Shield condenses a bone shield equal to 1's defensive power, which can transform between shield and cloak forms. Racial value, 9202-50000. The skeleton solidified once more. The once crystalline sheen on each bone vanished without a trace. Its stark white skeleton became dim, ancient, and more imposing. Defensive power increased by approximately 15 times. The cumulative effect of several evolutions yielded an overall enhancement of around 3-fold. 30,000 constitution points now functioned as if they were 120,000. Swish. A gray-white cloak appeared behind Lu Chen, its edges serrated. At a glance, one might assume it was torn from a rag. Lu Chen grasped the cloak. It was remarkably resilient. Draping it over his back provided an equivalent defense of double that. Now it was worth the investment of 100,000 constitution points. Future attribute enhancements would yield even greater rewards. Furthermore, the gray-white cloak could transform into a bone shield of up to 10 meters in height. Not bad. Lu Chen chuckled softly. At this moment, Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei regained consciousness. Where's the giant Ghost Beast? The 2 girls surveyed their surroundings, still haunted by lingering fears. Not a trace of the terrifying Ghost Beast was to be found. Ning Xiwei gazed at Lu Chen's diminutive figure, yet he seemed to tower above all. It must be him. His strength is truly growing at an astonishing pace every second. Reflecting on herself and her close friend, who had fainted at the sight of the giant Ghost Beast, she felt utterly inadequate. Ning Xiwei's face flushed deeply. Soon enough, the 2 girls grasped the situation. The third-tier Ghost Beast dead. The Beast Paradise secret realm shattered. The son of the Imperial Envoy dead. Numerous high-ranking members of Qiyang dead. Countless messages left Ning Xiwei and her companion in a state of shock, almost causing them to faint once more. Their emotions were tumultuous and far from tranquil. After merely a brief slumber, the entire city of Qiyang had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. They had provoked the imperial minister. The city now teetered on the brink of calamity. The downfall was attributed to the little skeleton, and yet, its rise was also linked to the same entity. However, the true instigator could only be the imperial minister's young son, Yi Lingxing. Ning Xiwei's feelings were complex. She turned her gaze towards Lu Chen, fully aware that regardless of the upheaval, no matter how the heavens might crumble or the earth might quake, she would steadfastly stand by his side, facing it all together. She felt the unwavering emotion emanating from the contract in her mind, strong as a rock. Truly, she was both insignificant and fearless. Undoubtedly, she was my little master. Lu Chen, with a flickering scarlet flame, cast a reflection upon the petite figure of the girl. At that moment, Sun Feifei dashed towards the upper echelons of Qiyang. Father. She leapt into the arms of Sun Qihai, her bright eyes brimming with tears. Sun Qihai, on the brink of death, exerted all his strength to open one eye. Fei. He struggled to articulate, his lips moving in an attempt to convey one last smile to his beloved daughter. Yet he faltered, lacking the strength to control his lips. My dear daughter, you survived. Father must distance you from Ning Xiwei. It was my mistake. The little skeleton is your fortune. You must seize it. You must unwaveringly stand beside Ning Xiwei. Take care. Father. Sun Feifei shook Sun Qihai. It seemed he could no longer respond. Little skeleton. Sun Feifei knelt before Lu Chen, pleading, you possess immense power, capable of shattering secret realms, even wielding treasures of spatial significance. You must have a way. I beg you. Save my father. Chapter 31. No, can one truly resurrect the dead? Alas, Old Sun's daughter was also in a state of panic. One could empathize, after all. Old Sun had acted out of a desire to protect his daughter, yet here she was, imploring the little skeleton for assistance. Indeed, the little skeleton wielded extraordinary strength, capable of slaying spectral beasts. In terms of combat prowess, one could only concede that point. However, every being has its own areas of expertise. Just as the little skeleton excelled in battle, it was clear that those adept at killing were not necessarily skilled in the art of saving lives. The consensus was unmistakable. Those proficient in slaughter were not adept at healing, and conversely, those gifted in healing were not skilled in combat. And the little skeleton was evidently a paragon of the former. To beseech the little skeleton for salvation was evidently a daunting task. Little skeleton, I implore you, save my father. Sun Feifei cried, clutching Lu Chen's leg in desperation. Ning Xiwei crouched down, gently embracing her. Seeing her dear friend in such profound sorrow pierced Ning Xiwei's heart. She too believed that the little skeleton, while unparalleled in combat, was indeed lacking in the realm of healing. However, the little skeleton was clearly Sun Feifei's last glimmer of hope. She did not wish to shatter that hope. Instead, she softly patted Sun Feifei's back, providing a measure of comfort. Chen Shui watched, shaking his head. What a tragic fate, he sighed, approaching Sun Feifei and murmuring. Spend some time with your father. Though I wish to avoid stating it, skeletons truly lack healing magic. The undead may possess healing mages, but they belong to the magical profession. The little skeleton is clearly a warrior. Do not burden it further. Rather, cherish the time you have left with your father. Chen Shui hoped Sun Feifei would find some rationality in her final moments with her father. After all, Sun Qihai was clinging to life by a thread. Surely, in his final moments, he would wish for his daughter to be by his side. Turning back, Chen Shui glanced at Sun Qihai, who lay as lifeless as a puddle of mud. The injuries were too severe. Salvation was beyond reach. No, it was no longer a matter of injury. He was but a breath away from death. Once that breath faltered, he would surely perish. Most of his internal organs had shattered the moment the imperial minister's son dealt that fatal blow. The remaining organs had lost all function in this fleeting moment of life. His blood had nearly congealed. The heart, it had long since ceased to exist. Had it not been for Sun Qihai's formidable strength at the 3rd tier and 8th rank, he would have perished the instant his chest cavity was cleaved open. Old Sun's injuries were beyond even divine intervention. Even the exceedingly rare holy healing profession would find themselves at a loss before him. Such a pity, such a tragedy. His daughter had allied herself with the little skeleton, and yet Old Sun would not have the chance to enjoy the fruits of that bond before departing this world. Listening to the murmurs around him, Chen Shui nodded gently. Indeed, even if a holy healer were present, they would be powerless. Healing Sun Qihai was not merely a matter of mending wounds. It was a battle against death itself. The priests among the higher-ups, upon witnessing Sun Qihai's condition, immediately abandoned their attempts to heal him. According to one priest's assertion, it was not that he refused to help. Sun Qihai was currently sustained only by a single breath. To intervene in his healing might extinguish that breath entirely, leading to his immediate demise. At that moment, Sun Feifei released Lu Chen's leg, stifling her sobs. Turning to Lu Chen, she said, I am sorry, but I am out of options. You are indeed skilled only in combat. I cannot burden you with the task of saving lives. Sun Feifei had come to terms with the situation. Preparing to bid her father farewell, Lu Chen felt a few dark lines appear upon the smooth surface of his skeletal head. Did I ever say I wouldn't save him? Yet, how can he act when you are clinging to his leg? Although your father insisted on severing ties from the outset, I shall overlook that. In light of your status as my dear friend's only companion, I shall extend a lifeline to your father. It is a simple matter. Even if he has crossed into the realm of death, I shall bring him back. With a few swift strides, Lu Chen approached Sun Qihai, positioning himself to the left of Sun Feifei. Ning Xiwei followed suit. Observing the earnest scrutiny in the little skeleton's demeanor, what was he planning? Did he think that Feifei was too sorrowful and wished to offer silent comfort? What a considerate little skeleton. Consequently, Ning Xiwei took her place to the right of Sun Feifei, mirroring the little skeleton's actions in silent consolation. Lu Chen cast a glance at Sun Qihai, whose blood had congealed and whose eyes were devoid of spirit, leaving only a quivering torso. This old man appeared to have one foot already in the afterlife. He then raised a bony finger, pointing towards Sun Qihai's shattered heart. What could this mean? The higher-ups of Qiyang were drawn to Lu Chen's sudden and inexplicable gesture. Their curiosity piqued as they observed him closely. In the next moment, they beheld a faint green light blossoming from the tip of Lu Chen's finger. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of vitality permeated the atmosphere. My heavens, what is this? Every fiber of my being yearns for this energy. What on earth is it? The latent injuries seemed to begin mending. Such pure life force, it felt as though a mere whiff could grant one immortality. They greedily inhaled, longing to absorb that life-giving essence into their very beings. And, the moment this pure life energy manifested, every cell in their bodies seemed to have starved for 10 days. Had it not been for their fear of Lu Chen's terrifying power that could annihilate a third-tier ghost beast in an instant, they would have been unable to restrain themselves from seizing it. Chen Shui immediately suppressed the burgeoning greed within him. How exquisitely pure this life energy is. He cast a glance at Lu Chen and couldn't help but marvel. Who is this divine being? Lu Chen waved his hand, channeling 30 points of vitality into Sun Qihai's body. In truth, the instant the life force coalesced, Lu Chen experienced a profound realization. Sun Qihai possessed approximately 300 points of life energy, representing the entirety of his physical and spiritual worth. Though he was on the brink of death, his complete soul had not departed, and his body remained intact. It was merely his internal organs that were damaged, and his flesh and bones that were harmed. It was not a matter of starting from scratch. After some calculation, Lu Chen determined that 30 points of vitality would suffice to restore Sun Qihai to his peak condition. As this precious energy, valued at 30 points of vitality, surged into Sun Qihai's body, onlookers witnessed his shattered internal organs rapidly reassemble, visibly healing before their very eyes. The blood that had pooled around him began to flow back, his bones realigned, and his flesh melded together. In the blink of an eye, Sun Qihai was fully restored. Even the old scars from past injuries vanished without a trace. The crowd stared wide-eyed, taking it all in. But that was not all. Sun Qihai opened his eyes and sat upright, a formidable aura erupting from him. Boom. Sun Qihai had broken through his realm. The pinnacle of the third tier, 9th segment. The hidden injuries from years past had indeed been the culprits obstructing my advancement. In one moment, he was gravely injured and on the verge of death, with hardly a breath remaining. In the next, he was completely restored, even surpassing his previous limits. Could it be this astonishing? Gulp. The crowd swallowed hard, nearly choking. They gazed at Lu Chen in disbelief. Is it truly possible to save someone who has crossed into the realm of the dead? It was as if a soul had ventured into the gates of the underworld, only to be forcibly pulled back by a small skeleton. They found themselves at a loss for words to describe Lu Chen's extraordinary prowess. Chapter 32. She is the goddess of fortune. Thank you, Lord Skeleton, for disregarding past grievances and saving my life. From this day forth, Sun Qihai will heed the commands of Lord Skeleton. After Sun Qihai's breakthrough, he immediately knelt in gratitude before Lu Chen. Fearing for his daughter's safety amidst the emergence of third-tier ghost beasts, he had hastily distanced himself from Ning Xiwei, only to be gravely injured by Yi Lingxing. Now, however, he had been rescued by Lu Chen. The thought filled him with profound shame. He yearned to find a crack to hide within. Deep down, he was grateful that his daughter had forged a connection with such a formidable ally as Ning Xiwei. Seeing Sun Qihai revitalized and brimming with vitality, the higher-ups of Qiyang were astounded. They had never witnessed such an unfathomable display of power. What was I even worth as a priest? Compared to Lord Skeleton, I am but refuse. With unparalleled strength and miraculous means of saving lives, who was this person? Having witnessed Lu Chen's miraculous abilities, the crowd was stirred with excitement. It turned out that skeletons could indeed save lives. It was possible to revive the dying. Resurrection truly existed. Before Lu Chun intervened, they had even underestimated his capabilities, convinced he lacked healing magic. Now, they realized how foolish they had been. Indeed, Lu Chun did not possess healing abilities, but he could resurrect. After all, the state of Sun Qihai, so close to death, was scarcely different from being deceased. Thus, Lu Chun's actions were equivalent to resurrection. Previously, when Lu Chun had annihilated a third-tier ghost beast, they had merely respected his extraordinary strength. Now, as Lu Chun revived Sun Qihai, they revered him as a deity. Their admiration for Lu Chun grew fervent. A person of unrivaled power could live well as long as they did not provoke him, but a person capable of resurrecting the dead would be venerated as a god, held in the highest esteem. Who knows when they might need his favor? Moreover, Lu Chun encompassed both attributes. Truly, a young lady favored by the goddess of fortune. Some higher-ups cast envious gazes at Ning Xiwei, who stood beside Lu Chun. Favored by the goddess of fortune? I dare say, Ning Xiwei herself is a reincarnation of the goddess. Who would have thought she emerged from the slums? They not only treated Lu Chun with utmost respect, but also lowered themselves significantly before Ning Xiwei. In the past, they had been the high and mighty aristocrats of Qiyang, proud of being acknowledged by the city's geniuses. Now, these once lofty figures scrambled to present themselves before Ning Xiwei, hoping that this girl from the slums would notice them and remember their faces. They certainly wished to engage her in conversation, even offering their entire fortunes to aid her ascent to the pinnacle of power in Qiyang. Yet, they dared not. Ning Xiwei was the master of the small skeleton that had obliterated the third-tier ghost beast and defeated the imperial heir. They felt unworthy. They could only offer smiles and extend their utmost goodwill whenever Ning Xiwei cast her gaze in their direction. The sycophantic expressions on their faces were laced with a demeaning eagerness. Ning Xiwei felt a pang of awkwardness. These individuals were all prominent figures in the city. That one is the deputy city lord. That one is the captain of the guard. That one is the leader of the 1st Regiment. These were people she had previously struggled to meet, and now they couldn't even muster the courage to speak with her. All of this was brought about by the small skeleton. How wonderful! Had it not been for the small skeleton, she would have become a mere plaything for these individuals due to her failed contract with the spirit. At this moment, Zhang Qi, the leader of the Red Star Corps, approached Ning Xiwei, drawing astonished gazes from the other Qiyang elites. How daring to approach Ning Xiwei! I must make her save me. Zhang Qi pressed his hand to his chest, his face pale. His heart vein had been severed. His realm was plummeting continuously. The damage from deflecting the attack aimed at the imperial heir was too severe. At that moment, he had sought to eliminate that demon who trampled upon life. He had never anticipated that the demon was the imperial heir. That strike had been his pinnacle. To redirect the attack, he had twisted his own heart vein. The imperial heir was dead. The emperor would surely be enraged. The flames of war would inevitably engulf his brothers and sisters. His body could no longer endure. He needed to retain a breath to ensure his siblings were cared for. Thud. Zhang Qi knelt before Ning Xiwei, his voice grave. I implore Miss Ning to grant me a life. I am willing to offer my entire fortune. Ning Xiwei could sense Zhang Qi's deteriorating state and the despondent aura surrounding him. Kind-hearted as she was about to agree to provide treatment at no cost when suddenly, a voice interrupted. Ning Xiwei, I am the principal, Lu, the principal. Feeble and weak. Lu Huifeng exerted every ounce of his strength to capture Ning Xiwei's attention. He too had suffered a strike from Yi Lingxing, but with his superior cultivation. His injuries were less severe than Sun Qihai's. However, he too lingered on the brink of death. It was only through the ministrations of several clerics that he regained a modicum of strength, albeit merely enough to attend to his final affairs. He witnessed the miraculous moment when Lu Chun saved Sun Qihai. Such extraordinary skill. If he could persuade Ning Xiwei, he would not have to perish. Ning, do you remember the assistance the school has provided you? Each year, I personally presented you with the scholarship. Aware of your humble origins, I ensured the school never charged you tuition. I even arranged for the practice grounds to be made available to you at no cost. Nurturing your talent has been my utmost desire. Now, witnessing your success brings me immense joy. As my life wanes, you wouldn't want to watch me die helplessly, would you? The impoverished students at the school are still waiting for my return to aid them. You wouldn't want to disappoint them, would you? Please, let your skeleton save me. Thank you, Principal. After this heartfelt plea, Ning Xiwei's expression darkened. She indeed had never paid tuition, had received scholarships, and had utilized the practice grounds. But these were privileges afforded to exceptional students. Xiwei, your principal is morally coercing you again. Last time, he manipulated you into publicly binding a spirit. Now he's pressuring you to save him. Sun Feifei exclaimed indignantly. Sigh. Though Ning Xiwei felt discontent, her compassion held sway. She glanced at Lu Chun and softly said, Little skeleton, if possible, please save them. The moment Lu Huifeng noted her expression, he felt assured. His life was secured. Ning Xiwei's kindness was her Achilles heel. A moral lever could easily sway her. The anticipation of being saved by the little skeleton was exhilarating. The pure, vibrant life energy was utterly tantalizing. His entire being craved that exquisite energy. Little did he expect to benefit from this calamity, perhaps infused with that pure life energy. He could even break through to the 4th tier and surpass his previous limits. He could even manipulate Ning Xiwei to have Lu Chen bestow upon him additional life energy. Such an outcome would surely stabilize his advancement. As he watched the approaching little skeleton, a smile blossomed on his face. Chapter 33. Everyone has it, except him. Lu Chen's figure was now within arm's reach, ready to treat him. He chuckled. What delight would the infusion of pure life energy bring? Lu Huifeng was filled with anticipation, gazing with delight as Lu Chen raised his skeletal finger. The tip of his finger radiated a crystalline green light. In an instant, every cell in Lu Huifeng's body yearned for it. Yes, this was the sensation. In the presence of that pure life energy, Lu Chen's long, pale finger appeared as the most exquisite work of art. The pure life energy cascaded down. Here it comes. Lu Huifeng held his breath. The life energy that ignited every organ's desire did not enter his body. Instead, it flowed into the body of Zhang Qi, the leader of the Red Star Group. What? Lu Huifeng barely had time to be astonished before he witnessed a surge of energy erupting. Creak. Everyone heard the sound of broken bones realigning and shattered organs mending within Zhang Qi's body. In the blink of an eye, his injuries had completely healed. Although he did not break through a tier like Sun Qihai, his aura had significantly strengthened. Clearly, with a bit of cultivation, Zhang Qi would soon surpass his current level. Once again, the crowd was left in awe of Lu Chen's extraordinary abilities. Ning Xiwei's little skeleton was indeed a force of life and death, with the power to kill without evasion and to save without exception. Initially, Chen Shuyi and others harbored more fear than respect for Lu Chen. They feared his decisiveness in battle, while their respect was limited to his miraculous saving techniques. After all, Lu Chen was a skeletal being, a creature of the undead, representing cold-bloodedness and a natural affinity for slaughter. Even with his master's constraints, the inherent indifference was palpable from afar. Yet now, Lu Chen had saved Zhang Qi at Ning Xiwei's behest. Instantly, their impression of Lu Chen shifted, and a seed of respect began to blossom in their hearts. Lu Chen was no ordinary skeleton. He was an undead being with humanity, worthy of their reverence. At this moment, Zhang Qi exclaimed, all healed, completely restored. He flexed his arms and patted his chest. Not only had his body recovered, but all internal injuries had vanished without a trace. The flow of energy within him was now smooth and unimpeded, even more so than in his prime. Thank you, Lord Skeleton. From this day forth, the Red Star Group is at your service. He knelt in respect, removing a gem-encrusted pouch from his waist and presenting it before Ning Xiwei. Lady Ning, this is a portion of my assets. Please accept it. I will promptly replenish it afterward. Gazing at the middle-aged man in his 40s kneeling before her and addressing her as Lady Ning, she felt a flush of embarrassment. Her face turned crimson, and she instinctively clenched her toes, repeatedly waving her hands at Zhang Qi, stammering, that's not necessary, Captain Zhang. Please, you don't have to. Please, Lady Ning, you must accept. Zhang Qi insisted, dropping to both knees and bowing his head. What to do? Ning Xiwei glanced around, first at Lu Chen, then at Sun Feifei. This was her first experience being beseeched for a gift by a man in his 40s. Feifei, what should I do? Sun Feifei remained silent, only chuckling. Hee-ha. Noticing the little girl's squirming toes, Lu Chen found it amusing. The little girl's flustered demeanor was quite endearing. He chuckled softly, deciding to assist her. He extended a skeletal finger to lift the gem pouch, swiftly storing it within the commander's seal. He gestured for Zhang Qi to rise. Seeing his pouch vanish in an instant, Zhang Qi's pupils widened in astonishment, and he dared not ask further, retreating hastily. As Zhang Qi had been restored to his peak, Lu Huifeng grew anxious, unable to restrain himself from calling out, Ning, please have your little skeleton hurry. The principal is in great pain and cannot hold on much longer. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiwei, her face flushed a vivid crimson. She could not help but pale slightly. Her tone imbued with a hint of sorrow as she implored Lu Chen, little skeleton, please save him. Listening to Ning Xiwei command the extraordinarily enigmatic little skeleton to heal him, Lu Huifeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, it was his turn. Ning Xiwei was truly easy to manipulate. All he had to do was mention the benefits he had previously granted her, or speak of the school's benevolence towards her. Although all institutions in Qiyang City treated gifted students with equal regard, in other words, every privilege she received had been diligently earned by her. He could easily transfer all the credit to himself, coercing Ning Xiwei into feeling indebted to him, just as he had demanded that she delay her awakening by 3 months and publicly announce their bond. He excelled at dealing with such young girls. However, Ning Xiwei was no ordinary girl. She was a young lady endowed with a formidable little skeleton. Nevertheless, he was determined to turn all of this to his advantage. By manipulating Ning Xiwei, he was certain to ascend to the pinnacle of power within the empire. The mere thought of it made Lu Huifeng chuckle with delight. This laughter, however, was jarring to Chen Shui and others who heard it. What remarkable fortune! Their gazes towards Lu Huifeng were filled with envy and jealousy. The emergence of the true dragon, Ning Xiwei, in their school, was a cause for celebration. Lady Ning was gentle and kind-hearted. How many benefits could Lu Huifeng extract from her in the future? It was infuriating. How could this greedy and ambitious Lu Huifeng be so fortunate? Despite being on the brink of death, the upper echelons of Qiyang would gladly exchange their identities with him. They all knew that as long as Ning Xiwei was present, Lu Chen would undoubtedly save this opportunistic Lu Huifeng. And indeed, Lu Chen had already approached Lu Huifeng. At the same time, the tip of Lu Chen's finger glimmered with a delicate green essence of pure life energy. With a swift motion, it transformed into dozens of luminous points. To each of these points, Lu Chen infused 1 unit of life force. He had witnessed how the upper echelons of Qiyang treated Yi Lingxing, and while that was notable, it was not the crux of the matter. What truly pleased him was their attitude towards the young lady. He found it commendable. He decided to bestow 1 unit of life force upon each of them. Dozens of pale green light points penetrated the bodies of the Qiyang elite. A wave of comfort washed over them, akin to soaking in a hot spring. My hidden injuries have vanished. The scars from my past are also gone. I have broken through. I have broken through. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Ecstasy radiated from every face. They had all sustained injuries during their battle with Yi Lingxing. And although they had healed significantly under the care of the clerics, complete recovery would require substantial time and resources. They had not anticipated that Lu Chen would share his life energy with them all. In mere moments, not only were their injuries fully healed, but they also gained numerous benefits. Ning Xiwei's little skeleton was no mere specter. It was clearly divine. We thank Lady Ning. We thank the great skeleton. The crowd, brimming with excitement, knelt in reverence. Their gazes towards Lu Chen transformed from mere respect into profound admiration. The purest life energy was a treasure beyond compare. The little skeleton's willingness to share it with them was a testament to its generosity and loyalty, deserving of their utmost respect. The citizens of Qiyang took immense pride in possessing such a remarkable little skeleton. Yet, amidst the jubilation, Lu Huifeng wore a disgruntled expression. Everyone had received life energy, except for him. Moreover, all that life energy belonged to Ning Xiwei, which he had long regarded as his own. Such precious energy wasted on them. Ning, have you forgotten your esteemed principal? Chapter 34. He truly regretted everything. Indeed, he felt a growing resentment towards Ning Xiwei. How could such valuable and pure life energy be squandered? It should all belong to Lu Huifeng. No, he thought, grappling with the suffocating sensation of near death. Ning Xiwei was far too kind-hearted. She was easily bound by her morals and swayed by others. He must keep a vigilant watch over her. Should he discover any remaining life energy from her little skeleton, he would seize it at the first opportunity. All of it must be channeled into himself. The bounty of life energy could not be wasted on outsiders. With the enhancement of such potent life energy, his advancement would surely accelerate tremendously. Instantly, Lu Huifeng regarded Ning Xiwei and Lu Chen as if they were personal assets. At that moment, hearing Lu Huifeng's subtly envious and commanding tone towards Ning Xiwei, the upper echelons of Qiyang felt a swell of irritation. Lu Huifeng, show some respect to Lady Ning. Clean up your language. Disrespecting Lady Ning will earn you my wrath. Some even shook their heads, warning that this man was the principal and harbored a petty nature, advising caution against him speaking ill of them in front of Lady Ning. What harm would it do to speak ill? Lady Ning was willing to share such precious life energy with me. My very life belongs to her. Lu Huifeng was clearly up to no good. I sincerely hope Lady Ning does not save him. Yes, let this greedy old man perish. While some were dissatisfied, others feared Lu Huifeng's potential retaliation should he regain his strength. Upon hearing the upper echelons of Qiyang, many began to berate him, urging Ning Xiwei to abandon him. Lu Huifeng grew anxious at once. Battling against the suffocation and pain coursing through him, he pleaded, Ning, in the past, there were those in the school who were unwilling to grant you the designation of an outstanding student. It was the principal who stood up to protect your status. Without the principal, your life would be far more difficult. One must be grateful. Please, save the principal. Lu Huifeng lamented. Sun Feifei shot him a glare. Xiwei, do not listen to him. This man is both wicked and foolish. Ning Xiwei's gaze flickered. Lu Huifeng's actions and words filled her with revulsion. Deep down, she did not wish to save him. However, he was a gravely injured man on the brink of death. She could not stand idly by and watch someone perish before her eyes. She longed to assist him, just as someone had once offered her a bowl of thin gruel and a piece of cloth when she had fainted from hunger on the streets in her youth. She wished to be that kind of person. The little skeleton, the kind-hearted young lady. There is no fault in kindness. Yet, it must be directed appropriately. Silly girl, awaken. The little skeleton shook its head and then seated itself in a meditative posture, clearly refusing to aid Lu Huifeng. Very well. Such a person who treated Lady Ning as a fool deserves to perish. The upper echelons of Qiyang found immense satisfaction in this moment. Seeing that Lu Chen no longer acknowledged him, Ning Xiwei understood that Lu Chen was also unwilling to assist. In truth, through the bond tightly intertwined with Lu Chen in her mind, Ning Xiwei knew that if she pleaded with Lu Chen once more, he would surely relent. Yet, the one she was most reluctant to pressure was Lu Chen. Furthermore, when Lu Chen had refused to save Lu Huifeng, a sense of refreshing comfort unexpectedly blossomed within her heart, though she barely had the time to savor it. This is more like it. Sun Feifei threw her arms around Ning Xiwei. Ning, quickly summon your little skeleton to save me. It became evident that Lu Chen had approached him repeatedly solely to torment him, with no intention of offering salvation. Ning Xiwei chose not to cast another glance at him. Lu Huifeng was instantly gripped by panic. The frantic sensation of blood draining from his body and the suffocating weight of asphyxiation filled him with overwhelming dread. Summoning all his strength, he shouted, Ning, think of the good in our school. Consider the merits of the principal. Your current state, your powerful little skeleton, is all thanks to me. I was the one who enabled your spirit contract, allowing you to bond with that little skeleton. You ought to be grateful to me. Following his outburst, the upper echelons of Qiyang were met with a chorus of disdainful jeers. What a shameless display. If memory serves, after Lord Ning formed a contract with the little skeleton, this so-called esteemed principal said naught and left with a frosty demeanor. Moreover, I have heard him publicly disavow any connection with Lord Ning on several occasions. Disavow? It was less a disavowal and more a public insult, declaring Lord Ning a disgrace to Qiyang High, bringing shame upon the institution. Lu Huifeng's vision was becoming increasingly blurred. His sight began to fade, along with his sense of taste, smell, and even his perception of the world. He was nearing death. Ning Xiwei, you ungrateful wretch. You are shameless. You stand by and watch as I perish. Lu Huifeng vented his fury. Moments later, he gradually fell silent. The pain was no longer perceptible. He felt weightless, as if he were beginning to ascend. At that moment, a profound emotion surged within him, as if he had come to a realization. Ning Xiwei was truly kind-hearted. Surely, if it were someone else, she would plead with the little skeleton for aid. There was no need for such snobbery. She should not be viewed as a fool. A heart that is pure and benevolent ought to be cherished. He was the principal. He was the pillar of support for the children of the slums. He had succumbed to worldly desires. He felt regret. Alas, this was the consequence of his actions. He was deserving of his fate. His soul floated into the ether, and he opened his eyes to gaze upon Ning Xiwei, whispering within his heart, I hope all is well with you. He looked longingly toward a certain direction within the city, letting out a soft sigh before vanishing without a trace. In the imperial capital, within the residence of the prime minister, an elderly man clad in white sat cross-legged, meditating in tranquility. The prime minister, a middle-aged man in black, entered the hall, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. The young master has perished in Qiyang City. The white-robed elder remained silent for a moment before opening his eyes, revealing an expression as calm as a still pond. Annihilate the city. Prime Minister, Qiyang City has a population of over 510,000, with more than 3,000 practitioners. The destruction of the city will surely incite the emperor's wrath. That is of no concern. The prime minister must consider that the general of national defense will take advantage of the emperor's fury to undermine your position, sowing discord between you and the emperor for his own benefit. As I understand it, the general has long coveted the Three Cicada territory, and I fear. The white-robed elder's eyes narrowed. The secret stash of the bear demigod must be activated. You will exert your strength, and the entrance to the stash will be located within Qiyang City. If Shuang'er is unoccupied, allow her to retrieve the final secret stash. Upon finishing his words, the elder closed his eyes to resume his meditation. The prime minister is indeed wise. The black-robed man bowed and retreated a few steps, turning to exit the meditation hall. Just outside, he seated himself cross-legged and retrieved an ancient token from his waist. Rise. The projection of the imperial map emerged. The black-robed man pointed toward the location of Qiyang City. Fall. Suddenly, a glimmer of pearl light ignited at the location of Qiyang City on the map. The black-robed man rose and summoned a servant. You, go and inform the young lady to make a trip. Be Black Lord. Could you perhaps send someone else to convey the message to the young lady? The servant immediately fell to his knees, grasping the hem of the black-robed man's robes, pleading desperately for mercy. insisting he had been diligent and had not faltered in his duties, begging the Black Lord to assign the task to another. Are you aware? I am aware. Ah, I do not know. You are the one. Hurry and go. Black Lord. You too. Take him to inform the young lady. Chapter 35. The Empire, in turmoil. It's over. It's all over. The servant felt his body grow weak, his legs unable to support him, and he could only be dragged along by the other two servants. They traversed through the artificial hills, streams, and training grounds, finally arriving at the courtyard of the Prime Minister's young lady. The servant's face turned ashen, and the two who supported him shared the same pallor. What manner of person is the young lady, Ning Xiwei? They had all heard tales. In the entire Prime Minister's residence, only the courtyard of Ning Xiwei was devoid of any servants. Why? Because they had all perished. Why, young lady? The restrained servant was utterly powerless to speak. Only the other two servants timidly called out. With a rustle, the courtyard door swung open. The three felt a chilling breeze envelop them. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld a strikingly beautiful face. What is it? Came a voice as frigid as ice. The servants trembled, their teeth chattering. Speak. All three servants knelt down. The one at the forefront stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. The Prime Minister requests the young lady to make an appearance personally. Though the words were faint, the profoundly powerful Ning Xiwei could hear them with clarity. She not only discerned their chattering teeth, but could also sense the rapid beating of their hearts. With a swish, a flash of cold light appeared. The middle servant's forehead split open, and he was cleaved in two. Blood spattered. The Prime Minister's servants, cowards to the core, deserved their fate. You, clean this up and get out. Ning Xiwei turned and retreated into the house. The two remaining servants, trembling in fear, began to dispose of their colleague's corpse, taking a few steps back. Young lady, that was too terrifying, one of them remarked, before the other could nod in agreement. Swish. The cold light struck again. The one who had spoken was severed in two. A frigid voice echoed, those who speak ill of their master die. The other servant collapsed in a dead faint on the ground. In the imperial palace, at the residence of the 9th princess. Princess, the dog from the Lan family has fallen ill. Her maid discarded it, and I brought it back. The maid, Xiao, entered, cradling a dog with golden fur, but a pus-filled wound on its back. Princess, look. The dog is not long for this world. Let us bury it. Let me see. The 9th princess, Yu, rolled up her sleeves and crouched down. The yellow dog was on the brink of death, its eyes clouded over with a white film. Poor dog. Yu took out her personal handkerchief and gently wiped the pus from the dog's wound. Ow. The yellow dog convulsed in pain. Be good, it won't hurt. Be brave. Yu extended her other hand to stroke the dog's head. After cleaning the wound, she retrieved a porcelain vial from her bosom, opened it, and poured out a golden pill exuding a potent fragrance. Crushing it, she sprinkled the powder onto the dog's injury. Sizzle. The medicinal powder instantaneously took effect, swiftly mending the injuries of the yellow dog. Ah. The maid, Xiao, was taken aback at the sight of the golden pill in the hands of the 9th princess, her astonishment causing her to leap in disbelief. Your Highness, have you lost your mind? You are using a life-saving pill on a mere dog. Woe is me. It is my fault for bringing the dog back, thus squandering a precious life-saving pill meant for you. The 9th princess, Xiao, lamented. Such pills are exceedingly rare. Even for you, Your Highness. Casting a reproachful glance at the gradually recovering yellow dog, she muttered, You wretched creature, you naughty dog. Yet, she refrained from taking any further action. Before long, the life-saving pill began to take effect. The dog's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity as it extended its tongue, moistening the palm of the 9th princess. The delightful sensation made her giggle. You naughty dog, remember this. It is the 9th princess who saved your life, and you must repay me. Xiao huffed in annoyance. All right. It matters not who it is for. The poor creature would have perished had I not intervened. Yu gently patted the dog's head. Your Highness, you possess the kindest heart in the entire palace, Xiao remarked with admiration. Suddenly, Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the dog's legs. Your Highness, Xiao gasped in alarm. It is of no consequence, Yu replied, wiping the blood from her lips with a smile. After all, my days are numbered. I hope the good dog can carry on in my stead. It is truly unfair. Xiao retorted. Why must the princess suffer from such a dreadful illness? Your Highness, let us beseech His Majesty. He is wise and knowledgeable. Surely he can cure you. Yu shook her head. My father already dotes on me. No matter how fervently he tries, he can only extend my life for a little longer. These remaining days are all I have. Suddenly, a beam of pearl-like light shot up from the distant east, heralding a divine presence. Could it be the rumored divine treasure trove? Xiao was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. Your Highness, you have been saved. The treasures within the divine trove must possess the power to heal your ailments. A flicker of hope ignited in Chu Yu's eyes. only to be extinguished just as quickly. Let us treat it as an outing then. How refreshing. Sun Feifei reminisced about the pure life energy that had flooded her body from Lu Chun. The sensation was akin to being numbed by the cold, and then suddenly immersed in a hot spring, sending shivers of delight from head to toe. Ning Xiwei also recalled the gentle, warm life energy radiating from Lu Chun, an experience that was both soothing and intoxicating. She felt herself blush. Little skeleton, I desire more. Sun Feifei swayed in front of Lu Chun. Please, little skeleton, grant me just a bit more life energy, and I promise to follow you loyally from this day forth. Huh, you seek to take advantage of me, Lu Chun thought, dismissing her. Xiwei, my dear Xiwei, allow me to knead your shoulders and legs. Sun Feifei, seeing that Lu Chun was unresponsive to her pleas, turned to cling to Ning Xiwei instead. As they walked, she kneaded Ning Xiwei's shoulders and even bent down to massage her thighs. Ning Xiwei stiffened under her touch. Xiwei, from this moment on, I shall be your devoted follower. Please persuade the little skeleton to show mercy and grant me just a smidgen of life energy. Just a fraction of what I received last time would suffice. Would you be so kind? Ning Xiwei felt as if 1,000 bees were buzzing in her ears. Thus, she turned to Lu Chun, pouting. How about just a tiny bit? After speaking, she bit her lip. She too felt a pang of longing for Lu Chun's life energy, but was too shy to admit it. How could Lu Chun not perceive the thoughts of this little girl? Such a glutton. Her fair face, dewy and radiant, with her charming lips pouting in such a way that it was utterly endearing. Very well, I shall grant this little girl a small indulgence. With a flick of his fingers, a small orb of life energy transformed into a pale green light and entered Sun Feifei's body. Wow. Sun Feifei could not contain her exhilaration. A larger orb of pale green light, twice the size of the first, immersed itself within Ning Xiwei. The sensation was as if her cells were being cleansed, leaving her unable to suppress a soft moan. She glanced at Lu Chun, wondering if he had heard her. How embarrassing. Quickly, she shyly closed her eyes. Just then, a radiant beam of colorful light descended from the heavens, striking directly at the heart of Qiyang City. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as an ancient bronze door materialized, towering at a height of 100 meters and spanning 50 meters in width. The door was adorned with dragons and phoenixes, exuding an aura of antiquity, depth, and grandeur, instantly enveloping the entirety of Qiyang City. Subsequently, the bronze door swung open, unleashing a beam of bronze light that shot into the sky. This spectacle was visible even from miles away, causing the entire empire to erupt in fervor. Chapter 36. Swallow the pill, and your wounds shall heal beyond measure. What is that? What is happening? The once orderly Qiyang City erupted into chaos at the moment the bronze beam ascended. The common folk at the city gates were astonished to discover a luminous barrier appearing 100 meters beyond the gates. The bolder citizens approached to touch it, finding it as unyielding as old cowhide. No blade could pierce it. We are trapped. Suddenly, a farmer working outside touched the barrier and was pulled inside. We can enter, but we cannot exit. Report to the city lord. In the conference hall, the high-ranking officials of Qiyang, led by Chen Shuyi, gathered to discuss countermeasures against the impending retaliation from the imperial envoy. Just as they were about to present their plans, the city underwent a dramatic transformation. Report. Various pieces of information converged. Speak, everyone. Chen Shuyi rubbed his temples, his expression grim. Could the barrier trapping the city be the work of the imperial envoy? If not for the ancient bronze door at the center of the city, I might have believed so. However, I cannot dismiss the possibility of a connection to the envoy, as the timing is far too opportune. The aura emanating from within the bronze door is formidable and terrifying. I have heard from my subordinates that it seems to carry the scent of treasures. None who have entered the bronze door have returned. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shuyi lightly tapped the table and declared, regardless of the circumstances, our Qiyang City will become the epicenter of the Empire's strife. Soon, formidable experts from across the Empire will arrive one after another. We must evacuate the citizens to prevent casualties. Let us take action. The high-ranking officials of Qiyang swiftly mobilized. Citizens of Qiyang, hurry and evacuate from the bronze door. Retreat to the gathering points in the east and south of the city. Do not approach the bronze door. The guards wove through the crowd, wielding magical megaphones, loudly directing the citizens towards the designated gathering areas. It is indeed the divine treasure trove. The first wave of experts finally arrived. A figure stood before the intricately carved bronze gate, the centerpiece dominated by a colossal bear, towering above the dragons and phoenixes, which lay beneath its mighty paws. Rumor had it that this was the hidden sanctuary of a demigod bear. Such intelligence was rather astute. Outside the bronze gates, skilled individuals from across the empire began to gather in increasing numbers. How audacious! To dare confront me. At this moment, A young man clad in half armor sent a farmer sprawling to the ground with a vicious kick. The farmer, bleeding profusely, quickly knelt and exclaimed, "My apologies, my lord. It was I who failed to watch my path." Huh, look at this wretched peasant, clearly knocked down, yet he feigns that it was his fault. How delightful. The armored youth laughed. I toppled him. It is indeed his fault for being in my way. A mere peasant, showing up before us noble professionals, is an egregious error. He unsheathed his curved blade, weighing it thoughtfully, intending to teach the rustic townsfolk a lesson. They should refrain from embarrassing themselves before the likes of him. Spare me, my lord, the farmer pleaded. Die, he roared, and with a swift motion, the blade descended. This reprehensible act was witnessed by Ning Xiwei, who felt a surge of indignation. Are the citizens of Qiang City not human? A torrent of fury rose within her. She stepped forward, and with a resounding clang, the blade shattered into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Who dares obstruct me? Seeking death. The half-armored youth's expression darkened as he scanned his surroundings for the culprit. Stop searching, it was I who did it. A strikingly beautiful young girl raised her fist, her demeanor fierce. Behind her stood a pale, yet exquisite maiden. Such audacity for mere girls. I shall shred your garments. The youth snarled, swinging the remaining piece of his blade as he charged forward. How dare you insult the 9th prince and princess? The fair girl, known as Xiao, clenched her tiny fist in defiance. With a resounding thud, she knocked the half-armored man to the ground. Following this, she delivered a forceful kick to his chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Xiao, enough? Yes, my lady. Princess Chuyu approached the wounded farmer, retrieving a porcelain vial. Ah, your highness. I have medicine. I have medicine. The anxious Xiao hastily produced a life-saving pill for the farmer, fearing her mistress might give away her own precious remedy. The life-saving pill was meant solely for Princess Chuyu. How could it be given to a lowly outsider? Xiao snatched the vial from Chuyu and instead handed the farmer a pale purple pill, her expression tender. Take this, it will heal your wounds. As for Xiao's audacious act of taking her life-saving pill, Chuyu bore no resentment, merely shaking her head in resigned amusement. She often indulged this girl, who seemed to forget her status as a servant. Yet, in truth, Chuyu found comfort in this dynamic. Thank you, my ladies. After swallowing the pill, the farmer felt rejuvenated and quickly attempted to kneel in gratitude. Step back. This place is not safe, Chuyu gently urged, aiding the elderly farmer to his feet. Thank you. The farmer gazed at Chuyu's enchanting visage, perceiving her as a celestial being, so beautiful, gracious, and kind. That sister is truly wonderful, Ning Xiwei mused, noting the exquisite garments adorning Chuyu, indicative of her high status, yet she bore no arrogance. On the contrary, her exceptional kindness towards even the most despised commoners ignited a sense of admiration within Ning Xiwei. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Chuyu, a flicker of interest igniting within him. How intriguing. At this moment, Chuyu stood by the bronze gate, while her maid Xiao, eyes wide and hands on her hips, surveyed the gathering crowd of hundreds of professionals. Many averted their gaze upon meeting Xiao's eyes. Who were these 2 young ladies? Their strength was formidable. Xiao had just toppled a peak-tier 3rd-stage professional with a single punch. Let us avoid trouble, lest we bring down the wrath upon ourselves. As more professionals flocked to the scene, hearing of Xiao's might, they began to exercise caution. The townsfolk seized the opportunity to withdraw, and soon many could no longer resist the urge to step into the bronze gate. The entrance was shrouded in a haze, obscuring visibility within. 9th miss. Shall we enter as well? Xiao urged eagerly. Chuyu scanned the professionals and then glanced at the distant villagers, a hint of concern etched upon her face. Oh, come now, 9th miss, the villagers are far back. It's the professionals with the issues, seeking to bully them, Xiao reassured. Chuyu nodded, and together with Xiao, they stepped into the mist of the bronze gate, disappearing from sight. Only after the 2 young women vanished did the surrounding professionals exhale in relief. Yet, they did not heed Xiao's warnings. Instead, at that moment, several villagers were sent crashing down from the sky, landing heavily on the ground, gravely injured. Then, a boisterous voice rang out. Chen Shuyi, Lord of Chen City, you won't mind if I dispose of a few peasants, will you? Chapter 37. Instigating trouble? Even the city lord will show you. Scoundrel. Chen Shuyi leaped into the air, confronting the intruder. His full strength of a 4th-stage 2nd-tier practitioner surged forth. Is this what a city lord looks like? Quite impressive, a 4th-stage master. But who is this arrogant individual? It was Lei Pengcheng, the lord of the neighboring city, who had previously suffered embarrassment at Chen Shuyi's hands and was now clearly seeking revenge. Is this the measure of a city lord? With over 3,000 professionals gathered, whispers of criticism began to circulate regarding the 2 lords. Seeking death. Many of the rumors reached the ears of the robust Lei Pengcheng. He immediately unleashed a shadow of his fist, showcasing his 4th stage 5th tier prowess. The professionals he had injured recoiled in fear before his overwhelming might. Chen Xiwei, huh? Only a 4th stage 2nd tier? You dare call yourself a city lord? Lei Pingqing laughed heartily upon assessing Chen Xiwei's cultivation. Apologize for injuring my citizens and offer compensation. Chen Xiwei stood his ground, unwavering. Who do you think you are? Lei Pingqing scoffed. Take 3 of my strikes and survive, then we'll talk. With that, he lunged into the air, his right hand clenched, conjuring a shadow of a 10-foot fist that came crashing down. Chen Xiwei crossed his arms defensively. Boom. The 10-foot fist exploded upon impact, sending Chen Xiwei crashing down, creating a 3-meter deep crater in the cobblestone street. Blood erupted from his mouth. Ha ha ha, Chen Xiwei. Not even able to withstand a single blow. You truly resemble a dog now. 3 years ago, you gravely injured me with 1 punch. Today, I repay you tenfold. The glint of satisfaction sparkled in Lei Pingqing's eyes. Not only that, but he also intended for Chen Xiwei to suffer disgrace and death. He turned to the 10 or so gravely injured villagers, laughing. This is your pitiful city lord, unable to withstand even a single strike. Now I am curious. If I were to slaughter you before his very eyes, would he die of rage? Ha ha ha. Lei Pingqing erupted into maniacal laughter. Dare you? His chest felt constricted. Chen Xiwei spat blood again, consumed by fury, attempting to rise. Yet, after 2 futile attempts, he could not steady himself and fell back down. Lei Pingqing slowly approached the dozen or so gravely injured civilians. Amidst the throngs of thousands of professionals, many began to feel a surge of excitement. Some, upon seeing the city lord severely wounded, harbored sinister thoughts, their eyes wandering toward the affluent within the city. Should they plunder? Without hesitation, several figures stealthily departed from the crowd. Standing over the injured civilians, Lei Pingqing wore a twisted and grotesque smile, declaring, blame your incompetent city lord. Die. Witnessing the citizens being brutally beaten to death while being powerless themselves, how utterly despairing for Chen Xiwei. Ha! With a swift motion, Lei Pingqing's right hand conjured a shadow of his formidable fist. In that instant, not only the civilians facing imminent death, but even those on the outskirts felt an overwhelming sorrow. They had not stolen nor plundered. They had diligently provided sustenance for all professionals, merely wishing to survive. All they sought was to live on. They had exhausted all efforts merely to exist. Yet, they were perpetually subjected to the plundering and humiliation by professionals. These professionals had never regarded them as human beings. Such was the lament of the common folk in this era of professionals. They possessed no means of resistance. Thankfully, they still had a city lord to protect them. Yet now, their beloved city lord was in dire straits. The dying civilians glanced toward the distant crowd, searching for their children, husbands, and wives mingled among them. With mouths agape, they implored, children, stay away. Their families knelt in anguish, weeping with heart-wrenching sorrow. Yet, they did not lose their wits and rush from the crowd. They could only watch helplessly. This was the pitiful and powerless struggle for survival of the lower-class civilians. They looked at their children with earnestness. You must awaken and become noble professionals, breaking free from this hopeless stratum. Suddenly, a radiant figure burst forth. They recognized her. It was Ning Xiwei, the prodigious talent who publicly forged a pact with the spirit. Child, do not come closer. You still have hope. Do not involve yourself. Do not let our blood spill upon you. Child, flee. It is not worth it to save us. The gravely injured civilians, suppressing the blood gushing from their wounds and holding their broken bones, shouted loudly to remind Ning Xiwei to leave. Ning Xiwei finally halted her steps. A look of relief crossed their faces. Child, it is right to leave. How could our humble lives jeopardize your future? With peace in their hearts, they closed their eyes, welcoming death. Even in death, hope remained. Swish! A flash of blade light swept through. In a moment of astonishment, the civilians awaiting death seemed to witness a dawn breaking through the darkness. Was it a divine guidance from heaven? Unable to resist, they opened their eyes. The pain still enveloped them. They were not dead. As their vision cleared, they beheld the once mighty Lei Pingqing, with a gaping hole in his heart, as large as a bowl. They were merely 2 meters away from him. They could see that Lei Pingqing's heart had entirely vanished. Not a drop of blood flowed from the edges of the wound, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Coughing up blood, Lei Pingqing looked down in disbelief at his chest. My heart is gone. A chilling sensation coursed through him. Who did this? There is great terror in Qiyang City. His body weakened, and he fell. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a skeletal hand seized his neck and lifted him, as if he were a mere chicken from a market. It was the little skeleton. The genius Ning Xiwei had summoned the little skeleton. Our oppressor is dead, slain by the little skeleton. Woo-woo, a professional is willing to save our lives. It turns out we are not entirely worthless. A professional treats us as human. The gravely injured civilians could not help but weep, but each tear brimmed with joy. Crack. The little skeleton gestured to one civilian. What does the skeleton lord want? At this moment, the civilian loathed himself for not understanding the skeletal lord's request. Ning Xiwei, after a moment of realization, exclaimed, Uncle, the little skeleton wants your hoe. Give it to the skeleton lord. Lord Ning, feel free to use it. Lu Chun took the hoe and raised it. Then, he thrust the hoe through Lei Pingcheng's spine. Thud. Lu Chun slowly walked to the bronze gate, hanging Lei Pingcheng's corpse on the hoe, propping it at the entrance of the bronze gate. Lei Pingcheng's blood flowed down the hoe to the ground. The message was clear: disturb Qiyang City, and die. Humiliate the civilians of Qiyang City, and die. Instantly. Nearly 10,000 professionals had gathered in Qiyang City, all in uproar. That little skeleton was incredibly powerful. It had slain the fourth-tier powerhouse, Lei Pingcheng, in one strike. Suddenly, no one dared to look down upon Qiyang City, nor did they dare to move. The dozen or so professionals who had planned to plunder the affluent of Qiyang City quietly retreated, hiding deep within the crowd, fearful of being seen by Lu Chun and subsequently hung on a hoe. Seeing the professionals no longer disregard them, the civilians of Qiyang City erupted in joyous cheers. The dozen or so dying civilians felt their hearts stir, a feeling bubbling to the surface. Chapter 38. It turns out that civilians also have moments of justice. They could not find words to describe it. That feeling was akin to rolling in a heap of refuse, nearly starving, yearning for a morsel of food. Only for an incredibly noble lady to extend her hand, inviting him to dine together, with a feast of fish and meat, to indulge as he pleased. It was a sensation of respect that they had never experienced before. Lu Chun hung the corpse of the neighboring city lord on the hoe, avenging them. The term vengeance scarcely suited their plight. Yet now, not only had they received vengeance, but the one who paid the price was a city lord. Moreover, that city lord had sacrificed his life for it. Their hearts were thoroughly warmed by Ning Xiwei and Lu Chun. Thank you. Is this what it feels like to have justice served? My heart feels so warm that even my wounds no longer ache as fiercely. Lord Ning is such a good child. With a city lord accompanying us in death, my life has not been in vain. Yes, I die without regrets. Though their bodies trembled from the cold, they were filled with joy. Little skeleton. Ning Xiwei looked at these uncles and aunts, trembling from pain. Yet their faces were alight with smiles. Unable to hold back her tears, she recalled how, during her childhood, she had struggled to survive. Thanks to these uncles and aunts occasionally providing her with food and clothing. Now, however, they were on the brink of death. She longed to extend her hand and offer assistance, just like they did. However, the pure essence of life was an invaluable treasure. And today it could mean the lives of several individuals. The burden on the little skeleton must be immense. Yet, she could not bear the thought of those who had once lent her a helping hand perishing. She pressed her lips together, her cheeks blushing gradually. Closing her eyes, she resigned herself to fate. Her delicate, fair hand grasped the small arm bone of Lu Chun and shook it gently. Her brilliant eyes lowered slightly, her lips pouting as she implored in the softest of tones, "Please save them. One to you? Please." Oh, the little girl still knows how to act cute. This charming little demeanor is indeed delightful and a rare sight. For the common folk living on the fringes of this world, Lu Chun harbored no prejudice whatsoever. Unlike those professionals who regarded commoners as beneath them, he believed that everyone was human, and no one was inherently superior to another. If one dared to strike, then it was only just to retaliate, even if it meant slaying a city lord. Moreover, in Ning Xiwei's gaze towards the commoners, Lu Chun sensed a profound gratitude. It seemed that this solitary little girl, in her childhood, had undoubtedly received help from these commoners, who were often more compassionate and loyal than the professionals. Thus, they must be saved. Concurrently, Lu Chun glanced at the record of his decisive defeat of Lei Pingcheng. Strength 332. Constitution 200. Acquired skills, Thunder Fist, Thunder Strike. Base value 365. Life Force 3666. A quick glance at the severely injured commoners revealed they were but ordinary folk. A complete body paired with an intact soul was worth only 1 point of life force. These individuals, though their souls remained intact, were severely wounded. With their limbs and organs still present, were a healer from another profession to come, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort and resources to save them. However, for Lu Chun, who wielded the power of life force, a mere 1 point of life force would suffice to rescue over a dozen of them. Tonight's expenditure of life force would be graciously covered by young Master Lei. Haha. The remaining 3,665 points would be collected without hesitation. With a gentle glow of pale green radiance emanating from his fingertips, he transformed one into many. Whoosh! The pale green orbs sank into their hearts. In the blink of an eye, someone leaped up. Wasn't I on the brink of death? Why do I feel so revitalized? Oh dear. Even my old leg pains have vanished. Look at me. I can take steps without stumbling. My back no longer hurts. I shall discuss with my wife about getting a sibling for my lone pup when I return. A dozen individuals showcased their healthy bodies, exchanging glances filled with understanding. Then, they turned toward Ning Xiwei and knelt. Thank you, Lord Skeleton. Thank you, Lord Ning. What are you doing? Quickly rise. Ning Xiwei urged. Helping one up only for another to kneel. If you don't get up, I shall be angry. She feigned a stern expression. Haha, everyone, stop teasing the little girl. Get up, get up. Look how anxious you've made her. Indeed, Lord Ning, rest assured, our old leg pains are gone. Kneeling before you is merely a way to stretch our limbs. See, we can even pay our respects to you and Lord Skeleton. Come, let us bow. Thud, thud, thud. They bowed as they said they would, not waiting for Ning Xiwei to respond. One by one, they rose swiftly, grinning at Ning Xiwei and the little skeleton. Their faces radiant with joy, though deep within their eyes lay profound respect. Let us go home. The old man will erect a statue for Lord Ning and Lord Skeleton. We'll worship it day and night. Haha, I'll do it morning, noon, and night. I'll rise at midnight to pay my respects. 10 times a day if need be. Anyone who dares to slander Lord Ning and Lord Skeleton, I shall curse their ancestors to the 18th generation. Indeed, siding with Lord Ning and Lord Skeleton is akin to standing against me. Wang Matzi. They departed, forming groups as they moved away, embracing their children and spouses tightly, savoring the sweetness of survival. Moments later, a synchronized cheer erupted from the crowd of commoners. Thank you, Lord Ning. Thank you, Lord Skeleton. The sound resonated like rolling thunder within the radiant confines of Qiyang City, drawing countless gazes. What a commotion they were making. Oh dear. Ning Xiwei clenched her little fists and couldn't help but stomp her feet. Xiwei, they all truly admire you. Sun Feifei remarked, meeting the grateful gazes directed at Ning Xiwei, feeling an indescribable shock. They not only admire you, but they also hold you in great esteem. In our Qiyang City, your prestige is likely greater than that of the city lord. Oh no, Feifei, don't exaggerate. At that moment, Ning Xiwei felt a surge of happiness. Since Lu Chun's arrival, her life had undergone a dramatic transformation in just one day, enabling her to repay those who had once offered her warmth. She no longer felt alone. The only regret was that Lu Chun could not speak. How wonderful it would be to share her thoughts with him. Meanwhile, the frequency of professionals arriving from outside the city had diminished, and they began to enter the bronze gate one by one. Isn't that Lei Pengqing? Why is he carrying a hoe? Shoo, keep your voice down, just go in. The professionals ceased to linger, fearing that those who had entered before them would seize all the treasures in the demigod's hidden vault. Thus, more and more professionals surged in. Soon, over 10,000 professionals had vacated the area, leaving only a handful of newcomers in the square. Seeing Lei Pengqing with the hoe, they fell silent and entered the bronze gate without a word. Shall we go as well? Sun Feifei suggested. With Lu Chen around, she anticipated reaping some benefits. For instance, her current wealth surpassed that of her father, who had been a principal for decades. Heh. Lu Chen cast her a sideways glance. You little pest. Chapter 39. The token of entry to the demigod's hidden vault. The crimson flame flickering in Lu Chun's eyes pulsed with disdain. Sun Feifei sensed it and shrank her neck, resting her head on Ning Xiwei's shoulder. Then, she flashed a triumphant smile at Lu Chun and planted a kiss on Ning Xiwei's cheek. Xiwei, it's wonderful to have you. I can just relax now. Ha ha. Who wouldn't want such a powerful best friend? Previously, ascending realms was an arduous task, but now it felt effortless. Not only could she lie back, but she could also prosper while doing so. Life had never been so easy. Dare you kiss me? Just wait until I deal with you, you silly girl. Ning Xiwei retorted, playfully tickling Sun Feifei. The two girls engaged in a light-hearted tussle. Ning Xiwei turned her gaze towards Lu Chun and inquired, shall we proceed inside now? The thought of thousands of adventurers simultaneously entering the demigod's hidden vault filled her with a tinge of trepidation. Yet, the mere notion of facing a third-tier spectral beast, only to have succumbed to unconsciousness before Lu Chun, was utterly humiliating. At the very least, she ought to have stood resolutely by his side. She was determined to grow stronger. This ambition resonated perfectly with Lu Chen's intentions. The demigod's hidden vault, a unique secret realm, was synonymous with a vast multitude of monsters. It was through slaying these creatures that Lu Chun could swiftly shed his burdens and unlock new golden attributes. Entering was imperative. Lu Chun nodded towards the skeletal figure, his fingers emanating a pale green glow as he infused 5 points of vitality into Chen Shui, who instantly regained consciousness. Leaping from the pit, Chen Shui clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Skeleton, for your assistance. You may enter the demigod's hidden vault without concern. I shall guard the outside." Lu Chun nodded affirmatively, taking Ning Xiwei and the other girl with him as they stepped through the bronze door. It felt as if they had penetrated a cascading waterfall. with energies washing over them. The world before them was shrouded in mist. Only when the sensation of energy subsided could they regain their vision. How vast! Ning Xiwei exclaimed in astonishment. The square where the bronze door emerged was already ample in size, yet at this moment, she felt as if she had entered a wild and desolate realm. Desolation reigned supreme. Everywhere lay gravel and stones, devoid of any flora. A mile away, throngs of adventurers congregated. In that assembly stood approximately 10,000 towering stone pillars. Groups of 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 adventurers, engaged in fierce combat around each pillar. How dare you betray me? Die, you fool! Brother, assist me! Fiery slash! Thunderstrike! Bang! The clash of combat drew near. Soon, the outcome became evident. A mage, his staff clattering to the ground, was sent careening 10 meters away by a swordsman, crashing at Lu Chen's feet. Hiss! Blood smeared his face as he convulsed twice before perishing. Ning Xiwei's complexion paled slightly. Sun Feifei, witnessing the fallen mage, felt a chill creep into her heart and instinctively edged closer to Lu Chen. In the distance, particularly around the dense clusters of stone pillars, the battles grew increasingly fierce. The air was filled with flashing blades and explosive spells. Strangely, those towering stone pillars, despite enduring countless strikes of thunder, flame, and frost, remained utterly unscathed. Let's take a closer look, Lu Chen suggested. Alas, even with 3 golden attributes and tens of thousands of attribute points, he was still unable to utter a word. Ning Xiwei and the other girl followed closely behind. As the 3 entered the vicinity of the pillars, an ancient and profound message resonated in their minds. To enter the hidden vault, one must first obtain a token. The tokens are concealed within the pillars. There are 10,000 pillars in total. Once the pillars dissolve, the tokens may merge with the bearer. Those who hold the tokens will be immune to each other's attacks. Instantly, Lu Chen and the others grasped the situation. Adventurers fought to the death to seize control of the pillars and secure their positions. Once the pillars dissolved, the first to integrate with a token would gain the right to enter the demigod's hidden vault. However, the sheer number of adventurers, Lu Chen's gaze swept over the densely packed throngs, appearing endless, numbering no less than 20,000. Moreover, many more adventurers were streaming in from the entrance. Upon passing through the bronze door, Lu Chen had tested the mist at the entrance. It was impenetrable. This signified that they must either seize a token to enter the hidden vault or perish amidst the stone pillar wasteland. With only 10,000 tokens available, over half of the adventurers would be doomed to remain trapped. Let us seize 2 pillars, one for the girl and one for Sun Feifei. I can share a token with the girl, being her contracted spirit creature. This one shall suffice, Lu Chen mused, glancing at the nearest pillar. It mattered little which pillar they chose, for the tokens were all the same. This area, being on the outskirts of the pillar wasteland, was relatively calm with minimal skirmishes. Lu Chen advanced first, weaving through 7 or 8 battling adventurers, and approached a 100-meter-tall pillar with a diameter of 1 meter, patting it. This one is mine. He beckoned the 2 girls to join him. Any skeletal minions belonging to that necromancer should be collected quickly, or we're done for. A shield warrior, his eyes ablaze with fury, raised his battle blade, preparing to cleave Lu Chen in 2. Beside him, a teammate clad in gray armor recognized Lu Chen and immediately restrained the shield warrior's weapon. What are you doing? Let go. I'm going to slay that skeleton. Shut up, his companion hissed, his face reddening as he whispered urgently. Hurry, we must go. It's a matter of life and death. Dragging the shield warrior away. The latter, bewildered, protested. Why are we leaving? We were on the verge of victory against just a cowardly necromancer. Have you seen that skeleton? Our elder brother just arrived. He doesn't know the full story. Indeed, did you not witness the 4th-tier expert displayed as a trophy at the entrance? That was the work of that skeleton. Why didn't you say so earlier? What are we waiting for? Let us move quickly. I'm terrified. The shield warrior and his companions retreated with the speed of startled rabbits. Their opponents were momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the combination of the little skeleton and the beautiful girl, they recalled the tragic fate of the 4th-tier expert at the entrance. Cautiously lowering their postures, they too began to retreat. Even the adventurers who had just defeated their foes cast glances at the duo. Upon recognizing the little skeleton and the stunning girl, they exclaimed, "Stop fighting. Leave the fallen comrade behind. We must flee." In an instant, the area surrounding the 2 pillars within a 100-meter radius was vacated, leaving only Lu Chen and the 2 girls. Why did they all retreat? Sun Feifei felt somewhat apprehensive as they traversed the battlefield of 3rd-tier adventurers. Yet, before she could muster her courage, the 3rd-tier adventurers retreated of their own accord, showing a lack of decorum by leaving their fallen comrades behind. The 2 vacant pillars quickly attracted the attention of numerous adventurers. From afar, upon recognizing Lu Chen, their eager hearts stilled. Let us continue our mutual slaughter. It is the safer option. At that moment, a slender-faced assassin approached cautiously. He glanced at Lu Chen, shrinking back slightly in trepidation, before turning to Ning Xiwei and asking, "I possess intelligence regarding the factions entering the vault. Would you be interested?" Chapter 40. The Black Wind Adventure Team, comprised entirely of City Lord-level members. Intelligence? Information regarding factions entering the hidden vault? Lu Chen's interest was piqued. It seemed worth listening to. Not long after arriving in this world, I spent the majority of my time battling monsters in the secret realm. My understanding of this world remains rather superficial. Nevertheless, it is worth listening. Similarly, both Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei exhibited a flicker of curiosity in their eyes. The two young women, having spent their lives in Qiyang City, had never ventured beyond its borders. Their knowledge of the world outside Qiyang City was solely derived from books and historical documents. Moreover, the scale of this demigod's secret treasure was immense. In a mere span of time, over 20,000 professionals had entered through the bronze gates, and each one was an elite. Following the battle against Yi Lingxing, the two women found their pockets significantly enriched. Upon careful calculation, their combined assets likely surpassed even that of the city lord, affording them ample means to purchase information. Ning Xiwei glanced at Lu Chen, who nodded in affirmation. Instantly, a pleasing smile graced the face of the assassin professional. Stepping closer, he spoke slowly. The forces entering the secret treasure can be broadly categorized into 4 factions. The first is centered around Qiyang City, encompassing not only this empire, but also neighboring nations, led by the city lords. The strength of these lords hovers around the mid-level of the 4th tier. What? Even the lords from neighboring nations have come over? That is inconceivable. While trade between empires is permissible, a large-scale military incursion is utterly unacceptable. Should conflict arise, it would inevitably embroil the two great empires in war, causing untold suffering and loss, with countless professionals facing death and injury. Haha, my lords may be unaware, but these neighboring powers are far from foolish. They either resort to smuggling or adopt disguises, ensuring that they do not tarnish the reputation of our empire. The second faction comprises various adventure groups, among which the most formidable are the Black Wind Adventure Group and the Barbarian Bear Adventure Group. Their reserve members possess a minimum strength of Tier 3, Level 9, while the official members rival the combat prowess of typical city lords. For instance, the leader of the Chixing Adventure Group, Zhang Qi, is said to have been a reserve member eliminated from the Black Wind Adventure Group. You mean who? Leader Zhang Qi? The one healed by the little skeleton? Her former aspiration was to one day join the foremost adventure group in Qiyang City, the Chixing Adventure Group. Sun Feifei's eyes widened. The leader Zhang Qi, who is significantly stronger than my father, was merely a reserve member eliminated from that Black Wind Adventure Group. How powerful must the Black Wind Adventure Group be? She could not help but glance at Lu Chen. Is the little skeleton a rival? The third faction consists of the largest number of scattered teams, whether a few friends banding together or individuals fighting solo. When cooperating, these scattered teams unquestionably represent the most formidable force. Lastly, the fourth faction is represented by the 9th princess of the royal family. The 9th princess? It seems unreasonable for the imperial family to send only the 9th princess. Ning Xiwei expressed her confusion. The 9th princess does not represent the empire's official entry. She has come discreetly. Had it not been for the informant's keen insights, one might not even be aware of the 9th princess's presence. The assassin professional smiled with a sense of pride. Then, glancing at Lu Chen, he quickly reined in his confident smile and lowered his posture slightly. Who is the 9th princess? The young lady who first engaged the professionals is none other than the 9th princess's maid. It is she. Ning Xiwei recalled the young woman, exuding nobility while showing compassion for the common folk, and felt a favorable impression. Sun Feifei's eyes darted, and she inquired. With such a monumental event as the demigod's secret treasure, it seems illogical that the empire has not dispatched anyone, nor have the experts from the major factions made an appearance. The assassin professional nodded. What I have mentioned are merely the 4 factions that have currently entered the demigod's secret treasure. The imperial family and other transcendent forces will undoubtedly arrive subsequently. Perhaps in the next moment, or maybe at the final location of the treasure, they will reveal themselves. After all, it is rumored that the demigod's secret treasure consists of 6 layers. The treasures in the earlier layers may not even attract the attention of these transcendent forces. A flicker of flame trembled in Lu Chen's eyes. The demigod's secret treasure actually consists of 6 layers. This indeed makes sense. The treasures in the initial layers may not be worth the attention of those transcendent forces. The demigod's secret treasure having 6 layers, this information is likely classified. What do you desire? Ning Xiwei cast a glance at the assassin professional. She was skeptical that anyone would offer information without seeking something in return. However, the fact that this individual spoke of information before mentioning any report exhibited a degree of sincerity. I am but a weak individual. Powerless to vie for the stone pillar of the token, I merely wish to borrow the residual might of the great skeleton lord. The assassin professional gestured towards the nearby stone pillar of the token. I am merely leveraging the situation, should anyone dare to act. There would be no need for the great skeleton lord to intervene. I seek the consent of the 3 esteemed lords. The assassin professional bowed deeply, nearly pressing his forehead to his knees. This Ning Xiwei found it somewhat difficult to comprehend his intentions. Lu Chen observed the humble demeanor of the assassin professional, who appeared cautious yet astute. Was he certain that I would not stand idly by, or did he believe no professional would dare act in my presence? Whether clever or self-aware, it mattered little. Lu Chen slightly nodded at the skeleton head and chose to disregard him thereafter. Thank you, great skeleton lord. Thank you, esteemed lords. The assassin professional, catching sight of Lu Chen's gesture, rose with palpable excitement, expressing his gratitude. As time passed, various factions clashed fiercely over the stone pillars of the tokens. In a brief span, the casualties among professionals exceeded 1,000. The ownership of the myriad stone pillars gradually became established. At that moment, not far from Lu Chen and the others, an explosion of flames erupted. Fire Wolf Adventure Group. We have relinquished all the stone pillars to you. Why then do you attack us? A burly red-haired man scoffed, digging into his ear. Relinquished to me. With a swift motion, a mass of flames coalesced in the palm of his right hand, growing larger until it resembled a watermelon. He hurled the watermelon-sized fireball forward. I clearly seized it first. With a resounding explosion, a bowman professional clutched his severed arm, his face contorted in agony. We have ceased hostilities. Why do you continue to attack us? Why? Flames gathered once more. Boom. The heat of the flames erupted, sending scalding embers flying. More screams echoed. Run. Hurry. Don't reason with the madmen of the Fire Wolf group. Madmen. Another watermelon-sized fireball erupted in pursuit of fleeing professionals. Those professionals must be out of their minds. Who doesn't know our boss's nickname is Explosion Fire? No matter who you are, just blow it up. Right or wrong matters not. Oh, boss, look. There lies a stone pillar. And only a single assassin is present. Our group is short 1 pillar. I see it. Whoosh. The flames coalesced into a watermelon size once more and were thrown. Boom. The searing flames scorched the stone, causing it to splinter and igniting holes in the assassin professional's leather armor. Ouch. The assassin professional jumped in pain. The red-haired man approached with a hearty laugh, looking down at the assassin professional and sneering, "Get lost." A multitude of 8 or 9 professionals encircled him. The assassin's expression faltered, casting a furtive glance at the meditative Lu Chen, which instantly calmed his inner turmoil. Rubbing his face, he forced a subservient smile and approached Ning Xiwei with a cheerful demeanor. My lord, I have recalled several rumors regarding the 9th princess. Are you ignoring me? The red-haired giant's countenance turned icy, flames the size of watermelons igniting in his hands, aimed directly at Lu Chen. Chapter 41. Trapped in a Deadly Abyss. Who is he? The leader of the Fire Wolf Adventure Group, Explosive Fire. He may disregard others, but he cannot overlook him. His flames embody his life's principles, burning fiercely like fire itself. All his frustrations must combust beneath his flames. In times past, he had taken issue with the city lord, Lei Pengcheng. Though he was merely at the 2nd stage of the 4th tier, far inferior to Lei Pengcheng's 5th stage, he nonetheless hurled a fireball at Lei Pengcheng's face, causing him to stumble. Then, he dusted off his hands and departed. Even a city lord-level powerhouse must endure a couple of fireballs. Who cares about a mere assassin? What of the combination of a beautiful girl and a skeleton? If he doesn't hurl a couple of fireballs, he cannot claim to be the leader of the Fire Wolf group. A beautiful girl and a skeleton. Explosive Fire's eyes brightened with clarity. Could it be the skeleton that hanged Lei Pengcheng on a hoe? Instantly, the watermelon-sized flames in his hands diminished slightly, shrinking to the size of a pomelo. Boss, why has your fireball shrunk? Is it because of that assassin? A member of the Fire Wolf group exclaimed. Boss, throw it already. I adore the explosive sound of your flames. Indeed, even in front of Lei Pengcheng, boss must throw 2 fireballs. Hurry, let it explode. The members of the Fire Wolf group erupted in hearty laughter. The 9th princess is the emperor's most cherished child. The assassin recounted the past of the 9th princess to Ning Xiwei and her companion. Yet, his entire body trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Why are you sweating? Sun Feifei inquired. Speak clearly, don't tremble. You mentioned that the 9th princess's mother was actually a commoner. And then what? Ning Xiwei listened quietly to the tale of the 9th princess. As for Explosive Fire and the others, when they drew nearer, both Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei discerned that the collective aura of this group was less than half that of Lei Pengcheng. With Lu Chen present, there was no need for concern. Noticing the 2 women engrossed in the story, and then glancing at the assassin, whose leather armor was soaked with cold sweat, yet feigned indifference while continuing his tale. Lu Chen found it inexplicably amusing. He couldn't help but raise his gaze at the instigator of it all, the red-haired giant. Upon meeting Lu Chen's gaze, which flickered like a crimson flame, Explosive Fire's flames flickered and dimmed. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Explosive Fire quickly realized that Lu Chen was indeed the skeleton who had hanged Lei Pengcheng. He dared to explode against Lei Pengcheng and had already deemed himself invincible. Yet Lu Chen had not merely dared to kill Lei Pengcheng. He had done so in an instant. They, the Fire Wolf group, had witnessed that terrifying scene firsthand. A 4th-tier, 5th-stage powerhouse. One strike pierced through, hanging him on a hoe. A sight forever etched in their memory. As Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the fireball in his hands, Explosive Fire felt a chill in his heart. Was it the cold of the surroundings? Yes, indeed, the air was frigid within this ancient wilderness. Gritting his teeth, Explosive Fire took a couple of steps toward Lu Chen. Haha, is the boss going to roast the skeleton? Members of the Fire Wolf group roared with laughter once more. Roast the skeleton? Lu Chen's crimson flame flickered. By the heavens! Explosive Fire trembled in fear. He had never bent his back before, but now he bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. In that moment of bending, he astonishingly noticed a bead of mist forming on the skeleton's crossed legs. Instantly, his heart leaped with joy as he raised his flames beside Lu Chen's skeletal figure. With a grimace that was more tragic than a cry, he said, "The desolate land is cold. Look, even the skeleton lord's bones have mist beads forming. I must dry them for the skeleton lord. I am but a fire mage, mild-tempered as water, and I cannot abide dampness." Upon seeing the mist beads on the skeleton lord's bones, I could not help but draw closer. Now that the mist beads are dried, my heart feels at ease. Thanks to the skeleton lord's indulgence. Upon finishing, he bowed deeply once more, a flawless 90-degree bend. Lu Chen hardly had time to realize that there were mist beads upon his bones before Explosive Fire dried them. Am I truly that fearsome? Lu Chen pondered. The assassin who had just concluded the tale of the 9th princess could not help but ask, known as Explosive Fire, gentle in temperament, and fond of drying things? What Explosive Fire? Merely a name, an empty title. You see my physique, so plump. It is merely a reflection of my generous heart, Explosive Fire boasted, attempting to mold his muscles into flab. Boss, you usually. Explosive Fire reacted swiftly, turning around to cover his comrade's mouth with one hand. With the other, he quietly ignited a fierce flame, whispering a threat, "Say another word, and I shall throw this flame into your mouth." Turning back, he chuckled. "I shall not disturb the skeleton lord's elegance any further. I take my leave." Bowing, he hurriedly led his group away. "Boss, you must, silence. Boss, blow him up. Silence. Boss." Boom. Ouch. It burns. Ah, my behind is charred. Behind them, laughter erupted from Sun Feifei. That Explosive Fire is simply hilarious. The assassin bowed to Lu Chen. "Thank you, skeleton lord. I am known as Zhang Lang, and your kindness shall be forever etched in my heart." Zhang Lang. Lu Chen slightly nodded, his jaw tightening. At that moment, the stone pillar of the token suddenly burst into light. A brilliant white radiance illuminated the somewhat murky ancient wilderness. A token. Its upper half diamond-shaped and its lower half oval, detached from the pillar and fell into the hands of the closest professional. Ning Xiwei grasped the token, her heart stirring. The token melded seamlessly into her delicate hand. As she turned her palm over, an oval bear head mark appeared on the back of her hand. With a gentle thought, the bear head mark vanished, and the azure token re-emerged in her palm. Lu Chen cast a glance at the astonished assassin, Zhang Lang. Then, a golden flame the size of a mung bean ignited at the tip of his finger. Whoosh! It shot toward Zhang Lang. Skeleton Lord. Zhang Lang's face paled, but he quickly regained his composure, allowing the mung bean-sized flame to land on his arm. Boom! Just as the flame was about to touch him, a layer of pale gray light appeared. The mung bean flame struck the pale gray membrane, vanishing without a trace. "Skeleton Lord, your attack seems to have been redirected," Zhang Lang remarked. "The words of the realm are indeed accurate. Attacks between holders of the token are ineffective, as if entering a different dimension." Lu Chen pondered this. Ineffective attacks? Will the demigod's secret vault still protect the treasure seekers? Absurd. If mutual attacks prove ineffective, then what of indirect confrontations? Lu Chen pondered this quandary. At that moment, a cascade of resplendent, multicolored beams descended from the heavens, enveloping all those who bore the tokens. In an instant, every holder of a token in the wilderness vanished from sight, including their summoned entities. Naturally, this included Lu Chen as well. The area once filled with towering pillars of tokens was now left desolate, populated only by nearly 10,000 tokenless individuals. It was over, time to return. Such a paltry number of qualifications. What a futile struggle. Oh no, we can't get out. The bronze gate is sealed, allowing entry but forbidding exit. A new group of adventurers surged through the bronze gate. Upon opening their eyes, they were greeted by the sight of thousands of despairing faces. Chapter 42. A blade drawn. Ascending the leaderboard. Swish, 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 swish. Countless vibrant beams illuminated the surroundings. Lu Chun and the others opened their eyes to behold an equally desolate landscape. The terrain was strewn with jagged rocks and overgrown with weeds. The boulders towered over 100 meters high, and the ground was riddled with pits and hollows. Resembling a forsaken quarry, a voice echoed in their minds. In 1 minute, blood demons will be released. The blood demons range from peak tier 3 to tier 4. Personally slaying a blood demon, regardless of its tier, earns 1 point. The top 100 on the leaderboard will receive a reward, with a minimum of 100 tier 4 spirit crystals. The voice faded from their minds. 100 tier 4 spirit crystals. The adventurers in the quarry gasped in astonishment. Just making it onto the leaderboard guarantees at least 100 tier 4 spirit crystals. My heavens. Tier 4 combat prowess is exceedingly rare in the secret realms, let alone the production of tier 4 spirit crystals. Truly, the demigod's vault is astonishing in its generosity. If I could obtain just 1 tier 4 spirit crystal, I would have a shot at tier 4. Huh, didn't you hear? The released blood demons have a minimum tier of peak 3. This peculiar rule dictates that whether tier 3 or tier 4, slaying either yields merely 1 point. Everyone will undoubtedly rush to hunt tier 3 blood demons. What are we tier 3 adventurers to do? Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Who? Who attacked me? You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? I will slay you. Soon. The adventurers employing their ultimate skills against one another discovered that, regardless of their efforts, they could inflict no harm upon their opponents. Instead, they wasted considerable energy, panting heavily. Just then, the blood demons were unleashed. In an instant, a multitude of blood-red figures appeared within the vast expanse of the desolate quarry. They were crimson in hue, humanoid in form, standing on 2 feet with 12 fingers, each measuring nearly 20 centimeters long, resembling daggers with a chilling glint. They bore tails, at the ends of which were serrated scythes. Their heights ranged from 2 to 3 meters, exuding an aura of terror. They were positioned at varying distances from the adventurers. Some were hundreds of miles away, while others were mere steps away. For instance, a 3-meter blood demon abruptly materialized next to a group of exhausted adventurers who had just engaged in battle. With a bat-like head and a gaping maw, it let out a piercing shriek and lunged at the weary adventurers. The group, having exhausted their combat prowess, unleashed their ultimate moves, yet they were powerless. In the blink of an eye, they were torn apart by a dozen daggers. The blood demon savored the remains, its strength surging as its aura intensified. Similarly, an adventurer wielding a sword cleaved a 2-meter blood demon in half. As blood demons fell to the blades of adventurers, a massive scoreboard appeared in the sky. First, Song Xiao, 3 points. Second, Jiang Xiong, 3 points. Third, Chu Yu, 2 points. Fourth, Xiao Xiao, 2 points. Chu Yu was none other than the 9th princess. Zhang Lang pointed at the enormous scoreboard, then bowed in farewell, saying, I shall take my leave first. May you all achieve recognition on the leaderboard. With that, Zhang Lang departed. Lu Chun noticed a flicker of flame as this fellow concealed himself within a crevice of a 10-meter rock. Quite sensible, given his peak tier 3 prowess. It would be difficult to confront the blood demons head-on. At that moment, beside a 100-meter pit, a man clad in golden armor cleaved a 3-meter blood demon in two with a single stroke. His name was Tsang Qiu, the leader of the Black Wind adventurers. Wiping his blade, he inquired, What is the progress? Beside him, an armored elder withdrew a piece of parchment from his bosom, scrutinizing it for a moment before stating, Out of 10,000 adventurers, approximately 20% are tier 4. Among them, the strongest are our old rivals, the barbarian bear adventurers. Following them are several lords from neighboring countries. The 9th princess and her attendant Xiao Xiao are formidable as well. Additionally, the local native Ning Xiwei possesses a skeleton that can eliminate Lei Pengqing in an instant. She must not be underestimated. What of that? Our leader can do the same. Someone retorted with dissatisfaction. All of us who entered with tokens are of Lord caliber. Who do they think they are? Indeed, there are 100 of us from the Black Wind adventurers. That wretched bear group has only 80 members. If we act in unison, we can severely wound the blood demons, and our leader can deliver the finishing blows, ensuring we clinch the top spot on the leaderboard. The armored elder rolled up the parchment and calmly replied, The young men are correct. We hold the advantage. Those outnumbering us lack our strength. Those of comparable strength are outnumbered by us. Our efficiency in hunting blood demons will undoubtedly lead the way. If we all hunt together, leaving the finishing blows to our leader, the top spot on the leaderboard will be as easy as taking candy from a child. Song Qiu leaned against the stone wall, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, We have the upper hand, but we must not grow complacent. We must remain vigilant against their cooperation. Rest assured, leader. Should their numbers or masters exceed expectations, I will arrange for personnel to intervene, be it sabotage, division, or ambush. Good. Let us move, you brats. Understood. With that, dozens of figures surged forth, darting towards the crimson figures. The members of the Black Wind Adventurers, who had acquired tokens to enter the Demigod's vault, were all official members, each possessing the strength of a lord at Tier 4. Before long, these members severely injured the blood demons, bringing the wounded back to Songqiu's side. Swish, swish, swish. Songqiu delivered the finishing blows. Often just as he struck down one blood demon, another severely wounded one would be brought back by a member. This 100-meter pit transformed into a veritable assembly line for the slaughter of blood demons. As Songqiu dispatched one, he would toss the corpse into the pit. The moment a blood demon perished, it would emit a foul stench, rapidly decaying, rendering it utterly valueless. After slaying hundreds of blood demons, Songqiu raised his gaze to the massive scoreboard. First, Songqiu, 802 points. Second, Jiang Xiong, 527 points. Third, Chu Yu, 60 points. Ha! Songqiu laughed heartily. Jiang Xiong, I wonder what you will use to compete with me. The first place on the leaderboard is secured for our Black Wind Adventurers. Swish, swish, swish. The blood demons continued to emerge, surrounding Lu Chun and his companions, growing ever denser. How terrifying. Sun Feifei's face turned pale as she moved closer to Lu Chun. Ning Xiwei's complexion was ashen, yet she was eager to spring into action. However, the sheer number of blood demons in the vicinity rendered any chance of a solo endeavor utterly futile. With a decisive motion, Lu Chun raised his hand half a meter high. In his palm, a skeletal blade materialized, akin to a sand painting. Grasping it firmly, he swung it sideways, unleashing a flurry of horizontal slashes that extended a mile in all directions. Strength 66, Strength 135, Strength 3, Agility 87, Constitution 100, Total points 300, Vitality 10, Vitality 13. Acquired skills, Blade Projection, Bloodthirsty Slaughter. Acquired talents, Steel Blade, Bone Chilling. The air was filled with the incessant sounds of attribute points being gained, skills being acquired, and talents being unlocked. Such low vitality. It appeared that these blood demons possessed souls, albeit in scant numbers. At that moment, all the adventurers were astonished to witness the enormous scoreboard above their heads change instantaneously. First, Ning Xiwei, 1024 points. Second, Songqiu, 828 points. Third, Jiang Xiong, 535 points. 100th, Zhang Lang, 1 point. Chapter 43, One Person, One Blade, Toppling an Adventurer Team. Hurry up. The captain is less than 300 points ahead of that bear. Move it. The heavily armored elder commanded the team members. You three are suited for the battle formation. Surround and annihilate the blood demons together. He then directed 2 other members. You two possess the weakest strength. Hunting blood demons alone is arduous. You may collaborate, understood? Yes. Yes. The members of the Black Wind Adventurer team set off in groups. Little brats, move faster. The expedition is over, and I, your captain, have decided to allocate 1/10 of our adventurer team's treasury as a reward for everyone. Long live the captain. The Black Wind Adventurer team is invincible. Crush that big bear. Black Wind reigns supreme. The members of the Black Wind Adventurer team erupted into cheers. Suddenly, impossible. How could this happen? We are all striving as a team. How can she? Just returned from the blood demon slaughtering base, still engulfed in joy, the adventurers' faces turned pale in an instant. Pointing at the sky with trembling fingers, the heavily armored elder quickly looked up, his calm old eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Songqiu, who had just dispatched 2 blood demons and gained an additional 2 points, wore a face of delight. His sharp gaze brimmed with pride. As the leader of the foremost adventurer team in the southern province of the empire, even Jiang Xiong, whose strength was nearly on par with his, could only remain beneath him due to the overall might of the adventurer team. Yet upon raising his head, he noticed the fervent little brats, all wearing expressions as though they had seen a ghost. Even Uncle Yang, the most composed strategist in the team, bore a look of sheer horror. Could it be that my score surpassed that bear's by a factor of 2? Songqiu wondered, glancing up. What met his eyes was, first, Ning Xiwei, 1024 points. Second, Songqiu, 828 points. Third, Jiang Xiong, 535 points. 100th, Zhang Lang, 1 point. What? Songqiu gasped, his prized blade slipping from his grasp and plummeting into a 100-meter stone pit with a clatter. The blade tumbled down the uneven stone walls. crashing onto the corpses of the blood demons below. I'm second. Second place. Just a moment ago, he had glanced at the scoreboard and had been in first. Aside from him and the bear, no one else had even surpassed 100 points. In the blink of an eye, that local native Ning Xiwei had surged by 1,000 points. To have slaughtered over 1,000 blood demons in a heartbeat. Is this something a mere human can achieve? Surely, she must have cheated. Song Qiu muttered darkly. Captain, I share your sentiments. After all, the lowest blood demons possess at least tier 3 abilities. And they are not densely packed. To instantaneously slay over 1,000 tier 3 blood demons is beyond even you, let alone a mere local native. The heavily armored elder analyzed. It must have been sheer luck that 1,000 tier 3 blood demons were huddled together in the pit. Ning Xiwei's skeletal soldiers can dispatch Lei Pengqing in an instant. So naturally, they possess the capability to eliminate tier 3 blood demons as well. It must be this way. She simply enjoyed good fortune. Luck cannot remain on her side indefinitely. Song Qiu nodded in agreement, sighing, truly a fortunate individual. Move out. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Let them all see that remaining at the top of the scoreboard is not merely a matter of luck, but relies on strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiong, the leader of the barbaric bear adventurer team, was lost in thought, staring at the scoreboard above him, muttering, who exactly is this Ning Xiwei? Already overshadowed by that Song Qiu fellow, now even a local native has risen above me? Captain, this person must have been favored by fortune. Fortune? Jiang Xiong rubbed his gleaming bald head. Captain, the Black Wind team has more members than us. We cannot compete in points. Should I seek some collaboration with the city lord? Do it quietly, and keep it under wraps. Don't let that old fox find out. Understood. Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei withdrew their gazes from the vast scoreboard. Little skeleton, you are incredible. With a single swing, your points surpassed those of the formidable Black Wind adventurer team, truly divine. Ning Xiwei smiled gently, her heart brimming with pride. Lu Chen surveyed the surroundings. It was now peaceful. The flickering flames in his eyes darted toward the left front. With a swift motion, Lu Chen vanished behind a boulder. Here lay a peak tier 3 blood demon, which he had intentionally left behind. With a flash of the skeletal blade, the blood demon's claws were severed, including the serrated side at the tip of its tail, entirely cleaved away. In an instant, he struck several blows at its joints, thoroughly diminishing the blood demon's strength. Lu Chen glanced at the now crippled tier 3 blood demon, its prowess reduced to that of a tier 2 entity. As for its once formidable claws, the moment they detached from its body, they decayed instantly, resembling withered wood. The moment they struck the stone, they shattered. Lu Chen hoisted the maimed tier 3 blood demon and tossed it before Ning Xiwei. Little girl, it's your turn to perform. Lu Chen's vitality had soared beyond 20,000, ample enough for Ning Xiwei to expend. The training regimen for the young master must commence. Otherwise, before their opponent even appeared, the little girl might faint first, which would be quite embarrassing. Ning Xiwei nodded, fully grasping Lu Chen's intentions. Feifei, let us take on this crippled tier 3 blood demon together. All right. Sun Feifei nodded. After all, she was a summoner, and all she needed to do was command her summoned creature into action. Come forth, little tiger. The vibrant tiger materialized. It let out a fierce roar, but upon spotting the blood demon glaring at it, its 4-meter-long body shrank to 2 meters. The blood demon, bloodthirsty and ferocious, remained undeterred even after being maimed by Lu Chen. The vibrant striped tiger roared defiantly, challenging itself. The blood demon surged forward in a flash. Ning Xiwei and her companion were momentarily dazzled. Bang! The striped tiger was obliterated, disintegrating into nothingness. Hiss! The blood demon shook its bat-like head, opening its gaping maw to roar at Sun Feifei. Xiwei, save me! The blood demon lunged forth. Ah! Little skeleton, save me, I'm going to die. Bang! Sun Feifei was struck in the chest and abdomen by the crippled blood demon. Uffed! She coughed up half a piece of her innards. Gravely injured and on the brink of death. Feifei! Ning Xiwei exclaimed in horror, her body tense. The crippled blood demon targeted Ning Xiwei, darting toward her. Bang! Ning Xiwei was heavily injured, her ribs shattered. In a single blow, she was incapacitated. Lu Chen lightly tapped his skull. Whoosh! A bone blade pierced through the blood demon's spine, pinning it in place. In a flash, Lu Chen appeared beside the two girls, bestowing a fragment of life energy upon them. In an instant, Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei were restored to their former selves. I'm sorry, Ning Xiwei murmured. Her gaze lowered. The little skeleton could effortlessly slay the blood demon, yet she could barely keep up with its speed in its crippled state. The attitude of the young girl was commendable. Her willpower was impressive. Unlike Sun Feifei, who appeared pallid and trembling, her legs quaking uncontrollably. Her pale lips moved, struggling to utter a single word. This made Lu Chen reflect. Was this level of training too harsh for the young girl? He pointed to the pinned blood demon and then to Ning Xiwei. The choice lay in her hands. If she chose to abandon it, it would be acceptable. Next time, the training target could be a gentler one. Lost in thought, Ning Xiwei approached the blood demon, extracting the bone blade from its spine. She handed it to Lu Chun. Her tone resolute. I will not give up. Chapter 44. She, like a goddess of war, not giving up. In the crimson flames of Lu Chun's spirit, the young girl's eyes were reflected, brilliant like water, unwavering, resilient, and indomitable. Truly, she was a little girl who stirred both compassion and pride within him. Lu Chun chuckled, gently tapping the skull's head, feeling the faint pride transmitted through their bond. Ning Xiwei smiled, resembling a sprite. He was proud of me. Such a feeling was truly delightful. She rubbed her chest and abdomen. Just moments ago, every bone had been shattered, with some even piercing her lungs and heart. Yet, she felt no despair, for she knew that behind her stood the little skeleton. At that moment, Sun Feifei, clenching her legs and desperately holding back an urge, gradually moved closer to Ning Xiwei. Trembling as she spoke, Xiwei, the little skeleton, is a demon. Who trains their own master like this? The little skeleton means well for me. Besides, it healed us with its precious life energy, didn't it? Feifei, this is our opportunity to quickly adapt to our realms. Come, let us fight together. Ning Xiwei extended her hand, inviting her friend. No, no, no. Sun Feifei shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattle. Her legs were too weak to stand, and she plopped down on a stone. Then I'll go. Xiwei. Ning Xiwei stepped onto a protruding rock, launching herself like an arrow towards the crippled blood demon. Roar. In a single encounter, Ning Xiwei was sent flying back. With a loud thud, she landed before Sun Feifei, her bones shattered, her eyes vacant, consciousness fading. Xiwei. Sun Feifei trembled in fear. A spark of life energy coalesced and entered Ning Xiwei's body. Ning Xiwei blinked and recovered, sitting cross-legged, gasping for breath. Soon, she stood up again and charged at the crippled blood demon. This girl. Lu Chun felt a wave of tenderness rise within him. He even struggled to resist the urge to tell Ning Xiwei to stop, to choose a gentler path. Yet, he could not interrupt. The fledgling eagle must ultimately soar into the skies. Bang, bang, boom. With successive blows, Ning Xiwei faced severe injuries each time. Xiwei, don't go. It pains my heart. Sun Feifei cried out. Xiwei, we are girls, delicate girls. There's no need to endure such suffering. After all, you have the little skeleton. What does it matter to possess power without necessity? You don't understand. Ning Xiwei once again emerged from the brink of death. Her small face was pale, breathing heavily. Even though her strength had been restored to its peak by pure life energy, the fatigue from her near-death experiences lingered. Time and again, she faced grievous injuries and the specter of death, making her more familiar with her own body. She charged once more at the crippled blood demon. Boom. The blood demon struck down with one leg, shattering a 10-meter-high rock. However, Ning Xiwei sidestepped deftly. Then, with a punch, she struck the blood demon's left rib, leaving an imprint. Though it did not inflict tangible harm upon the crippled creature, the very act of hitting it was a monumental advancement. Xiwei landed a hit. Sun Feifei stared in astonishment. Bang. Ning Xiwei could not evade the second strike, once again being hurled back towards Sun Feifei, severely injured and on the verge of death. Yet a smile graced her lips. Xiwei truly struck. Even the crippled blood demon, at the peak of the third tier, posed a daunting challenge. When Sun Feifei faced the pressure of the blood demon herself, she nearly lost control of her bladder. Yet, Ning Xiwei, only 2 tiers higher, managed to overcome that pressure, dodging the blood demon's attack and landing a blow. And that indomitable spirit, rising repeatedly from the brink of death, was akin to a warrior goddess. At that moment, Sun Feifei felt tears welling up. She wanted to celebrate her dear friend's achievements. Deep down, she felt a twinge of jealousy towards her friend. Who possessed the little skeleton? Why was it you who had the unparalleled little skeleton? Couldn't it have been me? Why was it you, of all people? Yet, in witnessing Ning Xiwei rise again and again from the depths of despair, Sun Feifei finally let go. She understood completely. Only you could be the master of the little skeleton, Ning Xiwei. She was utterly convinced of Ning Xiwei's worthiness. Watching Ning Xiwei revive once more from the edge of death, Sun Feifei's expression turned solemn as she clasped her hands to her chest and said to Ning Xiwei, Xiwei, I am proud of you. Feifei, thank you. Princess Jujiu, Xiu exclaimed, immediately covering her mouth, her eyes darting around. Enough, Chuyu sighed, covering her forehead. It was my mistake to expect you to keep your identity a secret. I've put you in a difficult position. Hee. The princess is clearly a princess, Xiu said, wrapping her arms around Chuyu's arm. Princess, Xiu is well rested now. I shall go and defeat all those loathsome, cruel blood demons, allowing the princess to reap the rewards and claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Do you think it's possible? Chu Yuqian delicately pointed her slender fingers towards the heavens, exclaiming, the leaderboard has surpassed 1,000 points, and we barely cross 100. How is that even possible? Humph. Princess, just wait. Xiao puffed her cheeks, sensing the aura of the blood demon, and dashed forward. I must ensure the princess claims the top spot on the leaderboard and acquires that precious healing artifact. Even if it costs me my life, it shall be worth it. Die. Upon discovering a 4th-tier blood demon, Xiao unleashed a powerful punch, severely injuring the creature. More soon followed. Just a few more, she urged, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 blood demons and presenting them before Chuyu. Princess, act quickly. Chuyu merely shook her head with a smile. She held no mercy for the cruel and brutal blood demons. Yai, what an adorable sound. Xiao perked up her ears. Princess, that sound is so sweet and soft. Is it a summoning creature from someone else? Chuyu focused intently. Over there. The duo hurried towards the source of the sound. Before them stood a pristine white fox, its 2 tails swaying gracefully. A 2-tailed spirit fox. It was encircled by a horde of blood demons. The creature darted left and right, desperately attempting to escape the encroaching threat. Suddenly, a blood demon's claw grazed its foreleg, leaving a crimson mark. With its injury, the fox's agility diminished. And soon another claw struck, severing one of its tails. In despair, the 2-tailed spirit fox let out a heart-wrenching cry. Save it. Princess, are you out of your mind? There are hundreds of blood demons. Xiao pleaded. Even if you adore little animals, you cannot risk your life. Chuyu turned, smiling softly. You are quite right. The princess truly listens well. With a playful grin, Xiao replied. Then you must leave this little girl here. Chuyu gestured, and vines erupted from the ground, binding Xiao tightly. Concealing her behind a massive rock, she charged towards the multitude of blood demons surrounding the 2-tailed spirit fox. Fear not, my dear. I am coming to save you. What a beautiful little flower, she thought. Do not fade away like I did in my most glorious years. Chuyu beamed brightly. I shall exchange my own flesh for your safety. Princess, come back. Don't go. Xiao cried, desperation lacing her voice. Chapter 45. I, too, can die for the princess. Why are these bindings so tight? Princess, please release me. Xiao struggled, her face flushed in exertion, yet unable to free herself from the vines. Meanwhile, the 9th princess, Chuyu, had already plunged into the throng of blood demons. In an instant, she stood beside the 2-tailed spirit fox, shielding it with her presence. Turning back with a smile, she reassured, do not be afraid, little one. With a gentle smile, the previously frantic spirit fox suddenly quieted down. It sniffed the air a couple of times and nuzzled against Chuyu's ankle. As the encirclement of blood demons closed in, their menacing roars echoed, their bat-like faces glimmering with a thirst for blood. Chuyu's gaze lowered, her voice firm. Burning blood. Boom. A surge of crimson light erupted from her heart, shooting skyward in a dazzling display. The overwhelming glow was both enchanting and otherworldly. Kill. With a flick of her soft sword, countless blood-red sword shadows sliced through the air. In an instant, the blood demons appeared to be cleaved apart, their bodies dismembered and scattered like autumn leaves in a storm. Gasping for breath, Chuyu felt the enveloping blood light recede like a tide, taking with it her vitality, a portion of her soul, and her youthful beauty. In that fleeting moment, her exquisitely delicate face bore the marks of age with 2 new wrinkles, and her once lustrous black hair now appeared dull, with nearly a third visibly turning white. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to have aged considerably. My dear. Chuyu managed a weak smile, cradling the 2-tailed spirit fox in her arms, gently stroking its head. Yai, the spirit fox purred softly, enjoying the affection. Princess, Xiao, having finally freed herself from the vines, rushed to Chuyu's side. Upon noticing the signs of aging, wrinkles, graying hair, and dull skin, she cried, Woo! Princess. Xiao embraced Chuyu tightly, her heart heavy with concern as she observed the bond between the spirit fox and her beloved princess. This spirit fox was saved at the cost of the princess's life. Let us take care of it together. A glimmer of longing shone in Chuyu's eyes, but she gently closed them, placing the spirit fox on the ground. Little one, you must leave. There are many blood demons here. You must hide and stay safe from their grasp. Princess, you want to keep this little fox, nor the puppy you saved? They adore you just as much as I do. Why not let them accompany you? Xiao, do you understand why? Chuyu sighed, a hint of melancholy in her voice. I am nearing the end of my life. Why should I allow them to mourn my departure? The liberated 2-tailed spirit fox made no move to leave, instead resting against Chuyu's leg. Princess, see? The little fox cannot bear to part with you. Neither can I. I cannot let you die. The princess can use forbidden arts for the little fox. I can do the same for you. Burning blood. Boom. A crimson light ignited from Xiao's heart. Burning essence. Boom. A brilliant blue light erupted from her brow. In an instant, Xiao was enveloped in a radiant blend of blood red and azure light, her aura amplifying exponentially. Xiao, stop. You will perish. Chu Yu's smile vanished, her expression turning grave as she reached out to grasp Xiao. Xiao, resolute, gently pushed Chu Yu away, casting a lingering glance at her. I will become the top of the leaderboard. I will claim that healing artifact. I will certainly restore the princess. With that, she charged toward the distant blood demons. Xiao, Chu Yu's voice rang out, desperate and hoarse. Swish. Song Xiao cleaved through a blood demon's head without lifting his gaze, swiftly dispatching the demons sent by his comrades, while inquiring, how many points do I have? 3,000. What about Ning Xiwei? How many does she have? Tell me quickly. 1,024. Not bad. An hour later, Song Qiu beheaded another blood demon, his focus unwavering as he asked, how many points? 5,000. Ning Xiwei? What about her? 1,024. Haha. Another hour passed. Song Qiu continued his relentless assault, asking, how many now? 5,000. Ning Xiwei? 1,024. Ha ha ha. Time dragged on. Song Qiu, trembling hands severing yet another blood demon's head, urgently inquired, how many points do I have? 15,000. And Ning Xiwei? 1,024. Ha ha ha. Captain, we lead the second place bear by a staggering 8,000 points. Excellent. Splendid indeed. Captain, the leaderboard has begun its countdown. Only 5 minutes remain. Countdown, you say? Song Qiu massaged his sore and numbed wrist, glancing up at the scoreboard. The foremost position displayed an enormous numeral, 298, 297. With each fleeting moment, the number diminished by 1. Beneath it lay the detailed standings. First, Song Qiu, 15,000 points. Second, Jiang Xiong, 7,002 points. Third, Xiao, 6,900 points. 22nd, Ning Xiwei, 1,024 points. Haha, the outcome is all but sealed. With unwavering confidence, Song Qiu turned to the elated armored elder beside him and inquired, Bear only possesses 7,000 points. That is unexpected. The armored elder chuckled. Little Bear sought to ally with the City Lord's faction to seize the top of the leaderboard, but ended up clashing with a dozen lords, resulting in casualties among his lord-level combatants. Foolish indeed. I had thought him a worthy rival, yet he barely clings to second place, and now he has fallen to third. TSK. At that moment, the scoreboard displayed Xiao surpassing Jiang Xiong in points. Little cubs, rest now. In these final moments, they cannot stir the waters. Song Qiu's wrist throbbed painfully, nearly rendering him unable to wield his blade. After all, blood fiends were at least of the pinnacle third tier. Each strike, though not executed with full force, still drained considerable energy. He had delivered 15,000 blows in succession, were it not for his profound strength. He would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Captain is invincible. The Black Wind Adventure Group is unmatched. The members of the Black Wind Adventure Group huddled together, their faces alight with exhilaration. Why, you ask? Their captain held the top spot on the leaderboard, boasting more than double the points of the second place. The name of the Black Wind Adventure Group would surely resonate throughout the entire empire. They felt a surge of pride in their affiliation with the Black Wind Adventure Group, and even more so, in having a captain as formidable as Song Qiu leading them toward glory. At this moment, as they glanced at their fellow members, it felt akin to gazing upon family. Any petty disagreements that may have arisen in the past had dissolved entirely as they collectively vanquished blood fiends at their captain's behest. It was through their shared efforts that the captain ascended to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. They sensed that the heart of the entire adventure group had coalesced into one. This feeling, it was utterly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Ning Xiwei, who had resurrected countless times from the brink of death, finally delivered a decisive blow to the throat of a crippled blood fiend with her second-tier, 9th stage power. Lu Chen glanced at the leaderboard. A small flame flickered. 3 minutes left? That is ample time. It is my turn to make an entrance. Chapter 46. In 3 minutes, 20,000 points shall be mine, securing the top position. Crack. The sound of a throat being crushed by a fist echoed. Sun Feifei gazed at the immensely powerful and ferocious blood fiend, her head bowing in defeat. Then, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed, emitting a foul stench as its flesh disintegrated and decayed. The blood fiend had perished, slain by the hands of Ning Xiwei, who had reached the second-tier 9th stage. Ha! Ning Xiwei tilted her head back in laughter, reveling in her triumph. Then, she glanced at Sun Feifei, followed by a sweet smile directed at Lu Chen. In an instant, she collapsed in a starfish position upon the stones, snoring softly. Ning Xiwei appeared as an adorable sleeping creature, utterly charming. Gulp. Sun Feifei struggled to swallow, as if meeting her best friend for the first time. She had witnessed Ning Xiwei's remarkable growth, From being instantaneously killed by a blood fiend to adeptly evading its attacks, then to engaging in a fierce exchange with the fiend, ultimately delivering a crushing blow that shattered its neck. Her indomitable willpower, her unparalleled growth. It was simply monstrous, akin to that of the little skeleton. Time and again, the little skeleton had rescued Ning Xiwei from death's grasp. Such miraculous feats seemed boundless. Indeed, only a monster could befriend another monster. At that moment, she felt unworthy to stand alongside Ning Xiwei. Chen approached Ning Xiwei slowly, observing her. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically, her cherubic little mouth occasionally opening and closing, producing the sweet and delicate sounds of sleep. You must be exhausted, he thought. After all, each death intensified the fatigue of her spirit. While her vitality could completely restore her drained energy, the weariness of her spirit could only be alleviated through her own adjustment. What a resilient little girl she was. Chen felt a softness in his heart. Sleep well. The rest is entrusted to me. His gaze focused on the multitude of blood fiends in the distance. The little girl's strength had surged dramatically. He too must elevate his power to match her progress. With a swift motion, Chen grasped the edge of his gray-white cloak. Pulling it taut, the soft yet resilient fabric was now firmly in his grasp. With a flick, the cloak enveloped Ning Xiwei's petite form like a gentle blanket. Chen's cloak possessed defensive capabilities equal to his own, allowing for a seamless transition between his bone shield and the cloak. Covering Ning Xiwei with it ensured her safety, allowing Chen to slay monsters without concern. Whoosh! In an instant, Chen vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he gazed down at the blood fiends beneath him. Within a mile radius, nearly 100 of them stood scattered. In that case, let us unleash the fireball technique. As soon as the words left his lips, flames enveloped his skeletal frame, transforming him into a fiery specter. Go! The flames dispersed like shooting stars, cascading downwards. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 blood fiends were annihilated. Power, 101. Mentality, 11. Race value, 39. Vitality, 20. In another flash, Chen appeared above several blood fiends, swinging his bone dagger. The fiends shattered into countless fragments. Agility, 65. Skill acquired. Backstab, another flicker, another strike. Suddenly, in the vastness of the air, countless images of Chen appeared. His blade glinting, flames trailing behind like shooting stars. Constitution, 1120. Vitality, 6,690. As Chen vanished from sight, Sun Feifei had been fixated on the leaderboard above, 200. 199. First, Song Qiu, 15,000 points. Second, Xiu Xiu, 7, 566 points. Third, Jiang Xiong, 7, 066 points. 20th, Ning Xiwei, 1, 500 points. In the blink of an eye, points surged. 30 points, 211 points, 985 points, 327 points. The speed at which the points accumulated was beyond Sun Feifei's wildest imagination. She couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The incremental points of others are merely 1, 1, 1. In contrast, Ning Xiwei's points surged dramatically, reaching 30, 66, and 100. While others labor for an entire day to accumulate 1,000 points, Ning Xiwei achieves the same feat in merely a second. Others rely on the collective efforts of many to severely injure blood demons before delivering the final blow. Ning Xiwei, however, depends on. Observe her, peacefully asleep. Her lips curled into a gentle smile. Sun Feifei finds herself momentarily speechless. At that moment, the countdown on the leaderboard strikes 0. First place, Ning Xiwei, 21, 135 points. Second place, Song Qiu, 15,000 points. Third place, Xiu Xiu, 8,002 points. Fourth place, Jiang Xiong, 7, 229 points. Meanwhile, one of the team members exclaims, "Captain, I've captured the leaderboard with the recording crystal." This crystal showcasing the captain's ascendancy now resides prominently in the center of our gathering hall. Wait, how did Ning Xiwei's points increase? They're still rising. 2,000 points. That's just 2,000. Our captain boasts 15,000. Now it's 3,000. 5,000. My heavens. It's 12,000. What? Song Qiu, who was meditating to recover his stamina, suddenly opens his eyes wide. When he gazes up at the leaderboard, he sees Ning Xiwei surpassing him. 16,000 points. 18,000 points. The countdown concludes. 21, 135 points. Thunderous disbelief reverberates in Song Qiu's mind. In a mere 3 minutes, she amassed 20,000 points, averaging nearly 100 blood demons slain per second. This is not merely a quick kill. It is an extraordinary slaughter. Is such a feat even conceivable? Yet, it stands as undeniable fact. Must it be so terrifying? Song Chio's head spins dizzily. Just 3 minutes prior, he had led the entire Black Wind adventurers group in jubilant celebration of his ascent to the top, envisioning their fame echoing throughout the empire. Now, in pursuit of the countdown's tail end, a humble local from Qiyang City effortlessly eclipses him, rendering their entire Black Wind adventurers group mere background scenery. Impossible. The armored elder sways, his face pale with disbelief. Weren't we in first place? How did we slip to second? Who on earth is this Ning Xiwei? You stepped on my foot. So what if I did? I'll still hit you. Heavy slash. I spike. Don't resort to violence. We are all family. Who has family with you? Seeking death. The members of the Black Wind adventurers group descend into chaos. Soon, a teammate lies grievously injured, teetering on the brink of death. Song Chio and the armored elder merely watch, devoid of any inclination to intervene. At the Barbarian Bear adventurer's stronghold, Jiang Xiong sets down his battle blade, glancing at the leaderboard. His earlier gloom dissipates as he chuckles. Song Chio, Song Chio, were you not quite pleased? How amusing that someone snatched victory from you at the last moment. Amidst the ruins of the stone mine, speculation runs rampant. The Black Wind adventurers group has indeed been ousted from their lofty perch. Who exactly is Ning Xiwei? Surely, the Barbarian Bear adventurer's strength is comparable to theirs. How then do their points differ so drastically? What a masterstroke to exert oneself at the final moment and seize the crown. Swiftly, Lu Chen's figure flickers. When he stabilizes, he finds himself beside Ning Xiwei. As the countdown concludes, all blood demons dissolve into crimson mist, forcing Lu Chen to abandon his intent to continue hunting. At that moment, a radiant orb of pure, soft light flickers within Ning Xiwei's palm. The sudden illumination rouses her from slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she gazes at the luminous entity that has inexplicably manifested in her hand. It is the reward for securing the top position on the leaderboard, arriving at last. Chapter 47. I can also be unwavering for you. The pure and sacred light glimmers intermittently. While the reward has arrived, it remains unformed. How tedious. Observing the nascent reward from the leaderboard, Lu Chen feels a twinge of dissatisfaction. He diverts his gaze to the system panel. The blood demons, numbering over 20,000, must have contributed a significant increase in attribute points. Name: Lu Chen. Race: Skeleton Lord. Level: 2nd tier, 4th stage. Strength: 131, 125. Agility: 107, 339. Constitution: 126, 663. Mentality: 10, 106. Racial value: 6, 100, 0, 50, 000. Vitality: 300, 101. Racial traits: Bone Blade, Undead Pressure, Commander S Seal, Bone Shield. Talents: Spirit Pattern, Armor Breaking. Skills: Backstab, Heart-Shattering Claw, Multi/Fiery Strike. Exclusive Talent: Infinite Gold Attribute, Current Gold Attributes, 3. Attribute Pool: Infinite Plunder, Ultimate Evolution, Endless Longevity. All attributes of Strength, Agility, and Constitution exceed the monumental threshold of 100,000 points. Even Mentality has surpassed 10,000. Yet, this realm has only elevated by 2 tiers. The demigod's secret cache inherently belongs to a special realm. Blood demons are classified as secret realm monsters. Yet the spiritual power they provide is significantly inferior to that of typical secret realms. Moreover, this spiritual power can only be absorbed by the Slayer. The racial value has only increased by 50,000. On average, each blood demon contributes merely 25 racial value, which is rather disappointing. Vitality has increased by 300,000, with each blood demon providing an average of 15 points. The value of a 3rd tier to 4th tier blood demon is truly low. However, considering that each blood demon leaves not a trace of material upon death, their corpses disintegrating instantly, it all starts to make sense. Blood demons are merely creatures of combat prowess. The racial value is now maximized. Observing Ning Xiwei's eager anticipation for her reward to fully materialize, Lu Chen feels a shift in his heart. He decides to postpone his evolution. After all, in the demigod's secret realm, it is prudent to maintain a degree of caution. Huff, huff. Xiao gasps for breath, ceasing her forbidden technique. She stares at her name on the leaderboard. 3rd place. How infuriating. Ugh. Xiao coughs up blood and collapses, her eyes devoid of life. Observing Xiao's gaunt appearance, hunched figure, wrinkled face, and entirely white hair, she resembles a shrunken old woman. Xiao feels a pang of sorrow. Xiao. Embracing Xiao, Xiao gently pats her back. Silly child. Then, the sanctified radiance in Ning Xiwei's hand dissipated, revealing a ball of golden green energy, exuding a rich aura of life. Ah, a healing treasure, is it? Sun Feifei cast a glance, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. No matter how pure this golden green energy's vital essence may be, it pales in comparison to the life energy of Lu Chun. Ning Xiwei shared her disillusionment. Although the aura emanating from this golden green energy was astonishing, its quality was far inferior to the life energy that Lu Chun had infused into her being. Yet, Xiao gazed at the golden green energy with rapt attention, greedily inhaling its essence. She made an effort to widen her eyes as she turned towards Chu Yu, exclaiming, "Princess, this extraordinarily pure life energy must surely heal you." She then glanced at Ning Xiwei, clenching and unclenching her fists multiple times before speaking. "Greetings. I wish to exchange my spiritual guardian treasure for your life energy. I am aware that my treasure is nowhere near as precious as your life energy, yet I can offer compensation. I have pills as well." Xiao presented a jade pendant before Ning Xiwei, then fumbled for the pills. The jade pendant alone suffices. Ning Xiwei accepted the pendant, placing the golden green energy into Xiao's hands. She observed the sprightly old woman before her, now appearing extremely haggard, with her hair half white, and reflected on how spirited they had been before approaching the bronze gate. Now, they appeared so weary. A flicker of compassion shone in Ning Xiwei's eyes. "I still have it. You are willing," Xiao exclaimed as she accepted the holy golden green energy, her eyes brimming with immense surprise. She turned to Chu Yu, her excitement palpable. "You are saved, princess. You are saved. Here, princess, please use it quickly." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao placed the golden green energy into Chu Yu's hands. Her eyes filled with anticipation and longing, urging, "Princess, hurry, use it." "Very well." Chu Yu accepted the golden green energy, and likewise, without a moment's pause, she pressed the energy into Xiao's chest. "Princess," Xiao gasped in astonishment. In an instant, Xiao's figure visibly became more robust. The wrinkles on her face vanished one by one, and her once white hair turned back to black. A pristine vitality re-emerged within Xiao. "Why, princess, why? Why expend such precious life energy on Xiao when you need it more?" Chu Yu smiled and shook her head, softly replying, "The wounds I bear are of the soul. Healing my body with life energy is of no use to me." Suddenly, the blood vessels throughout Chu Yu's body swelled, covered in ancient, malevolent inscriptions. "Look, it is a curse, the curse of a demon. Life energy cannot dispel it." The moment had arrived. Chu Yu's hair turned from black to completely white, then to gray. All her blood vessels transformed into a deep purple hue. She was on the brink of death. Yet she mustered a gentle smile for Xiao. "How wonderful. I adore little animals, yet I have none by my side. When I pass, they will not remember me, nor will they mourn for me. How wonderful. Xiao, this is your contract. Take it." Chu Yu trembled as she withdrew the long-prepared contract, handing it to Xiao. "Xiao, you are free. With this contract, even after my death, the royal family cannot coerce you." Moreover, Chu Yu glanced at the little fox at her feet. "Take it with you." "Ah." The two-tailed spirit fox rubbed against her calf. "Princess, I don't want to leave you." Xiao clung tightly to Chu Yu. "Forget me." Fortunately, I had prepared Xiao's contract in advance. Chu Yu smiled, relieved. With a rip, Xiao tore the contract into shreds. Xiao doesn't want to leave the princess. Xiao. Seeing Xiao tear her contract apart with her own hands, the smile on Chu Yu's face froze. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. "Xiao, why are you so foolish? What will happen if the royal family forces you? What if your brother bullies you? Alone in the royal family, how will you survive? Silly girl. I can no longer protect you." Though Chu Yu thought she could accept her death with equanimity, at the moment Xiao tore the contract, a profound sense of unwillingness emerged. She feared that Xiao would be treated as a plaything by her brother. She feared that Xiao would become a victim in the struggles of the harem. She was consumed by dread. How infuriating. Her eyes could no longer open. Chu Yu struggled to widen her eyes, but it was futile. "Little skeleton, save her." Ning Xiwei wept, her voice choked with emotion. Chapter 48. Evolution, Skeleton King. Sob. Their relationship is truly beautiful, so pure. Ning Xiwei wiped her tears. She grasped Lu Chen's finger bone, sobbing, "If you can, please save the princess, will you?" The crimson flames flickering in Lu Chen's eyes swayed gently. Indeed, the bond between master and servant is exceptionally pure and heartwarming. It is a true pity that such innocent and kind-hearted people cannot thrive in this world. With a breath, life energy ignited at the tip of Lu Chen's finger bone. The pale green life energy accumulated more and more. Lu Chen intensified the output, reaching 10 points, then 30 points, until he infused 100 points. The pale green life energy orb transformed into the size of a fist. "Go." Lu Chen snapped his fingers. The fist-sized life energy, seemingly endowed with awareness, burrowed into Chu Yu's chest. "What pure life energy!" Xiao exclaimed. Then, All present witnessed Chu Yu's once gray long hair turning white, transforming to black, and then becoming soft and exuding a vibrant life essence. Next, her haggard visage underwent a miraculous transformation. Wrinkles vanished in an instant, and her skin became taut and smooth. Her blood vessels oscillated between deep purple and green, as if vying for dominion. The ancient and malevolent inscriptions upon her veins flickered intermittently. Xiao watched, breathless. It must succeed. Not just her. Even Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei clenched their small fists until they turned pale. Chu Yu felt as though one foot had stepped into hell. The demon's curse whispered in her ears. The bloody, ferocious hand of the demon loomed, intent on enveloping her entirely before crushing her. Yet at that moment, a divinely pure green vine sprouted from the void, wrapping around her waist. With a jerk, it yanked her back from the depths of hell. A breath of fresh air swept over everyone. In an instant, all the ancient and malevolent inscriptions on Chu Yu's blood vessel shattered. Chu Yu slowly opened her eyes. Am I still alive? She asked, her expression dazed. Princess. Xiao threw her arms around Chu Yu, tears and snot streaming down, soaking the precious garment of Chu Yu. Thank you, Xiao. Xiao sniffled, kneeling before Ning Xiwei and the others, bowing her head in gratitude. Get up. Ning Xiwei wiped her tears, helping Xiao to her feet. Xiao smiled, and through her laughter, tears began to fall. You are the great benefactors of Xiao and the princess. We are now friends. Ning Xiwei nodded earnestly. Thank you all. Chu Yu also bowed to Lu Chun and the others. Ning Xiwei quickly stepped aside, while Lu Chun accepted the bow with a sense of rightful satisfaction. At that moment, Xiao glanced at the little fox by the princess's feet, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and declared, Princess, I shall release the little fox now. With that, she scooped up the two-tailed spirit fox and turned to leave. Wait. Chu Yu pondered for a moment before softly saying, why not keep it? Upon hearing this, Xiao turned around, gazing skyward with feigned annoyance, and replied, keeping a fox is quite troublesome. One must prepare food for it, and a place for it to sleep. If it becomes upset, one must entertain it. If it is too joyful, one must discipline it. It might fall ill, throw tantrums, and even tear apart the princess's favorite little clothes. And I still need to care for you, princess. I certainly do not have the time to tend to a bothersome fox. As she spoke, tears streamed down Xiao's cheeks uncontrollably. Chu Yu, unable to restrain her own tears, smiled radiantly, thinking that despite the fox's troublesome nature, its disobedience, and its disregard for hierarchy, she would cherish it, nurturing it to be plump and healthy. Princess. Xiao leaped into Chu Yu's embrace. Chu Yu gently caressed her little head. In that moment, she felt reborn. Chu Yu, Xiao, and Lu Chen bid each other a solemn farewell before departing. This jade pendant is truly remarkable, Ning Xiwei exclaimed, holding it tightly after sensing its energy. The small jade pendant grants immunity to mental attacks of the 4th tier and below, while significantly weakening those of higher tiers. Feifei, this is for you, she said, feeling that she would not need it with Lu Chen's protection. Don't. Sun Feifei raised her hands high, retreating 2 steps. After transitioning from the 1st tier to the 2nd, amassing numerous spirit crystals, she felt content. You know, Xiwei is waiting for someone to put it on her, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiwei's face flushed, and her heart began to flutter with anticipation. Isn't it just putting on a jade pendant? Just slip it around my neck. Why must it be me who does it? Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words. However, seeing the rosy hue on the young girl's face, he relented. All right, just this once. He took the verdant jade pendant from Ning Xiwei, delicately pinching it between his fingers. Standing face to face with her, Ning Xiwei's cheeks reddened further as she instinctively closed her eyes. Are you closing your eyes? Do you find me unappealing? Lu Chen swayed his smooth skull slightly. His fingers glided through Ning Xiwei's lustrous black hair, gently placing the jade pendant around her neck. Stepping back, Lu Chen shook his skull in exasperation. This task was quite challenging. With over 100,000 points of strength, he had to be exceedingly cautious not to crush the pendant. Such a simple act of putting on the jade pendant should suffice. Repeated delicate maneuvers were far too taxing. Thank you, Ning Xiwei murmured, her voice barely audible. If only this little skeleton were a person, Sun Feifei sighed wistfully. If the little skeleton were human, I would absolutely arrange a marriage between you two. How annoying. Ning Xiwei exclaimed, rushing to cover Sun Feifei's mouth tightly. Lu Chun chuckled softly, then turned his attention to the system panel. Evolution. Species value, 50,000. Species, Skeleton Lord. Skeleton King. All attributes, 5,000. Gained racial talent, Royal Might. Royal Might. Your authority is not to be trifled with. Any being engaging you in battle will have their combat effectiveness diminished, and lower-tiered undead will heed your commands. Species value, 610-020-0000. Defense has once again multiplied. Dark, golden lines appeared along the inner sides of all his bones, emanating a mysterious pressure. The intensity of this pressure could be adjusted at Lu Chen's will, strong or weak. It could vanish without a trace or be formidable. Lu Chen cast a glance at Ning Xiwei and the others, noting that it was not the right time for experimentation. He would seek an opportunity later. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the stone mine, laughter erupted. Haha, I squeezed into the top 100 on the leaderboard at the last minute. 100 4th-tier spirit crystals. I've struck gold. 100 spirit crystals is nothing. Our city lord placed 9th and received a skill crystal, unlocking an ultra-rare skill. The leaderboard has been revealed. Why haven't they released us yet? What are you panicking about? This is merely the first layer of the secret treasure. We still have chances. What? Only the first layer? Do you understand the value of the demigod secret treasure? This is just an appetizer. When will the next layer of the secret treasure open? Suddenly, a pitch-black circular portal materialized at the center of the stone mine ruins. It's the entrance to the second layer. Charge. If we are late, the treasures will be snatched away. Chapter 49. The second layer of the secret treasure, bursting with riches. Instantly, the previously scattered adventurers in the stone mine surged toward the portal. Lu Chen and the others hurried to join them, noticing the dwindling number of people. With his spiritual attribute points exceeding 10,000, Lu Chen's perception sharpened significantly. Just a glance at the throng of adventurers revealed an estimated 5,000. It appeared that the blood demons of the first layer had claimed many lives among the adventurers. The demigod's secret treasure was certainly not a benevolent place. It was a bloody arena for adventurers. What is this? Ning Xiwei turned cautiously, as a rainbow-colored pillar of light suddenly appeared beside her. Having resurrected countless times from the brink of death, her senses had heightened. Even the abrupt emergence of the rainbow pillar did not escape her notice. As the light dissipated, a figure wielding a staff emerged. Haha, I made it in. I've finally escaped the stone pillar's abyss. Swish, swish, swish. Several more rainbow pillars illuminated the area. Indeed, the newly appeared tokens within the stone pillar can also grant us entry into the demigod's secret treasure. How can new tokens appear? Foolish. It must be that the previous token's owner has perished. Lu Chen surveyed the scene. Around the portal, rainbow pillars continued to descend, and adventurers emerged from them, numbering approximately 5,000. It seemed that the demigod's secret treasure had replenished the number of adventurers to 10,000 once more. Lu Chen stepped boldly into the dark portal, followed closely by Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei. As darkness enveloped them, the three found themselves on a massive floating land. This expanse was immense, stretching over 1,000 miles. In stark contrast to the first layer of the secret treasure, here, vibrant waters and lush mountains flourished, with streams, forests, and grasslands, yet no creatures were in sight. The edges of the land bordered the void, while thousands of small floating lands drifted above and below, some exceeding 100 miles in diameter, while others measured less than a mile. The nearest small landmass to the floating continent rises approximately 300 meters into the sky. At such an elevation, ordinary adventurers would find the ascent unattainable. Only those with specialized professions or those who have transcended to the 4th tier possess the extraordinary abilities of super jumps and flight. Lu Chen, too, lacks the ability to fly. However, his exceptional attribute points enable him to leap higher than other adventurers. At this moment, a voice resonated in his mind once more. The second layer of the secret cache contains random treasures. These treasures are categorized as unclaimed and claimed. Unclaimed treasures can be accessed by anyone, while claimed treasures can only be opened by the individual who has personally vanquished the guardian beast. The treasure count has been reset to 0. Proceed to the next layer of the secret cache. The voice faded away. Above his head, a colossal luminous screen materialized, inscribed with Treasures, 32. In the blink of an eye, the number shifted. Treasures, 108. The treasures were constantly refreshing. Lu Chen comprehended the situation. However, he remained oblivious to the total number of treasures or what lay within them. A moment later, the count altered again. Treasures, 103. How swiftly someone acquired a treasure. Lu Chen could not help but marvel. Surely, these 5 treasures weren't triggered by mere happenstance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice echoed from afar. My heavens! I've stepped on a wind attribute gemstone. Ouch! Who is throwing things at me? The individual looked down to see a sparkling orb, which upon being picked up, released a wave of pure spiritual energy that surged into his chest. In an instant, his aura intensified. It was a spirit pearl. The fellow was nearly struck by the spirit pearl as he walked. How enviable. Envy was futile. Didn't they realize this area was brimming with treasures, right for the taking? Look, the treasure count just hit 1,000. Quick, grab them. All adventurers were aflame with excitement, scattering in a frenzy. Get away, don't follow me. This is mine. All mine. Ice arrow. Fiery tiger fist. Soon, Those who discovered treasures simultaneously began to brawl. However, the rule preventing damage between holders of the tokens activated once more. Everyone from the Barbarian Bear Adventure Group, secure the perimeter. Jiang Xiong commanded, and all members dispersed to establish their territory. While they could not inflict harm, they could still shove others aside. Those within the Barbarian Bear's designated area found themselves pushed out by the group's members. You are far too domineering. If I remember correctly, you are the master of that martial arts school in our town. Perhaps I shall seek your guidance another day. I meant you all are too overbearing. The Barbarian Bear Adventure Group is indeed formidable. I just spotted treasure gleaming in the southeast. I'm off. Some fled in haste. Meanwhile, Song Xiao from the Black Wind Adventure Group snapped back from the disappointment of being eliminated from the leaderboard. Everyone, secure the area. Spread out a bit more, and make our territory larger than the Barbarian Bear Adventure Group. Anyone who dares to resist will be expelled from the encirclement, and we will settle accounts afterward. They implemented the same strategy as the Barbarian Bear Adventure Group. Some battered members exchanged glances, silently dispersing. Soon, both the Barbarian Bear and Black Wind Adventure Groups had enclosed a vast area. Song Xiao and his team scoured methodically, yielding astonishing results. Xiwei, hurry. I want to search for treasures too. We can't let them snatch it all. Sun Feifei urged, her enthusiasm palpable. Ning Xiwei also looked on with eager anticipation. Glancing back at Lu Chen. Come on, little skeleton. The crimson flames flickering in Lu Chen's eyes reflected the surrounding chaos. There were no creatures present, not even a single secret realm monster to yield attribute points or skill talents. Lu Chen felt disheartened. A guardian beast has spawned 500 meters ahead. Just one. Lu Chen's interest waned. Battling blood demons involved hundreds or thousands of foes. This second layer of the secret cache, it seemed, only summoned a single guardian beast sporadically. How mundane. Very well. I shall take this as a scenic experience. However, treasures guarded by beasts might possess superior quality. Lu Chen raised his finger, signaling the two women to proceed leftward, continuing onward. No, let us follow the little skeleton. Xiwei, I have a hunch that there's definitely treasure this way. Sun Feifei insisted excitedly. Perhaps we should heed the little skeleton's advice, Ning Xiwei conceded. Moving toward Lu Chen's indicated direction. Oh dear. Sun Feifei, feeling helpless, could only follow Ning Xiwei, grumbling. Xiwei, you seem to blindly obey the little skeleton. I wonder who truly is the master here. Humph. She turned her face away. Ning Xiwei's cheeks flushed slightly. She believed Lu Chen was correct. If he was right, then of course she should listen. What nonsense about who was the master? She mumbled, I never considered myself the little skeleton's master. After saying this, she stole a glance at Lu Chen, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Exiting the woods, they beheld a 3-meter-long clawed tiger with azure fur. Impressive. Sun Feifei sensed the aura emanating from the clawed tiger, a creature of a species she had never encountered before. Ning Xiwei too could not recall any descriptions of this clawed tiger from her books. At the initial stages of the third tier, after countless battles with blood demons, Ning Xiwei had developed the ability to sense adversaries of slightly superior realms. Allow me, Ning Xiwei whispered to Lu Chen. Third tier, first segment. Lu Chen nodded. This was an excellent opportunity for the young girl to hone her skills. Xiwei, you must face it alone. That tiger is too strong. Sun Feifei exclaimed, only to realize afterward that her dear friend was capable of defeating blood demons. Chapter 50. Roasting meat in the demigod's secret cache, such freedom. Indeed, her best friend, though only 2 tiers above her, could confront such a fearsome opponent with ease. Unavoidably, Sun Feifei felt a wave of despondency wash over her, her spirits sinking. Yet, she could not blame anyone else. The little skeleton had also provided her with opportunities to grow stronger. It was she who had failed to seize them. Perhaps, in time, she and her dear friend would drift further apart. Even if this was the end, she would still be far behind her friend in strength. In truth, she still had the chance to catch up to Ning Xiwei's pace. All she needed was to ask her dear friend for another opportunity for near-death training from Lu Chen. Given their bond, Ning Xiwei would surely agree. Never mind. Sun Feifei shook her head. That sensation of being on the brink of death was far too despairing. Having experienced it once, she was now fearful. Meanwhile, Ning Xiwei had faced it countless times. It was no wonder she grew strong. In this moment, Sun Feifei profoundly realized that she did not possess the heart of a true warrior. Perhaps it was the little skeleton who played a pivotal role in nurturing her dear friend's formidable spirit. Boom. Ning Xiwei danced nimbly, deftly evading the powerful pounces of the clawed tiger. Seizing an opportune moment, she delivered a decisive kick that shattered the creature's forelimb. Then, taking advantage of the opening, she lunged forward and severed the tiger's throat. Victory was hers. Huzzah! She had remarkably defeated a 3rd-tier secret realm monster in one fell swoop. Ning Xiwei was filled with exuberance. Leaping over to Lu Chen's side, she extended her palm. Was she seeking a high five? Lu Chen discerned her intent, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. She was quite childlike. The girl couldn't be that old. Very well. Reluctantly, Lu Chen raised his hand, fingers spread wide. A flicker of flame danced in his eyes. Clap. Ning Xiwei hastily brought her palm down to meet his. Ouch. The little skeleton's bones were exceedingly hard. Far tougher than that of the clawed tiger, by an immeasurable degree. Ning Xiwei couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Chen chuckled. It was no jest. With attributes exceeding 100,000 in physique, coupled with multiple racial evolutions, the force she exerted would be met with equal resistance. He bore no flesh, and thus, there was no cushioning whatsoever. Lu Chen laughed heartily. Sun Feifei observed the harmonious interaction between the two, and a smile crept across her lips. She was shipping this pair. If one overlooked the skeleton's bony exterior, they did indeed exude an aura reminiscent of celestial lovers. Surely, before he became a skeleton, he must have been a handsome young man. Sun Feifei glanced at Ning Xiwei, who was adorably grimacing in pain. Her best friend was quite beautiful in her own right. Xiwei, quickly check what treasures await us. Sun Feifei suddenly recalled the mention of a treasure with an owner in her mind. Indeed, Ning Xiwei rubbed her palm, casting an exasperated glance at Lu Chen, before approaching the spot where the clawed tiger had been resting. It was a small mound of earth. Ning Xiwei reached out to touch it. With a sudden burst, the mound exploded, releasing a cascade of radiant light. A symphony of clinking sounds followed as a plethora of gold coins tumbled to the ground. Ah, gold coins. Sun Feifei felt somewhat disappointed. A treasure with an owner turned out to be mere wealth. Ning Xiwei, however, gleefully gathered the coins. These would fetch quite a sum. 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins. Each coin was the size of a bottle cap, adorned with a bear's head on one side and a bear's tail on the other. Amidst the pile of coins, a brilliant azure orb suddenly fell out. As Ning Xiwei held the orb in her hand, it burst open, transforming into pure spiritual energy that surged into her body. The quantity was substantial, and she absorbed it entirely. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that this amount of spiritual energy was but a drop in the bucket for her to break through. It seemed that the hope of transcending still resided with Lu Chen. In total, she had gathered 123 bareheaded coins. Clutching them tightly, she approached Lu Chen, gazing at him expectantly. Lu Chen, of course, understood her silent plea. With a wave of his hand, the coins vanished from her grasp. I'm so hungry. Ning Xiwei clutched her stomach. Nearly a day had elapsed since they entered the demigod's treasury, and she had yet to eat. Reflecting on this, she glanced at Lu Chen's skeletal form, which bore nothing but a spine. This fellow surely felt no hunger. Lu Chen also glanced down at his own skeletal frame, realizing his oversight. The girl was human, not undead. He had completely forgotten that she required sustenance. With a flick of his wrist, a chunk of monster meat, weighing around 10 pounds, materialized in his palm. I'll go fetch some firewood. Ning Xiwei pursed her lips and, along with Sun Feifei, set off to gather kindling. Before long, a fire roared to life. Ning Xiwei sliced the beast's meat into several pieces, skewering them on sticks, and began to grill. Though lacking in seasoning, the meat was succulent, and it wasn't long before the aroma filled the air. The two young women glanced up at the treasure counter overhead. Treasure, 1008. It fluctuated, sometimes refreshing, sometimes diminishing. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter. Filling their bellies first would grant them the strength to continue, and it wouldn't take long. They exchanged knowing smiles. Here they were, roasting meat in the demigod's treasury. How delightfully carefree. At that moment, a young man clad in gilded silver armor, accompanied by a middle-aged guard, emerged from the woods and approached the fire. He addressed Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei with a gentle smile. Ladies, might I have the honor of tasting a piece of the meat you have personally grilled? Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei both furrowed their brows slightly, remaining silent. Lu Chen studied him, the flickering flames in his eyes dancing with intrigue. Roasting meat in the demigod's treasury. How charming these two ladies were. If I'm not mistaken, the meat you're grilling is indeed monster meat, correct? Do the guardian beasts within the demigod treasury even drop monster meat? Ning Xiwei, possessing a more placid temperament, felt her brows knitting tighter. Sun Feifei, however, was unyielding, responding sharply. What concern is it of yours where our monster meat comes from? And you are not worthy of such an honor. We will not let you have even a morsel. Leave at once, lest we become impolite. I apologize for my intrusion. The armored young man bowed slightly, continuing with a smile. If I am not mistaken, you must be the illustrious Ning Xiwei, top of the leaderboard. Though it was phrased as a question, his tone was particularly assured. Ning Xiwei remained silent, instinctively adjusting her posture to remain vigilant. Sun Feifei, visibly displeased, demanded, "What do you want?" Do not misunderstand. The young man spread his hands, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. It is said that Ning Xiwei is the school flower of Qiongno, one high school, unparalleled in beauty. Having seen you today, it is indeed true. Your beauty rivals that of the fairest in my Ice City. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fan Yangshu, the only son of the Ice City Lord. I wonder if I might have the pleasure of getting to know you, Ning Xiwei. Absolutely not. Please leave, Ning Xiwei declared, pointing in the direction from which he had come. Your disposition is indeed, as rumored, unyielding to strangers. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. In fact, I hold great admiration for you, Ning Xiwei. Not only have you awakened as a rare contract spirit master, but you also possess a summoning beast whose combat prowess rivals that of a city lord. You stand unparalleled among your peers. In our Ice City, I dare say I am the only one of such caliber, haha, and that Lei Pengcheng, he is but one of my subordinates. We in Ice City are quite straightforward. Ning Xiwei, will you be my girlfriend? Chapter 51, 400,000 strength, full force eruption. Fan Yangshu wore a face full of sincerity. The guard beside him spoke haughtily. Little girl, you are truly fortunate. Our young master is making the first move in pursuing a girl. Our Ice City is a major stronghold of the empire, almost as significant as a provincial capital. Our city lord is a fifth-tier powerhouse, the strongest among all the border cities of the empire. Fan Yangshu did not interrupt his guard, but added, Xiwei, if you agree to my request, I will treat you well. A future marriage is not out of the question. At that moment, the entire Ice City would be under our dominion, declared Fan Yangshu with an air of unwavering confidence, his demeanor exuding a certain arrogance. Sun Feifei scoffed at his bravado. What of being a fifth-tier powerhouse? My little skeleton could annihilate a fourth tier with ease. How far could it be from dispatching a fifth tier? If my beloved Xiwei were to marry, it would only be someone akin to my little skeleton. Ning Xiwei's expression turned frigid. Throughout her journey, she had encountered numerous noble suitors and affluent young masters vying for her affection. Yet, since the awakening of her spirit bond, such propositions had ceased. She understood that those suitors were intimidated by the little skeleton, with even those who had pursued her fervently now wishing to conceal themselves to avoid her gaze. She presumed that they would not trouble her for some time. However, she was taken aback to find such individuals even within the depths of the demigod's secret lair. How presumptuous! What did they take her for? Please leave, before I lose my temper, Ning Xiwei stated coldly. Refusing our young lord? How utterly ungrateful! The guard shot back with disdain. Do you not realize how rare it is for our young lord to lower himself to pursue you? Not only do you lack gratitude, but you also present a cold countenance. Do you consider yourself superior? I implore you to depart. Ning Xiwei's voice rose in intensity. I wish to know why you reject me. Fan Yangshu interrupted the guard, his brow furrowed in confusion. I hail from an extraordinary lineage and possess unparalleled strength. I cannot fathom your reasons for refusal. After all, a beauty like you, born from a slum, should most certainly seek protection from individuals such as myself, should you not? Or is it that you lack rationality and fail to see the reality of your situation? Fan Yangshu, bewildered, noted that in Ice City, be it the school's celebrated beauties or the darlings of illustrious families, all flocked to him, and those beauties from impoverished backgrounds, without the protection of young masters like him, were merely playthings in the hands of the powerful. He believed he was rescuing her, acting in her best interest, and showing her compassion. I have my little skeleton and require no one's protection, Ning Xiwei retorted, resuming her task of roasting meat. For this? Your pitiful skeleton is merely at the city lord level of combat prowess. We have countless such beings, they are no more than lapdogs. You truly reject my pursuit over a mere lapdog skeleton? Do you realize what you have forfeited? Fan Yangshu's face twisted with rage. He never anticipated losing to a mere lapdog skeleton. How preposterous! My little skeleton is not a lapdog, Ning Xiwei exclaimed, rising indignantly. She could accept slights against herself, but would not tolerate any insult directed at Lu Chun. Lu Chun was her beacon of hope and despair, and no one could demean him. How self-righteous! How arrogant! How disdainful! He was merely fortunate enough to be born into privilege, with such a mindset of superiority, looking down upon the common folk. What would they eat and drink without us? Without the common people, you so-called nobles would have starved long ago. Do you truly consider yourself remarkable? You merely rely on the talents bestowed upon you by your parents to bully the ordinary, in the face of true strength. Your performance is hardly superior to that of commoners. I suggest you return from whence you came and cease to further soil my sight. Ning Xiwei huffed, expelling all her pent-up frustrations. Sun Feifei, wide-eyed, marveled at Ning Xiwei's fierce display. My dear Wei, how impressive! She knew Ning Xiwei's temperament all too well, gentle, soft-spoken, and reluctant to confront others. Even when bullied, she would quietly endure, never escalating the conflict. Yet now, simply because someone spoke ill of her little skeleton, she had erupted. This was true love. My Wei, you have left me speechless. Sun Feifei mused. Ning Xiwei, her cheeks flushed from anger, felt her ears grow warm at Sun Feifei's words. She simply could not bear to hear others speak ill of Lu Chen, and in a moment of weakness, she had unleashed her fury. Sun Feifei, glancing at Lu Chen, could not help but express her envy. Little skeleton, you have truly opened my eyes. Xiwei has never defended me this way. I am feeling a twinge of jealousy. Lu Chen, too, was taken aback by Ning Xiwei's unexpected fervor. Throughout their journey, she had seemed like a fragile little flower, often teased by Sun Feifei and occasionally tormented by him. She had kept her feelings bottled up even during public ridicule. Yet, he never anticipated that when someone referred to him as a lapdog, this usually gentle and compliant girl would explode with such intensity. Truthfully, warmth spread through his heart, and he found himself drawn to her even more. As for the fool who had provoked her wrath, he would certainly teach him a lesson. With a swift motion, the bone blade appeared like a work of art. Lu Chen raised his weapon and struck downward. The gleaming white blade descended like a comet, casting a shadow over the land. Both Fan Yangshu and his guard felt the world darken around them. A colossal blade of light fell upon them. In that moment, they felt as though they had plunged into the abyss. Was this merely a lapdog skeleton, barely reaching the city lord level of combat prowess? Why was it so formidable? Fan Yangshu felt a sensation akin to confronting his fifth-tier father. They were doomed. Do not kill me. As the blade neared, a gray light shield suddenly enveloped them, countering the blade's descent. They were unharmed. Haha, how could I forget? Those bearing the token are immune to each other's attacks. Haha. Seeing themselves unscathed, Fan Yangshu's face broke into a smile of relief. But within Lu Chen's eyes, the flames of determination flickered. With over 100,000 points in strength attributes, tripled to nearly 400,000 for a full force strike, he had even activated his armor-breaking talent. Yet, he could not breach the rules of the demigod's lair. Very well. This demigod, whether alive or dead, would not be forgotten. Since a direct attack was futile, Lu Chen pressed down with his right foot, causing the ground to sink, and rocks to erupt around him. With a powerful kick, he struck the shattered stones, combining the explosive force of the Emperor's progeny skill, tripling his strength once more. The force of 400,000 strength attributes detonated. The debris shattered into dust, which surged past the sound barrier, hurtling toward Fan Yangshu with a thunderous roar. The friction of the dust against the air generated intense heat, igniting the very air itself, and subsequently igniting the dust. In an instant, a blazing inferno erupted, akin to a meteor, hurtling toward Fan Yangshu and his companion. The supersonic assault left them with no time to react, and they could only brace themselves for the impact. Chapter 52. Young Lord, the bull-headed secret realm monster has revived again. Damn it. The intensity of this flame rivals that of a peak 4th-tier mage's abilities, if not surpassing it. Fan Yangshu's face turned pale. Young Lord, how can this little skeleton be so powerful? How would I know? He was consumed by a mix of rage and despair. The blazing inferno has descended. Can the attack be effective? The small flame within Lu Chen flickered slightly. Boom. The searing flames engulfed the two, resembling two fiery behemoths. Sun Feifei exclaimed. The little skeleton is indeed ferocious. These two individuals, each more adept at protecting the other than the last, evoke a sense of envy with their bond. If only her summoned creature could exhibit the same prowess as the little skeleton. Ning Xiwei gazed at the two fiery figures. Deep down, she believed that their crimes did not warrant death. However, the little skeleton had taken action, hence, they deserved their fate. Indeed, that is the truth. As the flames extinguished, the forms of the two were revealed, and a grayish light flickered momentarily. Fan Yangshu and his companion emerged unscathed once more. Even indirect attacks cannot penetrate the rules? Lu Chen felt a slight astonishment within. The regulations of the demigod's hidden chamber are indeed formidable. Even he, who could shatter the secrets of the beast paradise, found himself at a loss against such rules. However, this was merely a temporary situation. The inability to break the rules of the demigod's chamber stemmed from an insufficient allocation of attribute points. With that realization, the crimson flame in Lu Chen's eyes danced with excitement. A solution has been found. The smooth skull turned slightly, directing its gaze towards Fan Yangshu and his companion. Run. Young Lord, flee. The little skeleton is looking our way. The guards exclaimed in a panic. Before he could finish speaking, the young lord dashed into the woods, disregarding everything else. You scoundrel. Upon meeting Lu Chen's fiery gaze, Fan Yangshu felt as though he had plunged into the depths of hell, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his former arrogance vanished without a trace. He scrambled into the forest, disappearing from sight. Young lord, did the little skeleton pursue us? The guard in front inquired. You dare to run ahead of me. I will make you pay when we return. Young lord, let's not worry about that now. Did the little skeleton follow us or not? I can't turn back. How would I know if the little skeleton is behind us? You need to check for yourself. I can't do that either, young lord. You run behind me. What did you say, young lord? I can't hear you clearly. Humph. The annoying pest has finally left. Oh dear, Xiwei. Turn the meat over, it's getting charred. Ah. The two women joyfully indulged in the roasted monster meat. Chen crouched down, grabbing a skewer of roasted meat, chewing it heartily. Undoubtedly, bits of meat fell from his ribcage to the ground. Chen tilted his skull slightly, attentively sensing the location of Fan Yangshu. Within his perception, dozens of auras converged, two of which belonged to Fan Yangshu and his guard, not far away, approximately 3 miles. They have separated again. Fan Yangshu's aura was accompanied by several stronger presences, heading in the opposite direction. A battle had ensued. With the monsters of the secret realm, it seemed they had discovered a treasure with an owner. Just in time, the plan could be executed. Tap, tap. Chen rose, his finger bones creating a sound. The two women turned to look. Chen pointed toward the direction of Fan Yangshu. The little skeleton must have sensed the presence of the treasure again. Ning Xiwei clenched her fists. She still wanted to hunt down a third-tier secret realm monster alone. Sun Feifei spread her hands in resignation. Never mind. Let us just lie down. They passed through the grass and traversed the woods, standing at the roots of a 100-meter giant tree. 100 meters away, a 5-meter-long beast with a bull's head, lion's body, and dual wings was engaged in battle with a human. The aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Ning Xiwei sensed from afar that the bull-headed winged monster's realm far surpassed her own. I cannot defeat it. Xiwei, do you see who that person is? It's the self-proclaimed good brother. Sun Feifei pointed. Indeed, it was Fan Yangshu leading 5 or 6 guards in combat against the bull-headed winged monster. Chen patted the shoulders of the two women, signaling them to hide behind the trunk. He concealed himself as well. The three of them quietly peeked out from behind the trunk, revealing 2 small heads and a skull, intently observing the battlefield 100 meters away. Quickly, quickly. Prepare a formation for this young lord. Attack from the left first. Damn monster, if I can't handle the little skeleton, can I deal with you? Boom. Warriors, ranged fighters, and mages coordinated seamlessly, swiftly inflicting heavy damage upon the bull-headed monster. Fan Yangshu seized the opportunity to pierce the bull-headed monster's chest with his sword. The bull-headed creature let out a defiant roar before collapsing. Haha, let this young lord open the treasure. Yes, these people are impressive. They dispatched the bull-headed monster in just a few exchanges. Sun Feifei remarked with dissatisfaction. At that moment, Chen's finger bones glowed with a faint green light. Since direct and indirect actions cannot harm the holder of the token, let us tread the original path of the demigod's hidden chamber. He infused 3 points of vitality. With a flick of his finger, under the immense power of over 100,000, the green light flashed and quietly entered the chest of the bull-headed monster. In the blink of an eye, the bull-headed monster's wounds healed completely. Roar! The bull-headed monster bellowed, lunging at one of the guards. Ah, that guard's arm was bitten off. And he cried out, Young lord, the bull-headed monster has revived. What? Form up, quickly, prepare to engage this young lord. Realizing the situation, Fan Yangshu and the others swiftly dealt heavy blows to the bull-headed monster once more, bringing it to the brink of death. Indeed, it was successful. The little flame within Chen danced joyfully. Whoosh! Another infusion of pure energy containing 3 points of vitality silently entered the bull-headed monster's body. This time, the revived bull-headed monster did not roar to alert the guards, but instead ambushed one of them. Crunch! Its horns pierced through the guard. Ah, young lord. The bull-headed monster has revived again. Damn it, form up, prepare to fight. Another fierce battle ensued. The bull-headed monster was once again on the verge of death. That bull-headed monster is incredibly powerful, capable of reviving. Ning Xiwei exclaimed in surprise, her bright eyes wide with astonishment. Cough, cough. Sun Feifei, having caught on to the clues, turned Ning Xiwei's face to the side. Chen was already preparing to launch another burst of green light. At that moment, Ning Xiwei understood. Sun Feifei whispered in Ning Xiwei's ear, Your little skeleton truly holds a grudge. It will go to great lengths to eliminate its enemies. To provoke the little skeleton is indeed a stroke of misfortune. Ning Xiwei couldn't help but chuckle. The little skeleton's determination for revenge is truly relentless. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan Yangshu and his companions were panting heavily. Damn! Fan Yangshu's face was filled with rage. One sword thrust after another severed the limbs of the bull-headed monster. Why does my luck turn sour after encountering the little skeleton? Fighting a monster that can revive twice. Can you believe it? As he turned to prepare to open the treasure, he grumbled. Suddenly, a sound of spitting blood caught his attention. He turned to look. The sorcerer guards under his command, with horns sprouting from their chests, bled profusely as they exclaimed, Young lord, the Minotaur from the secret realm has resurrected once more. Chapter 53, Crushes Bones. Why has the Minotaur from the secret realm come back to life again? Fan Yangshu was on the verge of despair. Yet, there was no time left for contemplation. The Minotaur charged forward heedlessly. Form a formation. Everyone, take your positions. He bellowed, preparing to leap behind the guards to unleash his attack on the beast. However, as he took a single step, he was struck by the grim reality. None of the 6 fourth-tier guards he had brought were standing intact. Some lay dead, while others were grievously wounded. The Minotaur was already notorious for its ferocity, and the guards, tormented mentally and physically, had no time to mount a defense before they were scattered by the creature's onslaught. In an instant, the Minotaur wreaked havoc, skewering the guards one by one with its horns, lifting them up and tossing them aside, then trampling them underfoot. In less than a minute, all 6 guards had perished. With crimson eyes fixed intently on Fan Yangxiu, the Minotaur advanced, remembering how this very individual had shattered its heart 4 times. Damn it! Thundering forward, the beast filled Fan Yangxiu with dread. I need my father. Fear rendered him incapable of holding onto his sword, which clattered to the ground. He fled, shouting, "Father, save me. I am being pursued by the guardian beast." The Minotaur relentlessly pursued Fan Yangxiu, occasionally jabbing him in the rear with its horns. Summoning every ounce of strength, he finally reached his father, the Lord of Ice City, Fan Feng, who had just dealt with a guardian beast protecting a treasure. "Father, save me." The anguished cries of his son pierced the air. Turning swiftly, he beheld the Minotaur, a creature with the body of a lion and wings, hounding his only child. Pursued by a 4th-tier guardian beast? What happened to the 6 mid-tier 4th-tier guards I assigned to you? Father, this Minotaur can resurrect. It has revived 3 times already. Fan Yangxiu took refuge behind Fan Feng. Resurrect? Fan Feng's sword gleamed as he swiftly severed the head of the Minotaur. As he approached the fallen creature, Fan Yangxiu cried out, "Father, do not approach. It can resurrect. It will ambush you upon revival." The guards you provided were killed by this Minotaur upon its resurrection. Upon hearing his son's words, Fan Feng hesitated, perplexed. The remaining 10 or so guards, having overheard the young lord's claim, turned their curiosity towards the Minotaur, eager to witness this creature that could supposedly come back to life. A minute passed. 3 minutes went by. "Sewer, why isn't he resurrected yet? It must be gathering its resurrection energy. It will revive any moment," Fan Yangxiu declared with conviction. 10 minutes elapsed. The Minotaur's corpse began to emit a foul stench. "What resurrection?" Fan Feng shot a cold glance at Fan Yangxiu. "Foolish. Father, I assure you it truly resurrected 3 times. Please believe your son." Fan Yangxiu hastened to explain. The mismanagement of commands led to the guard's demise. There is no need to fabricate excuses. As the young lord, you must take responsibility. Fan Feng fixed a stern gaze upon him, disappointed. "No, father. I swear it has resurrected 3 times. I saw it with my own eyes." Fan Yangxiu gestured emphatically as he described how the Minotaur had fallen, only to rise again. It was just like this. Despite having its heart crushed, it suddenly revived. "Father, I speak the truth. You must believe me." Still making excuses, Fan Feng approached the Minotaur's corpse, slicing open its chest with his sword, revealing an intact heart. "Where's the damage? Show me where it is broken." Fan Feng's expression turned icy, his voice chilling as he declared, "Fan Yangxiu, I am deeply disappointed in you. Father, I truly spoke the truth." Fan Yangxiu felt a wave of grievance wash over him. He had witnessed the Minotaur resurrect time and again, ambushing and killing his guards. Was it so difficult to acknowledge a mistake? Fan Feng's countenance grew stern. "I will say it once more. Speak clearly, think carefully. Do not presume that being my only son allows you to deceive me. You must understand, it is not difficult for me to have another child. Who knows who will inherit the lordship in the end?" "Father," Fan Yangxiu felt a deep sorrow in his heart. Realizing his father would rather bear another child than believe him, the weight of despair pressed heavily upon him. Struggling to swallow his pride, as if swallowing humiliation, he nearly burst into tears, gritting his teeth as he said, "Father, you are correct. It was indeed my mismanagement. The Minotaur did not resurrect. It never resurrected even once. I fabricated a story to cover my errors. Father, I am sorry for disappointing you, and for the loss of my subordinates." Recognizing one's mistakes is a sign of a good son. Only then did Fan Feng smile and pat his son's shoulder. Yet, the praise from his father felt utterly devoid of joy. The smile that appeared on Fan Yangxiu's face was more painful than tears. Enough of this trivial matter. Fan Feng continued to pat Fan Yangxiu's shoulder before shifting his gaze to the remaining guards. "You lot were eager to accompany my son to seek treasure. Now, your opportunity has arrived. You shall accompany Sewer to the treasure." The guards, upon being singled out by Fan Feng's gaze, were taken aback. Their eagerness had stemmed from the prospect of gaining merit alongside the young lord. Little did they know that the young lord was a coward. "Oh dear lord, I suddenly have a terrible stomachache. It must be from the battle with the guardian beast affecting my spleen and stomach. I am fine." but I fear it may impede the young lord's grand endeavor. Lord, my internal energy is in disarray. I need to regulate it, or I will be unable to cast even a single spell. One guard, in a desperate attempt, struck himself, immediately spitting out blood. The semi-divine sanctuary forbade mutual harm, but self-inflicted injury was permissible. Lord, I am injured. The other guards were dumbfounded. Brother, you are truly committed. Humph. Fan Feng scoffed. Very well. Since you are unwilling to assist my son, then you shall all remain behind. Do not return to Ice City. Lord, spare us. The guards knelt in supplication. Father, I actually do not wish to seek treasure anymore. I want to stay with you. I am afraid. The attacks from Lu Chun and the Minotaur's inexplicable revivals filled Fan Yangxu with terror. Unworthy. Fan Feng delivered a resounding slap that sent Fan Yangxu spinning in midair before landing on the ground. My son was nearly killed. Who dares to lay a hand on the son of Fan Feng? It was Ning Xiwei, the top scorer on the leaderboard. Her little skeleton likely possessed peak 4th tier combat power. Peak 4th tier? What does that matter? I am 5th tier. Top scorer on the leaderboard? What of it? I dispatched the blood demon from the previous realm with a single sword strike. If not for your father's restraint and mass attacks, my score would exceed 100,000. Father is magnificent. Since you have set things in motion, you must bear the consequences. That Ning Xiwei. Is she not the school belle? Break her limbs and offer her to the beggars. Her little skeleton is not particularly capable. Just shatter his bones piece by piece, and have me assemble them into a skeletal dog for guarding. Thank you, father. Fan Yangxu was elated. Deep within the forest, a skull emerged. The crimson flames flickered in its eye sockets. Chapter 54, It Truly Resurrected. Who is that? Fan Feng pointed at the guard kneeling on the ground, saying, I've heard you possess craftsmanship. Once I dismantle the little skeleton's bones, will you be able to piece them together into a skeletal dog, resembling a dead dog perfectly? To the city lord, my subordinate will definitely accomplish it. Rise. Fan Feng pointed to another guard, saying, Do you know where the beggars in our ice-cold city are plentiful? Yes, my subordinate knows. Very well. I will capture Ning Xiwei and hand her over to you for handling. I want her to regret provoking my son, understand? My subordinate comprehends. The guard bowed his head, declaring, I will ensure that Ning Xiwei first experiences the essence of womanhood, only to regret being a woman. You may rise as well. Fan Feng turned to Fan Yangxu, stating calmly, Shi'er, are you satisfied with how your father is handling this? Satisfied, exceedingly so, but I wish to enjoy Ning Xiwei first. Rascal, I was wrong, father. Just leave Ning Xiwei to you. Thank you, father. Fan Feng waved his hand, proclaiming, We have received word of a treasure guarded by a 5th-tier guardian beast ahead. Everyone, follow me. Yes. A group followed closely behind Fan Feng, advancing forward. At this moment, Lu Chun and his companions revealed themselves from the rear of the woods. With Lu Chen's aura concealing their presence, Fan Feng and his men were oblivious to Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei. Likewise, Fan Feng's words were clearly heard by the three. They have gone too far. They actually intend to treat you like that little skeleton. They deserve death. Sun Feifei stomped her foot in anger. Ning Xiwei's eyes also blazed with fury. The crimson flames within Lu Chun's eye sockets danced violently, to shatter his bones and assemble them into a skeletal dog. They even wished to offer the young lady to beggars. In an instant, Lu Chun exploded. Were it not for the restrictions of the semi-divine hidden rules, he would have charged out immediately to reduce them all to nothingness. However, the rules prohibited mutual harm. Charging out now would merely be an act of impotent rage. How foolish. They are even more reckless than the young son of the imperial minister, Yi Lingxing. They believe that the restrictions of the rules render them untouchable? Lu Chun's expression darkened, signaling the two women to follow in his footsteps. Aren't we supposed to confront the guardian beast? Let us engage it properly. Do not give up. The fun is just beginning. Do not perish prematurely. Following Fan Feng, the three approached a small hillock. The small hill appeared ordinary and barren, yet it emanated a resplendent glow, teeming with golden radiance and precious energy. At the foot of the hill stood a 6-meter-tall ape. Its fur a striking blend of purple and white, its muscles bulging like steel. Its limbs were robust, with sharp black claws, and between its fierce fangs flowed blood and flesh. At its feet lay a severed professional's body. Roar! Upon noticing Fan Feng and his companions encircling it, it immediately let out a thunderous roar and seized a 20-meter-tall tree, swinging it fiercely. A tempest arose, sending sand and stones flying. Formations, prepare for battle. Fan Feng stood firm with his sword, issuing a low command. A dozen guards, each at least of the 4th tier's mid-level, promptly dispersed. Positioning themselves according to their respective professions and optimal training formations, the mages took the lead, casting freezing spells to slow the giant ape's movements. Fan Yangxu observed closely beside Fan Feng. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. His lord father and the other guards had just encountered a similar situation. A sense of foreboding began to swell within him. What has gone awry? It cannot be that this giant ape has also resurrected, for that would be absurd. Fan Yangshu remained anxious. In the brief moment of his worries, the guards had already begun to restrict the giant ape's movements. Although these 4th-tier guards were vastly inferior to the 5th-tier ape, with reasonable coordination, they could still exert some influence over it. 5th tier, 0 level. Humph. Fan Feng moved with his sword, looking down upon the newly arrived giant ape. He had refined his abilities at the 1st tier of the 5th tier for 5 years. It was not something this newly ascended giant ape could compare to. Die! Fan Feng leaped into the air, soaring above the giant ape's head. At this moment, the giant ape's legs were frozen, and its right hand, grasping the giant tree, was smashed aside by a knight-class guard using a shield. With a swift slash, Fan Feng struck, severing the giant ape's main artery. Warm blood gushed forth like a fountain, drenching the surrounding guards. Seizing the opportunity, the guards inflicted wounds upon the giant ape's limbs. With a thrust, Fan Feng pierced the giant ape's heart. The giant ape let out a mournful cry, falling to the ground in defeat. Congratulations to the City Lord for defeating the 5th-tier giant ape with a single blow. Long live the City Lord. The City Lord is invincible. The guards cheered in admiration. The more he watched, the more familiar this scene felt to Fan Yangshu. Surely, the next events would not. A faint smile appeared on Fan Feng's face as he turned to the dazed Fan Yangshu, saying, "Shi-er, your father has slain the 5th-tier guardian beast. Why do you look so unhappy? I fear the giant ape may resurrect. Rascal, you believe your own fabricated tales so easily? Upon returning to Ice Cold City, I shall thoroughly examine your mind." Fan Feng, in annoyance, approached the twitching giant ape and kicked its arm, which was as thick as a human's. "Resurrect? Why doesn't he revive? Do not engage in any more foolish schemes for a day. Have you understood?" Fan Feng passed the giant ape and approached the treasure-laden hillock. Along the way, the giant ape remained motionless. Phew! Fan Yangshu sighed in relief, his anxiety dissipating and gradually replaced by elation. Had he overthought it? After all, the notion of monsters resurrecting was so far-fetched that no one would believe it. How could one encounter it twice? His father was reliable. With him around, all manner of demons and monsters would have to yield, too afraid to make a move. Instantly, Fan Yangshu felt exhilarated. What treasures might lie within the hoard guarded by the 5th-tier beast? He could hardly wait. "Father, wait for me." Not only was he excited, but the guards also craned their necks, eager to see what treasures their lord might unveil. Just as Fan Yangshu took a step forward, he suddenly noticed the blood on the ground seemingly flowing backward. Following the direction of the blood's flow, he discovered a pair of legs, thick and hairy, twice the girth of an elephant's. Looking further up, he met a pair of furious crimson eyes. Roar! The enraged howl echoed forth. A colossal tree swept towards him. Pain. Excruciating pain. 2 of his ribs were fractured. Fan Yangshu, gritting his teeth against the agony, crawled up from 10 meters away. The other guards also clutched their chests, slowly rising to their feet. Among them, one guard lay motionless on the ground. Upon inspection, Fan Yangshu noted that the man's skull was shattered. "Lord of the city, the giant ape has revived." The guards cried out in terror. "What?" Fan Feng, who was preparing to search for treasure, turned around, locking eyes with the giant ape's blood-red gaze. With a swift motion, the giant ape brought down the tree overhead. Fan Feng barely had time to raise his sword in defense. Crack! He was sent flying by the tremendous force. Confusion and dread flooded his mind. What my son spoke of is indeed true. The creatures of the secret realm have come back to life. Chapter 55, When I Slap You Across the Face. It is an expression of my profound affection. Do you understand? How is this possible? Fan Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, regaining his balance. The giant ape, relentless, swung the tree again and charged forward. Fan Feng deftly dodged and shouted, "Form a battle array. All of you, form a battle array." Just as Fan Yangshu had managed to realign his broken ribs, he heard his father's booming voice. His expression turned peculiar. This scene felt all too familiar. Soon, with the guards working in concert to restrain the creature, Fan Feng seized the moment and pierced through the giant ape's heart once more. With a resounding crash, the giant ape's massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Panting heavily, Fan Feng scrutinized the giant ape. Its heart lay shattered, blood gushing forth, limbs twitching, and its eyes devoid of life. It is finally dead. Perhaps it was some sort of aberration. After all, as a seasoned lord of the city, he had never encountered a giant ape with purple and white fur before. It cannot revive again, can it? A seed of doubt nestled in his heart. He beckoned to his son, his expression grave and his eyes icy as he inquired, "How many times did that bull-headed creature from the secret realm revive?" Fan Yangshu was taken aback. The intensity of his father's gaze filled him with trepidation, causing him to lower his head. What does this mean? Should I tell the truth or fabricate a lie? "Father, You must be jesting. How could a creature from the secret realm come back to life? Fan Yangshu stammered, attempting to mask his own faults. Slap. Fan Feng struck Fan Yangshu across the face. The left side of Fan Yangshu's face visibly swelled. Fan Feng, filled with rage, declared, I have no time for jesting. How many times did it revive? Fan Yangshu, gripped by fear, nearly cried out, Father, however many times you say it revived. That is the truth. Slap. Fan Feng delivered another blow to Fan Yangshu's right cheek. Soon, the right side of Fan Yangshu's face also began to swell. Fan Feng's eyes betrayed no hint of compassion as he angrily reprimanded, Fool, can't you comprehend the situation? Must I beat the truth out of you? Father. The bull-headed lion beast revived 3 times. Fan Yangshu confessed earnestly. Slap. Another strike landed on Fan Yangshu's face. Blood streamed down from the cuts on his left cheek. As he stared wide-eyed in disbelief, panic coursing through him as he knelt down, pleading, Father, I am speaking the truth. Why do you continue to strike me? Fan Feng brushed off his hands, murmuring to himself, It appears this time he has spoken the truth. Fan Yangshu naturally overheard him. His Lord Father had actually slapped him again to verify his honesty. He felt utterly wronged. In a flash of steel, Fan Feng severed the giant ape's limbs. He delivered a vicious kick to the giant ape's eye socket, crouching beside its head, scoffing, Come, revive for me to see. 10 minutes passed. The guards began to grow impatient. My lord, the giant ape is thoroughly dead. It should not revive now. Indeed, Lord, let us hasten and open the treasure. This place feels rather ominous. Fan Feng narrowed his eyes. The giant ape showed no signs of revival whatsoever. Slap. Another strike landed on Fan Yangshu's face. He howled in pain, blood gushing from both sides of his face. He was utterly stunned. The giant ape had not revived. Why was he being punished? You insolent wretch. Still not speaking the truth. Fan Feng glared at Fan Yangshu, then proceeded towards the small hillside to open the treasure. At that moment, a green tendril unnoticed by anyone else slithered into the giant ape's chest cavity. Soon, the murky eyes of the giant ape regained their former vitality. The giant ape did not spring into action immediately. Instead, its fist-sized eyes darted about, assessing the situation. This scene fell into the gaze of Fan Yangshu, who wished to cry out, but his swollen face contorted his lips, rendering his words incoherent. Father. The giant, given the rule that beings in the semi-divine realm could not harm each other, it was evident how harshly his father disciplined him. He could only watch helplessly as the giant ape stood upright, raising the enormous tree and stealthily approaching Fan Feng, before striking down with tremendous force. In his anxiety, Fan Yangshu felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Boom. Before he could fully process it, the tree struck Fan Feng directly. Ah! Fan Feng let out a horrific scream, but quickly steadied himself. As he turned, the giant ape twisted the tree and brought it down again. Damn it! The giant ape has revived again. Form the array, prepare for battle. Seeing that the assault had failed, the giant ape unleashed a sweeping blow against the guards. With their ranks only at the mid-level of the 4th tier, they were no match for the 5th-tier giant ape. A single sweep left many guards missing limbs and some unfortunate souls with their skulls crushed. The guard teams suffered devastating losses. Another familiar scene unfolded. Fan Yangshu was painfully aware of his father's plight. The same script played out once more. Damn it! Fan Feng, in a fit of rage, had no choice but to face the giant ape alone. Exhausted from the battle, he exchanged blows with the giant ape for dozens of rounds before finally piercing its heart once more. Damn it! Fan Feng, in a frenzy, severed the giant ape's head and limbs completely. Come on, revive. Show yourself again. And you. Fan Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he approached Fan Yangshu. Slap. Another resounding blow struck Fan Yangshu's face, as Fan Feng bellowed, You ungrateful son. The giant ape revived and ambushed me. Why did you not warn me? With that, Fan Yangshu spat out 2 of his front teeth, his expression dazed. Why was he unable to escape his father's wrath, even under the protective rules of the semi-divine realm? He could not comprehend. Woe is me. His words were slurred. Ah, you incompetent fool, unable to articulate a single sentence. What use are you to me? Another slap landed, rendering Fan Yangshu's face symmetrically swollen. He spat out 2 more teeth, his eyes nearly squinting shut, yet he strained to widen them. He saw. Behind his father, a towering and formidable figure rose once more. The colossal ape was resurrected yet again. Useless wretch. How dare you still call me father? Fan Feng's hand was poised to strike Fan Yangshu's face. Suddenly, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. As he soared through the air, he felt 2 of his ribs snap, one of which pierced into his lung, causing his breaths to come in sharp gasps. With the giant ape closing in, the aura of this 5th-tier secret realm monster was both formidable and lethal. Fan Yangshu was overwhelmed by terror and quickly cried for help. Die. The giant ape cast a glance at Fan Yangshu, and then set off in pursuit of Fan Feng. Why are you chasing after me, you ungrateful wretch? Can't you see how massive I am? Fan Feng was infuriated. He was gravely injured and clearly outmatched by the giant ape. In this life or death moment, what could he do? As he ran, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of his son, overlooked by the giant ape. A thought struck him. Sheer. Strike at the giant ape's right leg while I target its heart. Together, we shall vanquish the enemy. Fan Yangshu felt a twinge of discomfort. He had been ignored by the giant ape, presenting a perfect opportunity to escape. Attacking the giant ape would surely be tantamount to seeking death. Sheer, you are my pride. When I strike you, it is out of love. Look, I never hit anyone else because I do not care for them, only you. Understand? My stern demeanor is a reflection of my hopes for you to succeed me as the lord of this city. Come now. If we, father and son, can slay this fifth-tier secret realm monster together, it will be a tale for the ages. All right, father. Haha, I am your pride. With a fierce determination, Fan Yangshu swung his sword towards the giant ape's right leg. The giant ape howled in pain and immediately changed direction, charging at Fan Yangshu. Father, take this opportunity to slay the beast. Fan Yangshu's eyes widened in horror as he watched his father's figure recede into the distance. Chapter 56. You treacherous, ungrateful wretch. His father, the lord of the city, was fleeing. Was it not said that we would join forces to vanquish the fifth-tier secret realm monster and create a legendary story? Why did he not even glance back as he ran away? You scoundrel. Fan Yangshu was engulfed in despair, fear, and fury. I do not have a father like you. You treacherous bastard. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he could no longer hold onto his sword, allowing it to fall and pierce his foot. The pain in his body paled in comparison to the agony in his heart. He had placed such unwavering trust in his father. He could have escaped, but a mere compliment from his father had swayed him. Anger surged within him. Why could he not have possessed a bit more vigilance against a father who had struck him countless times? Do not kill me, Fan Yangshu pleaded, kneeling before the giant ape. It was that person who sought to slay you, not I. I have never laid a hand on you. He begged for mercy from the giant ape. The giant ape's eyes flickered with confusion. It did not comprehend why this weakling had chosen to strike it when it had not intended to engage. Damn it! With a swift motion, the giant ape delivered a resounding slap to Fan Yangshu's face, its massive hand completely engulfing his head. Crack! Fan Yangshu's skull was smashed into the ground. His face contorted in defiance. From behind a nearby tree emerged two figures and a skeleton. Ning Xiwei, what are they doing here? In Fan Yangshu's gradually fading vision, the silhouettes of the three came into focus. His consciousness began to dissipate. The young lord of Ice City met an unjust end, betrayed by his own father. In his final moments, it seemed his eyes blazed with fury. Had it not been for the giant ape crushing his skull, he might have perished from his own wrath. How satisfying, Sun Feifei remarked. In her heart, she found Fan Yangshu both pitiable and detestable. His death was for the best, as he would no longer bring harm to others. Ning Xiwei cast a glance at Fan Yangshu's lifeless body, a look of vindication crossing her features. This is what you get for insulting the little skeleton. You had it coming. Lu Chen glanced at Fan Yangshu, whose eyes were filled with despair and regret. A haunting reminder of lost opportunities. Rest assured, your scoundrel father will join you in the afterlife. This is the greatest mercy you could receive, Lu Chen thought quietly. Roar. The giant ape mistook Lu Chen and the others for allies. Sensing their weak auras, it thumped its chest and let out a derisive roar. It then lifted a tree above its head, spinning it like a whirlwind. The winds howled as nearby grasses were uprooted, and dirt and stones were swept away. Lu Chen stepped forward, shielding the two women behind him. Ning Xiwei, unsteady on her feet, felt as though the winds had ceased. Despite the nearby tree being uprooted by the tempest, she and her companion felt only a gentle breeze, refreshing in its touch. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous crash. The giant ape unleashed a tornado with the tree, sweeping toward them. In its eyes, Lu Chen and his companions were mere ants, destined to be crushed into oblivion. A fitting retribution for the times it had been slain. Swish! A bone blade cleaved through the air, bisecting the raging winds. The storm came to an abrupt halt. Crash! The giant ape was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. Its bloodthirsty visage was forever frozen in contempt. In its final moments, the giant ape's last thought was of its return. After all, it had been resurrected several times before and had experience. It even planned to flee immediately upon revival. For no one knew this secret realm better than it did. Surely, it would escape. Little did it know. Its ability to resurrect time and again was due to Lu Chen's presence before it. Power, 1501. Agility, 800. Acquired skill, Gale Strike. Acquired talent, Wind Control. Wind Control, you can create strong winds, enhancing your speed by 20, regardless of the wind's direction. Race value, 2000. Vitality, 5000. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from the giant ape, merging into Lu Chen's being. Having expended 100 points of vitality from the giant ape, he reaped a bounty of 5,000 points, a tremendous profit. Moreover, the attribute points gained were substantial. With both skill and talent acquired simultaneously, Lu Chen was elated. It was indeed advantageous to slay higher-tier monsters. Next, he needed to unravel the mystery of how the Lord of Ice City could strike Fan Yangshu's teeth out with a single slap. For demigod realms were supposed to be impervious to mutual attacks. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen moved closer to Ning Xiwei and playfully pinched her arm. His bony fingers possessed an uncanny sensitivity. The moment he grasped her arm, he sensed something. With a slight squeeze, Ning Xiwei let out a squeak, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Chen. How embarrassing. Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly, scratching his smooth skull. The big toe unconsciously tapped against the ground. Haha, Sun Feifei chuckled. And I realized that the little skeleton must be curious as to why Fan Yangshu had been beaten to a pulp by his father. After saying this, she shot a mischievous glance at Ning Xiwei and then launched a surprise attack. Bad Feifei, where are you pinching? Ning Xiwei exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson. Following this, she retaliated. My way, be gentler, ouch. The two girls became entangled in a playful scuffle. Lu Chen supported his brow. Was it due to their relationship? The closer the bond, the harder the blows? Otherwise, despite his direct or indirect assaults on Fan Yangshu, none had any effect. In contrast, his father, who shared a close relationship with Fan Yangshu, could easily shatter his front teeth with a single slap. It could only be explained this way. Next, let us unearth the treasure. Lu Chen clapped his hands, the sound of bones clashing echoing. The playful antics of Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei were immediately interrupted. Lu Chen pointed towards the resplendent little hillock, indicating for Ning Xiwei to unlock the treasure. The right to open the main treasure belonged to the one who personally defeated the guardian beast. Although the giant ape had been slain by Lu Chen himself, he was considered Ning Xiwei's contracted spirit creature. Thus, she naturally held the key to the treasure. The treasure guarded by a fifth-tier mystical realm creature would surely contain wondrous items. Sun Feifei's face was alight with excitement. Xiwei, hurry and open it. Ning Xiwei glanced at Lu Chen. He understood her intent and shook his head. I won't open it. You do it. Haha. Ning Xiwei smiled sweetly. The little skeleton was truly kind to her. Hu wouldn't relish the thrill of uncovering treasure. She was also fond of exploring the unknown. With determination, Ning Xiwei approached the treasure hillock, with Lu Chen closely following. While there had been no reports of anyone encountering mishaps from opening treasures, caution was still warranted. Lu Chen observed Ning Xiwei's every move. Her delicate figure possessed remarkable resilience, each step taken with poise and composure, while simultaneously remaining vigilant of the surroundings. The little girl had indeed grown quite perceptive. Lu Chen found it amusing, yet also felt a sense of satisfaction. The little girl was maturing. As Ning Xiwei drew near the treasure hillock, perhaps due to the defeat of the guardian beast, the brilliance of the treasures atop the hillock intensified. Ning Xiwei reached out to touch the radiant light. With a whoosh, the treasure hillock revealed itself. Chapter 57. Could it be? Was she truly afraid of being seen by the little skeleton? A flash of golden light erupted as a piece of golden silk armor shot forth from the hillock. Ning Xiwei swiftly grasped it. The sleeveless armor resembled a delicate vest, its texture exquisite, and the surface of the armor was remarkably smooth. It seemed that blades would merely slide off upon contact. As she held the golden silk armor vest, Ning Xiwei instantly received its information. This armor could easily withstand attacks from lower-tier 4th-level opponents, significantly diminish mid-tier strikes, and moderately reduce high-tier assaults. It also offered a degree of mitigation against 5th-tier attacks. How formidable! Ning Xiwei glanced at Sun Feifei, presenting the golden silk vest. This piece of armor clearly appeared extraordinary. Her good friend intended to gift it to her. Sun Feifei felt a surge of warmth in her heart, but shook her head repeatedly, laughing. No, Xiwei, this is a precious item. You should keep it for yourself. I haven't done anything to deserve it. Simply being able to enter the demigod's secret vault is enough for me. But Ning Xiwei felt a pang of concern. Her dear friend was only at mid-second tier strength, which was still too weak for the demigod's secret vault. What if she encountered danger and the little skeleton couldn't come to her rescue? Sun Feifei held significant importance in her heart. She didn't want to lose her. Whoosh! Another burst of golden light shot from the hillock. Ning Xiwei reacted swiftly, reaching out to capture it. Another one, she exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, she had obtained yet another golden silk armor vest. Feifei, take this. You mustn't refuse this time. Ning Xiwei promptly thrust the second vest into Sun Feifei's hands. As soon as Sun Feifei received the golden vest, its properties became instantly clear to her. A 4th-tier defensive treasure. Once donned, even in Xiang City, she would be virtually invincible. as no one besides the little skeleton could breach her defenses. How precious! Such a valuable defensive treasure, her good friend, without a second thought, had chosen to give it to her. Xiwei, Sun Feifei felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Thank you, Xiwei. Oh, I haven't done anything. It's all thanks to the little skeleton. Ning Xiwei clasped Sun Feifei's hand, smiling. Thank you, little skeleton. Sun Feifei wiped the tears of gratitude from her cheeks and sincerely expressed her thanks to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was quite pleased with the girl's attitude. Not competing or coveting, understanding her position was essential for the little girl. A bit of care was only natural. At that moment, another burst of golden light erupted from the hillock. Xiwei, Sun Feifei gasped. Ning Xiwei leaped, grasping the golden light that was about to drift away. Another one. Upon inspection, it was yet another golden vest, shining brilliantly. Could it be? Was there more within the hillock? Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the hillock. Quickly, release more. Lu Chen chuckled, bemused. The two girls seemed to regard the hillock as a production factory for golden silk vests. The trio silently watched as the hillock continued to emit golden light. With a whoosh, a torrent of golden light suddenly burst forth from the hillock. Ah, there's too much. Ning Xiwei had no choice but to drop the cherished golden silk vest onto the ground, then deftly maneuvered to grasp the escaping golden light. The golden silk vest was more like a family heirloom to Sun Feifei. How could she bear to part with it? However, the golden light spewing from the hillock, albeit at a slow pace, was abundant. Dozens of streams threatened to fly away. Gritting her teeth, she tossed her golden vest to the ground and wielded her staff, attempting to knock down the escaping golden light. There was simply too much to catch. Ning Xiwei frequently glanced back at Lu Chen. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind arose. The wind intensified and began to swirl, resembling a tornado. This ability was a talent derived from the giant ape. As the whirlwind formed, the escaping streams of golden light were ensnared, all suspended in the vortex. This was wind magic. The little skeleton could even wield wind magic. How extraordinarily talented. Sun Feifei watched in astonishment. Capable of fighting, rescuing, and casting spells. Was there anything the little skeleton could not do? Lu Chen raised his arm and swept it downward. The wind ceased. With a cascade, dozens of streams of golden light fell to the ground like rain. When the golden light dissipated, the items within were revealed. What was it? It turned out to be bareheaded gold coins. As Sun Feifei observed, each beam of golden light dissipated, leaving behind several, or even dozens, of bareheaded gold coins, prompting her to snort in dissatisfaction. Although gold is precious, it pales in comparison to treasures of true significance. They are merely gold coins. Ning Xiwei exclaimed with excitement, gathering the coins into her embrace. Her pair of spirited eyes seemed to shimmer with the glimmer of avarice. Once again, bare heads, do they hold some significance? She mumbled. What significance could they possibly have? They are surely the currency once utilized by the demigod who concealed these treasures. Sun Feifei remarked, picking up a gold coin and examining it, though she could discern nothing extraordinary from it. Lu Chen grasped the coin, applying pressure with his fingers. Crack! The coin shattered into a cascade of golden mist. Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei exchanged speechless glances with Lu Chen. He chuckled. The hardness of this coin rivals that of diamond. It appears that the bareheaded coins are quite remarkable. Suddenly, Lu Chen was enveloped in darkness as the young girl donned the third golden silk vest upon him. Feeling the smooth texture of the vest and giving it a light tap, he concluded that its defensive capability was merely average. With a wave of his hand, the coin scattered across the ground and the vest vanished into the seal space. Noticing that Lu Chen had not worn the golden vest, Ning Xiwei merely pouted without further comment. She glanced at the vest in her hands and turned to Sun Feifei. Feifei, the vest should be worn underneath, right? Of course. Sun Feifei replied, shedding her outer garment while stealing glances at Ning Xiwei's flushed face. No way, you aren't still worried about being seen by the little skeleton, are you? Of course not. Ning Xiwei protested, her face reddening as she also began to remove her outer layer. Do you all truly consider me a skeleton? Lu Chen scratched his smooth skull, noting how pale his skin was. Fan Feng had sprinted 2 miles away, panting, relieved that the monstrous creature had not pursued him. Once he sensed that the threat had receded, he paused to heal himself, chewing on several pills. Thank goodness. Sheer was able to strike down the giant ape with a single blow, he thought, filled with gratitude. However, he lamented, Sheer is likely in dire straits now. Damn it. Fan Feng exclaimed furiously, unable to contain his rage. It's all Ning Xiwei's fault. If it weren't for her, Sheer would never have met such a fate. Accursed commoner, I, Fan Feng, will never rest until you pay. He suddenly swung his sword wildly, the air crackling with energy as his veins bulged and his eyes turned bloodshot. Ning Xiwei, you have slain my Sheer. The blood feud of a slain child cannot be overlooked. I, Fan Feng, vow to slay you beneath my sword. Chapter 58. The blood feud of a slain child cannot be overlooked. The three companions following Fan Feng emerged from behind a large tree, exchanging incredulous glances. The Lord of Ice City had absurdly pinned the death of his son on Ning Xiwei. It was he who had recklessly endangered his son's life in a desperate bid to save his own. He had sent his son, already grievously injured, to confront the peak 5th-tier giant ape, resulting in the boy's demise. Now that he was safe, he shifted the blame onto Ning Xiwei, speaking of a blood feud as if it were her fault. What a talent! Truly, a remarkable specimen of shamelessness. He had utterly redefined their understanding of moral depravity. This treacherous man had the audacity to blame Xiwei. How absurd! Sun Feifei laughed in disbelief. Ning Xiwei, equally exasperated, commented, he should be at odds with himself. If he seeks vengeance for his son, shouldn't he just take his own life? These people were truly hypocritical and shameless. Ning Xiwei couldn't help but reflect on the scarcity of good individuals in this world. The little skeleton had even avenged his son by slaying the giant ape. Perhaps he should be grateful to the little skeleton. Upon hearing Ning Xiwei's words, Sun Feifei inhaled sharply, her eyes widening as she gave Ning Xiwei a thumbs up. Lu Chen chuckled softly as well. Speaking of which, Lu Chen felt he had done nothing wrong. He had not attacked them, but merely disapproved of their mistreatment of the mystical creatures, providing them with life energy instead. What was wrong with that? According to Ning Xiwei's perspective, he was indeed justified. He had killed the giant ape and had avenged Fan Yangxiu. The three quietly peeked from behind the tree, their heads emerging to observe Fan Feng, who had finished venting his rage. Damn it! Fan Feng scanned his surroundings, realizing he was utterly alone. Entering the demigod's concealed realm, he had initially brought over 24th-tier guards, but now he was isolated. Even with the addition of the diminutive Ning Xiwei and her skeleton minions, their combined strength was barely that of a peak 4th-tier warrior, hardly a threat. However, the demigod's realm forbade mutual harm. Even if he found Ning Xiwei, he would be powerless against her. What was he to do? Fan Feng paced back and forth, contemplating. Revive, revive. Suddenly, a sinister glint sparked in his dark eyes. The bull-headed creature my son faced can revive, and the giant ape that chased me can also return. It seems that the guardian beasts of this treasure hold the ability to resurrect. They possess only peak 4th-tier strength. I will seek out treasures guarded by 4th-tier or 5th-tier beasts to draw them in, allowing the guardian beasts to slay them in vengeance for my son. Letting the guardian beasts kill them would be too lenient. First, I'll find the guardian beasts, then I'll deal with them. Fan Feng began his search for treasures with guardians. I can hardly contain my laughter. Sun Feifei covered her mouth, shaking with mirth. Once she was certain Fan Feng had departed, she burst into laughter. Ning Xiwei also smiled, finding it amusing that he truly believed the guardian beast's revival stemmed from the demigod's realm. Lu Chen, too, chuckled, his jaw moving as he let out a laugh. Stepping out from the woods, his foot crunched the leaves beneath him, and he released the aura he had been concealing, no longer hiding his presence. Little skeleton, aren't we following Fan Feng anymore? Sun Feifei asked, puzzled. Ning Xiwei wrapped her knuckles against her forehead. Silly. The little skeleton is the one who led that Lord of Ice City to discover us. Ning Xiwei tilted her head, looking at Lu Chen, as if to say, praise me. Lu Chen shook his head, noting how her demeanor had become increasingly lively since she had confronted Fan Yangxiu. Together with the two girls, Lu Chen strolled slowly on the ground. Oh, Sun Feifei exclaimed as she stepped on something hard in the grass. Picking it up, she gasped, Xiwei, look. I found a 4th-tier spirit crystal. Ha. Ning Xiwei laughed as well. What a good omen. Just then, a sudden cry of surprise echoed from ahead. The trio, who had been tailing Fan Feng, recognized it as his voice. Lu Chen carefully sensed the situation and deduced that this fellow had stumbled upon a treasure with a guardian beast of peak 4th-tier strength. He had intentionally made noise to lure others, hiding in the bushes. This fellow was indeed fortunate. He hadn't walked far before encountering a treasure. At that moment, after his exclamation, Fan Feng shrank back into the underbrush, concealing all traces of his presence, hoping to draw others in. Had it not been for Ning Xiwei, I would have swiftly vanquished the guardian beast to seize the treasure. If only. His gaze fell upon two women and a skeleton. This combination, Ning Xiwei. How unfortunate for you. It seems fate has decreed your demise. Fan Feng was elated within. He had never anticipated that a mere whim could blossom into success. Heaven was undoubtedly aiding him. His son's spirit must be eager to deal with Ning Xiwei as well. What exhilaration. Fan Feng felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already confronted the guardian beast, a colossal, horned goat. Bleat. It was at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Lu Chen surveyed the creature. And with his formidable mental prowess exceeding 10,000, He could vaguely sense the goat's strength and agility, approximately 30,000, merely a quarter of his own. One strike would suffice to dispatch it. However, a glance towards the thicket where Fan Feng lay concealed caused him to chuckle mischievously. Let's have some fun, he declared, as he propelled his skeletal frame forward. Bleat. The horned goat charged towards him. Lu Chen braced himself, palms pressed against the beast's head, and they remained locked in a stalemate. The goat pawed the ground, forcing Lu Chen to retreat, gouging trenches in the earth. In the thicket, Fan Feng observed the spectacle, scoffing derisively. Pathetic. It cannot even rival a fourth-tier pinnacle goat, and that Ning Xiwei is even more incompetent, stuck at the second-tier, ninth stage. Die. Let this goat trample you. Sun Feifei watched as Lu Chen was pushed back by the goat, her face revealing astonishment. The little skeleton had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. It was only natural, considering the little skeleton was at the second tier. This goat was truly impressive. Its power was palpable. The little skeleton was reaching its limit. Yet, with Fan Feng lurking nearby, she felt a twinge of concern. Ning Xiwei whispered a laugh, leaning close to Sun Feifei, and murmured, "Can't you tell the little skeleton is merely playing a role?" Ah, she had forgotten. Sun Feifei sighed, for even the goat's mere aura, under the little skeleton's defense, had sent shivers down her spine, leading her to instinctively believe the little skeleton was at its breaking point. Such thoughts were understandable. The two women reveled in Lu Chen's performance. He struck the goat's head with a resounding clap, quickly retracting 90% of his strength. The goat's head was knocked askew, and it retaliated with a kick aimed at Lu Chen. Before the hoof could make contact, Lu Chen feigned being launched away. He dared not let the goat's hoof truly strike him. Should it connect, the goat's powerful hoof would undoubtedly shatter him, revealing the ruse. Back and forth they battled for over 10 minutes. The goat, panting heavily, appeared to grow wary, its gaze becoming clearer. It sensed fear, a strong skeleton indeed. After sufficient time had passed, Lu Chen seized the moment as the goat stumbled back, delivering a decisive blow that snapped its neck. Then, he collapsed onto the ground, feigning exhaustion. In the thicket, Fan Feng's eyes sparkled with frenzied hatred. Now, revive it quickly. Ambush them. Chapter 59. Striking with ferocity against me while cowering before others. They were moving forward. How foolish to attempt to unlock the treasure at this moment. Utterly foolish. From his vantage point, Fan Feng watched as Lu Chen and the others stood up, nonchalantly passing by the fallen goat to unlock the treasure. He trembled with excitement, desperately stifling his laughter. Go on, open the treasure. That goat will revive and stab you from behind. And then, they would exclaim, "Ah, the mystical creature can revive." The city lord found it utterly hilarious. Hurry up, revive it. Fan Feng's eyes widened, unwilling to blink, fearing he might miss the perfect moment when the guardian beast would resurrect and strike down Ning Xiwei and her companions. His eyes strained from prolonged fixation, blood vessels creeping across the whites. Endure. He chuckled to himself, based on my experience of being ambushed by resurrected mystical creatures. This goat will surely revive in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Revive. It hasn't revived yet. Perhaps this one is of a lower tier and will take longer. At that moment, Ning Xiwei opened the treasure, retrieving several sparkling gems, and she, along with Lu Chen and Sun Feifei, departed. They passed by the goat. Revive. Fan Feng shouted in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Lu Chen and the others had already ventured 300 meters away, their figures fading from view. The colossal goat still had not revived. Curse it. This mystical creature won't revive. Consider yourselves fortunate. Fan Feng's face twisted with dissatisfaction. Such a low probability event. The next guardian beast will surely kill you. He circumvented and raced ahead of Lu Chen and his companions, searching for another treasure. Soon, he stumbled upon another guardian beast. This one of the 5th tier, slightly weaker than the pursuing giant ape. Heaven is truly aiding me. The 5th tier guardian beast would undoubtedly revive. This proximity to the 3 little thieves was perfect. The only concern was whether they would dare engage in battle. Fan Feng rubbed his weary eyes and sneered. Then, he feigned a gasp and concealed himself beside a mound of earth. It seemed the Lord of Ice City had discovered another treasure. Ning Xiwei tossed a glimmering green diamond-shaped gem into the air, catching it repeatedly, thoroughly entertained. This gem, a 4th-tier wind attribute stone, when embedded in a weapon, could enhance the speed of its wielding. When set in armor, it could lighten its weight. Beside her, Sun Feifei produced a gleaming red diamond-shaped gem from her pouch, examined it briefly, then returned it with a gentle smile. This was a 4th-tier strength gem, capable of amplifying a weapon's power. Upon hearing Fan Feng's faint gasp, Lu Chen leaped in front of Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei, discovering a massive bear with horns protruding from its brow, a 5th-tier creature. Lu Chen remained still, observing. Behind the mound, Fan Feng peeked out, his face etched with anxiety. Damn it, these little thieves are so cowardly. They can kill a pinnacle 4th-tier beast, but hesitate against a mere novice 5th-tier creature. Fight now. Fan Feng was nearly frantic. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet they hesitated. He felt an urge to rush forward, to push Lu Chen towards the bear. However, due to the sacred rules of the hidden realm, he was powerless to act. He could only slap his son in frustration. It seemed he would need to seek out a pinnacle 4th-tier guardian beast instead. Fan Feng was filled with disappointment, contemplating a quiet retreat. Yet just then, Lu Chen charged forward. Excellent. Fan Feng rejoiced inwardly. Lu Chen had barely exchanged 2 blows with the colossal bear when he unexpectedly fractured 2 of his own bones. It appeared that he was no match for the 5th-tier giant bear. This spectacle nearly sent Fan Feng into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Splendid. Perhaps there would be no need to resurrect this initial 5th-tier secret realm creature to vanquish these 3 little thieves. Fan Feng was elated. At long last, after a grueling 20-minute battle that had even seen Lu Chen lose several bones, he succeeded in slaying the initial 5th-tier giant bear. Lu Chen retrieved the pristine bones that had fallen to the ground and reassembled them back into his own skeleton. Ning Xiwei and son Feifei followed Lu Chen as they approached a magnificent, golden-green 100-meter-tall tree that signified treasure. Now is the moment. Revive for me. Fan Feng vividly recalled that the last time he had slain a 5th-tier giant ape, it had been just as he was about to open the treasure that the creature had revived and ambushed him. With a rustle, Ning Xiwei reached out to touch the golden-green tree. The trunk of the tree rippled like a lake and then erupted in a burst of golden light, which was caught by Lu Chen and his companions. Why isn't he revived yet? Why not ambush these 3 treasure thieves? Fan Feng was perplexed, his gaze fixed intently on the fallen giant bear. The trio of Lu Chen played with the shimmering golden treasure in their hands as they passed by the giant bear. Revive already, you scoundrel. Fan Feng gritted his teeth, filled with an urge to slap the giant bear awake. Lu Chen and his companions chatted and laughed as they ventured several hundred meters away, their figures becoming mere silhouettes. The giant bear lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any signs of revival. Damn it! Fan Feng could no longer contain himself. He leaped from the mound of earth and delivered a kick that shattered the bear's watermelon-sized snout. You secret realm creatures are nothing but beasts. You strike at my son with brute force, reviving again and again to ambush us. Yet when it comes to Ning Xiwei, you cower like cowards, dying in rigid silence. Why don't you stand up and revive, you scoundrel? Fan Feng felt unjustly wronged as the dignified lord of Ice City. Even the secret realm creatures seemed to treat him differently. He possessed formidable strength, yet the only one he could harm was his own son. Fuming, Fan Feng caught sight of the bear's enormous mouth grinning at him. He couldn't help but curse. Even your corpse dares to mock me. Watch as I turn you to dust. Consumed by rage, he aimed another kick at the bear's mouth that had infuriated him. With all his might, he intended to smash that mocking bear mouth to smithereens. Boom. The impact produced a resounding explosion. With a thud, Fan Feng felt his foot become ensnared. Snared? He turned to see a massive, dark bear paw, larger than half his body, gripping his calf. The giant bear had revived. So you can revive? Huh? What good is your revival now, you fool? All my enemies have fled far away. This infuriates me. Fan Feng tried to pull back his foot, but it wouldn't budge. Then, he realized that he was now the giant bear's enemy, with its paw still clenching his leg. Oh no, Virum. The other bear paw swept in with unparalleled force. Chapter 60, Demigod's Secret Vault. I suspect you are targeting me. This is bad. Fan Feng raised his sword to block. Bang. Fan Feng was sent flying. As he landed, he wailed, my leg, ah my leg. He saw that his leg, now partially shattered, was firmly held in the bear's grasp. Creak, creak. The giant bear took a bite out of it. Damn it. Fan Feng's pale face turned crimson with rage. Beast. The giant bear stood upright and stomped towards him. Very well. You insolent beast. I shall kill you even if it costs me my life. Fan Feng stood on one leg, his right leg bleeding. There was no escape. He had no choice but to fight. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his inner energy. I will burn my cultivation to eliminate you. He launched himself upward with one leg, hovering in the air. Flash. The sword energy surged forth, cleaving the giant bear in two. In that instant, Fan Feng plummeted, his energy dissipating. He staggered as he hit the ground, gasping like a bull. Cold sweat pouring down his face. It can't revive again, can it? Fan Feng was uncertain. He needed to regain his strength as quickly as possible. Vigilantly, he kept his eyes fixed on the giant bear. Should the bear dare to make a move, he would immediately burn his cultivation and slay the bear once more. At that moment, he had the capability to kill the giant bear, but lacked the ability to act. He attempted to recover his strength while suppressing the surging energy within his veins. However, due to his vigilance against a potential sneak attack from the bear. His efficiency was dreadfully low. His right calf was now gone. The excruciating pain contorted Fan Feng's aged face. That damn Ning Xiwei, having killed my Sierra, now seeks to harm me further. I will not rest until I bring down the entirety of the city upon you. After a long while, he finally regained the strength to act. Let us go. He dared not linger. He faced the giant bear's corpse, cautiously retreating step by step, fearful that the bear might suddenly revive and ambush him. Ouch! He stepped on a hard rock and fell to the ground. Looking down, he discovered that he had stumbled upon an unclaimed treasure. The hard stone turned out to be a 5th-tier forging material, exceptionally rare. He picked it up, weighing it in his hand. It was 20 pounds heavy, as thick as his arm, and cumbersome to carry. Covering his severed leg, his face twisted in pain, he shouted, "How am I supposed to carry this with one leg missing? What use is it to me?" He cast a reluctant glance at the 5th-tier forging material. Continuing to hop on one leg, he noticed that the giant bear remained motionless. Sigh. That giant bear should not revive again. Ouch. Fan Feng stumbled once more. Forget it. Just walk carefully. He turned and leapt, finding it much smoother now. After taking a step, he quickly turned back. The giant bear lay still. Phew. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he took another step and glanced back. The giant bear remained still. Fan Feng relaxed his expression. Taking 2 more leaps back, he turned sharply. The bear was still lying there. Huh, what was I worried about? It has been so long. Surely the giant bear cannot revive again. Fan Feng shook his head, realizing he had been overly cautious. How foolish to look back after each step. This time, he took 3 steps and turned back. The giant bear must be lying still. Fan Feng smiled confidently. However, the grass was empty. Fan Feng's face drained of color, turning pale. The giant bear had revived again and again, in utter disbelief. He frantically searched for the bear's whereabouts. There was nothing behind him. Turning around, he was suddenly assaulted by a foul stench. Fan Feng found himself face to face with the giant bear. Its massive paws descended upon him like a dark canopy. Damn it! Fan Feng was so enraged he nearly spat blood. No sooner had he relaxed his guard than he was resurrected, at the very moment when he least expected it. Darkness enveloped his vision, and in that fleeting instant, he could not muster his spirit energy, left helplessly watching as a colossal paw descended upon him. He felt deeply aggrieved. Overwhelmingly so. What misfortunes had befallen him? Who had he offended? Despair and fury consumed Fan Feng as he pointed accusingly at the heavens. Cursing vehemently, "Damn the demigod's secret vault. I suspect it has it in for me." With a thunderous crash, he was flattened into a mere pancake by a bear's massive paw. The great bear roared towards the sky, venting its rage accumulated from numerous deaths. In a moment, its crimson eyes caught a glimpse of a pale flash of blade light, the last color it would ever see in this world. Lu Chun retracted his bone blade. Yet the anticipated sound of attribute points and skill vitality dropping did not reach his ears. He shrugged it off, taking a glance at the traces left by Fan Feng's existence. This matter was settled. The Lord of Ice City had died still believing himself to be the victim of misfortune, convinced the demigod's secret vault was targeting him. What a grand delusion. How amusing that the demigod's secret vault would personally single him out. Sun Feifei harbored no sympathy whatsoever. When he attempted to bestow his good friend upon a beggar, he was destined to meet his demise. What sweet retribution. Sun Feifei remarked to Ning Xiwei. Your little skeleton is truly remarkable. Outsmarting the Lord of Ice City at every turn. He was simply foolish. Ning Xiwei smiled gently. Let us continue our quest for treasure. Suddenly, a young man clad in a flowing golden robe uttered a soft gasp, bending down to pick up a slightly glowing red diamond gem, a 5th-tier power gem. Beside him, a black-armored guard exclaimed, "If I am not mistaken, Your Highness the Third Prince has stumbled upon treasure for the 33rd time." The Third Prince, indeed a man of great fortune, was a blessing to the Empire. Is a 5th-tier power gem truly considered treasure? He mused. No wonder the First Prince is reluctant to come here. The Third Prince, Chu Jian, tossed the diamond gem to the black-armored guard, saying, "This is yours." "Thank you, Your Highness." The guard bowed deeply, then added, "I have received word that the First Prince's absence is due to the fierce competition for the crown with the 6th Prince. The First Prince hopes you might support him." "Uft. Their struggle for the throne has nothing to do with me. They merely wish for me to take sides, to pledge loyalty to them. What are they to me?" The thought of Chu Jian bowing to them is utterly laughable. "I shall not bow to anyone but the Emperor." Chu Jian scoffed, his expression filled with discontent. "You speak wisely, Your Highness." The black-armored guard quickly concurred, though he wore a look of helplessness. His master's stubborn nature was well known. Once either the 1st or 6th Prince ascended the throne, his master would inevitably suffer. Yet, his master had always been like this. Refusing to yield even slightly, his pride reaching the heavens, impossible to change. There were indeed skilled individuals within the demigod's secret vault. That Ning Xiwei, for instance, had reportedly achieved an astonishing score of 20,000 points in just 5 minutes, claiming the top of the leaderboard. The black-armored guard sighed in admiration. What constitutes a true expert? Chu Jian coldly interjected. Hey, tell me, can you slay 20,000 blood monsters within 5 minutes? If you command it, your highness. I shall certainly accomplish it. The guard, Hey, half kneeled in salute. Then it is settled. That Ning Xiwei's leaderboard score is merely a reflection of my absence from the fray, Chu Jian declared, tilting his head skyward. 2 million blood monsters in 5 minutes? Nonsense. I could vanquish 20,000 in just 3. Your highness, the combination of 2 young maidens and a skeleton, she is Ning Xiwei. Would you care to observe? Very well. I shall take a cursory glance. Chapter 61. Has the next secret realm area upgraded? The bull-headed secret realm is indeed a wondrous place. Often, when one cannot find treasure, it appears self-sparkling before them. However, due to the realm's peculiar nature, even formidable practitioners find it challenging to advance further. For instance, a certain academy's principal, a 7th or 8th tier powerhouse, had once met with misfortune here. Had it not been for a teleportation talisman worth hundreds of thousands, his life would have been lost, though fortune favored him in the end. In contrast, Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei experienced an exceptionally smooth journey, arriving at a state of enviable ease. This was largely attributable to Lu Chun. As he carved a path through adversaries, Lu Chun exuded an aura befitting a high-tier magical being. Under the influence of this powerful presence, any lower-tier magical creatures within a 100-meter radius dared not approach Ning Xiwei and her companion. Upon entering Lu Chen's aura, they would turn and flee. Upon reaching a mid-tier area of the secret realm, several enforcement personnel appeared. Their role was to ensure the safety of weaker participants vying for points. The strong required no protection, as it was not their concern. However, if any disciples from various academies inadvertently wandered into high-tier zones, they would intervene and escort them away. Naturally, if one insisted on entering, they would not stop them. This was the essence of the secret realm's rules. Life and death are predetermined, and fortunes lie in the hands of fate. Low-tier disciples, please halt. Ahead lies a high-tier area. They were about to enter a new high-tier zone, evidently fraught with danger. This time, there were more than a dozen guards stationed, with additional sentinels from the main city lurking in the shadows, totaling over 100. Lu Chen's perception captured them all without exception. The major academies of the main city, along with distant factions, placed great importance on this secret realm's opening. At this moment, Ning Xiwei stood proudly atop the leaderboard as the first-place contender. Once the secret realm expedition concluded, it was clear that this young beauty from the slums would become a focal point of global attention. Yet, as the saying goes, when the tree seeks to be still, the wind does not cease. If her strength did not rise swiftly, she would likely face numerous life-threatening dangers. Lu Chun resolved to extract every ounce of opportunity from this secret realm. Low-tier entrants would emerge as high-tier victors. Even as a skeleton, he would rise to become the Skeleton King. Not only would he protect this young girl, but he must also safeguard his own existence, for their fates were intertwined. After presenting her leaderboard score, Ning Xiwei left the enforcers momentarily astonished. They exchanged glances between her and Lu Chun, their hearts filled with amazement. It turned out the news was indeed true. A mere girl, accompanied by a small skeleton and a friend, had cut through the secret realm, harvesting tens of thousands of blood monster points. Even the most distinguished talents from various academies pale in comparison to this remarkable young girl who has emerged from obscurity. Our goal is to delve deeper into the secret realm. Upon uttering these words, the law enforcement officers stationed here were already prepared. Yet they kindly offered a word of caution. Little girl, you must think carefully. Your current points are sufficient for hunting blood demons outside. If you venture further, you may gamble with your life. You are nearly the same age as my daughter. Heed your uncle's advice and stop here. The leading middle-aged man spoke with genuine concern. We are all at the 3rd tier. Even if something goes awry, we can escape, so please rest assured. Ning Xiwei, forthright in her intentions, declared her own strength. After a moment of silence, the head of the law enforcement team conferred with his companions before ceasing their attempts to dissuade her. They merely recorded the route Ning Xiwei and her companions intended to take, confident that should any mishap occur, the academy behind her would not seek retribution against them. The primary concern was that, should calamity strike, it would bear no relation to the law enforcement officers of their main city. Good advice falls on deaf ears, and mercy is often lost on the ungrateful. May I inquire the names of the 2 young ladies? Ning Xiwei, Sun Feifei. Upon hearing the name Sun Feifei, the middle-aged man expressed mild surprise. He had not anticipated that the young lady from the Sun family would also be present. It appeared that Lord Fan Feng had likely met his demise. It was common knowledge that Fan Feng's son had caused trouble for the Sun family heiress. If she were to perish here, it could be overlooked, for this was a secret realm. However, if she were to return alive, the Fan family, even as the ruling house, would find no peace. The outcome was all too predictable. It seemed that a new lord would soon take the reins of this city. Ning Xiwei was not a reckless girl. She hailed from a humble background, a girl of misfortune. Despite her current status as a top contender on the leaderboard, she remained unpretentious. Seizing the opportunity, she politely inquired about the situation in the next region of the secret realm from the law enforcement officer. After all, the rules did not prohibit one from seeking information from the officers, did they? Unlike the haughty Prince Chu Jian, Ning Xiwei was gentle, gracious, kind, and beautiful. Rising from the ashes, her brilliance could not be concealed, yet she was never aloof. Sir, what is the current situation in this secret realm? I noticed that it seems others have been here before us. Well, it's somewhat peculiar. The previous area of the secret realm was manageable, but for some reason, the subsequent regions have undergone a sudden magical mutation, causing the terrain to distort, and even some rifts in the void have emerged. Although this officer was part of the law enforcement, he spoke candidly about the present circumstances. It was clear he admired Ning Xiwei, not only for her humble origins, but also for her tenacity. More importantly, he found her to be a well-mannered young lady, impossible to dislike. This is quite different from what the academy heads described, Ning Xiwei murmured, a sense of uncertainty creeping into her heart. At this moment, Lu Chen, with his pale skeletal hand, gently grasped Ning Xiwei's small hand. Though cold and somewhat unsettling, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Ning Xiwei felt a surge of courage, warmth blossoming within her heart. Xiwei, should we press on? After all, these dangers were not present before our arrival, and continuing further might indeed be perilous. We shall proceed. Ning Xiwei replied resolutely, without hesitation. Chapter 62. The prince is not so formidable after all. Ning Xiwei, along with Sun Feifei, ultimately ventured deeper under the guidance of the little skeleton, Lu Chen. Meanwhile, the third prince, Chu Jian, also ventured further into the depths, oblivious to the challenges that awaited him, feeling entirely in control. However, as they delved deeper into this area, Lu Chen found that his aura could no longer suppress the low-tier magical creatures. This indicated that these creatures had long been under the influence of far stronger magical beings and no longer regarded Lu Chen's aura as a threat, rendering him utterly ineffective. Upon reaching a particular region within a valley, the trio found themselves utterly astonished. It turned out that a large gathering had formed in this area. Not merely the three of them, but a multitude. There were dozens of 5th-tier powerhouses and approximately 10 6th-tier beings. In this single valley, there were over 100 individuals. This once tranquil paradise, filled with the essence of spring, was now saturated with a palpable air of hostility. By a clear pond in the southwest, a group of individuals from the dynasty stood, with the third prince prominently among them. Naturally, the arrival of Ning Xiwei and her companions drew the attention of the crowd. However, upon noticing their third-tier status, they quickly dismissed them as insignificant pawns. As for the little skeleton, it was even less worthy of their consideration. What was a low-level summoned creature, after all? Notably, when the third prince, Chu Jian, laid eyes on Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei, a flicker of admiration crossed his face. Chu Jian was the type to pursue what he desired with directness. Always perched atop the hierarchy, he paid little heed to others' feelings. He promptly summoned He to approach them. Ning Xiwei was well aware of the identities of those present, so even in the name of courtesy, she would not refuse their invitation. However, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the third prince. Chu Jian, of course, would not notice a skeletal figure devoid of eyes observing him. To him, it was merely a soulless summoned creature staring blankly ahead. As Lu Chen accompanied the two girls, he began to carefully sense the strengths of those present. Surprisingly, his skeletal form allowed him to boldly assess the power dynamics among the gathered individuals, even discerning their secrets without drawing attention to himself. Your Highness, our guests have arrived. This young lady is the esteemed Ning Xiwei, currently ranked first, and this is Miss Sun Feifei from the Sun family. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei greeted him with the appropriate respect. It was only then that the members of the dynasty realized that this seemingly unassuming young girl was indeed the illustrious Ning Xiwei, the top contender on the leaderboard. They nearly overlooked her. However, the fact that the first-ranked girl was merely at the third tier left them incredulous. This is rather astonishing, isn't it? One of the young men cast his gaze upon the two ladies, his eyes roving up and down, the covetous glint within them unmistakable. Just as he was observing, a sudden blur before his eyes revealed an additional skeleton frame. Where did these bones come from? Damn, what an obstruction. He was compelled to retract his gaze. So, this must be Miss Ning Xiwei, the top contender on the leaderboard, and Miss Sun Feifei, Who ranks within the top 10? He inquired. Ning Xiwei modestly nodded. You flatter me, sir. The young man smiled slightly and introduced himself. I am Jie Dao. Ning Xiwei replied in kind, maintaining a formal demeanor. Though she harbored no fondness for this group, she could not entirely disregard the nuances of social etiquette. Jie Dao then directed his attention towards Sun Feifei. The spirited young lady showed no inclination to grant any courtesy to a man who clearly harbored ill intentions. I need not introduce myself further. I am Sun Feifei, the eldest daughter of the Sun family. Judging by your name, you do not appear to belong to any royal lineage, do you? It seems you hail from the eastern city, having traversed quite a distance to arrive here, which suggests a keen interest in this secret realm. The surname Jie undoubtedly indicated someone from Donyang City. Sun Feifei seemed to hold Jie Dao in low regard, though the reason eluded even Lu Chen. Lu Chen instinctively stroked his chin. To others, a skeleton nonchalantly touching its own chin, devoid of stubble or even skin, appeared strikingly lifelike, bordering on the eerie. While some women found this skeletal figure somewhat endearing, many men dismissed it entirely. Had they paid closer attention, they might have noticed the skeleton possessed an unusual degree of sentience. Miss Sun, you are indeed exceptional. It seems the Sun family has had its grievances with us. Though that was a century ago, why dwell on the past? Jie Dao remarked with a hint of disdain. It was clear that Jie Dao and Sun Feifei were at odds, a situation likely rooted in their family's history. Meanwhile, the third prince, Chu Jian, observed with a glint of sharpness in his eyes, finding the discord between Sun Feifei and Jie Dao to be quite to his liking. Although he felt animosity toward them, he maintained a facade of civility for the sake of appearances. Before long, no significant issue arose. However, it was evident that all of Chu Jian's attention was fixated on the top-ranked Ning Xiwei. Miss Ning, since you are the foremost scholar on the leaderboard, might I inquire about your thoughts regarding this secret realm? Initially, we anticipated the realm to reach a maximum of the 4th tier, but as you can see, this newly revealed area, and even the regions beyond, have already reached the 5th and 6th tiers, with the depths hinting at a possible 7th tier. My intention is to enlist the law enforcers from the major cities as our allies, led by my brother Jie Dao, to delve deeper. Miss Ning Xiwei, as the top contender, your extraordinary prowess is invaluable. We hope you will accompany us. Chapter 63, Journey Together? No, I, Lu Chen, intend to claim it all. Should we uncover any treasures, we shall share them. As for magical crystal stones, they may be entirely bestowed upon Miss Ning and Miss Sun. Given that we have the top and 7th ranked contenders among us, the others may not stand a chance against us. Ning Xiwei fell silent, contemplating the proposition. It seemed reasonable for a 5th or 6th tier secret realm, even if the little skeleton remained unfathomable, would challenge their capabilities. Most concerning was her apprehension that the little skeleton might falter, rendering herself and Feifei a burden. In a moment of crisis, should the little skeleton find itself at a disadvantage, it would spell disaster. Before Ning Xiwei could respond, Sun Feifei scoffed. The prince likely seeks to exploit us to acquire that hidden treasure, doesn't he? Ha 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 indeed. Chu Jian laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the revelation of his intentions. After all, this was his strength. He was the 3rd prince of the dynasty. He regarded his 6th brother and elder brother with disdain, let alone the various factions present. His invitation to Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei was driven by ulterior motives. Chu Jian believed he had concealed his intentions well, unaware that a skeleton observing him harbored hidden malice. Lu Chen discerned the 3rd prince's thoughts. How dare he covet his woman? The 3rd prince indeed. I shall claim your power. The frail identity of the little skeleton served as Lu Chen's finest guise. Ning Xiwei furrowed her brows, acutely aware of her friend's concerns, and straightforwardly asked, 3rd prince, you and your companions are powerful beings of the 5th and 6th tiers, while Feifei and I are merely 2nd tier. Should you choose to betray us, 2 weak women would stand no chance against you, unless you demonstrate some sincerity. Sincerity? Chu Jian concealed his irritation well, forcing a smile. Pray tell, Miss Ning, what sort of sincerity do you seek? How much sincerity? My little skeleton is quite unique. It can devour anything to evolve, with the most beneficial nourishment being powerful beings or vast sources of magical energy. Surely, your highness carries a significant amount of magical crystal stones? Upon uttering these words, Ning Xiwei felt a surge of approval for her cleverness. This little lady was indeed astute. She understood that the little skeleton was her greatest asset. Should it consume a substantial quantity of magical crystal stones now, its strength would ascend to at least the 4th or 5th tier. Coupled with the skills it had previously absorbed from formidable beings, they would pose no challenge. They could even eliminate a few and seize their resources. Sun Feifei, too, grasped her best friend's intentions and felt a wave of reassurance. The little skeleton was indeed their most formidable safeguard. How about 10,000 magical crystal stones? Chu Jian inquired after a moment's reflection. Ning Xiwei did not acquiesce. Instead, she raised the stakes, an additional 5,000 magical crystal stones. 15,000 then? Magical crystal stones are no ordinary commodity. They serve to replenish mages' magic. Naturally, they are rare, often originating from perilous locations. This time, I brought just over 20,000 as a precaution. Yet, upon hearing your demand for 15,000, I find myself in a quandary. However, one must risk it all to gain something worthwhile. At that moment, the magic crystals, along with both principal and interest, would undoubtedly return. Upon contemplating this, Chu Jian's lips curled into a cunning smile, filled with a sense of triumph. He was confident in his conviction, believing it to be almost a certainty. After all, how could two second-tier young girls possibly pose a challenge to him? Indeed, if it were merely Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei, they were certainly no match for him. Nor for the 5th and 6th tier powerhouses present. For these formidable beings, dealing with them would be as effortless as squashing insignificant ants. However, what Chu Jian failed to realize was that he had overlooked one critical factor. The small skeleton standing beside the two girls, its bony head bowed, scheming nefarious plans. Who would pay heed to a skeleton so fragile that a mere gust of wind could disperse it? A being whose rank was indiscernible, appearing utterly inconsequential? Very well. He would acquiesce to Miss Ning. Chu Jian promptly agreed, reasoning that one cannot catch a wolf without first nurturing the cubs. He could not afford to end up losing both his assets and his allies, could he? As the illustrious third prince of the imperial dynasty, he deemed such a scenario utterly impossible. There was no chance of that happening. If it were to occur, he would willingly consume a pile of dung. If Lu Chun were aware of Chu Jian's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly scoff at such shamelessness. Ning Xiwei nodded, extending her hand toward the dignified third prince of the imperial dynasty, demanding, "Now, present it to me. I wish to use it first." Chu Jian's expression darkened, his face falling in an instant. Really, as the third prince, would he resort to deceiving a mere girl? He beckoned to Hei, who retrieved 15,000 magic crystals from his storage space. Before Ning Xiwei could utter a word, Lu Chun seized the opportunity, devouring all the magic crystals in a cavernous maw that appeared like a black hole. It suddenly materialized, swallowing the crystals whole, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. The abruptness of the event left everyone momentarily stunned, completely taken aback. What on earth? Everyone was left bewildered. Was this truly just a skeleton? Moreover, how could it consume them without exhibiting even the slightest fluctuation of power? There was no sign of any enhancement in strength whatsoever. Even if one were to feed a dog, it would likely begin to exhibit some form of power. This little skeleton appeared utterly ineffective. What a remarkable feat. Chu Jian's lips twitched slightly, rendered speechless by the sheer wastefulness. To cultivate such a low-tier summon, damn it. Now, the magic crystals were truly lost for good. Very well. Just wait. Your Highness shall certainly reclaim both principal and interest. This was merely the beginning, and the third prince had already begun to incur losses. The initial plan had been quite promising, yet it was thrown into disarray right from the outset. Who could have anticipated that such a skeleton would actually devour the magic crystals, leaving not even a remnant behind? In that moment, the third prince felt genuine anguish from deep within, casting a resentful glance at the skeleton. Burp. Lu Chun opened his mouth wide and let out a satisfying belch. Although others could not hear it, they could see him gaping with satisfaction. Indeed, he was full. Chapter 64. The Secret Realm Gate? Merely a trifle. Before them stood the gate to the next area of the secret realm, yet they had been unable to open it. As if an additional layer of barrier had been added, preventing any further progress. This group of 5th and 6th tier powerhouses had combined their efforts, but still could not breach this barrier, not even by a fraction. Now, it was up to everyone. The third prince, Chu Jian, led the group to the peculiar gate of the next area, pointing at the bizarre barrier with a face full of perplexity. Clearly, they were not content to linger in this valley region, but their inability to advance further forced them to remain here. This barrier seemed to obstruct anyone below the 6th tier from entering, even including those of the 6th tier. Only those who had surpassed it could gain entry. Sun Feifei touched the barrier with one hand, pondering thoughtfully. Sun Feifei was well versed in magical patterns and arrays, having devoted herself to the study of arcane magic and magical sigils. Thus, she could immediately discern the function of this barrier. Her words elicited a hint of surprise from the third prince, Chu Jian. He had not expected this Sun Feifei to be anything but an ordinary girl. Indeed, she possessed some prowess. Otherwise, how could a 2nd or 3rd tier individual rank among the top 10? At that moment, Jie Dao, with a hint of mockery, remarked, what good is it to be able to see? Can you even get through? Although Jie Dao's words were unflattering, they were undeniably true. The ability to perceive the barrier bore little utility if one could not pass through it. Chu Jian sighed wryly. In theory, yes, but we lack any 7th-tier powerhouses here. Hence, without external assistance, none of us can enter. Even if our combined strength exceeds the 6th tier, we cannot breach this barrier. The reason remains a mystery. It is indeed quite perplexing. It is the power of the laws. Ning Xiwei blurted out, as if she had struck upon a realization. This is not a mere magical barrier, but a manifestation of laws. No matter how great your power is, as long as you cannot thoroughly suppress the essence of this magical barrier, your strength will be deemed no greater than that of the 7th tier, preventing you from breaking through. This must be an ancient formation. Ning Xiwei's words prompted a revelation in the knowledgeable Sun Feifei. After careful examination, she suddenly gasped in astonishment. This is not a magical formation, but a peculiar array from ancient times, originating from our eastern lands, directly utilizing the power of the laws rather than the natural magical energies of the world. It seems to be a special force of nature. With Sun Feifei's explanation, the group found themselves in an even more challenging predicament. Ning Xiwei sensed a tug on her sleeve. Turning around, she saw the little skeleton gazing at her, nodding its head. Though they were not so in sync that words were unnecessary, Ning Xiwei nonetheless inferred what the little skeleton intended to do. Could the little skeleton break this barrier? If it relied solely on brute strength, could it possibly dismantle such laws without invoking any magical power? After all, the barrier's law power appeared akin to a detection device, assessing whether one was above the 6th tier. However, without the use of magical energy, it could not trigger the detection effect of the laws. Employing brute force to directly infringe upon its core essence would yield a similar outcome. The paths may differ, but the destination remains the same. Yet, such strength was evidently rare, if not impossible, for most individuals to possess. It could be said that it was virtually unattainable. Yet, this seemingly fragile little skeleton possessed it. Wasn't it merely brute force? The little skeleton's strength transcended that of colossal beings. With a single blow, can you withstand the force of 50 Titan giants? Soon, the crowd engaged in conversation for a while and collectively decided to seek external assistance. This involved sending a message back to summon reinforcements, specifically inviting several city lords to join them. After all, the secret realm had now escalated to the 5th and even 6th tier, and even their own 5th and 6th tier powers would be insufficient to delve deeper. The creatures within were at least 7th tier, starting around 6th tier. This was an undeniable truth. Moreover, to breach this barrier, one would require even more formidable individuals. However, risks and opportunities coexist. Since they had already reached this stage, it was certain that the treasures within were numerous beyond counting. Indeed, it was rumored that the hidden vaults of true deities were surely contained within. The mere thought of such connections and the tantalizing allure of what lay inside made each individual eager to embark on this perilous adventure. Such a secret realm held immense appeal, not only for them, but even for formidable beings at the level of Grand Archmages and Imperial Archmages. Acquiring even a fraction of the treasures within would yield an inexhaustible bounty. As for the rich magical crystal stones teeming with potent energy, they were worth their weight in gold. The grand empires and various academies in this world were not primarily lacking in talent. Rather, they were in dire need of resources to cultivate that talent. Given the right resources, the path to cultivation had already become systematic and structured. With sufficient resources, even the most inept could emerge as a respectable disciple, let alone those with decent aptitude. Thus, resources held great significance. Whether in the possession of powers led by Grand Archmages or those boasting Royal or Imperial Archmages, there was always a pressing need for resources. If the hidden vault of the true deities were to indeed manifest, the lower-tier divine beings would undoubtedly take action. Those individuals were secretive powerhouses, each living in seclusion. However, if a hidden vault were to surface, it would be utterly inconceivable for them to refrain from intervening. Therefore, the more allies, the better. Inside, they would not only face magical beasts but also contend with their own kind, as well as those elusive individuals lurking in the shadows, observing their every move. The third prince of the great Chu dynasty, Chu Jian, chose to collaborate with Jie Dao from the extreme east city for this very reason. The man and woman accompanying him were representatives of various factions, engaged in a cooperative endeavor. Should the resources within prove insufficiently divisible, it was likely that disputes would arise. As they awaited the reinforcements, it wasn't long before 3 peak 5th-tier powerhouses once again set foot in the valley. One among them was a non-human, a towering man adorned with beastly horns. The second was a woman, unmistakably a sorceress, wielding a magic wand and draped in a water-blue cloak, marked with a 5-pointed star upon her chest. The final member was a colleague of the third prince, a silver-armored lieutenant of the Black One's forces. The three approached Chu Jian and bowed in respect. Chapter 65. The little skeleton shatters everyone's confidence with a single punch. Chu Jian smiled and nodded, gesturing for them to rise. He then turned to Jie Dao and inquired, My good brother, shall we commence? Jie Dao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the moment has arrived. Swiftly, Jie Dao approached a sixth-tier beastmaster among the entourage and bowed respectfully. Master, I implore your assistance. The Jie family shall honor our promise and deliver to you both hands. Never to renege. The elder stroked his white beard, closed his eyes in meditation, and nodded. He held no concern about the Jie family's commitment. For the Jie family valued their reputation. After all, in the world of martial practitioners, face might not hold much weight for ordinary wanderers. But for esteemed families and city lord households, reputation was paramount. What is face, if not a symbol of standing? It is both a matter of pride and a means of establishing authority. In the extreme East City, where circumstances were particularly unique, the Jie family had a pronounced need for reputation and would never betray a trust. Next, the third prince, Chu Jian, raised his voice, commanding everyone. Let us begin breaking through the barrier. Before long, each individual produced their respective external aids, be it magical artifacts, various elixirs, or even a plethora of mysterious talismans. Each powerhouse harnessed these external forces, steadily penetrating the barrier, which began to manifest peculiar fissures. In a remarkably short span, several strong individuals had already entered. As for Chu Jian, he too was poised to take action, albeit with a hint of concern as he observed a particular group of individuals entering. With a touch of annoyance, he remarked, I wonder if Old 13 can manage the secret realm from within. I should have ensured that Black One and the others accompanied us. Beside him stood a woman shrouded in dark mist, who, with a tinkling laugh, reassured, why fret? Your Highness, we have already delayed long enough. Though our strength is not formidable, it is time to proceed. If we do not resolve matters here, not only will the third prince be displeased, but the academy will also be dissatisfied. Another woman, clad in white and veiled, carrying a long sword on her back, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the academy is of utmost importance. The grand examination is imminent, and if we fail to secure a place in a top-tier academy, this trial will hold little value. Ning Xiwei, too, was preparing for the grand examination and was acutely aware of its significance. However, at this moment, her thoughts were not on the future, but rather fixated on the little skeleton before her. Her greatest ally was but one, the little skeleton. She relied solely upon it, believing, my resources lie within you. Gazing steadfastly at the little skeleton ahead, Ning Xiwei's resolve solidified. Her most trusted companion was this little skeleton, which had once filled her with despair, yet now brought her joy. To this day, she remained uncertain whether the little skeleton was merely a summoned creature, for within it, she always perceived the essence of a living being. The little skeleton seemed more like a vibrant entity than a mere summoning of a low-tier creature. It was certainly not an ordinary skeleton soldier, nor even a legendary skeleton general, whose intelligence seemed inferior to that of her own little skeleton. Ning Xiwei was intrigued, pondering the origins of the little skeleton. All magical summons must have a history, whether from another realm or the fabled land of magical silence. Just as a soul departs to the underworld after death, magical beings too would fade into special existences, entering a state of eternal slumber in the realm of magical silence. Only when a summoner utilized special magic could these long-extinct magical beings be summoned anew, returning to this world in a fresh form. At this moment, the third prince Chu Jian turned his gaze toward Ning Xiwei, perplexed. Did we not agree to face this together? Why does it seem you intend to breach the secret realm alone? In the midst of the black mist, a woman vanished from her original position and reappeared on the other side, beaming as she remarked, it seems this little sister truly intends to enter the secret realm. However, how can one of the second tier gain entry? It would be wiser to wait for us to break the formation together, just as agreed, to aid us in seizing the treasure. The snow-white-clad magic swordsman was equally intrigued, pondering what her true intentions were. After all, her strength appeared inferior to theirs. Despite her ability to slay numerous blood demons at the periphery, it did not imply that her prowess could breach the barrier. Chu Jian smiled slightly. Since Miss Ning wishes to give it a try, let us observe. It matters not if she fails. After all, her significance is negligible. We shall simply await the arrival of the elders. Beside him, Jie Dao remained silent, his gaze intently fixed on Ning Xiwei. He had chosen not to accompany his companions into the secret realm, opting instead to remain here. Go for it. I believe in you. The little skeleton cheered. Suddenly, the voices of Ning Xiwei and Sun Feifei rang out, urging the little skeleton on. They were seen pumping their fists in encouragement toward the little skeleton ahead. This scene elicited bemusement from Chu Jian and the others. What is this? Did you think you were coming yourselves? What can a mere skeleton achieve? How absurd. Jie Dao could not help but burst into laughter. However, not long after his laughter, the little skeleton belonging to Ning Xiwei sprang into motion. Ning Xiwei's gaze was fixed intently on her little skeleton, while Sun Feifei clenched her fists, her face alight with excitement as she looked at Lu Chun. At that moment, Lu Chun, the skeleton, moved its skeletal hand, shaking its head and flexing its non-existent waist. Then, Lu Chun stepped back, widening its stance. With a powerful lunge, it raised its fist high. A gust of fierce wind followed as it struck the barrier with tremendous force. Boom! The sheer might of that punch created a resonant roar that shook the forest. Accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, it erupted like thunder in a clear sky. To everyone's astonishment, a significant mass not belonging to the skeleton appeared in Lu Chen's hand, an unparalleled force of wind pressure. It crashed violently against the barrier. As the saying goes, once the champagne is uncorked, it is inevitably game over. Jie Dao's laughter swiftly turned to shock. What on earth? Is this little skeleton truly a mere skeleton minion? This is utterly ridiculous. Amidst the stunned gazes of all present, the little skeleton retracted its fist. Was that all? Yet the next moment unfolded in a manner that left them utterly astounded. The powerful force had directly shattered the barrier, creating an opening large enough for a person to enter. The magical barrier of the laws had been breached solely through brute strength by this little skeleton. Chu Jian's folding fan slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground with a thud, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Chapter 66. Worldviews were shattered. The woman shrouded in black mist widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene. If I am not mistaken, this little skeleton is merely a low-tier creature. One that is less valuable than the common stray dogs on the streets. The white-clad magic swordsman nodded fervently. Indeed, it is the kind that is not worth much. Not even a skeleton archer, merely a skeleton minion. Jie Dao gasped. If I am not mistaken, Ning Xiwei is only at a third-tier level. Having only recently reached second tier, how is this possible? This little skeleton cannot possibly exceed its master's strength, yet the power it exhibited is terrifying. Likely on par with a sixth tier's might. Yes, the force behind that punch that penetrated the barrier has indeed reached sixth tier. The woman in the black mist fixated intensely on the breached opening, her mind swirling with countless questions. However, these queries could not prevent her from overthinking. Such strength should not reside within a mere little skeleton, but rather that of a skeleton general. Above the skeleton general, there exists only the legendary skeletal king, a being so rare that it could only be found in the underworld. In the human realm, no one had ever heard of such an existence. It was utterly terrifying. At that moment, Chu Jian realized he had underestimated the situation. Coming back to his senses, he could only manage a wry smile. It appears we have all underestimated this top-ranking girl. Her potential is assuredly sufficient to guarantee her ascent to the level of a grand mage. And perhaps even a royal or imperial level is not beyond the realm of possibility. As these words were uttered, silence fell upon the gathered crowd. If she truly could reach royal or even imperial level, would that not suggest she could touch the realm of lesser deities? The thought was utterly terrifying. The woman cloaked in black mist exchanged a glance with the white-clad sorceress, both recognizing the profound shock mirrored in each other's eyes. If this were indeed the case, then this girl ought to become a member of their faction rather than simply a lowly disciple of an academy. This was incongruent with her potential and detrimental to their interests. In an instant, both women harbored thoughts of recruitment. Jie Dao shook his head, calmly stating, if she truly achieves imperial level, consider who could prevent her from reaching the powers of divinity. It is entirely plausible that she could become a lesser deity or even ascend to godhood. After all, who has witnessed a summoner's skeleton capable of smashing through an ancient barrier of law, a barrier that even sixth-tier beings could not surpass? Moreover, this summoner herself is only at third-tier strength. And look at that little skeleton. It clearly exerted minimal effort and magic power, relying solely on brute force. Such raw strength likely surpasses even the legendary titan. As if compelled to express his astonishment, Jie Dao unleashed a flood of remarks and reflections, his calm demeanor betraying the profound shock within. In that moment, a hush enveloped the crowd. They collectively gasped, each soul introspecting, recognizing an undeniable truth. This girl either concealed her abilities or possessed limitless potential that exceeded everyone present. Potential dictates the upper limits of cultivation, a truth known to all. And now, it appeared that these so-called geniuses paled in comparison to this girl, akin to fools. No. Ning Xiwei was not merely a genius. She was a monster, a bona fide monstrosity. Only a monster could disregard such a terrifying barrier, commanding its summoned minions to punch through with a singular blow, creating a gaping hole. With such ease, it led the way for others to enter. Sun Feifei wore a proud expression, her demeanor radiating triumph as she glanced at those nearby, her face alight with self-satisfaction. Especially towards the scythe-wielding figure, she proudly puffed out her chest, brimming with pride. Indeed, this was her dear friend, the remarkable little skeleton capable of slaying even a city lord. Now they understood the true meaning of power. the essence of not judging by appearances. Realizing their miscalculations, they had attempted to exploit their friend Xiwei. But now they grasped the notion of losing both the lady and the soldier. A group of privileged elites had just been soundly slapped in the face. Sun Feifei reveled in her pride, feeling a profound sense of superiority. As for the thoughts of the third prince and his companions, they were unknown. At this moment, they all understood that in the future, when faced with the monster that was Ning Xiwei, they would need to show her some respect. Unless one could suppress her power or even eliminate her entirely, becoming her enemy was decidedly unwise. Speaking of which, Chu Jin still believed that his 13th brother could control the secrets within. Yet, it now appeared that the 13th brother, long hidden away, was also in grave danger. Had it not been for the bullying of his elder brother and 6th brother, why would he, the 3rd, risk contacting the 13th brother? At this moment, Chu Jin's pride turned into loathing for his brothers who vied for the throne. Indeed, the only person he could trust was his 13th brother, born of the same mother. He hoped that his 13th brother was safe. As for Chu Jin and his companions, they were at a loss for words, feeling a burning embarrassment, as if each had been struck across the face. Though they bore no ill will, they could not help but look down upon Ning Xiwei, that mere vase. Even if she topped the leaderboard, it was only during the outer hunting phase. Initially, everyone aimed for deeper territories, as the rewards in the periphery were meant for lower-tier disciples. Of course, this was also due to the lack of upgrades within the secret realm. However, now that the realm had progressed, everything had changed. At this moment, they all felt they had underestimated her. Ning Xiwei was truly terrifying. What exactly was that little skeletal minion? It was an exceedingly fearsome entity. Not only was it beyond the 6th tier, but even with magical power, it likely could not reach the 7th tier. It seemed to possess the strength of a titan, which was simply daunting. At that moment, Sun Feifei wore an expression of triumph. Her chin tilted as she addressed those around her with a smile. Did you see that? This is the prowess of our Xiwei. And whatever she promises, she will certainly fulfill. Await good news. Chapter 67. Delving deeper into the secret realm, elevation of realms. The 3rd prince, Chu Jian, had no choice but to admit he had misjudged the situation. With a sigh, he remarked, truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. There is always a higher mountain. I, as a prince, never anticipated that such talent would reside within a small academy. Our great Chu dynasty is fortunate, but I wonder if such a genius will serve us in the future. As Chu Jin spoke, he paused, turning to Sun Feifei, and continued. If Miss Ning Xiwei can attain the level of a grand mage after next year's imperial examination, then our great Chu dynasty would be honored to invite her as our grand mage to represent us in the upcoming international championship. That will depend on my dear friend's own decision. I cannot speak for her, Sun Feifei responded with pride, naturally unwilling to presume on her friend's behalf. The woman shrouded in black mist expressed her anticipation, saying, if we can secure a place among the top 10 in the international championship, it will significantly elevate our great Chu's standing among nations. Top 10? Mused the white-clad female sword mage, gazing at the breached hole in contemplation, evidently lost in thought. In the deeper regions of the secret realm, what lay before them was a landscape unlike the valley, where spring blossomed. Instead, they were met with swirling yellow sands and a vast, desolate scene. The ground lay littered with countless white bones, not only of unknown magical beasts, but also of humans, some of which seemed to date back at least a century. Above, a scorching sun relentlessly baked the earth, causing the yellow sands to heat up. Each secret realm presented a unique spectacle, all of which were genuine and not mere illusions. A glance around revealed a sea of yellow sand, rendering any sign of life nearly invisible. After entering the secret realm, Ning Xiwei felt a twinge of anxiety, but thankfully, Lu Chen was by her side, alleviating her fears. Hey, little skeleton, why can't we see anyone else? Ning Xiwei wondered, scanning her surroundings with a look of confusion in her beautiful eyes. It had been some time since they entered, yet not a single soul was in sight. They had previously encountered many formidable individuals. Why was it that now not a single one could be sensed? This was truly peculiar. Lu Chen shared her bewilderment, scratching his skeletal chin and babbling something incomprehensible. Naturally, Ning Xiwei could not hear him. At that moment, Lu Chen was expressing, don't ask me. I have no idea either. Aren't you the mage? Why not use your magic to sense things out? Venturing deeper into the secret realm was akin to descending layer upon layer. This place was a distortion of magical energy. Each area exhibited its own unique climate, entirely unaffected by the external geographical environment. Clearly, this was the first layer. To scour this area for points, one would need to locate a multitude of blood demons. However, the absence of even a single blood demon here was what made the situation most bizarre. Thus, they needed to address the pressing question, where had all the previous entrants gone? In the next moment, a formation began to materialize on the ground, reminiscent of an ancient magical array. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, followed by a thunderous roar. Accompanied by a colossal shadow crashing down from above, the earth trembled, sending dust soaring like a rising wall of dirt. It appeared like an immense mountain, its massive form blotting out the sun and casting a shadow over Ning Xiwei. What is this? Ning Xiwei stared in awe at the unseen giant looming above her, her cherry lips agape in disbelief at the sight before her. This was more terrifying than a titan, a true giant in every sense. Ning Xiwei tilted her head back, striving to steady her nerves lest she faint from shock. Ning Xiwei tightened her grip on the wand in her hand, casting an unwavering gaze at the monstrous entity looming above her. In the sky, a cold, mechanical voice resonated, devoid of any emotion. Desert Giant, survive for 7 days. Triumph and earn a substantial number of points. Rankings will be updated in real time. Upon hearing this announcement, Ning Xiwei's heart sank further. She understood that this was the first formidable challenge she had to confront. However, this powerful being seemed to be of the 6th tier. Was her little skeleton truly up to the task? A giant of such caliber possessed not merely defensive capabilities. Its sheer strength could undoubtedly crush any human. An anxious tension gripped Ning Xiwei. Yet, before she could react, the mechanical voice in the sky delivered yet another disheartening message. Points from the outer zone have been calculated and converted into magic crystals. Rankings for the deeper areas are being recalibrated. All challengers entering the deeper zones of the secret realm, please take note of your standings. Following this announcement, Ning Xiwei felt an influx of magic crystals in her storage space, while her ranking displayed yet another update. Ning Xiwei, 3rd tier summoner, ethereal attribute. Capable of summoning otherworldly creatures. Current summon, skeleton soldier. Ranking, 144. Points, 0. Upon seeing such data, Ning Xiwei couldn't help but reflect on her relatively meager strength. After all, she was only a 3rd tier practitioner. With her points refreshed, it was inevitable that her ranking would not soar high. This seemed to be an entirely normal occurrence. However, the current situation suggested that this point ranking had adopted a brand new mechanism, and the difficulty of the secret realm had escalated significantly. As the rankings were refreshed, the outer zone's standings were updated, and everyone received their respective evaluations. Simultaneously, at the location of the colossal gate barrier, everyone sensed a remarkable change. This was an upgrade of the secret realm. Chu Jian gasped in astonishment at the celestial phenomenon. The swirling magical clouds in the sky signified the emergence of overwhelming magical power in the depths of the secret realm. The concentration of magic here transcended even the 6th tier, reaching an astonishing 8th tier. In the next moment, a grand light screen descended from above, revealing the names of every formidable individual who had entered. This was a leaderboard. The first place was occupied by the most powerful warriors, while the last position was held by Ning Xiwei. Clearly, with her 3rd tier strength, her ranking was destined to be the lowest. Nevertheless, Chu Jian and the others understood that such a ranking at this moment did not truly reflect anyone's strength, for they had already witnessed the terrifying capabilities of Ning Xiwei, or rather, the dreadfulness of her summoned skeleton. That was the genuine monster. Chapter 68. Score points, devour all. Upon seeing her best friend's name, Sun Feifei felt little disappointment. Rather, her spirits lifted. The mere visibility of the name signified one thing. Xiwei was not facing any immediate danger. As long as her name remained, she was alive. This was indeed splendid news. Sun Feifei felt a swell of pride, for amidst a sea of 5th tier practitioners, her dear friend was a 3rd tier disciple, a true student in every sense. A member of the academy had ventured into the depths of the secret realm. She was the sole representative. How conspicuous. Did you see? My Xiwei is remarkable. The only 3rd tier. Sun Feifei exclaimed proudly. Chu Jian and the others exchanged glances, bemused. Isn't she in last place? Why boast about that? They thought. Moreover, the dynamics inside were starkly different. It was a realm teeming with powerful beings. What position could a 3rd tier like her possibly attain? It was evidently impossible. Even if that little skeleton were exceptionally skilled, it could hardly contend against 3 adversaries, could it? They were all left with furrowed brows. Yet, they chose not to dwell on it further. It appeared that Sun Feifei, this young lady of privilege, remained oblivious to the horrors that lurked above the 5th tier. No matter how formidable Ning Xiwei might be, her skeleton was merely a low-tier creature, perhaps a tad stronger, but not overly impressive. Jie Dao chuckled and jested, you know? Being in last place does offer a certain safety. After all, who would suspect a little girl to be the top of the leaderboard outside? More importantly, within, no one knows who poses a threat to their quest for treasure. At least, no one would pay heed to one in last place. That's good news. Is that so? Sun Feifei tilted her head defiantly, unwilling to concede. After all, my dear sister. Even if she is currently last, she will surely be first soon. Listening to their banter, the woman cloaked in black mist, and the swordsman remained indifferent. Meanwhile, Chu Jian felt a twinge of concern, fearing for the safety of his 13th brother. Jie Dao continued to engage in a childish debate with Sun Feifei about Ning Xiwei's safety. Strangely enough, Jie Dao seemed to have a stubborn streak akin to Sun Feifei's. Here was a young lord from the farthest east, squabbling like a petulant child. However, if one were to observe closely, Jie Dao might be hiding grander ambitions beneath his seemingly innocuous demeanor. In the secret realm, Ning Xiwei had not been preparing for long when Lu Chun began to shield her, swiftly taking action. Be careful, little girl. I know, came the startled reply in her mind. But as she noticed the little skeleton tugging at her to run, she realized that it was due to the skeleton's connection to her. In such moments, they could communicate telepathically. We need to tread carefully. The ground here seems to be. No, it's entirely an expansive ocean. Lu Chun exclaimed urgently, having sensed the underlying element. If he was not mistaken, beneath them lay an ocean. The very nature of this place had been distorted by trials. For the usually taciturn Lu Chun, hearing the skeleton's words, Ning Xiwei fixated intently on the ground beneath her, raising her wand to its utmost magical potential. I understand what this is. Lu Chun suddenly realized, hastily informing Ning Xiwei. It must be a 5th-tier magical beast. That giant is not a true giant, but merely an illusion. The water below is likely filled with devouring water wolves. These creatures originally dwell in aquatic environments. And although this desert appears as such, beneath it lies an expanse of water, a warm ocean where they thrive comfortably. Furthermore, we must exercise caution. These creatures are inherently social beings, akin to wolves in their nature. To effectively eradicate them, we must venture into arid territories. Once they initiate their assault, they will undoubtedly ensnare us in quicksand, plunging us into an abyss devoid of light, akin to a vast ocean, an ill-fated predicament for us. Lu Chen's words instantly heightened Ning Xiwei's anxiety, casting a shadow over her countenance. Such 5th-tier magical beasts are undoubtedly perilous. And encountering such a threat so soon upon entering this place is alarming. What other terrifying entities lie in wait behind? No one can ascertain. The presence of these monsters has rendered Ning Xiwei increasingly apprehensive as she reflects on strategies to confront them. After all, remaining concealed below is not a sustainable solution. These hunters relish in tormenting their prey until exhaustion sets in, only then launching their final offensive. As the prey, both Ning Xiwei and Lu Chen cannot afford to be relentlessly pursued. They must mount a counterattack. Ning Xiwei recalled some knowledge she had acquired and promptly conveyed to Lu Chen. I remember our magical beasts instructor once stating that these devouring water wolves are essentially elemental magical beasts. Their defining characteristic is their remarkable speed, allowing them to deliver a lethal blow when their prey is fatigued. However, in the moment they strike, they are also in a vulnerable state. If we fail to utterly defeat them, they will retreat into the water, thus enabling their regeneration. Nevertheless, our instructor also mentioned that although these creatures are challenging to kill, they depend on a specific source of magical energy for their existence. To eliminate them, we merely need to destroy their magical source. There's no need for elaborate methods. Ning Xiwei's words sparked a realization in Lu Chen. He recalled the earlier stipulations, particularly the entity that had spoken from the heavens, survival for 7 days. If they do not vanquish these beasts, they could opt to retreat to a secure location and wait for 7 days. Alternatively, they could dare to destroy their magical source, which is also a viable option. If mere survival is the goal, it appears rather simple. Given the current circumstances, Lu Chen does not require sustenance. As for Ning Xiwei, this young girl is a 3rd-tier mage capable of enduring without food for over 10 days. Thus, she faces no problem. Access to water is also straightforward, as there exists an oasis-like entity nearby. Thus, the decision is made. Chapter 69. I, Lu Chen, the Skeleton King. Upon reaching an elevated terrain, the disturbances beneath the ground ceased abruptly. Lu Chen released Ning Xiwei's hand, perplexed as to why the underground creatures did not follow them here. How strange. Lu Chen scooped up a handful of yellow sand, and upon gently squeezing it, he confirmed that the ground here was not submerged in water, but perhaps solid earth. If this hypothesis holds true, could the source of magic lie beneath their feet? If so, an opportunity may arise. Lu Chen resolved to take action. Simultaneously, in another realm, Chu Jian's 13th brother, Chu Yi, stood astounded, gazing at a scene in the distance that was both incredible and shudder-inducing. On a distant mound of sand lay a dozen giant wolves adorned with fish-like scales. These were the devouring water wolves. Each one resembled a monster. And were it not for their wolf-like form, one might question their classification as living beings. They possessed the shape of wolves, yet their bodies were enveloped in armor resembling glimmering fish scales, allowing them to glide effortlessly through the desert and even burrow beneath the earth. The ground below resembled a vast ocean. Falling into it and being consumed by the surface quicksand would likely spell doom, even for the most formidable of beings. As a dozen more leapt from the quicksand, the group was momentarily taken aback. The numbers continued to swell until, astonishingly, over 1,000 devouring water wolves emerged. This spectacle left Chu Yi and his companions trembling with fear. Why so many? These are 5th-tier magical beasts. How could they appear here in such droves? As if they were of little value? Aren't they supposed to shy away from sunlight? Yet here they are, surfacing from the abyss, seemingly eager for sunbathing. The situation has turned perilous. Chu Yi and his companions dared not act recklessly, fearing to provoke the creatures. Before long, they found themselves encircled by the multitude of devouring water wolves. Each wolf displayed its blood-red eyes, baring its gaping maw, poised to pounce and devour the entire group. We are in dire straits. Chu Yi cursed under his breath, lamenting their misfortune. They had scarcely entered before stumbling into such a predicament. Forget about accumulating points. Survival itself seemed to hang by a thread. Chu Yi sensed the gravity of their situation. Although he was a 5th-tier powerhouse and a magic swordsman, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. It was a scenario where ants could feasibly bring down an elephant. Had there only been a handful of these wolves, or even 100, the group of over 10 could surely have dealt with them. Despite the fact that these devouring water wolves were also 5th tier, they were mere beasts, lacking the high intelligence of humans. Yet, now they faced an insurmountable challenge, with over 1,000 of these beasts closing in. If they were to be encircled, even if some managed to escape, they would likely suffer grievous injuries, and many might not survive. Moreover, the vast desert offered no clear indication of where the next area's entrance lay. It appeared that they were bound by the laws governing this realm, akin to the voice from the sky that controlled everything here. This felt like a game's dungeon, where one could only exit through death or by triumphing to advance to the next stage. There seemed to be no other means of escape, an undeniable reality. These devouring water wolves would not engage in one-on-one combat with the humans. They favored a collective assault. In this moment, the group began to gather their strength, erecting barriers to fend off the encroaching wolves, yet such barriers too have their limits. Thus, it is imperative to devise a strategy. This is dire. With a determined resolve, Chu Yi shouted to his companions on either side, "Let us run and fight as we flee." Without hesitation, Chu Yi made his escape, leading a dozen or so brothers in flight. The other challengers, having ventured into this realm, found themselves in a similar predicament. Upon witnessing the 13th prince of the Great Chu dynasty making his retreat, they understood the gravity of the situation and promptly followed suit, eager to evade this perilous region. Chu Yi, a 5th-tier expert, had already made his getaway, prompting others to hastily follow, each one moving with remarkable swiftness. Those who lingered were fools. There could be no pause, for survival was of utmost importance. A chilling howl erupted from the pack of wolves, heralding the commencement of their hunt. For these natural predators, the flight of their prey was precisely what they desired. Thus, they had previously merely tested the defenses rather than launching a full-scale assault. However, when the quarry began to flee, their true ferocity emerged, revealing them as the genuine sovereigns of this territory. This strategic prowess in hunting was the key to their survival in the depths of the secret realm, allowing them to evade consumption by other formidable magical creatures. The ravenous army of water wolves commenced their pursuit, over 1,000 strong, encircling the so-called formidable humans who had intruded upon their domain. Regardless of whether one was a mage of any discipline or a magic swordsman adept in both martial and magical arts, to these predators, they were merely delectable morsels. The hunting season had begun. In comparison to this scenario, other similar realms had also ignited their own hunts. However, this time, the hunters were not human elites, but rather magical creatures of the 5th, 6th, and even 7th or 8th tiers. One unfortunate 6th-tier magic swordsman encountered an 8th-tier giant serpent, which devoured him whole before he could even reveal himself. The serpent, seemingly unsatisfied, appeared to crave more. The upgrade of the secret realm served merely as a key, unlocking the gateway to the profound depths. Without such an upgrade, these inner sanctums would not even exist, and this particular secret realm would not have unveiled these regions. Thus, the hunt within the secret realm commenced.